Chapter 91. Grind the ice crystals into powder, and add these things, and the effect might be even better. Yu Qingjin had a few ice crystals in his backpack. It wasn't much, but if ground into powder, it should be enough. Yun Luoha thought of Yuntan's newly upgraded skill. Its icy mist spray could cause the temperature to drop sharply and condense surrounding water vapor into ice. Combined with the method they had just devised, it would surely be effective. She hadn't let Yuntan out until now because she felt it was too hot here and there was no need for Yuntan's help. Now it was time to let it out. Yuntan opened its eyes and saw Yun Luoha, immediately throwing itself into her arms. The next moment, it spotted Yu Qingjin. It remembered him. Yu Qingjin had helped save Yun Luoha, so Yuntan had a fondness for him and greeted him with a hissing sound. Yu Qingjin nodded and said to Yun Luoha, "It's grown a little bigger and changed color." Yu Qingjin gave the ice crystal stone to a friend, asking him to grind it into powder. Not long after, his friend traded the ground ice crystal stone powder for him. Yun Luoha carefully mixed the ice crystal stone powder with seaweed powder and moss to create a special insulation material. She applied a small amount of insulation material to the lava stone. This time, it didn't burn immediately, but only slowly began to emit heat after half a minute. This way, with Yuntan's skills, they could cross the river by stepping on the stones. "Yuntan, every time I step on a stone, use ice mist on it. There are 15 stones in total. Do you have enough ice mist to spray?" Yun Luoha patted Yuntan's head. "It should be possible." To be safe, Yun Luoha fed Yuntan another ice crystal stone. She happened to have one left, so she brought it with her this time. Despite thorough preparation, there was only one chance. But if she couldn't make it across in one try, Yun Luoha could only guarantee her own safety. Because once she reached the middle of the lava river, if she encountered danger, she could have Yuntan spit out spider silk to wrap around the rocks on the other side and carry her across. In a critical moment, this move could only save one person. If Yu Qingjin had no other means of survival, he would be in danger. Yun Luoha frankly told Yu Qingjin her thoughts. After all, the risk factor was too high. Yun Luoha didn't want Yu Qingjin to think she was completely confident. She was only guaranteeing her own safety. "Yu Qingjin, don't worry, I wouldn't agree if I wasn't 80% sure." 80%. That still left a 20% risk. Yun Luoha looked at Yu Qingjin hesitantly. He said, "Obsidian is the foundation of future development. I must obtain it. If I'm not willing to take any risks, I might as well stay on the reef." Since he had said so, Yun Luoha began to prepare. Yun Tun lay in Yun Luoha's arms as a piercingly cold icy mist erupted. The scorching air instantly cooled, and the moss-covered lava surface immediately turned white, forming a thin layer of ice. Taking advantage of the icy mist, Yu Qingjin quickly spread the mixed insulation material on the black boulders that emerged from the magma surface. Under the influence of the icy mist, the insulation material quickly cooled and adhered tightly to the rocks. Yun Luoha stepped cautiously onto the first stone, taking each step with extreme caution. As soon as her foot touched the ground, she heard the crackling sound of the ice beneath her feet. Yun Luoha quickly placed insulation material on another stone. The moment she stepped on it, Yuntan began to spray icy mist. Two people couldn't stand on one stone, so Yu Qingjin had to follow closely behind. Yun Luoha moved quickly, so the first half of the journey was relatively safe. Already halfway, with only 7 or 8 meters left, Yun Luoha dared not let up. Yuntan, who was in tune with Yun Luoha, could sense her nervousness and kept a constant eye on her movements, ready to spray icy mist at any moment to keep the stone cool. Yu Qingjin gripped his staff tightly, maintaining his balance, and slowly moved forward step by step. He followed behind Yun Luoha, his eyes constantly on the surroundings. As they neared the end of this perilous journey, Yun Luoha's perception sensed a strong warning. She quickly stopped. Without warning, a massive column of steam erupted before them. The powerful air currents shoved the surrounding heat and sulfurous odor toward them, and the stone beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. "Be careful," Yu Qingjin shouted, grabbing Yun Luoha. The two men clung to each other tightly, swaying for a moment before steadying themselves. Yun Luoha quickly directed Yuntan to release an icy mist, attempting to counteract the intense heat of the steam column. The icy mist and steam column collided in the air with a violent crash, and a flood of vapor instantly filled the air, leaving a white mist in their path, blurring their vision. They were now standing on a rock. Due to the unexpected delay, the ice beneath them had cracked, and the moss was slowly scorching. Both could feel the scorching heat radiating from the stone. The situation was urgent. Yun Luoha immediately ordered Yuntan to continue spraying ice mist on the rocks below to cool them, ultimately preventing their soles from being burned through. She quickly placed insulation material on the rocks ahead. Fearing another steam column eruption, Yunluohe moved even faster. Even after finally crossing the river safely, her heart was still pounding. After crossing, Yunluohe spotted a red plant growing along the riverbank. The plant was a vibrant orange red, like a burning flame. The leaves were slender, with irregularly serrated edges and covered in fine hairs, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. This place was right next to a lava river, surrounded by heat waves and frequent gushing lava, yet plants could still grow there. It was definitely something extraordinary. Yunluohe squatted down to investigate. Flame fern, primarily found along the edges of lava riverbeds. It thrives on the riverbed's heat and specialized minerals. Its leaves contain a unique fire-resistant enzyme, and when squeezed, their juice becomes a key ingredient in making a heat-resistant potion. Taking the heat-resistant potion increases fire resistance by 15% within an hour. Such a valuable resource couldn't be missed. Yunluohe immediately took out her sickle and began harvesting. She intended to collect all the flame ferns here. After she finished, she noticed Yu Qingjin watching her nearby. Yunluohe said somewhat sheepishly, "Do you want some?" In her excitement, she had taken everything herself, forgetting Yu Qingjin was even there. "Yu Qingjin, it's okay, take it." Yunluohe still pulled a few plants from her backpack and handed them to him. "Everyone who came here gets a share. I give you some. This is a valuable resource." Yu Qingjin gladly accepted. Yunluohe glanced at his backpack. He had picked a total of 12 plants, so giving Yu Qingjin 4 wasn't much. Before them stood a sheer obsidian cliff. Like a massive black blade, it plunged straight into the earth. Its sheer cliff face, almost perpendicular to the ground, created a powerful visual impact from afar. The summit was flat, but the rocky slopes at the base were not entirely black. Only towards the middle did they become pure black. This showed that if they wanted to mine large quantities of obsidian, they had to ascend. After a brief rest, the two men began preparing to climb the obsidian cliff. Yu Qingjin pulled out his specially made climbing tools from his backpack. He had them made from several special materials, capable of withstanding high temperatures and heavy pressure. They were prepared specifically for this trip to the volcanic island. "I go up first and secure the ropes. You can follow," Yu Qingjin said calmly. Yunluohe, "Okay, be careful." Yu Qingjin nodded, expertly securing his climbing gear to the cliff face and climbing up, step by step. The obsidian surface was smooth and sharp, making it difficult to find a foothold. If Yu Qingjin hadn't already enjoyed climbing before entering the game, possessing exceptional skills and physical fitness, it would have been difficult for him to scale such a cliff. Yunluohe watched intently from below, watching him gradually ascend. About 10 meters up, Yu Qingjin called down, "Come up." Yunluohe was about to respond when a loose piece of obsidian suddenly fell, causing him to slip and nearly fall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, digging his fingers into the groove he had created with the tool, and managed to steady himself. Yunluohe's heart was in her throat, and she didn't dare speak loudly, fearing to disturb Yu Qingjin. Yu Qingjin quickly found a new foothold. Yunluohe then followed him up. Nearly 10 meters from the ground, they could begin mining obsidian. But both of them had run out of stamina. In the scorching heat, the intense exercise was already showing signs of heat stroke. Even though they'd both used petroleum first aid ointment, their faces were still flushed, their breathing was rapid, and they were sweating profusely. Yu Qingjin and Yunluohe could only help each other stabilize themselves, and then bring out drinks and food to replenish their energy and hydration. Yu Qingjin held onto the climbing rope with one hand, and the rope around Yunluohe's waist with the other, allowing her to eat without worry. Yunluohe drank a glass of refreshing seaweed ice mint, and then gulped down a glass of ice bean paste. Both drinks had a strong cooling effect, and afterward, she felt much better. Yu Qingjin pulled out a glass of iced strawberry sparkling water, and a glass of lemon electrolyte water, which not only solved the heat stroke problem, but also replenished his fluids and energy. Yu Qingjin, hurry! It's only going to get hotter. It was already noon, and every second was an ordeal. Using steel pickaxes, the two began mining obsidian along the cliff face. They first inserted the pickaxe into the cracks in the rock wall, then hammered it down with a hammer, gradually loosening the obsidian from the cliff face. Yu Qingjin wore a bag around his waist to hold the obsidian. Yunluohe had a magnetic ring, so the obsidian went into her backpack the moment it was dug, allowing her to mine even faster. During the climb, Yunluohe discovered several heat-resistant plants growing on the cliffs. Their roots, like tough wire, entwined themselves tightly in the cracks of the rock. Their leaves were small and thick, covered in a thin layer of wax. but most of them were useless. Only one species of cactus was worth collecting. And there were many of them. They were covered in sharp thorns, and their leaves were thick, juicy, and gray-green or blue-green, a vibrant color that revealed their abundant water reserves. But harvesting these cacti was a hassle. Besides, their main goal was obsidian, so they could only collect a few cacti as they climbed, not specifically going to the cacti themselves. After 3 hours, they had each collected over 200 pieces of obsidian. The reason it took so long was that they kept stopping to drink cooling drinks and replenish their energy. The amount of obsidian was enough for Yunluohe to build 2 greenhouses. There was still some left, but she felt it wasn't enough and decided to continue climbing to the top. Yunluohe's mining skill had just reached level 3. Obsidian, a high level ore, grants experience points with each piece collected. Mining efficiency would be even higher from now on. After a short rest, they continued their climb. As they gained altitude, a strong wind suddenly blew from the top of the mountain. The wind blew against the scorching cliffs, stirring up a cloud of hot sand and dust. The previous obsidian mining had pitted the smooth stone walls, and some dust flew everywhere, blurring their vision. "Be careful," Yuchen warned. The two could only shield their eyes with their arms to prevent the dust from entering. But after waiting for a while, the wind showed no sign of letting up. Yuchen, hurry to the top. This isn't going to work. Yunluohe, all right. Yunluohe squinted, struggling to find the next climbing point. At that moment, a massive crack suddenly appeared on the mountain, belching out a continuous stream of hot steam. The wind instantly died. The two men stared at the opening in the crack, which emanated an eerie red light, and was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Their expressions were solemn. Chapter 92. Both of them were curious about what lay within the cave. Perhaps this was the treasure cave on the volcanic island. But Yunluohe and Yuchen didn't believe their luck would lead them to the treasure cave, even though finding it was already incredibly difficult and far from an easy task. As for whether or not to enter, a glance between the two men revealed each other's intentions. Since they were already here, there was no way they could take a detour. There must be supplies worth the risk. Yunluohe was more cautious than Yuchen. She approached the cave entrance and carefully surveyed the surroundings. The heat within the cave was overwhelming, and a red light surged forth with an intense heat wave. It was clear that the temperature within the cave was extremely high. At this temperature, if they entered, they wouldn't last long. Even with constant use of cooling drinks, they wouldn't last more than an hour at most. Yunluohe activated her scanning eye and peered into the cave for a moment. "I can sense it's dangerous inside, but there are also many valuable items. If you go in, you might get yourself into trouble." It was definitely impossible to escape unscathed. Yunluohe didn't sense any deadly, powerful presence, which meant there weren't any boss-level monsters inside. If a lava beast or something emerged from the lava, she would be dead, and she would just run for her life. But she only felt danger, subconsciously resisting this place, but not afraid. This meant the danger was not something she couldn't handle. But she felt a vague sense of unease. So what should she do? She wanted to ask Yuchen for his opinion. If Yuchen said they wanted to go in, then the two of them would just go straight in. If Yuchen felt uneasy, then, needless to say, they could just detour down the mountain and head somewhere else. But what kind of person is Yuchen? If he were afraid, he wouldn't have risked crossing the lava river with Yunluohe to get here. So the two of them hit it off and decided to go in. Yunluohe, prepare first before you go in. Yunluohe was still more cautious. Even if he was going into the cave, he had to anticipate possible problems and make preparations. For example, he could buy some protective gear from the trading center that was resistant to poison, fire, and heat. Since they could smell the strong odor of sulfur, they definitely had to wear a gas mask. And just in case, it would be best to have some antidote potions on hand. Next, they needed fireproof and heatproof gloves, shoes, and clothing. Their clothing had been severely damaged from climbing the cliffs, so it was time to change, especially the gloves and shoes. While shopping, Yunluohe noticed the trading center had hydrating spray and bought 2 bottles. The two quickly completed their purchases and changed into their new gear. While these urgent purchases would cost more, they had just acquired so much obsidian and were flush with cash, so they didn't care. Yunluohe, let's go. Once we get in, we must be extremely alert. Yuchen, I go ahead. He looked calm, gripping his staff tightly, and took a step forward, clearing the way. Entering the cave, the temperature wasn't as high as expected. Once inside, they could see a semi-natural passageway with a spiraling nautilus-shaped iron staircase. The temperature inside was about 45 degrees Celsius, similar to the outside. We probably haven't reached the bottom yet, it'd be even hotter down there. The sulfur vapor seeping from the cracks in the rock wall is yellow and obviously poisonous, but both of them have taken precautions, so there's no need to worry. However, because they can smell the sulfur, Yunluoha makes a point of checking his status regularly on his character dashboard. If he shows signs of poisoning, he needs to take an antidote. The latter ends at a nearly vertical natural crevice. The sound of flowing lava can be heard below, and Yunluoha realizes that this mountain is like a giant boiler. 2 chains hang from the rock wall, it seems they'd be needed to descend. The rock wall is covered in glassy lava flows, and has obvious protrusions for stepping on. Without heat-resistant gloves and shoes, descending is impossible, but they were prepared. After some effort, they finally reached the bottom, and the sight before them was breathtaking. Before them lay a crimson lava lake, approximately 30 meters in diameter, with numerous red fragments floating on its surface. The entire cave floor was shrouded in a strange luster. The temperature right next to the lava lake was unbearably high. The temperature, at least 70 degrees Celsius, felt like being roasted by fire. Yunluoha and Yuqin were both a little breathless. They drank ice drinks to cool down, and their complexions finally improved. But that wasn't enough. Fortunately, Yunluoha brought Yuntan's spider silk blanket, and had Yuntan use her ice mist breath to cool it down again, then she wrapped it around herself. This not only physically insulated the external heat, but also directly cooled the body. If she and Yuqin took turns wrapping themselves in the blanket, they could last longer. Dense ferns grew by the lake, resembling the flame ferns they seen by the lava river, only darker in color. Presumably, they were higher quality flame ferns. Yunluoha didn't rush to pick any, her eyes drawn to an obsidian pillar in the center of the lake. Atop the pillar sat a box, a circle of red lines, and inlaid with dozens of red stones, resembling gemstones, the same color as the lava. Even a fool could tell it was a treasure chest, and the stones inside weren't ordinary supplies. At the other end of the lava lake, a pure black door could be seen with a keyhole, indicating that a key was required to open the cave entrance. As for the key, it wasn't hard to guess, it was most likely in this box. But how could one get to the box in the center of the lake? Yunluoha placed her hopes on Yuntan. Neither she nor Yuqin could do it, but for Yuntan, it was a piece of cake. All he had to do was spit out some spider silk, stick it to the box, and then give it a strong tug to pull it over. But Yunluoha also wanted the red stones atop it, so it would be best to just pull the entire obsidian pillar over. That would be a bit more complicated. Yunluoha whispered a few words to Yuntan. Yuntan spun a few strands of spider silk, wrapping them around the obsidian pillar. Then, the icy blue silk grew thicker and tighter, binding the pillar. Then, it released an icy mist breath, transmitting it along the threads. Faint cracks appeared across the obsidian pillar. Then, Yuntan's silk transformed into a web, enveloping the entire obsidian pillar. Before it shattered, he retrieved the entire pillar, the fallen box, and the red stones atop it. Yunluoha praised him generously. Great. Wonton, you're simply the most amazing kid. Wonton cried out excitedly and joyfully. Yuqin, watching from the side, also smiled. Although Yunluoha had ordered him to do this, Wonton's performance was so good that it exceeded his expectations. Good boy. I definitely reward you with something delicious when we get back. Yunluoha hugged him, and nuzzled the soft fur on his back with her chin, which made Wonton even more excited. Yunluoha unfolded the spider web. The moment her hand touched the box, she received a quest. Enter the lava cave. Quest: open the secret room door, and find the fire dragon scale. Yunluoha quickly asked Yuqin to touch the box as well. Sure enough, he received the quest as well. The scene was very similar to their first meeting on Spider Island, when they had both received the sacrifice quest in the Spider Queen's cave. Now they were completing another dungeon quest together. Not bad. Since their luck was similar, Yunluoha didn't hesitate and simply opened the chest. Opening the lava cave treasure chest, he obtained Lava Obsidian Key X1, Earth Vein Black Boots X1, Volcanic Cores X5, Heat Resistance Potion Recipe X1, and Lava Shield Blueprint X1. All good items. Except for the Obsidian Key, which is used to open the secret room door. Each of the 2 people can choose 2 of the remaining 4 items. Without Yuntan, this chest is unattainable, so Yuqin would definitely let Yunluoha choose first. Yunluoha chose the boots, and the heat resistance potion recipe. The remaining 2 items belong to Qin. Earth Vein Black Boots. Wearing these grants immunity to lava traps, leaves a lava footprint upon stepping, and temporarily freezes the surrounding ground. Movement speed is increased by 40%, and the item can withstand temperatures below 70 degrees Celsius. The boots were covered in obsidian scales, looking incredibly cool. The soles were a complex orange-red and white color scheme, seemingly made of lava and cryolite. It was a mystery how these two materials were used together. However, the orange-red material could also be the red stones on the obsidian pillars. Yunluohe picked up the formula for the heat resistance potion. Heat resistance potion immunizes 90% of fire damage for 30 minutes after injection. A translucent insulating film forms on the skin, capable of withstanding temperatures up to 150 degrees Celsius. Side effects: after the potion wears off, body temperature plummets by 5 degrees Celsius and stamina points are reduced by 30. Must be used while stamina is sufficient. Instructions: juice the flame fern leaves into a paste, add the lava tortoiseshell powder, and blend at low temperature until a gel forms. Finally, add sulfur crystals. This heat-resistant potion is truly a useful tool. It essentially burns the body's energy to withstand the intense heat. Consuming 30 stamina points allows one to travel through the flames. Half an hour is a long time, and it also lowers body temperature, making it incredibly useful at certain times. However, crafting the potion requires lava turtle shell powder, which she doesn't have. But since it's called lava turtle shell, it must be found on the volcanic island, perhaps even in this lava lake. Now that the treasure chest supplies have been distributed, Yunluohe began to examine the other contents of the stone pillar. High concentration obsidian, a high-level forging material that enhances equipment's fire resistance and can be used to construct blast-resistant shelters. Volcanic crystal core, the ultimate fire elemental material, crucial for crafting lava power cores, which can be used to power powerful mechanical devices and weapons. The high-concentration obsidian shattered into over 20 pieces, large and small. There were 15 volcanic crystal cores. Although Yunluohe and Yunten had obtained them, Yunluohe still shared a few with them. Yu Qingjin handed her the obsidian key. "Shall we open the door now?" "No hurry. I pick all the fire ferns here first, then we eat something and replenish our energy before going in." Because there hadn't been any dangers here, aside from the intense heat of the lava lake, she hadn't felt it could be this peaceful. Compared to the spider cave and bat cave, this place was incredibly peaceful. She could sense something waiting behind that door. Soon, Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin were ready to set off again. Yunluohe, holding the lava obsidian key, arrived at the black door. Her scanning eye couldn't see through it, only vaguely sensing something behind it. So, after it opened, she couldn't rush in. Yunluohe looked at Yu Qingjin. "We wait until the door opens before going in." Yu Qingjin nodded. "I know." His sense of danger might not be as strong as Yunluohe's, but he had a sense of it. Yunluohe inserted the obsidian key into the door's single keyhole, and heard a crisp sound. The door swung open easily. But this was only the first step of the mission. After opening the door, they still needed to find the fire dragon scale. While they didn't know exactly what it looked like, the name suggested it would be instantly recognizable. It must be a high-quality material. However, Yunluohe's biggest concern was that the system had assigned them to find the fire dragon scale. Could there be a fire dragon hidden behind this door? In fact, she had dismissed this suspicion from the outset, as fire dragons were an absolute formidable target. Before entering, she had made sure there were no such creatures inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come in. After waiting for a minute, the air was filled with silence. But Yunluohe remained motionless, showing no sign of entering. Standing at the entrance, one could see the scene inside the cave. A lava stream stretched from the cave, forming a red circle along the edge. Above the lava lay several large rocks, upon which lay several large red turtles. From the ceiling hung thousands of obsidian stalactites, their tips dripping red liquid. On the ground lay clusters of sulfur crystals, gleaming with a cold orange-yellow glow, creating a contrasting color with the lava in the corners. Despite the abundant supplies within the cave and the sight of the lava turtles, Yunluohe's expression remained solemn. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. The two decided to go in first. The cave was indeed very quiet. Apart from the corrosive liquid dripping from the obsidian stalactites, there was nothing else. And the large red turtles lay motionless in the lava, seemingly non-aggressive. Chapter 93. Just as the two men squatted down to collect the sulfur crystals from the ground, Yunluohe's pupils suddenly constricted, and he shouted to Yu Qingjin, "Be careful!" A mighty swarm of giant poisonous flies flew out from the obsidian above their heads. They were enormous, their wings gleaming red. They hadn't been noticed before because, when their wings were closed, they were completely black, the same color as the obsidian, making them invisible. Now, sensing the arrival of outsiders, they instantly awakened and charged straight towards the two men. The flies' faces were terrifying, their mouthparts like sharp needles, emitting a chilling buzzing sound in the air. Yun Luohe and Yu Qingjin instantly tensed, entering combat mode. Yu Qingjin, holding his Zen staff tightly, stood in front of Yun Luohe, the two huddled close together, back to back. They hadn't expected the sheer number of these flies, so dense and dense, they kept flying down, surrounding them. Yun Luohe swung his hunting knife, while directing Wonton to defend himself. Wonton reacted quickly, spitting out spider silk, weaving a strong web in front of the two of them. The web emanated a chill, and possessed a strong adhesiveness. When the swarm of poisonous flies collided with the web, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. Most of the flies were caught in the silk, struggling desperately, and emitting shrill cries. But they were firmly stuck, unable to escape. Spiders are flies' nemesis, so Wonton was perfectly equipped to deal with them. But soon, more flies circumvented the web, and continued to swoop in. "There are too many," Yun Luohe said gravely. "At this rate, I run out of energy before I can kill them all. How about I hold them off for a while you rest?" Before he finished speaking, Yu Qingjin swung his staff, stirring up a gust of wind. With a whoosh, he swatted the approaching poisonous flies to the ground. The giant fly carcasses fell to the ground. Yun Luohe wondered if these flies would be any use. She picked one up and put it in her backpack to examine. Volcano poisonous flies, huge in size, with wings laced with highly toxic substances, they are found near high concentrations of obsidian ore. Their venom can be used to make poisons, and they don't appear alone, living in groups exceeding 500. Although they can only be used to make poisons, they might be useful later. Yun Luohe took the opportunity to collect the fly carcasses on the ground. With Yuntin's assistance, Yu Qingjin wasn't particularly troubled by the flies. Yun Luohe was able to free up her hands to drink something. She had to hurry up and take over from Yu Qingjin as soon as she recovered, giving him time to recharge and rehydrate. It was incredibly hot in here, especially since they were both wearing gas masks, making it even hotter. Yu Qingjin's movements were swift, each strike precisely targeting the poisonous flies. But each attack consumed a significant amount of stamina. "Let me take your turn. You take a break." Yun Luohe stood in front of Yu Qingjin, first using her hunting knife to coordinate with Yu Qingjin's attacks, blocking the poisonous flies that flew from the side, then taking Yu Qingjin off. However, the number of poisonous flies was simply too great, wave after wave, seemingly endless. Yun Luohe felt her strength rapidly draining, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. This wasn't going to work. We had to fight quickly, and find a way to wipe them out. Yun Luohe could only attack while using her scanning eye to observe the poisonous flies. Since these flies were afraid of Yuntin and attacked in groups, Yuntin was probably the only one who could handle them. At the same time, Yu Qingjin had an idea. Recalling the last time Yuntin ate the ghost-faced vine in a critical moment, he thought of some information in the wolf spider encyclopedia. "Yu Qingjin, I can hold on a little longer. Open the wolf spider encyclopedia I gave you and look at the points that wolf spiders feed on." Yun Luohe wasn't sure what he meant, but she knew Yu Qingjin had a purpose. She quickly retreated to a safe place, and took out the wolf spider encyclopedia to examine it. The encyclopedia contained a lot of information, and although she was intrigued, she didn't have time to read it all. She could only skim through it, searching for what Yu Qingjin wanted her to see. Detailed explanation of the mutated wolf spider illustrated guide. 1. Food chain and attribute awakening rules. 2. Level system and course skill evolution. 3. Feeding strategies and risk control. Yun Luohe read on. Finally, on the third page, he found the details on feeding. 1. Daily crystal core or intake limit. 3 crystal cores, 5 crystal core fragments. Excessive intake can cause discomfort and harm the wolf spider's body and mind. 2. Toxin food enhancement. Feeding different toxin foods can improve the wolf spider's physical fitness. When a certain amount of the same toxin accumulates in the wolf spider's body, it undergoes a qualitative change, triggering upgrades and gaining corresponding skills. However, there are risks involved, including a short period of coma and poisoning, which requires time to absorb before the poisoning is resolved. 3. Consuming mutated plants and animals has a chance of causing physical mutations. Yun Luohe roughly understood what Yu Qingjin wanted her to see. He meant that Yuntin could consume these volcanic poisonous flies. But there were too many of them. You want Yuntin to consume these things, but I'm worried about the side effects. What if it causes any harm to Yuntin? Yu Qingjin, I think with its abilities, it can be consumed. And if it can stimulate Yuntin to level up again, that's a good thing too. Even if the toxins accumulate, they can be slowly digested. Yu Qingjin considered all the possibilities. If you're worried, I have a bottle of Hellfire Bee honey. It has detoxifying properties, and can quickly expel toxins from the body. If Yuntin becomes poisoned later, you can give it to him. Yu Qingjin naturally hoped that Yuntin would seize the opportunity to level up. Yuntin had unlimited potential. With continued development, he might actually reach level 8, or even level 10. If it were Yunluo's own business, with such great benefits, she would definitely agree to try it immediately. But with Wanton, it was different. She didn't want him to take too much risk. Overhearing their conversation, Wanton probably understood the situation. Furthermore, it could sense Yunluo's mood, so it immediately began to coax her softly, "Hee, I can do this. Didn't you say I'm the best and most powerful? Don't you believe me?" Yunluo smiled, "Of course I do." Wanton said proudly, "Then just tell me what to do, and I do it perfectly." Wanton is such a brave child. Yunluo hadn't expected that it would be Yuntin who would help her make the decision at the critical moment. Now that the decision had been made, Yunluo and Yu Qingjin discussed it and began to implement it. "Yunluo, we attack the base of their wings and draw them together." Yu Qingjin nodded in understanding. He took advantage of the length of his staff and took the initiative, attracting the poisonous flies' attention. Together with Yunluo, they lured them toward the stone wall. Yuntin, on the other hand, used its agility to weave through the swarm of poisonous flies. The silk it spun not only caught the flies, but also disrupted their flight path. Then Yuntin spun a web of silk, entrapping and enveloping most of the flies. He activated his ice mist breath skill, manipulating Yuntin to release ice mist at the swarm. Instantly, a surge of cold air erupted, and the icy mist quickly spread, enveloping the swarm. As the icy mist enveloped them, the flies' movements became noticeably slower, their flight paths becoming erratic. They struggled within the mist, attempting to escape. As the ambient temperature plummeted due to the icy mist, reaching the low temperatures that poisonous flies feared, the flies began to lose their ability to fly and fell, only to be intercepted and entangled by the spider silk. Wanton continuously released his icy breath, enveloping the area of frost ever wider. Even as the number of poisonous flies increased, they were all enveloped by the cold, losing their fighting power. Using various parts of his body, Wanton placed countless strands of spider silk into his mouth, one by one. With each fly he devoured, his body flickered red, at a steady rate. As each fly he devoured, his stomach grew alarmingly larger. At first, it could quickly get the poisonous flies into its mouth, but as the number of flies in its stomach grew, its movements gradually became sluggish. The icy fog slowly dissipated, but no more poisonous flies flew towards it. Yunluo watched Yuntin nervously from the side, her face filled with worry. With the naked eye, Yuntin's shell began to take on a strange sheen. Red streaks appeared faintly on the once silvery white fur, a sign that the fly poison was taking effect in its body. Its eyes grew blurry. Clearly, the toxin was overwhelming its body and nerves. "Yuntin, if you can't eat any more, then don't." But Yuntin insisted in a childish voice, I can still hold on." With difficulty, it swallowed another poisonous fly. As Yuntin swallowed the last poisonous fly, its body suddenly began to tremble violently. Its 8 legs weakly supported its body, its abdomen bulging high, looking as if it would burst at any moment. Now is the most crucial moment. If they can hold on, they level up directly, but if they can't, then... Yunluo knew she had to trust Wanton and not disturb him. Her emotions would also affect him, so she could only hold her composure. She said nothing, silently cheering him on and offering him encouragement. Wanton probably sensed this and slowly moved. With a last ounce of strength, it spun a strand of spider silk and flung itself into Yunluo's arms. Yunluo's heart leaped into her throat. I eaten them all. There were actually quite a few more scattered on the ground, but he already eaten enough. Yunluo nodded, pleased, and said, "Yes, you're awesome. Wanton, I'm a little tired." Yunluo could feel his body trembling. She thought for a moment, and looked at Yu Qingjin. Yu Qingjin handed her a small porcelain bottle. "Give it to him." Yunluo took it and looked at it. Hellfire Bee honey, purple. She looked surprised, having never expected Yu Qingjin to give her such a good thing. Yunluo thanked her, and without hesitation fed the honey to Wanton's mouthparts. "Wanton, eat it quickly." Wanton licked the honey, and the trembling in his body gradually subsided. I need some sleep. I'm so full." His voice was weak and limp, and Yun Luoha felt heartbroken. This time, Wonton didn't level up instantly like he had before after consuming the ghost face vine. It probably needed time to digest the toxins and repair itself. After the level up, its body had mutated, making it harder to level up. Wonton's eyes closed, and he fell into a coma. Yun Luoha placed Wonton in the pet's bag with a distressed look on his face. Chapter 94. Since Wonton has fallen asleep, they can only rely on themselves from now on. Yun Luoha gathered up the spider silk Wonton had just spun, along with a massive web, which still lingered with the scent of icy mist. Don't worry too much. Once it completely digests those poisonous flies, it will wake up. Yun Luoha nodded. I know. She quickly regained her composure. No matter what, she had to get out of here. Wonton had worked so hard, and as its master, she couldn't let him down. Yun Luoha looked at the large red turtles in the lava. These turtles must be lava turtles. We need their shells to make heat-resistant potions, so we need to find a way to get them out. Yu Qingjin, let me try. He took out a dagger and walked over, intending to pierce the lava turtle's head with it, and then poke it out. But the moment the dagger approached the lava turtle, the turtle's head retracted into its shell, and never emerged again. This way, the bulky lava turtle had no weaknesses exposed. Its shell was incredibly hard. Yu Qingjin struck the shell with his staff, making a dull sound. Yun Luoha said, ordinary attacks won't work on it. Yu Qingjin said, we just have to catch it first. The two began to study the lava turtle. Yun Luoha said, I try using spider silk. I can wrap it around it, and then pull it out. Besides, Yuntin's spider silk shouldn't be afraid of lava. She had just collected some spider silk, and now was the perfect time to use it. As she spoke, she twisted the silk into a thick rope and looped it around the lava turtle's back, wrapping it around its shell. Yun Luoha tugged hard, pulling the entire lava turtle out. Yu Qingjin, let me do it. They needed to replenish their energy constantly, as they'd been here for so long, they were almost exhausted. Yun Luoha quickly drank a large bottle of mung bean soup. Her condition was clearly not normal, and she was already beginning to suffer from heat stroke and dehydration. Any further exertion would only worsen her condition. In this regard, Yu Qingjin was much better than her. After all, his body was his most powerful trump card. Soon, Yu Qingjin also pulled out a lava turtle. Why don't we remove the shell now, and give it to someone else to make the heat-resistant potion? Otherwise, I'm worried we won't be able to hold out any longer, Yun Luoha suggested. I agree. Yun Luoha stabbed the lava turtle's abdomen with her hunting knife. The knife penetrated the turtle's body, but its hard scales blocked it, preventing any fatal damage. Its defenses are still too strong. We couldn't even penetrate its abdomen, let alone its back. Yun Luoha was somewhat helpless. If we can't kill it, there's no way to dismantle its shell. Yu Qingjin pondered for a moment. If it's not afraid of heat, it must be afraid of cold. It prefers to stay in the lava. Room temperature water would definitely be fatal to it. Let's just send the whole lava turtle over and let someone else handle it. Yun Luoha, alright. Yun Luoha contacted Si Chi and sent her the recipe for the heat-resistant potion along with all the ingredients. Si Chi was a biologist and had a lot of experience with reefs. She was sure to find a way to deal with the lava turtles. She was also the only one who could make the heat-resistant potion the fastest. After finishing their work, the two were about to leave, when Yun Luoha suddenly noticed that there seemed to be several grooves in the rock where the lava turtles had been lying. After noticing this detail, she quickly moved closer. Isn't the shape of this groove exactly the same as a volcanic core? It seems this is a trap. Yun Luoha immediately pulled the volcanic core from her backpack and carefully placed it into the groove. When the first volcanic core was placed into the groove, the magma around it began to swirl rapidly, forming a small vortex. The second and third volcanic cores were then added, and the vortex grew larger and larger, and the magma temperature seemed to continue to rise. When the last volcanic core was inserted into the groove, the ground began to shake violently. As if being pushed aside by an invisible giant hand, the magma slowly retreated to the sides, gradually revealing a deep passage. I hadn't expected the secret passage to be hidden here, and there was another passage beneath the magma. Yun Luoha and Yu Qingjin exchanged a glance. Yu Qingjin, looks like we find the fire dragon scales once we get in. Yun Luoha, but the temperature at the entrance to the tunnel isn't right. Yu Qingjin, it's too hot. After all, it's been soaked in lava for so long. If we go in now, the residual heat will roast us. Guess we have to wait until the heat-resistant potion is made. Wait a minute. Contact me when it's ready. We might as well take a break. Yu Qinjin nodded silently. Half an hour later, Siqi finally sent good news. The heat-resistant potion was ready. Siqi soaked the lava turtle in purified water for 10 minutes. The turtle floated, and the system indicated it was ready for decomposition. She easily obtained the lava turtle's shell, and then prepared the potion according to the recipe. Yunluohe and Yu Qinjin quickly drank the heat-resistant potion, feeling instantly refreshed and relaxed. The potion's effects were truly immediate. After entering the passage, they noticed a faint red mist filling the air. Even though they were wearing gas masks, they both held their breath. The passage didn't seem very long, so even without breathing, they could still make it through. It was better to be careful. The ground beneath their feet was paved with huge stone slabs, engraved with strange runes. With every step, a dull thud echoed through the passage. As they continued deeper, the red mist dissipated. Exquisite murals began to appear on both sides of the passage. The style was very similar to the murals Yunluohe had seen before. A gigantic fire dragon soared in the sky, spewing blazing flames. The earth was scorched and cracked, and humans and all sorts of strange creatures struggled to survive the disaster. Yunluohe and Yu Qinjin continued their journey, carefully examining the murals. Finally, they reached the end of the passage, where a painting depicted 4 enormous stones placed together. Yunluohe couldn't fathom the meaning of the murals. But what caught his eye was a massive stone door, carved with a lifelike fire dragon. On either side of the stone door stood a massive dragon head statue. Yu Qinjin stepped forward and pushed the stone door with force. It creaked heavily and opened, releasing a wave of heat. Before them lay a vast circular ruin, its floor paved with black obsidian. In the center stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a scale emitting a dazzling red glow. It seemed this was the fire dragon scale they were seeking. There were countless obsidian stones here. If they had the time, they could keep digging and still unearth at least a few hundred more. Besides that, there was a cloak and a pair of gloves lying on the ground. Yunluohe carefully scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss before he went over to pick up the cloak and gloves for inspection. Flame Power Cloak has emergency protection and heat absorption properties, increasing heat resistance by 95%, increasing defense points by 39, reducing fire damage by 40%, and reducing speed by 10. The outer shell of the cloak is black, as if covered in armor made of obsidian and lava turtle shells, and the lining is the color of a flame fern. It feels very heavy in the hand, no wonder it slows down. But its defensive properties are truly strong, and it can also absorb heat. Flame Reaver Gloves. When worn, your hands are impervious to fire damage. When collecting resources in a lava zone, your success rate increases by 40% and your yield is doubled. Your attack speed increases by 10, and your critical strike chance increases by 15. The gloves have beautiful orange-red patterns, each emitting a faint red glow that blends in with the scorching surroundings. Comparatively, the gloves were more to Yunluohe's liking. Because she prioritized speed, they also increased critical hits, meaning she could inflict higher damage to enemies in a short period of time. The cloak, on the other hand, was more suited to Qinjin, as he was physically strong and didn't mind the weight of the cloak. So, after almost glancing at the equipment's attributes, the two of them tacitly agreed on the ownership of the 2 pieces of equipment. There were 2 fire dragon scales, easily divided, and each of them took one. Each scale was about the size of a palm, shaped like an irregular hexagon, with a golden red hue and lava patterns on it. It felt blazingly hot in the hand. Fire dragon scales. Scales dropped by fire dragons, they possess mysterious powers. The moment they touched the scales, the system announced the mission was complete. Mission completed. Rewards include 1 cooling air conditioner blueprint, 10 ice crystals, and 1 volcanic island map. Air conditioner powerfully cools the air, dissipating cool air to maintain the indoor temperature for a short period of time. Crafting materials: 5 ice crystals, 20 iron or 5 resins, 2 bronze gears, 3 insulation foams. As for the volcanic island map, Yunluohe picked it up and saw that it depicted the entire island, with several areas marked. Besides the volcanic plains, lava lakes, and obsidian cliffs they had already explored, there were still 2 areas left to visit: the sulfur hot springs and the extremely cold rift. The hot springs were nearby, while the extremely cold rift was located at the other end, beneath an active volcano. Without the map, no one would have guessed that there was an extremely cold area beneath an active volcano. A large star icon marked Yunluohe's location, indicating that it was probably the most critical point on the entire volcanic island. The frigid rift had also been marked with a star, but it was very small, just a line, and the entrance was very tricky, hidden beneath the volcano. Although Yunluohe suspected there would be ice crystals there, she didn't dare go there rashly. It was getting late today. It was already 4 in the afternoon. If she went to the frigid rift, it would definitely take until midnight. Yunluohe didn't want to go. It was too risky. Besides, she had Wonton with her. She had to get back safely. Yu Qingjin was also studying the map. Yunluohe simply asked him his plans. I plan to stay here and mine obsidian. What about you? Yu Qingjin wasn't surprised by her words. I'm going to the hot spring area. Yunluohe, that's fine. The hot springs are very close. If it weren't for the desire to get more obsidian to take back, Yunluohe would have also wanted to go there. But she didn't want to give up the large amount of obsidian here. Besides, the temperature at the sulfur hot springs was definitely quite high. Yu Qingjin had a cloak that could absorb the heat, and his physique was better than hers. Yunluohe might not be able to withstand it. Although there were heat-resistant potions, it wouldn't be cost-effective to use up so much at once. Yu Qingjin, do you need so much obsidian? In his opinion, over 200 would be more than enough. Yunluohe nodded. It was enough for her, but she wanted to take some back to share with Mu Zitong, Cheng Xuening, and several other management trainees. Building the cellar and greenhouse would require a large amount of obsidian. Plus, the obsidian could be exchanged for many other supplies. Compared to other miscellaneous materials, obsidian was the real hard currency. Get as much as you can. If it weren't so hot, she couldn't stand it. She have wanted to continue mining all night. Well, I have some food and water here. Do you need it? Yu Qingjin asked. Yunluohe smiled and shook her head. No, I brought plenty. But after a moment's thought, she said, how about we switch? I trade yours for mine, just to change the flavor. Yunluohe was quite envious of the iced strawberry sparkling water and lemon electrolyte water Yu Qingjin had brought out. Yu Qingjin's brows relaxed, and he said gently, okay. He pulled a few bottles from his backpack and handed them to Yunluohe. Yunluohe then shared the drink she made with him and gave him 2 salads. After a few quick greetings, Yu Qingjin was about to leave. They didn't need to go together anyway. They could just go their separate ways. But he had only taken a few steps when he turned back. I don't know when we meet again. If you get the designated island landing token, where will you go next? Yunluohe was stunned. I mean, I haven't been to Mechanical Island yet. I plan to check it out. I think I can find bronze gears there for air conditioning. Tidal windmills also require bronze gears. But you can get there by driving a shell, so it's not necessary to go there. Yunluohe, oh, I'm not sure. It depends on the plan. Maybe I go to Volcano Island again and visit the Arctic Rift. She needed to find a large amount of cryolite. Currently, there was some in the underwater ruins, and there was probably some on Volcano Island as well. If she couldn't find it in the sea, she'd have to come back to Volcano Island. Yu Qingjin nodded. Okay, bye then. Yunluohe nodded, smiled, and waved. By nightfall, Yunluohe was exhausted. Her stamina points were almost gone, yet she already had over 600 obsidians in her backpack. This time she really made a killing, even a killing. Taking these obsidians back would definitely make a huge difference to her reef. She wondered how much useful supplies she could exchange them for. She could contact Du Ruantian and exchange all the high-end equipment and gear the European Emperor Association had. That way, she almost certainly secure first place in the next reef rankings. At 10:30 p.m., Yunluohe finally returned to the reef. The first thing she did was let Wonton out to check on him, but he was soundly asleep, showing no sign of waking. Ro Bao also noticed something was wrong with Wonton and meowed a few times. He then moved closer to examine him, reaching out his claws to fiddle with his claws. Seeing he remained motionless, he scratched his cheek. Meow, what's wrong with it? Yunluohe, it's feeling unwell. It ate a lot of bad food and is digesting it. Ro Bao's tail lifted up. Meow. Eating anything you want isn't good. Eat only good food like me. Yunluohe looked at Ro Bao's bloated belly. If you keep eating like this, you be so fat you can't walk. Ro Bao, meow. No, I'm not fat, I'm strong. Chapter 95. After it finished speaking, it leaped onto the wall, then landed on a ceiling beam. Isn't that agile? Yunluohe was helpless. Indeed, cats have truly impressive jumping abilities. She didn't bother to talk to it anymore, and quickly went to take a shower. She still had a lot to do tonight. After her shower, Yunluohe sorted out the supplies she had brought back from the volcanic island. Volcanic ash mine X129, obsidian X642, flame fern X8, salamander X3, lava turtle shell X1, cactus X2, Earth Vein Black Boots X1, Heat Resistance Potion Formula X1, Fire Dragon Scale X1, Volcanic Crystal Core X12, Fire Reaver Gloves X1, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Blueprint X1, Cryostone X10, Volcanic Island Map X1. She planned to build the vertical planting rack tonight, and then build the greenhouse and vertical earthworm cultivation tower. He now had enough obsidian, but he still had to contact Duruantian for help making high-temperature glass. He needed 20 pieces of high-temperature glass for earthworm farming, so he had to ask her for help. As a reward, Yunluoha gave her 10 volcanic ashes and 1 piece of obsidian. Yunluoha naturally provided the materials for making the high-temperature glass herself. Duruantian had no reason to refuse, but she was curious about how Yunluoha had suddenly acquired so much obsidian, so she asked her if she had gone to the volcanic island. Yunluoha admitted it without hesitation. Duruantian, I'm planning to go too. Is it dangerous there? Yunluoha, it's quite dangerous. If you need it, you better go to the Tianji Pavilion and buy some information. Yunluoha planned to compile the information on the volcanic island and let Mu Zitong sell it. The information package on the volcanic island was already considered S-level information. In addition to a method for crossing the lava lake, it also included a map of the volcanic island and Yunluoha's exploration of the island's secret chamber, covering all the dangers there. Obtaining this intelligence package from Yunluoha could mitigate at least 40% of the dangers and allow for advanced preparation. This level of intelligence was not available to anyone except an S-level member. It was inconvenient for her to sell the information directly to Duruantian, so she had to let her purchase it herself from the Tianji Pavilion. Duruantian assumed Yunluoha had also purchased the information at the Tianji Pavilion. Although she had her doubts, she didn't question it. Yunluoha kept 400 obsidians and gave 50 to Mu Zitong. These were extras for Mu Zitong to redeem at the Mutual Aid Association for members. She also had over 240 obsidians, which she distributed to the management trainee group to be divided equally among the trainees. Last night, Mu Zitong had also added Cheng Xuening to the group. Yang Mian wanted his sister to join the group, but Mu Zitong and Yunluoha agreed that she should first join the association and observe as a candidate for management trainee for a few days. If she was suitable, she would join the group. Building the vertical planting racks was quite time-consuming, and Yunluoha started building the greenhouse in the middle of the night. The greenhouse was located next to the house, close enough for her to visit daily. It would also be connected to a biogas digester, allowing for direct use of biogas for fertilizer. As for the vertical earthworm culture tower, it was placed right next to the greenhouse. Besides feeding the chickens, earthworm's main function is to convert organic waste and fertilize the soil. Building the earthworm culture tower requires a large amount of materials, and is quite time-consuming. Yunluoha was so sleepy that she went straight to bed. When she woke up the next day, Yun Tun was still asleep. Yunluoha squatted beside him to observe, and seeing no signs of change, she went back to work. The greenhouse is complete, and from the outside it looks like a beautiful glass house. The circular, transparent dome, made of glass panels arranged in a honeycomb pattern and supported by an iron frame, is both beautiful and sturdy. Inside, there are 10 vertical planting racks, each made of a 3-tiered steel frame and topped with a glass cover. Each vertical rack is connected to a pipe that connects it to the biogas tank. The greenhouse floor is covered with waterproof, acid-resistant, and heat-resistant flooring. The high-temperature glass reflects most UV rays, while absorbing the remaining small amount, maintaining a perfectly comfortable 28 degrees Celsius temperature. Yunluoha also added a beehive, which will produce honey once flowering plants are planted in the greenhouse. She plans to spend all daytime today planting vegetables. In addition to the planting racks, she also wants to plant a few lemon trees in the greenhouse. Lemon trees don't grow very tall, so they're perfectly suitable for potted cultivation in the greenhouse. However, while planting the vegetables, she also needs to put a few unfinished drawings on the workbench. For example, Elemental Alert Tower serves as a disaster warning and defense device. Using crystal cores of different elements yields different effects. Fluoride Navigation Disc. A fluoride disc engraved with radioactive patterns increases visibility in fog to 20 meters. Both of these advanced devices require obsidian. Previously, I ran out of obsidian, so I put it on hold while I focused on building a greenhouse. Now I can quickly complete it. Especially the Elemental Alert Tower. Yunluoha plans to place it on the edge of the reef to experiment with the special effects of water crystal cores. For lunch, Yunluoha plans to make bitter melon stuffed with meat. He used crocodile meat, minced and seasoned, and stuffed into the bitter melon. I previously preserved some oil from wild boar fat. Now, I greased a pan with lard and pan-fried the mincemeat stuffed bitter melon. The bitter melon is almost done when its surface turns golden brown. The bitter melon has a refreshing flavor, and after pan-frying, it's infused with the aroma of the lard. The minced crocodile meat is chewy and rich in texture. Summer is perfect for cooling down internal heat. Unfortunately, bitter melon seeds must be extracted from fully ripe bitter melons, so the green bitter melons can't be harvested and can only be eaten. In addition to the stuffed bitter melon, Yunluoha also made a dish called smashed cucumber. Fresh cucumbers were chopped into small pieces, tossed with vinegar, chili and garlic sauce, and seasoned with salt and sugar. It was refreshing and comforting, and a great way to cool down in the summer. The stuffed bitter melon replenished 20 stamina points, and the smashed cucumbers helped to cool down and replenish water. Yunluoha's tired body instantly felt relaxed and comfortable. He was able to work with full energy again. In the morning, I planted lettuce and mint, then also planted the tomato and pepper seedlings I started before landing on the volcanic island. Both lettuce and mint are very easy to grow. Simply sow the seeds and water them, and they thrive. Because salads and mint drinks are so common in the summer, Yunluoha decided to plant separate racks for each. There are 2 varieties of tomatoes, one large and one small, planted on the same rack. In the afternoon, Yunluoha first planted wheat. Wheat seeds are primarily used to make flour, which can be used to make a variety of pasta dishes, and it also keeps for a very long time. However, wheat has a long growing cycle, requiring at least 20 days. So after planting, it takes a long time for the wheat to mature, and by the time it's ready to be harvested, summer is almost over. But even so, wheat must be planted. Staple foods are high in carbohydrates, and a moderate intake of carbohydrates is crucial for the body. Insufficient carbohydrates can have significant impacts. She's been eating less staple foods lately, sometimes feeling low on energy and hungry easily. After planting the wheat, Yunluoha planted green tea, sunflowers, corn, eggplant, cauliflower, winter melon. By the time she finally filled her planting racks, she was exhausted and didn't even have the energy to eat. Thankfully, Robao was helpful, helping her collect shells and recycling all the trash. Robao seemed worried about Wonton, who couldn't get up. He wandered around Wonton's nest whenever he wanted, and would peek in to check on him. Meow, why is Spider sleeping all the time? Isn't he hungry? Yunluoha was also worried about Wonton. It had been a whole day and night, and he still hadn't woken up. But she didn't dare disturb Wonton, so she just let Robao go play. Robao, meow, I'm hungry. It's been so hot these past few days, and Robao's appetite has decreased. He only eats 2 meals a day. He used to eat 3. At night, he always clamored for a midnight snack, but now, he doesn't even eat lunch. Yunluoha took a small bowl of fish jelly from the refrigerator for him. This is Robao's favorite food now. Yunluoha loves it too. A bowl of fish jelly paired with a bowl of blanched and cold vegetables. The cool, chewy fish jelly paired with the spicy, tender vegetables is a perfect match. Yunluoha also made some wolf-tooth potatoes as a main course. This meal was exceptionally satisfying. Just after finishing, Yunluoha was about to continue working when he heard Wonton's voice. Wonton had already opened his eyes. Its body seemed stronger, the red stripes on its originally black fur more pronounced, emitting a complex aura. Wonton, you're awake! Yunluoha exclaimed in surprise. Wonton's claws extended, as if stretching. It first leaped onto Yunluoha with such force that Yunluoha fell backward. This also proved that Wonton had fully recovered. Wonton called out to Yunluoha coquettishly, his voice full of energy. Hee hee, it feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Yunluoha, you slept for a whole day and night. How are you feeling now? Very comfortable. With this, Wonton demonstrated its newfound skill. It opened its mouth and spurted out a strand of spider silk, wrapped in a toxic mist. The poisonous mist enveloped the spider silk, brimming with a chilling aura. The surrounding air grew bone-chillingly cold. For fear of damaging anything in the house, Wonton refrained from any reckless activity. So Yunluoha took him outside to test it out. Wonton cast the spider silk onto the mutated seaweed, and the entire patch instantly turned gray and withered. Amazing Wonton! Yunluoha opened Wonton's profile. He discovered that it had indeed leveled up again. This upgrade was incredibly rapid. It had only been 2 weeks since I contracted Wonton, and it had already reached level 5. Robao was only level 2. It seemed the bloodline of the ancient mutated wolf spider was truly extraordinary. Yunluoha hugged Wonton and nudged him. I truly found a treasure. Meat Bun was nearby, meowing non-stop, savoring the flavor. Wonton currently has many skills. The most important skill is Devour. It relies on this skill to quickly level up and increase its strength. Other useful skills are Silk Sling and Entanglement, which can be used for quick movement, enemy control, or defensive purposes. Venom Spray, Vine Symbiosis, and Thorn Web are minor skills. The most powerful are Ice Mist Breath and the newly unlocked skill. Venom Sniper discharges multiple streams of paralyzing venom from a distance, with a continuous health loss effect. Unlike Venom Spray, this skill is an area of effect attack. After level 5, Wonton's body undergoes subtle changes. The silver streaks on its back spread throughout its body, its claws grew barbs, its mouth parts became slightly larger, and its body grew larger. But its eyes were still innocent, staring at Yunluohe with a loving gaze. So, in Yunluohe's eyes, Wonton was still very cute. But to others, Wonton might look a little scary. Are you hungry, Wonton baby? Do you want something to eat? Yunluohe wanted to give Wonton some volcanic crystal cores. He definitely loved them. Wonton, I'm still full. Yunluohe, okay, we eat tomorrow. She patted Wonton's head and prepared to take him back to the house. I need to help Hehe with some work. Is there anything I can do? It was getting late, and Yunluohe was planning to open some shells, draw a prize, and then go to bed. But seeing that Wonton looked eager to help, she instructed him, then help me harvest all the seaweed on the reef. Don't use poison, just cut it. Got it. I do it. Chapter 96. Survival Day 35, Summer, 10 a.m., 58 degrees. Early this morning, Yunluohe received dozens of sunscreens from Mu Zitong. They were made from volcanic ash she brought back from the volcanic island. After obtaining enough sunscreen, Yunluohe covered the roof and exterior walls of the chicken coop with it. The chickens and ducks have been languishing in the heat for the past 2 days, especially the chicks, who not only refused to eat but also began to hide in their roosts. Thankfully, after applying the sunscreen, the temperature in the chicken coop has slowly dropped. It now remains around 32 degrees Celsius. While still hot, it's bearable. Yunluohe added some lettuce and fruit to the chicken feed and filled a large basin with water, hoping they would perk up quickly. In the high temperatures, many players have suffered from heat stroke, and the demand for heat stroke medicine has increased significantly. Whenever Yunluohe has time, he makes some petroleum first aid ointment and sells it at the trading center. Besides her, others gradually obtained the recipe for the petroleum first aid ointment, but the sheer number of players suffering from heat stroke meant the supply was still insufficient. Yunluohe had previously found dried golden dandelions on Frog Island, which could be used to make tea to prevent heat stroke. She brewed a large pot of dandelion tea, which boosts immunity, clears heat, and reduces internal heat, preventing heat stroke. However, the tea had to be hot, and drinking hot tea in such hot weather was a torture. But it was effective. After drinking 1 cup, Yunluohe's outdoor work time went from 2 hours to 3.5, and she showed no signs of heat stroke at all. Yunluohe had never imagined that the dandelions she picked would be so useful now. This made her even more determined to pick some of everything she saw. There were 35 cups of dandelion tea. Yunluohe kept a dozen for herself and traded the rest for some fruit and supplies. These included blueberries, coconut flesh, grapes, green grapes, ice, sunscreen. Lin Zhu had just made kvass, a potent drink perfect for summer. Yunluohe traded 2 cups of dandelion tea for 3 bottles of kvass. Kvass replenishes the body's electrolytes and accelerates heat dissipation. If consumed at low temperatures, it stimulates internal temperature sensors, triggering a false cool state that keeps the body cool for 2 hours. Yunluohe took a sip and found it quite refreshing. It tasted a bit like beer, with the refreshing feel of a carbonated beverage and a fruity, malty aroma. While kvass could cool the body, it wasn't as effective as dandelion tea. She planned to use the 3 bottles of kvass to make a few iced drinks. Her cooking skill was almost at level 5, just 1 step away. I probably need to develop a few new drinks or dishes to level up. First, combine the blueberries with ice cubes and allow them to slightly freeze. Then, find a way to crush the ice into shards. Crush the frozen blueberries and place them in a cup along with the shards. Add a bottle of kvass. Congratulations on successfully creating a refreshing cold drink. Ice berry kvass. Reward, a bucket of ice cubes. Ice berry kvass, a summertime cooler. With 1 sip, the refreshing sensation and aroma of icy berries explode in your mouth, providing a powerful cooling effect while effectively dissipating heat. Cooking experience points have indeed increased significantly. Just a little bit more. Yun Luoha pressed on, continuing his attempts. She planned to make a coconut smoothie by blending coconut meat, coconut milk, and coconut jelly with a smoothie, and then adding coconut flakes. The coconut flakes had already been prepared. The coconut meat and coconut milk were both readily available, making it simple to make. However, the coconut milk required milk, making it a bit more complicated. First, chop the coconut meat into small pieces, crush it, add the milk, and blend vigorously until it becomes a milky white coconut milk. This process is quite laborious, but there's no other way. I wish I had a juicer. The handmade version still had some residue, so it needed to be filtered. Finally, Yun Luoha also blended the smoothie directly with a hammer for over 10 minutes, then crushed it with an iron rod. Overall, the result was quite good. The container was made of coconut shell, and the smoothie was placed at the bottom, then the coconut milk was poured in. Thinly sliced coconut meat and coconut flakes were placed on top, along with a few mint leaves. It was full of coconut fragrance and looked very nice. Congratulations on successfully creating a refreshing drink. Coconut smoothie. Reward, Rose Ice Dew X1. Coconut smoothie. Rich in coconut flavor and smooth in texture, with fresh, tender coconut flesh in every sip, it's a perfect summer refresher. Replenishes hydration, and keeps you cool all day long. Rose Ice Dew. Made with fresh rose petals and ice, it boasts a rich rose fragrance, refreshing and cooling. It's refreshing and sweet without being greasy. It can relieve fatigue and dry skin. Just as Yun Luoha picked up the smoothie to try it, the system prompt sounded again. Cooking skill upgrade. Level 5. Unlock the kitchen. Congratulations on becoming a professional chef. Please choose a career path. 1. Gourmet. Increases cooking effects by 30%. 2. Survival chef. Create delicious dishes using a variety of ingredients. Yun Luoha thought for a moment and decided on gourmet. For her, enhancing cooking effects was more important. The survival chef, on the other hand, disregarded ingredient restrictions and could even turn unpalatable items or weeds into food, but she had plenty of ingredients in her greenhouse, so this wasn't the right path for her. After making her choice, Yun Luoha could see her information change. Professional skills. Cooking level. Level 5 professional chef, 2008/5000. Level 5 skill effect. Fire control. Never burn food. Portable grill. Cook outdoors anytime, anywhere. Gourmet. Boosts cooking effects by 30%. Gathering level. Level 4, 1012/2000. Level 3 skill effect. Plant resonance. Displays nearby harvestable plants. Level 4 skill effect. Poison identification. Quickly identifies poisonous plants. Bees taming level. Level 2, 215/300. Mining level. Level 2, 222/300. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first professional chef in the zone. Rewards. 1 chef set, 1 kitchen machine, 1 oven. The endless stream of rewards made Yun Luoha overjoyed. Opening the chef set, Yun Luoha discovered a complete set of kitchen knives, divided into Chinese, Western, and Japanese styles. The Chinese knife is a Wenwu knife, capable of both cutting meat and chopping bones. The Western knife is a Santoka knife. The Santoka knife is versatile and convenient for cutting meat, vegetables, and fruit. The Japanese knife is a sashimi dicing knife, specifically for slicing sashimi. A skilled craftsman must first sharpen his tools. With these 3 knives, Yun Luoha's culinary skills will undoubtedly soar. After becoming a professional chef, she will be able to develop functional dishes. Not only can she develop special foods with effects like cold resistance, heat resistance, and energy-boosting properties, but the resulting food will be at least gold quality. Furthermore, because the cooking effects have been enhanced by 30%, even a simple bowl of egg fried rice now yields a significant increase in stamina points. The food processor is a multifunctional kitchen appliance that can be used for kneading dough, beating eggs, and mixing, saving a lot of effort and time. And now that she has an oven, she can begin her baking adventure. As for the kitchen that the system unlocked, it's in an area next to the living room. She had previously placed the refrigerator here. After unlocking the kitchen, a smokeless, built-in double-burner biogas stovetop was added, which can be connected to the biogas digester for cooking. There's also a very neat and clean cabinet for storing seasonings. She placed the food processor and oven on the countertop, eager to try cooking on this stove. Yun Luoha first sorted out her current ingredients, planning to make 10 dishes to see how her creations would pan out. First, she made a few homely dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with cucumbers, and stir-fried bok choy. Then she used fish to make grilled fish, boiled fish, fish fillet soup, and steamed fish. She used several different meats to make a venison stew, with pumpkin and carrots, and a roasted wild boar. After reading the detailed descriptions of each food, Yunluo grinned from ear to ear. Even the most common stir-fried bok choy has special effects. Not only does it increase stamina by 20 points, but it also has a chance to increase speed. The highest tier dish is the venison stew with pumpkin and carrots, which directly increases stamina by 60 points and strength by 10, leaving you feeling incredibly energetic after eating it. The other foods also add a significant amount of stamina points, with chances to increase luck, speed, strength, and agility, and even increase your maximum strength. Yunluo planned to place some of these foods at the trading center to exchange for something more valuable. She needed more ingredients and seasonings, otherwise the food she could make was still too limited. The more she could make, the faster she could level up. Level 5 wasn't the end, but a beginning. After Yunluo put the food up, she didn't forget to advertise it. Her name was well known in area too, so everyone would pay attention whenever she appeared. She had recently sold some iced drinks, and everyone loved them. So, upon seeing more food for sale, everyone rushed to Yunluo's rich woman's shop to browse. No way, a simple tomato scrambled egg has such amazing effects. Fish soup adds 2 points of luck, why not buy it? I came too late, there's no way I could get it. There were so few items. I immediately checked to see why they were sold out. I bought venison. It's expensive, but it's incredibly effective. Bring some venison with you when you land on the island, and you won't have to worry about running out of stamina. Why can't I only trade with seasonings and ingredients? Can I use other supplies? Yunluo also put up some drinks. 10 minutes later, she transferred all the supplies she exchanged into her backpack with a single click. Great! What a haul! I got so many ingredients and seasonings I never seen before. 1 cardamom, 1 cinnamon bark, 1 yam, 1 corn, 1 chili powder, 1 snail, 1 pickled bamboo shoot, 1 instant noodle seasoning, 1 fermented bean curd, 1 tomato sauce, 1 hay, 1 cilantro, 1 celery. Although these items could be exchanged for better supplies, Yunluo was even happier to have so many ingredients. The next day, Yunluo was opening seashells. She had saved the shells she accumulated over the past 2 days for today. There were 5 shells in total, and she planned to open them all at once. She also checked the forums, chat channels, and group messages. She'd been so busy lately, buried in work, that aside from the occasional refresher with Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuaning, she barely chatted. The forums had a lot of hot posts. One of them caught her eye. Live broadcast of a lucky player's adventure to Volcano Island. After purchasing an S-level intelligence package for Volcano Island from the Tianji Pavilion, Wang Zhifei of the European Emperor Association gathered Du Ruantian and Wu Jing from the association to explore the island. Wang Zhifei announced at his post that he would post every hour, sharing everything he saw and heard on the island. Information about Volcano Island was expensive, and ordinary players couldn't afford it. Wang Zhifei had invested heavily, spending a small portion of his accumulated supplies on this package. Even he felt the pinch, so he asked Du Ruantian and Wu Jing to subsidize him. Wang Zhifei's willingness to share this information naturally led to a surge in click-through rates. However, Yunluo couldn't understand Wang Zhifei's motive for offering such a costly free update. Perhaps, he was just trying to attract attention. If that was the case, he had indeed achieved his goal, as players across the entire zone were waiting for his update. When Yunluo saw the post, it had already been updated with 5 messages. It began with a scene of the volcanic island's beach, followed by a blanket of volcanic ash on the volcanic plain. The 3 of them were lucky, finding many of the island's native plants, including flaming pepper seeds. They also discovered a deep pit on the volcanic plain, containing a large amount of lava salt. Yunluo and Yu Qinjin weren't so lucky. Furthermore, they were well prepared, even bringing a vacuum cleaner to suck up the volcanic ash, and they quickly collected a large amount. It was now 12 noon. The temperature on the volcanic island was at its highest. From the 5th photo Wang Zhifei posted, we could see that he, Wu Jing, and Du Ruantian had already arrived at the lava lake on the volcanic island. Because the intel mentioned a method for crossing the lake, they had already made preparations. But the danger of a lava lake is that even with preparations, unexpected events can occur. There's the unpredictable eruption of steam columns, and the constant appearance of salamanders. The 3 of them have low combat power, so dealing with the salamanders is no easy task. As expected, Wang Zhifei stopped updating as soon as the salamanders appeared. He had originally planned to update every hour, but 10 minutes had passed with no news. Many players in the thread speculated whether they had met with misfortune. Yun Luoha was also curious. She had a good relationship with Du Wantian, so she sent her a message to check in. "How are you guys doing?" Chapter 97. About 10 minutes passed before Du Wantian replied. "Wang Jifei is dead. Something unexpected happened while we were crossing the lava lake. So Wu Jing and I can't post under his name, and we don't want to announce his death now. We plan to wait until we get back." Although Yun Luoha had already suspected something, he was still very surprised to finally get the definitive answer. After all, Wang Jifei and the others had such good luck, yet they died so suddenly. The accident came too suddenly. "Du Wantian, Wu Jing and I crossed the river, but Wang Jifei is dead. Wu Jing wants to leave, and I don't want to continue exploring alone. I plan to gather some supplies around here, and then return to the reef." "Are you going up the obsidian cliff?" If they didn't go up the obsidian cliff, their exploration of the volcanic island would be effectively over right at the very beginning. After all, the most important supplies on the volcanic island are located at the obsidian cliff. "Du Wantian, climbing the cliff requires Wang Jifei's special abilities, but now he's dead, Wu Jing and I can't guarantee a safe climb. It's too dangerous. Wang Jifei is already dead, and they don't want to die here too." Wu Jing was horrified by the sight of Wang Jifei's death. His entire body melted in the lava lake, leaving no trace. Du Wantian was also uneasy. Neither of them felt like staying any longer. Although the loss was heavy, they both believed they should cut their losses and save their own lives. "Yun Luoha, that's a shame." "Du Wantian, it's not possible. I plan to collect more fire ferns nearby and then return." Du Wantian had just finished sending the message when she was attacked by a fire lizard. The fire lizard was swift and aggressive, appearing suddenly and nearly startling her. Fortunately, she was wearing high-level armor, and the damage from the fire lizard's first attack was completely blocked by the armor. While the armor was damaged, Du Wantian herself was unharmed. Du Wantian didn't have time to worry about the armor, and quickly responded with her weapon. Wu Jing was some distance away, leaving her alone to deal with the fire lizard. The fire lizard was enormous, covered in a layer of tough red scales. Its red eyes glared at Du Wantian with hostility, and puffs of hot air emanated from its nostrils. Du Wantian launched several attacks, but failed to kill the fire lizard. An idea struck her, and she pulled a smoke bomb from her backpack and threw it at the fire lizard. The smoke bomb exploded in front of the fire lizard, instantly filling the air with a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Du Wantian quickly took out a bottle of water and poured it over the fire lizard. This fire lizard had a fire attribute, and was likely afraid of water. Since she couldn't defeat it, she decided to give it a try. And she hit it right. The moment the fire lizard's body hit the water, white smoke immediately billowed out, and it emitted a sharp sound, as if in great pain. Du Wantian quickly followed up with her weapon, striking the fire lizard's abdomen with furious force, killing it. But her reckless attacks had damaged the fire lizard's hide, leaving her with an incomplete skin, just fragments that couldn't be used to craft a complete set of armor. While it was a shame, there was nothing she could do. And now that she found a way to deal with the fire lizards, her next encounter would be much easier. Du Wantian gathered her supplies, and didn't leave immediately, instead continuing to collect fire ferns. Yun Luoha shared some tips with Du Wantian on climbing the obsidian cliffs. Whether or not she decided to go up was her choice. Yun Luoha also offered her a suggestion. If she couldn't reach the obsidian cliffs, she might try the frigid rift. It was in the other direction, and didn't require climbing the obsidian cliffs. After all, the volcanic island had so many resources, leaving with only some volcanic ash would be a huge loss. If Du Wantian could find cryolite or gain information about the frigid rift, it would be a boon for Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha was also willing to provide her with some supplies, including food to boost her stamina and cool her down. But Yun Luoha also warned Du Wantian about the risks of the frigid rift. After all, the intelligence didn't contain any detailed information about the Arctic Rift, it was only mentioned on the map, and nothing was known about what lay within. But such unexplored places were bound to hold valuable treasures. With her luck, she'd likely not return empty-handed if she went and took a look. Du Wantian, my armor's broken. I need to buy some. Yun Luoha could sell her a piece of armor, and a bottle of heat-resistant potion. She offered these things as an investment. If Du Wantian found supplies in the Arctic Rift, she would give Yun Luoha a third. If not, she wouldn't have to give him anything. Yun Luoha was willing to take the risk. This offered no real disadvantage to Du Wantian, so she had no reason to disagree. The two would simply have to sign an agreement through the trading center to avoid any subsequent conflicts over the distribution of supplies. The system would monitor Du Wantian and detect what supplies she had obtained in the Arctic Rift. The key question now was whether Du Wantian was willing to go. Should she risk going alone, or convince Wu Jing to go with her? Judging from Wu Jing's terrified expression, he probably didn't want to go. Du Wantian was torn. The elemental warning tower Yun Luohe had built yesterday was complete. She approached the tower. The tower stood about 6 meters tall, its base made of obsidian. The tower resembled a piece of translucent black glass, its surface covered in a flowing, pale blue water ripple energy layer. A water elemental crystal core hovered at the top, and the tower's spire continuously emanated cold mist, creating a cooling zone with a 5-meter radius. Water element warning tower. Through the resonance of the water element, it can sense underground lava flows, high-temperature air waves, and biothermal fluctuations, providing 15 to 30 minutes of advance warning of disasters. Standing beneath the tower, you can feel a cool breeze. Yun Luohe reached out and touched the tower. It felt cool as well. It seems that choosing the water element crystal core was a wise decision. If he had chosen another element, it certainly wouldn't have been as practical. Yun Luohe built 2 vertical earthworm cultivation towers, both of which are now complete. The tower is a hexagonal vertical structure, approximately 15 meters high and 3 meters in diameter, with 12 floors. Each floor can be independently extended, somewhat like the drawers in a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet, except that each drawer is much larger. The outer layer is made of tempered and high-temperature glass, reflecting 70% of UV rays and offering excellent resistance to high temperatures. Each drawer was lined with a thick layer of volcanic ash, and at the bottom was a conical collection chamber specifically for collecting earthworm mucus and solid excrement. This breeding tower yielded several kilograms of earthworm fluid daily, which was used to make fertilizer. When earthworm excrement was composted, it effectively improved soil fertility, potentially creating black gold soil. This not only increased vegetable yields and quality, but also shortened the fruiting cycle of fruit trees by 30%. Yun Luohe opened the drawers, and saw that each layer was densely packed with large earthworms, most of which were mutants. Admittedly, the moment she opened the drawers, her scalp tingled. She would open them unless necessary. Even though she had a strong mental endurance, it was still frightening. That evening, news of Wang Zhifei's death finally reached Wu Jing, who had returned. Wang Zhifei's post on the forum shot to the top of the trending list, with comments appearing every minute. The difficulty level of the volcanic island is said to be the highest of all islands. However, some players, unconvinced, said they wanted to challenge the volcano island and were demanding high prices for designated landing tokens. A live broadcast of the events on the volcano island would also be broadcast. Some players also approached the Tianji Pavilion to seek intelligence, asking which players had visited the volcano island and returned safely. However, the Tianji Pavilion stated that this was player privacy and could not be disclosed, and refused the transaction. For a time, players expressed doubts about the authenticity of the information about the volcano island sold by the Tianji Pavilion. Some speculated that Wang Zhifei's death on the island might have been caused by inaccurate information from the Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, how could he have died if he had made such preparations? In response, Mu Zitong simply stated, the information sold by the Tianji Pavilion is absolutely true. If you have any doubts, you can report it at any time. We will compensate you tenfold for any false information. Malicious rumormongers will be blacklisted by the Tianji Pavilion, and will not be able to purchase any information from it. The reason some people are spreading rumors here is to use public opinion to pressure the Tianji Pavilion to release the information about the volcanic island. But the information about the volcanic island is S-level, capable of fetching a high price, so Mu Zitong wouldn't be so foolish as to release it. It can only be said that the Tianji Pavilion's target audience isn't players, who are reluctant to buy the information, but rather its stable members. Currently, the Tianji Pavilion has cultivated a large customer base, and daily customer maintenance requires considerable effort. The number of Tianji Pavilion members has also grown from a dozen at the beginning to 50 today. Zheng Xuening also holds a key position in the Tianji Pavilion, managing member maintenance. A-level and S-level members receive free information every day, so several players are required to contribute information daily. The Tianji Pavilion also posts on the forum daily, giving away some free information. As a result, most players have a favorable impression of the Tianji Pavilion. This time, when someone criticized the Tianji Pavilion, a large number of players immediately stood up to defend it, fiercely criticizing those who criticized it. Yun Luohe and Mu Zitong discussed it. Develop a new sales strategy for the S-level intelligence package. Divide membership tiers into different levels. For example, ordinary members can only purchase the basic map of Volcano Island, while S-level members can unlock the secret room's intelligence. Mu Zitong took the opportunity to announce several more discounts. To thank our loyal customers, we're offering a limited-time discount on Volcano Island intelligence. Members with A level and above can enjoy a 30% discount. Please contact customer service for details. It was already late, but Du Ruantian hadn't returned from Volcano Island yet. Yun Luohe, somewhat worried about her, sent a message to Du Ruantian, but received no reply. Yun Luohe knew Du Ruantian would definitely reply when she returned, so she could only wait. She opened the reef information to check. Reef level, level 6. Area, 1,500 square meters. Score, 185 points. Upgrade requirements, 100 obsidian, 1,000 high-grade hardwood, 2,000 iron ore, 1,000 copper ore, 1,000 glass, and a reef score of 200. Currently, Yun Luohe's main resource shortage was copper ore. Iron ore and hardwood could be obtained through the Mutual Aid Association's contributions. Tianji Pavilion earned the most from iron ore, so they were not in short supply. Copper ore was currently scarce. Only a few people were trading it at the trading center. Yun Luohe had only managed to acquire over 70 pieces of copper ore in the past few days. To obtain 1,000 pieces of copper ore, she would need to find a copper ore mine. She could only seek information about copper ore from Tianji Pavilion. She got the following information. 1. Copper ore can be found in the rubble area of Wasteland Island. 2. Firefly Island has a copper ore mountain range with abundant copper ore. 3. Lotus Island has a mine containing various ores, including copper ore. Yun Luohe can choose one of these islands to visit. But she currently doesn't have a designated island landing token. Even if she did, she wouldn't want to use it on one of the ordinary resource islands. If she gets a designated island landing token, she'd definitely choose the Four Seasons resource island, prioritizing the mechanical island she hasn't visited yet. Since copper ore is found on all 3 ordinary resource islands, it's likely to be found on all the resource islands. It's been 2 days since she returned from Volcano Island. She's almost finished resting. She'd prepare tomorrow and be able to visit another island the day after tomorrow. With the support of the Tianji Pavilion and the Mutual Aid Association, ordinary island landing tokens weren't difficult to obtain. If Yun Luohe wanted one, Mu Zitong could get it for her. Yun Luohe opened the management trainee group and asked everyone about their skill development. Since her cooking skill had already reached level 5, she understood the benefits of becoming a professional skill master, so she joined the group to urge others to level up quickly. Everyone posted their skill information to the group. Yun Luohe looked around and saw that Si Qi and Yang Mian were both just 1 level away from leveling up. One in alchemy, the other in blacksmithing. Yun Luohe thought about it and decided to give Yang Mian a volcanic crystal core, a salamander hide, and some high concentration obsidian, asking him to help her upgrade her bow and arrows. Although Yun Luohe was more skilled with a dagger, bows and arrows were sometimes very useful. Now that she had better materials, she decided to upgrade them, and let Yang Mian gain some experience points. After all, these materials were rare, high-level materials that Yang Mian might not have had before. Crafting weapons with these high-level materials would surely add a significant amount of experience. Sure enough, Yang Mian was overjoyed upon seeing these materials. Without Yun Luohe's prompting, he said, "I help you level up tonight." As for Si Qi, Yun Luohe gave her the remaining flame ferns, asking her to make a heat-resistant potion. The cactus could also be used as medicine, so she researched it, hoping it would be helpful. The others' main skills were either alchemy, but at a lower level than Si Qi's, or gathering, mining, and animal taming, so Yun Luohe couldn't help much with upgrading these skills. Yun Luohe collected garbage today and found dozens of kilograms of coconut meat. She wanted to use this to extract coconut oil. She had previously obtained the blueprints for an oil generator, which would allow for automatic oil production. However, the crafting materials required copper ingots, and Yun Luohe wanted to save the copper ore for upgrading the reef, so she couldn't build the oil generator first. So for now, she could only manually press the oil. Extracting coconut oil is easy. Simply cut the coconut meat into small pieces, squeeze out the coconut milk, and let it ferment in a bucket for a day and a night. Once the oil and water separate, extract the oil. Coconut oil can be added to beverages to enhance flavor and can also be used in cooking and baking. Cooking with coconut oil enhances the flavor and texture of food. Now that Yunluoha has an oven, it's time to try making some cakes and cookies. So, she plans to extract the coconut oil tonight. Chapter 98. After 2 hours of hard work, Yunluoha collected 3 bottles of coconut oil. It was already late at night, and there was still no news from Du Ruantian. Yunluoha couldn't help but regret suggesting that Du Ruantian go to the Arctic Rift. If something really happened to her there, she would definitely be half responsible. Fearing for Du Ruantian's comfort, Yunluoha couldn't sleep all night. She might as well just keep collecting trash and do something else. She couldn't always leave the trash collection to Wanton and Robao. After all, they didn't know how to distinguish some good things. And after the upgrade, the trash collection needed sorting. She hadn't sorted the trash for the past few days, so the supplies were a mess. In the end, she had to sort it out herself. Yunluoha first sorted the supplies she had collected over the past 2 days. Then she threw today's recyclables into the trash can one by one. After collecting them, she sorted them into the supplies box as well. Just completing these 2 tasks took her 2 hours. However, the harvest was also substantial. She sorted out a vast array of useful items. These included various upgrade materials, blueprints, ingredients, daily necessities, and even odd tools and materials. She only kept a few blueprints for insect repellent gel, coal compresses, folding fish cages, and a seed germination chamber. Yunluoha sold all the other blueprints at the trading center, demanding copper or in exchange. The supplies collected today weren't all junk. There were also many special items, damaged blueprints, parchment, and other items. There was even a fragment of a treasure map. Last time, Yunluoha had given Mu Zitong 50 obsidian and told him to deposit them at the Mutual Aid Association's exchange shop. If guild members want to exchange for obsidian, they can't just hand over some junk. That's why some people are turning in these high-level supplies. After all, in the eyes of many players, a fragment that doesn't complete a complete blueprint is just worthless. Better to exchange for something better. Yunluoha definitely wouldn't just throw these things into the trash after obtaining them. I had saved a few parchment fragments before, so I just combined them. I got a Summer Island overview map. Summer Islands. Limited main island. 50% landing probability rich in resources. Medium risk. Thunder Island. Coral Island. Limited resource island. 32% limited resources. Low risk. Lotus Island. Watermelon Island. Firefly Island. Oasis Island. Strawberry Island. Wasteland Island. Jungle Island. Lizard Island. The seasonal resource islands remain the same. Spider Island, Bat Island, Volcano Island, and Mechanical Island. The island overview map isn't very useful. You can only choose the island you want to visit after obtaining the designated landing token. You only know which islands you can choose. She currently has 3 treasure map fragments. She needs to collect all 5 to craft a complete treasure map, which unlocks the map of any island's treasure cave. Yunluoha plans to collect them at the trading center, which will require some goodies to trade. She searched the supply boxes later and get a few gift packs to trade. There are also many broken blueprints, which Yunluoha upgraded and crafted all at once using the trash can. She obtained Cabinet Blueprint X1, Bamboo Basket Blueprint X1, Compost Bin Blueprint X1, Hydroponic Rack Blueprint X1, Advanced Animal Trap X1, and Wild Boar Trap Device X1. These blueprints are useful. The last 2, in particular, will be invaluable during island exploration. First, create the blueprints for the Wild Boar Trap. The materials are simple: bamboo, rope, and flax. They can be coconut meat or other fruit pulp. Yunluoha plans to make several. Once on the island, she placed them around the island where there's evidence of wild boar activity. She checked back on her return and perhaps capture 1 or 2 alive. With luck, she'd bring back a male and a female, and raise them. Just then, Yunluoha finally received a message from Du Ruantian. Du Ruantian had been injured and fainted in the freezing rift, only just waking up. But it was too late now. She couldn't risk returning to the reef. She had to wait until daybreak. Yunluoha breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the message and quickly asked if she needed anything. Du Ruantian asked for a blanket and some hot water. The Arctic Rift and the outside world are 2 completely different worlds. We're deep in the volcano, but there's a lot of cryolite here, so it's incredibly cold. It's summer now, and you can't even buy thick blankets or hot water at the trading center. No one wants them. Besides, it's late at night, and most players are asleep, so getting basic things like those that Du Ruantian wants is incredibly difficult. Yunluoha had all the supplies, and quickly sent her what she needed. I share the supplies I got with you when I return to the reef tomorrow. The Arctic Rift is full of dangers, and Du Ruantian has narrowly escaped death several times. She nearly died there, and in those critical moments, her special qualities awakened. Du Ruantian had always thought her trait was useless, but after awakening, she unexpectedly found it quite useful. Originally, it was just a metabolic optimization, resulting in a faster metabolism, better digestion, and less weight gain. But after awakening, her body's need for food and water decreased by 25%, and she gained the ability to regulate her body temperature. It was precisely because of the lowered body temperature after awakening that she avoided freezing to death in the Arctic Rift. Now that Du Ruantian was fine, Yunluohe could rest in peace. Tomorrow she had a lot of things to do. She planned to go to the sea tomorrow, and go to the island to search for copper, or the day after tomorrow. The reef needed to be upgraded as soon as possible. It had been 11 days since the last upgrade, and she couldn't delay any longer. The sun was shining at 5 o'clock. Yunluohe slept late, so when she woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. She had only slept for 5 hours, and her stamina wasn't fully restored, but she would be fine with some homemade food. She prepared enough food these past few days, so she didn't need to whip up a meal in the morning. She could just eat it straight from her backpack. After eating and drinking, Yunluohe first went to check on the chicken coop. To her surprise, the chicks had grown, and the reed chickens and Jinding ducks had all laid eggs. The eggs were quite large, especially the duck eggs, which were the size of 2 ping-pong balls and felt heavy in her hands. Yunluohe couldn't bear to eat them. She collected 5 chicken eggs and 2 duck eggs and placed them all in the incubator to continue incubating. The eggs she had placed there last time were about to hatch into chicks. Yunluohe planned to build another chicken coop to keep the chickens and ducks separate. Then she went to the fish pond. She first harvested the pearls from the pearl oysters and sprinkled a lot of seaweed powder into the pond. These pearls can be used to craft another set of pearl armor. Yunluohe planned to sell the pearl armor, which should yield a good deal of high-end supplies. A few days later, the number of pearl oysters in the fish pond increased significantly, and one pond was almost full. Coincidentally, Yunluohe also received the ice crystals sent by Du Ruantian. She had obtained a total of 98 ice crystals from the Arctic Rift, and 1/3 of them would be given to Yunluohe, which is 32. With these 32 ice crystals, Yunluohe no longer had to worry about ice crystals for the time being. Build 3 more fish ponds and we see. The cellar can also use ice crystals for cooling, so we can store food there without worrying about it spoiling. Plus, we can feed Yuntin with ice crystals. One of the 3 new fish ponds will be used to breed pearl oysters. The other 2 will be used to raise fish. I'm going to the sea today, so I can look for fluorescent fish eggs again. Her backpack contained 2 advanced diving cards and a large collection of sea rocks, so Yunluohe planned to stay at least 5 hours this time, and even longer if she found anything. After giving Wonton and Robao a few instructions, Yunluohe changed into her diving suit, donned her diving gear, and entered the water. This was her first time in the sea since summer. The seabed had changed dramatically. Not only was the water warmer, but the corals were more vibrant, and even the fish species had changed. They had all become vibrantly colored tropical fish. And there were so many of them, practically everywhere. She had learned about the increased fish population from the recent intelligence released by the Tianji Pavilion the day before yesterday, but she was still astonished to see it with her own eyes. Yunluohe brought a spear gun and a fishing net with her this time. She would use the spear gun to shoot any larger fish she saw, and use the net to catch all the smaller ones. Because she was wearing pearl scales, her speed in the sea increased by 10%, so she quickly landed dozens of fish. The large fish shot by the spear gun wouldn't survive, so they were taken home and dissected for food. The smaller fish were taken back to be raised. Having caught enough fish, Yunluohe continued diving, looking for any delicious conch. The resources in this area are truly excellent. Yunluohe quickly found several luminous turban snails. These snails have large, thick shells and are primarily found in tropical waters, hiding beneath corals and feeding on seaweed. Each one was enormous, and the meat looked incredibly plump. I make some grilled conch tonight when I get home. I haven't had seafood in a few days. Since the resources are good here, there must be other types of snails. Yunluohe continued her search and, as expected, found another enormous coconut snail. This one weighed a whopping 7 or 8 pounds, and was even bigger than her head. Yunluohe couldn't help but sigh, what a haul today. She didn't know what kind of luck had gotten her to find so many goodies today. Yunluohe was very enthusiastic about discovering new ingredients. She had never found either the luminous turban snail or the coconut snail before, so she was in high spirits. But just as Yun Luoha was putting the coconut snail into her backpack, she felt a chill down her spine. Her sensory trait had once again given her a warning. Yun Luoha quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack of a massive tentacle. Before she could see what it was, she saw several more tentacles swiftly attacking from the coral. The tentacles were covered in suction cups. It was probably an octopus. But the octopus's size was unknown. Its body was completely invisible, only its tentacles madly attacking her. Yun Luoha dodged left and right with her nimble agility, hurriedly drawing her hunting knife and severing a tentacle. Black liquid gushed out of the severed tentacle. Yun Luoha, fearing it might be poisonous, stayed away. After being injured, the octopus's attacks intensified, spewing even more black liquid and waving its tentacles, muddying the surrounding water. Yun Luoha couldn't see anything around her, relying only on her senses to predict where the tentacles would strike. She had to find where this creature was hiding. Even if she severed all its tentacles, it wouldn't kill it, only injuring its head would do the trick. With so much coral here, it must be hiding somewhere beneath a reef. Yun Luoha planned to grab the octopus's tentacle and follow it. Otherwise, it would only be a waste of time to tangle with it. Even a giant octopus can be broken down into many portions. We just finished eating all the octopus we stored, so we harvested it today and take it home to make grilled tentacles and a cold octopus salad. Yun Luoha had already thought of tonight's menu. She grasped the octopus's tentacles, and it entangled them in it. The suckers on the tentacles clung to her arms, as if trying to pull her in. Yun Luoha clenched her hunting knife and was pulled in by it. They quickly found the octopus's hiding place. The octopus's head squirmed beneath the coral, a massive beast. Even before she could see the whole thing, Yun Luoha was startled. The octopus must have weighed at least 40 or 50 kilograms. Yun Luoha quickly drew her spear gun and aimed it at the head. But the spear gun couldn't penetrate the octopus's head. Yun Luoha had no choice but to retrieve the arrows from her backpack. These were the high-level bows and arrows that Yang Mian had recently upgraded for her. Made of volcanic crystal cores, they were even sharper than the hunting knife in Yun Luoha's hand. Chapter 99. Yun Luoha thrust her arrow forcefully into the reef, feeling the dull feedback as it pierced the octopus's skin. She stabbed it back and forth 5 or 6 times. This octopus was truly tenacious. Even in this state, it was still moving. If Yun Luoha hadn't considered the octopus's flesh edible, and didn't want to waste it, she would have attacked with arrows coated in volcanic fly venom. There were 10 arrows in total, 5 of which were coated with venom and clearly marked. But the octopus had already been pierced by Yun Luoha, and was now struggling in its death throes. It wouldn't last much longer. Yun Luoha patiently waited nearby until the octopus was still, then dragged its body from the coral reef. She dissected it on the seabed, obtaining a total of 30 portions of octopus meat and 8 portions of octopus tentacles. Each tentacle was long and thick, perfect for grilling. After killing the giant octopus, Yun Luoha found 2 very large water-retaining sea chrysanthemums in the octopus's hiding place. These creatures, also known as sea chrysanthemum clams, can be steamed or stewed in soup or used as sashimi. They are delicious, with a unique texture, and resemble a mass of rock covered in seaweed. After putting them in her backpack, Yun Luoha searched around, but found nothing else, so she left. These seafood items were just incidental items. Her main purpose for going to the sea was to search for underwater ruins or volcanoes. Previously, she had found the underwater ruins after dark, following a school of bioluminescent fish. This time, she came down in the evening, but with the long daylight hours, it would probably take another 2 hours before dark. She could use these 2 hours to gather supplies from the seabed and search for clues to the submarine volcano. According to the intelligence she had, there was a cold seep area near the submarine volcano, located in a low-temperature fissure zone at the edge of volcanic activity. The water temperature in that area was below 5 degrees Celsius, and a small amount of cryolite was mixed with sulfides. Without careful searching, the cryolite, buried beneath the volcanic ash, was difficult to find. Around the cold seep were numerous blue light microorganisms, such as bioluminescent jellyfish, bioluminescent seaweed, and schools of fluorescent fish. Some players were lucky enough to encounter a cold seep eruption, which spewed large quantities of cryolite from the spring mouth. However, such an occurrence was rare and rare. Yun Luoha didn't hold out hope for such an encounter. Simply finding the cold seep area was a good thing. She swam aimlessly on the seabed. Darkness was approaching, and her stamina points were running low, so she decided to surface for a bite to eat and replenish her energy before continuing her exploration. As soon as it got dark, she drank a bottle of night vision potion. The seabed was even more lively at night. Lobsters were holding meetings beneath the coral reefs, crabs were coming out to feed, and all kinds of fish were sleeping in the coral holes, motionless, completely unaware even if someone approached them. As soon as Yunluoha dived, she saw the tentacles of more than a dozen lobsters beneath a coral reef. She had already given up on catching seafood. But seeing this scene, how could she not be tempted? It would be a waste to leave so many large lobsters here unused. At least she had to catch a few to take home. After all, lobsters are particularly delicious, and Robao also loves them. Yunluoha took out her spear gun and dove down. Just as she reached out to grab a lobster from the reef cave, she felt something approaching from behind. She turned around and saw a school of bioluminescent squid scurrying out from a short distance. The lobster in Yunluoha's hand squeaked, and she didn't bother to catch it anymore, her attention completely drawn to the squid. The tiny squids, each about the size of a palm, glowed brightly, moving at a rapid speed. These creatures, also called soft silk squids, have no bones, only soft, transparent cartilage. Unlike cuttlefish, they look incredibly cute. Because of their unique body shape, they are incredibly delicious. Not only are they chewy, but they are also sweet and crisp, making them delicious no matter how you eat them. Hundreds of them appeared before her, a staggering number. Each one glowed brightly, like an incandescent light bulb, a bit dazzling. She had originally intended to catch lobsters, but seeing so many squid changed her goal. However, these creatures were small and numerous, and the mesh of the fishing nets was too large to use directly, and catching them one by one was even more troublesome. She stared at the dense swarm of squid before her, feeling a momentary dilemma, trying to figure out how to capture these delicacies. But these squid wouldn't wait for her. They swam swiftly in the same direction, so fast that if Yunluoha hesitated, they would be far behind. Yunluoha made a quick decision and followed them. These little creatures darted across the dark seabed, their bright light illuminating the surrounding water like a flowing galaxy. These squids also bioluminesce. Perhaps, like the luminous fish schools before, they also appear at night, and will lead her to the underwater ruins. Yunluoha had a guess. There might be more than one underwater ruin. She had previously compiled information about her journey to the ruins and submitted it to the Tianji Pavilion, and the Tianji Pavilion had also sold some information about the ruins, but few had found the location. Some people claimed to have seen the ruins, but the descriptions were completely different from what she remembered. The association also had a diving team searching for the ruins. They had found the cave entrance Yunluoha had discovered before, but upon entering, they found only an empty underwater canyon, devoid of anything. This showed that everything on the seabed was constantly changing. The ever-changing underwater world was like countless constantly renewing resource points. Following these soft silk squids deeper and deeper, Yunluoha discovered that the seabed's terrain was becoming increasingly complex. They led the way, swimming deeper and deeper. The deeper you go, the greater the impact of water pressure on the human body. Without the dive card, Yunluoha wouldn't have been able to hold out. She kept a constant eye on the card's lifespan, constantly replenishing it with sea stones. Hurry, and before her eyes appeared a vast coral reef and a deep trench. The trench was pitch black. Even with the night vision potion, Yunluoha couldn't see clearly what was inside. Even in daylight, no light could penetrate. She had no choice but to keep a close eye on the squids, following their movements using the light from their bodies, to avoid crashing into the reef. After swimming through the dark canyon for an unknown amount of time, the soft silk squid ahead finally slowed down. Yunluoha also slowed down. Just then, Yunluoha suddenly felt a strong current swirling below her. She quickly grabbed a large coral reef nearby to avoid being pulled in. But the luminous squids continued to plunge down. A huge vortex appeared below, its center shimmering with light. Yunluoha was startled, realizing that the vortex might be dangerous, but also that entering it might lead to a new underwater ruin. She hesitated for a moment, but since she couldn't sense anything within the vortex that frightened her, she decided to follow. Otherwise, after the squids entered, the vortex might disappear. Once the passage closed, it would be too late for her to enter. She let go of her grip and let herself be swept into the vortex. The powerful current immediately carried her into another dimension. Yunluoha didn't struggle, so the process was quick, and she didn't feel much pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw a tunnel appear before her. A blue light flickered on both sides of the tunnel, and ahead of her were some luminescent squids darting forward. When Yunluoha emerged from the tunnel, she found herself in a completely new area. This was a vast coral reef. A variety of corals, like giant trees, grew wildly on the seafloor, forming bizarre shapes. Surrounding them were schools of luminescent fish, including the soft squids and various other tropical fish, all glowing. At night, they gather in large groups. They serve as guides, guiding players here. But even with them, finding this place is difficult for ordinary players. There are many reasons for this, the most important being that the fish are incredibly fast, making it difficult for ordinary players to keep up. Yunluoha almost missed last time, but this time she was able to catch up thanks to her pearl scale armor, which significantly increased her speed on the seabed. Otherwise, she would never have been able to catch up with these squid. And without night vision potions, players generally don't dare to venture underwater at night. If they encounter a giant octopus or other large marine creature that attacks, it's extremely dangerous without clear vision. These giant corals look even more beautiful against the backdrop of the surrounding fish. Yunluoha soon discovered that this coral is not only beautiful, but also a mineral that can be mined. Luckily, Yunluoha hadn't forgotten to bring her mining tools with her, as she had originally intended to go mining at the underwater volcano. Coral, shaped like antlers, is a building material and can be processed into glass and lime. Coral with a honeycomb structure can be used to store fresh water in water purifiers, and as cold water bottles. Gorgonian fibers can be made into corrosion-resistant ropes. They are strong and durable, and even after prolonged submersion in water, they remain resistant to decay, making them ideal for fishing nets. She used tools to chisel the coral into small pieces and stored them in her backpack. Over 100 pieces of coral were mined in total. Her mining skill experience points also increased significantly. Under the coral were many sea urchins, each of varying species. Some of the urchins are particularly large, with dark green or gray-green shells, and they are the most delicious. They are a type of horse dung sea urchin. Sea urchins are rich in amino acids and vitamins, making them highly nutritious and delicious, and can be eaten in a variety of ways. Yunluoha took a bucket from her backpack and began to fill them with sea urchins. Sea urchins were everywhere here, so she picked up dozens of the more delicious horse dung sea urchins to take home. They can be used to make sea urchin steamed eggs, sea urchin sashimi, sea urchin fried rice, and sea urchin salad. All are excellent choices. After picking only a dozen or so, Yunluoha suddenly stopped. She saw some crown-of-thorns sea urchins suddenly emerge from the surrounding coral and surround her. These crown-of-thorns sea urchins are purple-black in color, and their spines are equipped with venom glands. A sting causes local redness and swelling. Their spines are also very long, making them highly toxic. While these sea urchins are edible, they have very little meat and are highly toxic, so Yunluoha had no desire to eat them in the first place. Instead, they set their sights on Yunluoha. Yunluoha pulled an axe from her backpack and, like a game of whack-a-mole, smashed the crown-of-thorns sea urchins in front of her into pieces one by one at breakneck speed. Their long spines were broken, and their bodies were shattered to pieces. If it weren't for the resistance of the sea, Yunluoha's speed would have been even faster. However, it was more than enough to deal with these incredibly slow-moving sea urchins. After dealing with the crown-of-thorns sea urchins, Yunluoha continued to collect the tasty horse manure sea urchins, collecting a bucketful before stopping. The sea urchin collection took only 10 minutes. She didn't forget she had more important things to do. Swimming forward for about a few hundred meters, Yunluoha came upon a deep pit. In the pit lay a giant clam, a different color than the one she had seen before. The previous giant clam was pure white, while this one was gray and larger. A slight opening opened, and bubbles began to bubble out. Yunluoha didn't dare approach rashly. She remembered that the giant clam had been guarded by a blue-ringed octopus. Who knew if there might be something dangerous near this one? She activated her scanning eye and scanned the area. She found no other creatures nearby, but she did notice something inside this giant clam. Chapter 100. Something glowed inside the giant clam, and there were clear signs of life. Yunluoha's mind raced with possibilities. Could there be a mermaid inside the giant clam, or perhaps some dangerous marine creature hiding inside? Of course, it could also be a starfish, or a sea snake that had slipped through a crack in the giant clam. She would only know once she opened the giant clam. To open the giant clam, she had to first clear the dead corals surrounding it. These corals were dead, but tightly wrapped around the giant clam, forming a barrier. The corals posed no threat, but clearing them was a challenge, requiring severing their roots piece by piece. Yunluoha took out her double rubber spear gun, carefully aimed at the dead coral's roots, and squeezed the trigger hard. After 20 minutes of continuous firing, Yunluoha finally eliminated all the troublesome dead corals. Freed from the restraints of dead coral, the giant clam slowly opened its shell. A beam of light emanated from its interior. Streams of bubbles continuously emerged from the slightly opened opening. Yunluoha heard a sound. The passage to the mermaid ruins opens. Mission: explore the mermaid ruins and retrieve the mermaid priest's manuscript. After the giant clam fully opened, Yunluoha saw a strange algae growing inside, and a very narrow passage. The passage was only wide enough for one person. Yunluoha walked over and collected some algae. Coral symbiotic algae. Fish and coral form a symbiotic relationship, capable of extracting photosynthetic nutrients, accelerating crop growth by 50%. It seemed the seaweed had robbed the dead corals of their nutrients, and was hiding inside the giant clams to survive. This was a good thing, so Yunluoha wouldn't let it go. She planned to collect all the seaweed inside. But just then, a glowing squid emerged from the seaweed and sprayed ink at her face. Thankfully, Yunluoha reacted quickly and raised her hand to block the spray, preventing the ink from splattering all over her arm. Then, Yunluoha plunged her hunting knife into the squid's head, easily dispatching it. There were quite a few of these squid in the seaweed. Yunluoha quickly killed several more. Then, to her surprise, she discovered that after killing the squid, they would drop a material. Fluorescent squid ink sacs. Yunluoha remembered that this was one of the materials she needed to repair her broken mermaid tiara. She pulled the broken mermaid luminous crown from her backpack. After repair, it will increase underwater vision by 50 meters, granting night vision. Repair materials: Mother of Pearl X20, Obsidian X10, Fluorescent Squid Ink Sac X5. Sure enough, she remembered correctly. Yunluoha put all the seaweed into her backpack. Hidden among the seaweed were more than a dozen squid. Although only the larger ones had ink sacs, there were still enough. Satisfied, she entered the passage. After struggling through the passage for more than 10 minutes, Yunluoha finally felt the light opening up ahead. Exiting the passage, she saw a magnificent palace. It was a palace constructed of pearls, shells, and corals, a truly magnificent sight. Outside the palace, beautiful aquatic plants grew, and schools of small fish swam and played among the plants. Yunluoha admired the magnificent scenery for a moment, then slowly swam towards the palace. She could sense a lifeless atmosphere within the palace. Since this was a mermaid ruin, there should be no living mermaids here. But there must still be many valuable items. She searched carefully, hoping to find some mermaid treasure. But Yunluoha soon realized she was mistaken. The palace was empty, a mermaid shell. She swam around but didn't see anything of value. It seemed her only option was to search for secret passages or traps. The system tasked her with finding the mermaid priest's codex, which were usually well hidden. Yunluoha checked the time. It was already late, so she needed to act quickly. So she activated her scan eye, reaching its maximum range, and scanned everywhere, leaving no suspicious spots untouched. Finally, her efforts paid off. She discovered a trap beneath a tile on the right side of the palace. She swam over quickly and pried open the floor tiles with her hunting knife. Sure enough, they were hollow underneath. After flipping a switch, Yunluoha watched as the floor tiles slowly opened to the sides, revealing a tunnel. A winding staircase led Yunluoha down to a small secret chamber. Inside the chamber lay a massive stone coffin, engraved with even more complex symbols and patterns. Yunluoha approached the coffin and attempted to open it, but it was incredibly solid, and she couldn't get it to work despite numerous attempts. Just as she was about to give up and look elsewhere, she suddenly noticed a groove under her feet. The groove had a hexagonal pattern, about the size of a palm, and it looked vaguely familiar. Yunluoha had a strange feeling she'd seen something of this shape before. She pulled out her golden crocodile backpack and dumped out everything inside, searching through it. The backpack was so full of stuff that it would have formed a small mountain. Yunluoha searched for a long time before she finally found a stone disc. Astrological compass. At night, you can use obsidian to locate mines based on the stars. Is this the thing? It's the exact same shape. She also found it in a white giant clam. Just as she tried to place the stone disc inside, the lock of the sarcophagus slowly opened. Excited, Yunluoha slowly pushed open the lid. Inside the sarcophagus lay a skeleton dressed in ancient clothing, clutching a gleaming crystal ball. Intricate runes were engraved on it, seemingly imbued with energy. Yunluoha carefully picked up the crystal ball. As soon as she touched it, it emitted a powerful light that enveloped her. A powerful force surged through Yunluoha's body, and strange images, like fragments of mermaid memories, appeared in her mind. She saw the origins of the mermaids, how they built a glorious civilization on the seabed, and their ultimate decline. Through these fragments of memory, she finally understood that the skeleton was a mermaid priest. She removed her hand from the crystal ball. Sure enough, she found a tattered notebook nearby. But the moment she picked it up, a message appeared indicating the mission was complete. Mission completed. Reward: 10 crystals, 2 mermaid tier wines. Mermaid tier wines. A traditional mermaid brewed liquor. Consuming it increases underwater movement speed by 25%. Excessive consumption can cause intoxication. This mission's rewards were generous. 10 crystals in one go. Yunluoha opened the notebook. It contained numerous details about mermaids. Some of them were particularly useful to Yunluoha. For example, how to repair a corrupted mermaid pearl, and the recipe for mermaid tier wine, and how to use an astrological compass to locate a mine in the ruins. Yunluoha was overjoyed. The sarcophagus contained nothing but the notebook and the crystal ball. While she didn't know the crystal ball's purpose, it was definitely something valuable. Yunluoha restored the sarcophagus and prepared to leave. The rewards from this expedition far exceeded her expectations. It was getting late, and her night vision potion had worn off, making further exploration impossible. She would return to study the notebook and return to the reef at another opportunity. Back at the reef, Yunluoha saw Robao and Yuntin working in their room. Robao lazily rolled up some trash with his tail and tossed it into the trash can. Wonton wrapped the garbage in spider silk and tossed it into the trash can. The cat and the spider worked like an assembly line, throwing one after another, their rhythm steady and uninterrupted. Hearing Yunluoha's return, they all stopped and rushed over. Meow, you're finally back. Hiss, hee hee, I missed you so much. Yunluoha, sensing their enthusiasm, smiled and said, you're back now, aren't you? I go shower and change clothes first. Wonton wanted to follow Yunluoha into the shower, but he didn't like water, so he waited at the door. He hung himself on a beam with a strand of spider silk, swinging upside down in the air. Seeing this, Robao also waited at the door. Yunluoha opened the door, and was stunned to see them guarding it. She nudged Robao with a mixture of laughter and tears, then placed Wonton on her shoulder. Robao, are you hungry? Robao, meow, I've been starving for a long time. Wonton, how about you? Wonton hugged Yunluoha's hair and rubbed it. I'm not hungry. Yunluoha, okay, I go get some food first, and you guys come help me. I brought back so many ingredients from the seabed today, it's time to update the recipe. She first took out the ingredients and sorted them. Fish X31, octopus meat X30, octopus tentacles X8, luminous turbot X4, coconut snail X1, sea chrysanthemum clam X2, lobster X1, soft squid X28, horse dung sea urchin X15. Yunluoha cleaned the octopus tentacles, scored them a few times with a sharp knife, sprinkled them with spices and salt, and then started a fire to grill them. Soon, the octopus tentacles sizzled, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Next, Yunluoha took out the sea clams and prepared to steam them. She placed some minced garlic and shredded ginger on the clam's opening and placed it in the pot. Soon, the shell slowly opened, revealing the tender flesh, and the broth became incredibly delicious. Finally, Yunluoha removed the horse dung sea urchins from the bucket and prepared a sea urchin steamed egg. She trimmed the sea urchin spines with scissors, cracked the shell open, and carefully scooped out the sea urchin roe, adding it to the beaten egg. She added salt and warm water, stirred thoroughly, and then steamed it in the steamer. Soon, 3 delicious dishes were ready. The preparation process was simple, yet the flavor was undeniably delicious. The grilled octopus tentacles were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a chewy texture. The steamed sea chrysanthemum clams were tender, and the broth was delicious. The steamed sea urchin egg was smooth and delicious, making it irresistible. Paired with a large bowl of white rice, it would have been even more delicious. Yunluoha had a hearty meal, and her belly was full even after eating the meat buns. Next, Yunluoha continued sorting out her other catches and opening shells through a lottery, staying busy until late at night before retiring. After lying down, she didn't rush to sleep. Instead, she opened the mermaid priest's notebook. It contained a method for purifying a corrupted mermaid pearl. The required ingredients were few: 1 moonlight lotus dew, and 1 cold spring cryolite powder. The steps were simple. Soak the mermaid pearl in the lotus dew for 3 hours. Once the decaying matter began to seep out, evenly coat the pearl with the ground cryolite powder and let it sit for 12 hours to absorb the toxins. After purification, she would obtain a water-repellent bead, allowing her to breathe underwater. She would no longer need a diving card when diving into the sea. The detailed brewing method for Mermaid's Tier 1 was also recorded in the book. Required ingredients: deep-sea pearl oysters, wild sea grapes, sea salt, and seaweed fermentation bacteria. First, crush the sea grapes, mix with pearl oyster mucus, sea salt, and seaweed fermentation bacteria, place them in a sealed ceramic jar, and bury them in the sand. The temperature difference between day and night should be used to promote fermentation. Stir the jar daily. After 15 days, open the jar and filter it to obtain pure wine. In addition, Yunluohe discovered information about mother-of-pearl oysters. It turns out that mother-of-pearl oysters are sacred to the mermaids, parasitizing the shells of large giant clams and absorbing moonlight to grow. Small mother-of-pearl oysters have a simple pearly luster, while larger ones develop a rainbow luster and produce rainbow pearls. For the mermaids, rainbow pearls are considered a lucky item. Yunluohe's eyes lit up at this. Brings luck. Could it mean it increases luck? Chapter 101. The next morning, Yunluohe's first act was to prepare the supplies she need for the island landing. Since she was going to a random island, she wasn't sure which one she'd be visiting, so she had to bring more things. However, basic items could be purchased at the trading center or traded with friends, so she didn't need to bring as much. Besides, with her extensive island landing experience, she already had a good idea of what to bring. She only had to check and fill in any gaps, so packing was quick. In just over 10 minutes, she had the supplies packed. In addition to food, water, weapons, and mining tools, Yunluohe also brought 5 bamboo baskets, 10 wooden boxes, 10 plastic buckets, 5 advanced animal traps, 3 wild boar traps, 1 fishing net, for bamboo baskets, 10 hemp ropes, 1 tent, 2 adobe cloaks, 1 coconut shell condensation water bottle, 2 insect repellent gels, 5 cold compresses, 5 folding fish cages. This pile of stuff filled the golden crocodile backpack to its limit, leaving only a few slots. Yunluohe simply used 5 crystals to create a space stone. He upgraded the backpack again, turning it into an advanced backpack. It now has 40 slots, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of space. This time on the island, Yunluohe planned to bring both wontons and meat buns. Wontons haven't left since upgrading, and meat buns haven't left the reef in a while. Meat buns' level hasn't improved, so it's time to get out more often. She fed the chickens, ducks, and fish, ate a simple meal herself, then took out the island landing token and set off. This time, Yunluohe arrived at an emerald green island with a small beach. Upon reaching the island, a dense mangrove forest greeted him. Welcome to Lotus Island. Before exploring the island, Yunluohe took out the folding fishing cage and bamboo basket from his backpack and set them down in a crevice between a large reef on the shore. The terrain here is relatively low, and during high tide, many fish swim in. Leaving the fish cage there, waiting for low tide to retrieve it, might yield a full catch. The bamboo basket was for catching crabs. In this kind of place, mud crabs and octopuses were likely to be found. Yunluohe had planned this beforehand, so he had brought some fish intestines, fish follicles, and some earthworms to use as bait in the fish cage and bamboo basket. After putting his things away, Yunluohe arrived at the mangrove forest. The mangrove vegetation was tangled and tangled, with countless aerial roots dangling from the branches to the ground, then sinking deep into the mud, weaving a dense, impenetrable web. The dense layers of foliage blocked out almost all sunlight. This meant that, despite the scorching heat, the water inside hadn't dried up. The air was filled with a strong, pungent, decaying odor, the odor of rapidly decomposing plants in the heat and humidity, mixed with the salty, fishy smell of seawater. It was truly unpleasant. The land here was also very soft and muddy. It seemed there had been water there once, but the heat had caused most of the water to evaporate, leaving only mud. The damp, stifling heat made her feel uncomfortable. There was no other way out, so she had to walk straight through. Luckily, Yunluohe had brought her knee-high rain boots, so she didn't have to worry about stepping in. She sank deep into the mud, covering her calf. When she pulled it out, there was a sizzling sound, revealing that the mud was still boiling hot. Yunluohe held off on releasing her pets. After all, now wasn't the time for them to flourish. She struggled to move her feet when she suddenly felt something hard beneath her feet. Yunluohe thought it was a rock, but after some thought, she reached out to touch it. She felt around in the mud. Oh yes, a hard, textured shell. Digging with force, she uncovered a plump clam, its shell dripping with damp mud. Clams from this black mud might seem filthy, but they were actually a rare delicacy. Unfazed by the dirt, Yunluohe simply groped in the mud as she walked, dropping whatever she found into a plastic bucket. In no time, the bucket was half full. It was heavy and a bit of a struggle to carry, so Yunluohe put it in her backpack and switched to an empty bucket to continue picking. In addition to the clams, she also caught 2 mud crabs in a more moist area. One large one weighed 3 or 4 pounds, the other a little over a pound. Blue crabs typically live where freshwater meets saltwater, and are incredibly delicious. This was Yunluo's first time catching one. Blue crabs are a premium ingredient, with delicate, tender flesh and a sweet, delicious flavor. The crab roe is especially plump and fresh, melting in your mouth. They can be prepared in a variety of ways. Yunluo had already thought about what he was going to cook with them back home. The large ones can be steamed for their original flavor, showcasing their tenderness. The smaller ones can be salt-baked for a firmer texture and a burst of flavor. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Just then, they had already exited the mangroves. Yunluo collected the blue crabs and 2 buckets of clams, then quickly rinsed his hands and the mud off his shoes with clean water before continuing deeper into the island. Beyond the mangroves, a dense forest emerged, where the sounds of various animals could be heard from afar. There must be a lot of monkeys on this island. She passed a banana tree, but it was empty, all had been picked. There were also many coconut trees on the island, but Yunluo didn't want to waste her energy picking coconuts, so she only picked up some fallen coconuts on the ground and didn't climb the trees to pick fresh ones. Coconuts are also good things. They can be made into coconut flakes or coconut juice, or eaten raw. They have a soft, sweet, and delicious texture. Yunluo picked up 6 coconuts, planning to take them back to make coconut jelly, coconut milk, or coconut candy. Just then, Yunluo noticed wild boar footprints and some wild animal feces on the ground. This seemed like a good place to set a wild boar trap. Wild boars are omnivores and also eat coconuts. She took out the trap, covered it with branches and leaves, and then used a knife to cut open the coconuts and place the meat inside to trigger the trap. As soon as the wild boar came to eat the coconuts, the large net on the ground would quickly close and rise, suspending the wild boar. And no matter how hard the wild boar struggled, it couldn't get out. Yunluo tested the trap's sensitivity. She dropped a coconut shell on it, and it triggered instantly. Not bad. Yunluo had brought 3 wild boar traps with her this time, and she planned to set 2 more in areas with signs of wild boars. She also found suitable locations for some animal traps. These traps weren't very effective against wild boars, but they could be used to catch rabbits and pheasants. Now that they were in the woods, Yunluo let Wonton and Robao out as well. With their help, they should be able to find some wild animals quickly, especially Robao, who was particularly good at catching pheasants. Catch a few more pheasants. Even if you can't raise them, eating them would be excellent. Since this island is called Lotus Island, its specialty must be lotus. Yunluo guessed there was likely a lotus pond on the island. It was summer, the time when the lotus flowers were in full bloom. Pick some lotus flowers, and take them back to cultivate and propagate them. You can also harvest lotus roots and seeds, which are also beneficial. Lotus seeds calm the mind and reduce internal heat, while lotus roots clear heat and cool the blood, both of which can be used to enrich your recipes and create delicious dishes. Also, yesterday, I saw in the Mermaid Priest's notes a method for purifying the mermaid pearl. It required moonlight lotus dew, and also mentioned lotus flowers. So Yunluo kept an eye out along the way, hoping to find a lotus pond as soon as possible. She asked Wonton to scout ahead and Robao to search for wild animals nearby. She walked slowly, picking any collectible plants she found along the way, which also increased her gathering skill experience points. The island was rich in resources, and she had already discovered many edible plants along the way. She even found wild pineapples. She only picked the ripe ones, leaving the smaller, green ones untouched. Wild pineapples are a tropical fruit that are poisonous when grown wild. If eaten raw, they need to be soaked in salt water. They can be used to boil water and make soup. Yunluo planned to take some back home to make pineapple-flavored drinks, such as pineapple smoothies and pineapple lemon tea. As they were about to cross the woods, Yunluo spotted a reed marsh in the distance. It was a reed marsh 3 or 4 meters high. Once inside, it was completely impossible to tell where you were going, and the vast expanse made it difficult to leave. While reeds were a valuable resource, Yunluo didn't intend to waste time harvesting them. She planned to take a detour, even if it meant walking a little further. Hiss, hee hee, I found the lotus. Wonton suddenly descended from the sky, swung out on a spider silk, and landed in front of her. Yunluo, where is it? Take me there. Wonton, behind the reed marsh, just past it. Yunluo, Things really don't keep up with plans. She glanced at the path nearby. If she didn't go through the reed marsh, there seemed to be a shallow lake nearby. The water wasn't too deep, but it was filled with a variety of aquatic plants, such as water hyacinth, calamus, and horsetail. This lake probably connected to the lotus pond over there. But it would be a long detour, while going through the reed marsh would be a straight line. Wonton could walk from a higher ground, so there was no need to worry about getting lost in the reeds. So let Wonton lead the way. It was already past midnight, and Yunluo had planned to stop for a bite to eat and rest. And Robao would be back soon, because he was sure to be hungry. They would wait for Robao to return before setting off together. The food was ready, a plate of snail sashimi, and a bowl of cold octopus tentacles. The snails were squeezed with a little lemon juice, refreshing and appetizing. The octopus tentacles were fried in chili oil with coconut oil, and the spicy flavor was satisfying. She felt much better after eating, and after 2 ice drinks, her energy levels quickly recovered. Yunluo had just finished eating, and before she had time to wipe her hands, she heard Robao's voice. Meow! You're stealing food? Yunluo was at a loss for words. She heard the voice before she even saw the cat. Yunluo, I saved some food for you. Robao sprinted over, holding a plump hair in his mouth. Meow! With a chuckle, he placed the rabbit at Yunluo's feet, then sniffed Yunluo's fingers and said firmly, They ate fish. Yunluo, this, snail meat, and octopus tentacles. These are fish too. Robao insisted. To it, everything in the sea was fish, and octopus was fish too. Where did you catch that rabbit? It's still alive. To prevent the rabbit from escaping, Yunluo quickly clamped her hand around its neck. In the woods. There are still some in the cave. Robao was in a hurry to get back, so he only caught one. Yunluo, good job. I give you more as a reward. Robao, meow. We have rabbit meat tonight. Yunluo shook her head. No, this is only a female. Catch a couple more, and take them home to raise. They have baby rabbits. She remembered that rabbits were very fertile. She had read online before that rabbits give birth like dumplings, dropping babies one after another, and they could give birth to dozens in a few months. If we can take them back and breed them, we have plenty of rabbit meat to eat forever. We can't give up countless rabbits in the future just for a momentary indulgence. Robao, then I go catch more rabbits after I finish eating, right? Yunluo thought for a moment. That's not impossible. If I can catch more than 5, I make one for you tonight. Robao, that's enough. Robao only wants to catch 3 and leave 2. Yunluo, we have crabs and clams today. Don't you want some? Spicy crabs and salt-baked clams. Robao, meow. Robao's mouth watered. Yunluo, Wonton and I are going to the lotus pond over there later. Can you go catch some rabbits yourself? Come find us when you're done. Robao held out his hand. Then I eat more. I go after I'm full. Chapter 102. Yunluo gave Robao a large plate of snail meat and octopus tentacles. Robao devoured the food ravenously, his mouth dripping with juice. He wiped his face with his palms, leaving it wet. Yunluo watched him with a helpless smile. He packed up his things and prepared to cross the reeds with Wonton to the lotus pond. Wonton, let's go! Yunluo patted Wonton. Wonton spun out spider silk, clinging to the tops of tall reeds. Then, he swung back and forth like a swing, glancing back to see if Yunluo was following. Hee, this way. Yunluo hurried after him, stepping into the dense reeds. The reed leaves were as sharp as knives, occasionally scratching her cheeks and arms. Fortunately, she was dressed tightly, so she wouldn't get cut by the reeds. However, the ground beneath her feet was soft and damp, and her shoes sank into the mud as soon as she stepped on it. Every step required considerable effort. It seemed that getting out of the reed marsh would be a difficult task. However, the reed marsh also held a wealth of resources. As she walked, Yunluo had discovered freshwater snails clinging to the roots of the reeds, as well as wild goose eggs hidden within them. Wild goose eggs were exceptionally large, far superior to chicken or duck eggs. Each one was almost the size of a fist, easily distinguishable at a glance. She collected 5 goose eggs, but found no sign of the wild goose. Perhaps the wild goose had laid them here and forgotten about them. She happily tucked the eggs into her backpack, intending to bring them back to the reef to hatch, thus adding another species to the reef's population. Freshwater snails are relatively small and don't contain much meat, so Yunluo needed to hurry on her journey, so she didn't bother with them until she had enough food. After walking for over half an hour, Yunluo finally emerged from the reed marsh. Before her lay a vast expanse of lotus flowers. Without the shelter of the reeds, the scorching sun blazed down on her, making her eyes dizzy. She quickly fetched a drink and downed a large one, forcing herself to cool down. The dazzling sunlight shimmered on the water, creating a shimmering ripple. The pond's water was crystal clear, revealing tiny fish and shrimp swimming about. Densely packed on the surface lay lotus leaves, each enormous, floating like a green boat. The pink lotus blossoms, against the backdrop of the green leaves, looked even more vibrant. A gentle breeze blew, gently swaying the leaves and blossoms, and a delicate fragrance filled the air. Yunluoha eagerly approached the lotus pond. There are many varieties of lotus here. There are pink, single-petaled lotuses with slender petals and golden stamens. There are also double-petaled lotuses, with layers of petals clustered together like delicate flower balls. There are even some rare white lotuses, as white as jade, emitting a soft glow in the sun. These lotuses are so beautiful. If I could take them home and plant them, the reef's rating would definitely improve significantly. Yunluoha took out a bamboo basket and began picking lotus flowers. To plant them back, she had to dig them from the roots, rather than breaking them off the stems. However, the lotus roots were deeply embedded in the mud, making it difficult to dig them out completely. Yunluoha asked Yunten for help. He spun spider silk to bind the base of the roots. Then, as Yunluoha dug, Yunten pulled them out. With their cooperation, they finally unearthed the entire lotus plant. The lotus, with its leaves and roots, was so huge that the basket couldn't even hold it. She only managed to pick a dozen or so plants before she was exhausted and gasping for breath. Forget it, I just take these back home to plant. That should be enough. The rest, she could just break off the lotus flowers. Lotus flowers, and their leaves have many uses. Boiling lotus leaves or petals in water and drinking it can clear away heat and relieve summer heat, as well as act as a diuretic and reduce swelling. She placed the broken lotus flowers in a basket, planning to take them home and display them in a vase for a few days, then dry them for tea or boiling water. Besides the lotus flowers, Yunluoha also found many plump lotus pods. She picked the pods and peeled off the green skin, revealing the plump lotus seeds inside. The seeds were incredibly fresh. Yunluoha ate a few, finding them sweet and delicious. She picked dozens of lotus pods, thinking she could take them back to make pastries or boil them into sweet soup. She also happened to have some yams left at home, so she could make some lotus seed and yam cake. While picking lotuses, Yunluoha noticed many fish swimming underwater in the lotus pond. They were probably grass carp, darting between the lotus roots and stems, feeding on the tender leaves and plankton in the water. After eating too much saltwater fish, freshwater fish is also a good option. Saltwater fish have a stronger fishy smell, while freshwater fish have a stronger earthy flavor. Cooking methods are also slightly different, with freshwater fish more suitable for stronger flavors. I had previously made some pickles and kimchi in the kimchi bucket, which would be perfect for making sauerkraut fish. Or perhaps, some fish soup would be great. The fish jelly I made earlier was finished, so I could make more when I got home. So, Yunluoha took out the foldable fishing cage and fishing net, and gently lowered them into the water. The fishing cage could be left here and collected later, but the fishing net was ready to catch fish now. She slowly moved her net, encircling a group of grass carp. Seizing the perfect moment, Yunluoha prepared to reel in the net, when a large grass carp suddenly leaped out of the net, with a powerful leap, sending a large splash of water flying. The large fish escaped, but the net still contained several smaller ones. Yunluoha, keeping her eye on the large fish, quickly followed and finally caught it. Soon, Yunluoha had successfully caught 5 large grass carp and a dozen smaller ones. Yunluoha placed the grass carp in a plastic bucket and prepared to continue exploring the lotus pond. Suddenly, she felt something approaching rapidly, rippling the water. At first glance, it was a dark shadow. She mistook it for a grass carp, but Yunluoha's senses told her something was amiss. She quickly moved out of the way, not using her net to scoop it up. A group of water snakes emerged from the water. Their bodies were slender and flexible, and their movements were extremely swift. Their scales reflected a cold luster in the sunlight. Yunluoha immediately drew her hunting knife and entered combat mode, while Yunten instantly spun out tough spider silk, weaving a protective net in front of her. A swarm of water snakes rushed over, biting at her. Yunluoha swiftly swung her hunting knife, striking 2 of them. But they were too agile, and there were too many of them, so Yunluoha couldn't kill them all in such a short time. However, she had bought time. Yunten had spun out enough spider silk, and the protective net was complete. The water snakes tried to advance, but the silk held them back. They twisted their bodies, biting frantically at the silk, their sharp teeth colliding with it, and soon their bodies went limp and collapsed. Each strand of spider silk was highly venomous. Without Yunluoha's intervention, half the water snakes were poisoned to death. The remaining ones, noticing the problem with the spider silk, dared not bite again, and attempted to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Yunluoha swung his weapon and began to pursue. A pungent smell of blood filled the air as the snake's blood spread through the water. Yunluoha picked up the unpoisoned water snakes and dissected them. Their meat was not only edible but also highly nutritious, delicious in soups, braised, or steamed. These water snakes were also of high quality, having no natural predators in the lotus pond. Each one was exceptionally plump and tender, and the texture looked delicious. They would probably taste delicious too. Just as Yunluoha was about to leave the lotus pond, he discovered numerous lotus roots growing in the mud at the edge. The lotus roots were hidden in the underwater mud, making them impossible to spot at first. If Yunluoha hadn't stepped on one and broken it, reaching in to dig it out, he wouldn't have known there were so many. Yunluoha rolled up her sleeves and reached into the mud, feeling for the lotus roots. The mud was dirty and smelly, but Yunluoha didn't care. She was focused on digging up more lotus roots. Lotus roots can be used to make so many dishes. Lotus root and pork rib soup is the most famous, but lotus root and cuttlefish soup is also delicious. There's also spicy and sour lotus root cubes, stir-fried lotus root shreds, and steamed lotus root meat patties. If she could find the marinade, she could even make braised lotus root. With so many ingredients, her cooking skills would surely improve rapidly. After a while of hard work, Yunluoha unearthed several thick lotus roots. Although these lotus roots looked black and dirty when they were dug out, they would actually become white and tender once washed. Besides lotus flowers, lotus seeds, grass carp, and lotus roots, Yunluoha also discovered many other supplies. In a corner of the lotus pond, a patch of water chestnuts grew, and on the shore, some wild water celery grew. Water chestnuts are also an aquatic plant, their fruits covered in a thorny shell, resembling small hedgehogs. Gloves must be worn when picking them. Water chestnuts can be used to make porridge and stews. They are nutritious and have the benefits of strengthening the spleen, relieving diarrhea, and strengthening the kidneys and strengthening essence. Water celery has tender green leaves and slender stems, exuding a unique fragrance. A large patch of water celery grew on the shore. Yunluoha picked a large handful of water celery, which she could take home and enjoy cold or stir-fried. The sun gradually set, and the sky finally darkened. Yunluoha had been busy in the lotus pond all afternoon. Her backpack was filled with various supplies, the largest of which was, of course, the food. She washed off the mud on her body and decided to find a place to sit down and rest for a while. It was late today, and Robao hadn't come looking for her yet. She didn't know where he'd gone. Lotus Island was rich in resources and safe, so she decided to stay the night. Since she brought both pets with her, she wasn't worried about them getting worried. Yunluoha found a flat, dry spot near the lotus pond and set up her tent. Just as the tent was set up, Robao returned. He had caught several rabbits and excitedly ran to Yunluoha to claim the credit. He worked tirelessly to get his fill of rabbit meat. Because Yunluoha insisted he had to catch at least 5 rabbits before he could prepare the meat, he searched many places for a rabbit nest and finally found one. Yunluoha looked at Robao and smiled. "Well done. I roast a rabbit for you tonight." Robao jumped up excitedly. Yunluoha had Robao gather some dry branches and cut some reeds, and they quickly got a fire going. She set out the portable grill, planning to make dinner using the food she found on Lotus Island. First, she took out a large blue crab, cleaned it, and steamed it. This high-quality ingredient needed no seasoning. It was delicious simply steamed, and it was just as delicious here as it was on the reef. Next, Yunluoha went to the lotus pond to prepare the rabbit meat and grass carp. By the time they finished dinner, it was already completely dark. Robao, bloated with food, lay on the ground, rolling around. Yunluoha sipped her drink and opened the chat channel. It's finally dark. The heat is scorching. Finally, I can go out and get supplies. I've been in the water all day, my skin's all wrinkled, but there's nothing I can do to cool it down. Let's go straight to the sea to stock up. There's so much seafood in the summer. The seabed is full of food. I caught a few crabs and conchs while diving. We have a seafood feast tonight. Simply steam them, and they're so delicious they make your eyebrows drop. Ah! I just found a black pearl. Black pearl? Holy crap, a black pearl even better than a gold pearl. What did you find? Can you share? Good luck. This was the first time Yunluoha had seen someone claim to have found a black pearl. Pearls come in 5 different tiers: gray, white, gold, black, and colorful. Usually, you only see gray and white. Gold is extremely rare. The moment a black pearl appeared, the chat channel immediately went wild, and even those boasting of luxurious dinners were ignored. The player who had opened the Black Pearl was a new player. According to his profile, he had also joined the European Emperor Association. Everyone was expecting him to share what he opened from the Black Pearl, but he hadn't responded in ages. Curious, Yunluohe went to ask Du Ruantian. After helping Du Ruantian last time, their relationship had grown even closer, though they didn't usually chat about anything. Someone from your association opened a Black Pearl. Did they find anything rare? The European Emperor Association was bustling with activity, and as vice president, Du Ruantian had a lot on her plate, so it took her a while to reply to Yunluohe's message. A lot of good stuff indeed. The man's luck was similar to hers. If he could open it, Du Ruantian believed she could too, it was just a matter of time. She hadn't opened the shell she found today yet, and she planned to gather 3 together to open. Island landing token, diving card, crystal, some practical tools, and a blueprint for an underwater flashlight. No need to worry about seeing when exploring the seabed at night. That's really good. The blueprint is very practical. Yunluohe, are the materials for making a flashlight simple? If it could be mass-produced, I could trade them for obsidian or food. Du Ruantian, not difficult. It mainly involves fluorite and copper ore. They have plenty of fluorite, they stockpiled a lot, and can't use it all. As for the copper ore, it's still possible to take out a few. But Yunluohe didn't find any copper or veins on Lotus Island this time, which was a huge concern for her. After all, she still needed a lot of copper ore to upgrade. This time, she would have to find a way to exchange it for other materials. She was about to close the chat when Lin Ju sent a message. Are you free tomorrow? Interested in going to the mechanical island? Yunluohe, I don't have a specific landing token. I can give you the token, but I need to exchange it with you for some food and drinks. You can trade me the obsidian for the landing token. If you agree, we can leave tomorrow. Yunluohe, I'm still on the island. If we leave tomorrow, I'd probably be late. It's okay if I'm half an hour late. I can wait. It depends on you. The landing token is exchanged for 30 obsidian. 30 obsidian? That's too much. Yunluohe, 30 won't do. 20 at most. Even if Yunluohe didn't lack obsidian, it's still a rare commodity. One of the European Emperor Association's people who went to the volcano island died, and even fewer players dared to go there. Almost no one at the trading center is willing to exchange obsidian. Chapter 103. Even if designated island landing tokens are more scarce, since it was Lin Ju who came to him, he must need Yunluohe's things more. Lin Ju was silent for a moment, then quickly replied, 20 is too few. Designated island landing tokens are hard to come by these days. I got them from golden pearls. At least 25, no less. Yunluohe frowned, considering the pros and cons. 25 pieces of obsidian might be a pain, but the mechanical island was indeed very attractive to her. The mechanical island would likely contain a large amount of copper ore and various mechanical parts. If she could find something special, it might be crucial to her construction on the reef. Okay, 25 then. We set off promptly at 8:30 tomorrow morning, Yunluohe replied. No problem. Just prepare some extra food and trade as usual. After concluding her conversation with Lin Ju, Yunluohe glanced at the chat channel for a while. Everyone was still enthusiastically discussing the Black Pearls. Because the guy from the European Emperor Association had posted a screenshot showing everyone the supplies he offered. The chat room was filled with jealousy and envy. Yunluohe closed the chat interface and fanned the bonfire even more. The moonlight now shone on the lotus pond, casting a silvery sheen across it. Wonton lay motionless on Yunluohe's lap, while Robao lay beside him, his stomach rising and falling with his breathing, occasionally burping, looking incredibly content. Yunluohe touched Robao's belly. It was soft and full of flesh. She was about to give it a couple of firm squeezes when she noticed the lotus flowers in the pond were emitting a faint fluorescent glow. The luminous lotus blossoms shimmered dazzlingly in the moonlight, a dreamlike sight. Is this the moonlight lotus? Yunluohe hurried forward. Sure enough, she saw crystal clear dew on the lotus. She took out a container to collect the dew. The cool dew still shone faintly in the bottle. Moonlight lotus dew, a cool, clear liquid with purifying properties, and can be used to make food. The amount of dew is extremely small, with only a few drops on each lotus. Yunluohe collected for an hour, and only filled half a bottle. Half a bottle was too little. She came up with a plan. Ask Yunton to help her channel the dew into the bottle using spider silk. This method was much more efficient. Although there would be some loss, it was much faster than Yunluohe stepping into the mud of the lotus pond to collect it bit by bit. Another hour passed. Yun Luoha had collected 2 bottles of Moonlight Lotus Dew. This should be enough. Just as she was about to rest, she heard a pleasant song. Following the sound, she saw a golden nightingale perched on a nearby branch. It was beautiful, its wings edged in white, its body shimmering, its back adorned with reddish-brown feathers. Its song was melodious and beautiful. Although she couldn't understand what it was singing, just listening to it brought a sense of joy and relaxation. Yun Luoha stood up and approached it, quickly being noticed. It quickly flapped its wings and soared to a higher branch, tilting its head to look at her, its song pausing. Its eyes were like 2 round black gemstones. It didn't seem afraid, merely gazing at Yun Luoha with curiosity. Yun Luoha's first thought was that this nightingale would be very popular at the trading center. Who wouldn't want to contract a beautiful, singing pet for not only companionship but also emotional value? She already had 2 pets and wasn't interested in this nightingale, but Mu Zitong didn't have one yet, so maybe he'd like it. Zheng Xuaning's pet was a tree monkey, so if she wanted to contract one, that was fine. Yun Luoha sent a photo of the nightingale to the management trainee group. Mu Zitong and Zheng Xuaning were both there, so they'd probably reply. And if they didn't like it, she could still ask in the group. That saved her the trouble of privately messaging each one individually. Anyone who has a pet contract and wants to contract a nightingale can sign up first. People in the group will be given priority. Yun Luoha had already decided to take the nightingale back, but she had to capture it alive, which she wasn't very skilled at, so she asked Yun Tun for help. She whispered a few instructions to Yun Tun, telling him not to use poison or frost breath, and to avoid harming the nightingale. This was a bit of a chore for Yun Tun, but thankfully, the nightingale wasn't afraid of people, let alone animals. Seeing Yun Tun, it was quite enthusiastic and approached, displaying its impressive voice. As a result, Yun Tun mercilessly tied it up with spider silk, then tied it with another strand of silk, and brought it to Yun Luoha to fawn over it. Yun Luoha, Wonton is amazing. He caught it so quickly. She held the nightingale in her palm. The little creature, barely the size of a palm, stood obediently in her grasp. Chirp, chirp. What are you going to do to me? The nightingale's voice was soft, like that of a gentle little girl. Although childish, it exuded a graceful elegance. After Yun Luoha reached level 3 in her beast taming skill and learned the book of beast language, she could understand the language of most wild animals. Even a nightingale, a creature with intelligence, could speak, and Yun Luoha could understand it. For a moment, Yun Luoha didn't know how to answer the nightingale's question. Instead, Robao answered, I take you back and roast you. Yun Luoha, Robao, don't just think about eating. Aren't you full yet? Nightingale, chirp, chirp, chirp. I'm not very tasty. I don't have much meat. I can sing for you. Yun Luoha, instead of eating you, will you come with me? I find you a good master. I give you whatever you like to eat, and I even listen to you sing. Chirp. Okay. No one listens to my singing here. I'm so lonely. I need someone to listen to me. The nightingale obediently lay in Yun Luoha's arms, quickly accepting the prospect of leaving with him. I like lotus seeds and corn, and I love all hard fruits. Yun Luoha hadn't expected this to go so smoothly. She pulled a lotus seed from her backpack and was about to shell it, but Nightingale stopped her. I can do it myself. Give it to me. Yun Luoha held the lotus seed to its mouth, and it quickly grabbed the seed and, in the blink of an eye, peeled off the shell, removing the lotus core and even the green buds inside. She was stunned. Congratulations to the player for successfully feeding Nightingale their preferred food and achieving the achievement, gaining the favor of 3 or more high-level pets. Reward, Pet Biscuit X1. Pet Biscuit. Feeding pets increases intimacy and increases their experience level. Yun Luoha checked her taming skill experience. It seemed to have increased significantly. She could also see the Nightingale's basic information. Although she hadn't yet signed a contract, gaining favor would display the information panel for contractable pets. Nightingale, juvenile healing bird, appearance, golden white feathers, reddish brown tail feathers. Appearance changes upon leveling up. Personality, gentle and serene, loves singing under the moonlight. Combat power, relatively weak, primarily a support and healer. It will actively approach the injured, offering healing and comfort through its song, and alleviating various negative conditions. This Nightingale, it turns out, is quite capable. Mainly a healer, it improves survivability, and is indispensable in battle, providing its owner with continuous and stable health regeneration. Yun Luoha was almost reluctant to give it to anyone else. Nightingale, I need more. Seems like a foodie. Yun Luoha simply gave it a whole lotus pod. Are you the only nightingale here? There were a few more, but they all flew away. It's so boring here. I was about to leave, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Yun Luoha couldn't help but smile. Her arrival was quite coincidental. After only 5 hours of sleep, Yun Luoha crawled out of the tent. The sun was out now. They headed back. They reached the beach by 7 o'clock. They collect the traps and snares they set along the way, then return to the beach to collect the fish cages, and then they'd be back on the reef. So much time had passed, and there was no telling if the traps had any catches. The return trip was easier than the outward journey, as there was no need to gather supplies. All they had to do was hurry. Wonton and Robao would help clear obstacles along the way. The nightingale perched on her shoulder, singing non-stop. Yun Luoha wasn't used to it at first, but as she listened, she felt a sense of peace and tranquility, as if the heat hadn't faded. Little nightingale, aren't you tired after singing for so long? Chirp, chirp, not tired at all. We nightingales sing until we die. It was filled with energy, singing and dancing happily on Yun Luoha's shoulder. 2 porcupines were caught in the wild boar trap, and a rabbit and a pheasant were in the trap. The porcupines had been trapped for at least 3 hours. Seeing someone approaching, they immediately bared their teeth and tried to attack, but were trapped by the net. Yun Luoha lowered the net first, letting Yunton shoot out silk to wrap around the porcupine's hind legs. This made it easier for Yun Luoha to control it. A porcupine's body was covered in sharp, hard quills, and a prick would be unpleasant. So she had to be extremely careful. The porcupine struggled violently, trying to free itself from the silk, but the entanglement only grew tighter. Yun Luoha seized the opportunity to pull out a sack, quickly put it over the porcupine's head, and tied the sack tightly with a rope. This porcupine was so ferocious, taking it home to raise it might not be feasible, but killing it and eating it felt a bit wasteful. Let's capture it alive first. She did the same with the porcupine in the other trap. The rabbit and pheasant had been injured by the trap and probably wouldn't survive much longer, so Yun Luoha slaughtered them and divided them into rabbit and pheasant meat. The fish cages she had placed on the reef had also yielded something: 2 eels, an octopus, and several black eels, 3 knife fish, and 9-headed mullet. We returned to the reef promptly at 8 o'clock. Yun Luoha took the time to shower and change clothes, then packed her supplies, emptied her backpack of tools, and replaced them with the items she'd bring to the mechanical island. Since we were going to the mechanical island, she didn't need to bring her fishing and catching tools. She had to prepare more mining tools to avoid running out of durability. She also hurriedly made a dozen drinks and packed all the food and drinks in the refrigerator, fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat. The Qianji Pavilion had very little information about the mechanical island, and Yun Luoha had come back with almost nothing useful this time. But Lin Zhu had gone to such great lengths to ask her to go with him, surely because there was something particularly important on the mechanical island. Yun Luoha had previously taken him on a ride to Bat Island and had gained a lot. Hopefully, this time would have a good outcome as well. She fed Wonton and Robao well before letting them rest in the pet bag. As for Nightingale, Yun Luoha wasn't sure whether to keep her or give her to someone else. At first, she thought she already had 2 pets and didn't need to contract more, but after seeing Nightingale's attributes, she was still a little tempted. She didn't have the contract yet, so she had to wait. As for other people, Yun Luoha thought Mu Zitong or Si Chi would be the most suitable candidates. Mu Zitong's bloodthirst skill allows him to absorb life. It combined with Nightingale's healing, his survival potential is greatly increased, making him practically immortal. In a survival game, being able to both absorb and restore life is practically invincible. Mu Zitong, her right-hand man, had helped her so much, so Yun Luoha naturally wanted him to become stronger and develop further. Si Chi, an alchemist specializing in various special species, seemed to have a good rapport with healing and alchemy. In between feeding the chickens, she checked the management trainee group to see what they were up to. There were already over 50 unread messages in the group. Yun Luoha had only shown everyone Nightingale's appearance last night and hadn't shared any detailed information, so most people just commented on the bird's beauty and asked if its voice was pleasant. Mu Zitong, if no one wants it, I give it to my parents. They love playing with birds anyway, so that's fine. Yun Luoha was also helpless upon hearing this. Chung Xiuning, my tree monkey recognizes this bird. He says there's one that looks very similar in the forest where it lives. Yang Mian, I want it too. How about everyone make an offer? Yun Luoha's other choice. Si Chi remained silent, not knowing if she was busy or what. She thought for a moment, and simply set a high price. Okay, you guys bid. I bid in the group. The rules are the same as the trading centers, but the auction will last 1 day. Starting price: 300 high-grade hardwood, 200 iron ore, and 50 copper ore. That price was quite high. After Yunluohe's message was posted, the group fell silent for a long time. Of course, it could also be because it was early in the morning. Everyone had just woken up and was busy, so they didn't have time to check the group messages. Mu Zitong sent a private message to Yunluohe. Sister Yun, why is this bird so expensive? Even if it's gold, it can't be a golden bird, right? Yunluohe, at this price, can't you afford it? She secretly hoped Mu Zitong would bid for it. After all, whoever in the group could afford it would get the nightingale. After all, she had already announced it in the group. It was her fault for not realizing the nightingale's value at first. Mu Zitong, it's not that I can't afford it, but it take a lot of effort. Since you're selling it so dearly, Sister Yun, I'm sure it must be a good one. I joined the bidding. Yunluohe said nothing more. Okay, you guys bid anyway. I be free tonight, and see who makes the highest bid. She gathered her supplies, messaged Lin Ju, traded the obsidian, and quickly received a designated island landing token. After choosing her island, Yunluohe boarded the boat and set off. This time, she brought wontons and meat buns. I originally wanted to let Robao stay on the reef to work, but Robao's level hasn't been improved for such a long time, so I decided to take it with me. Besides, if it is alone on the reef with no one watching it, it will just eat and show off. Taking it with me can help me keep an eye on it. Chapter 104. As for the nightingale, Yunluohe didn't bring it along. She considered the mechanical island quite dangerous, and since she didn't have a nightingale contract, she wouldn't be able to care if she encountered danger. Even if an uncontracted pet had any healing effects, they would likely be minimal. It would be better to let it play on the reef. She already had its favorite lotus seeds and corn, and it would be happy to stay in the chicken coop and sing to the chickens and ducks. Soon, Yunluohe saw the edge of the mechanical island. From afar, the mechanical island was vast, its entire surface shimmering with a metallic sheen, making it particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Welcome to the mechanical island. The beach on the mechanical island was a magnetic sandy beach. The sand and gravel on the beach looked like ordinary fine sand, but it was actually composed of magnetic metal powder. Any iron objects would be instantly sucked away by it, firmly fixed to the ground, making it difficult to lift. Yunluohe arrived on the island without her hunting knife. She initially spotted some metal sand and gravel on the ground and tried to scoop some away with her shovel, but the metal was sucked in as soon as she pulled it out, and she couldn't lift it. Lin Ju arrived a minute later, and, upon disembarking, saw Yunluohe digging sand with a stone shovel. He was curious why Yunluohe didn't use an iron or steel shovel. He was about to take out his own tools when Yunluohe stopped him. Lin Ju didn't know much about the mechanical island, but he was prepared, knowing that this trip wouldn't be smooth sailing. So although he was surprised, he didn't react too strongly. Yunluohe warned, "Be careful when we enter the mechanical island later. Metal weapons might not be effective." Lin Ju nodded. "Let's go in first. While the sun isn't too strong yet, I doubt we'll be able to go out at noon. If the mechanical island is made entirely of metal, the heat will be even worse." Lin Ju brought some cooling equipment this time, such as a heat-absorbing basin and a cooling tent. The heat-absorbing basin can be used to temporarily lower the temperature and absorb the heat, while the temperature inside the cooling tent is only 40 degrees Celsius, much better than the 55 degrees Celsius outside. Add to that the cooling drinks Yunluohe made, and they should be able to get through the day. After crossing the beach, you will enter the mechanical forest. The trees in this forest are all black and dry, their branches bare of leaves, and their trunks look lifeless. Yunluohe chopped them down with his axe a few times, and a considerable amount of hardwood fell. As soon as they entered the forest, a wave of heat hit them. The heat was unbearable, as if they were trapped in a giant steamer. Chopping trees in this heat meant she had to drink water every 10 minutes to cool down, which was a waste of time. Summer wasn't the time for physical labor. In just a few minutes, her back was drenched in sweat. Lin Ju frowned and said, "I guess these trees have heat-absorbing properties. They absorb so much heat but can't dissipate it, which is why it's so hot in here. That's probably why. Let's hurry and get out of the forest." Though Yunluohe was reluctant to leave the vast expanse of hardwoods, she put away her axe, stopped lingering, and continued on her way. The two of them struggled through the forest, their feet on the yellow earth, scorched by the scorching sun. The black trees around them towered into the sky, their branches intertwined, forming an airtight black cage that trapped them. As she walked, Yunluohe suddenly stopped. She noticed a tree ahead of her that was a different color than the others. It was copper. and wrapped around it was a shimmering mass of something like some kind of metal thread. Not only that, but it also had copper-colored leaves. She approached cautiously, examining it closely. Metal tree. Chopping it down with an obsidian axe yields 3 to 5 metals. She actually wanted an obsidian axe. But if it dropped copper, it wouldn't be a bad deal. An obsidian axe only requires 2 obsidian and 1 refined steel. Yunluohe immediately contacted Mu Zitong and asked him to make her an obsidian axe. Mu Zitong was incredibly efficient. Even if he wasn't available, he could always arrange for someone else to help Yunluohe complete the task as quickly as possible. In less than 10 minutes, Yunluohe had the obsidian axe and was chopping at the metal tree. After about 10 strikes, the tree fell. Obtained 3 copper ore, 1 iron ore, and 1 hardwood. Not bad, actually. Chopping down a tree consumes 3 stamina points, and the obsidian axe's durability decreases by 2. Based on this, one axe can chop down up to 50 trees, yielding over 100 copper ore. But these metal trees aren't everywhere. After walking for so long, I only saw one. Besides, searching everywhere for trees would be a waste of time and energy. So, despite the copper ore, Yunluohe gave up. It's still the same. There's no way to chop trees outdoors in the summer. Maybe I come back here in the fall and enjoy some tree chopping. But if I see a metal tree along the way, Yunluohe will still chop it down. When they felled the second tree, in addition to the ore, a bronze gear and black metal fragments also fell. It seemed that metal trees dropped more than just ore. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard from afar. The sound grew louder. Oh no! Something's coming! Yunluohe stopped in his tracks, warily looking around. Linju also quickly stopped what he was doing. There were no magnets here, so it wouldn't matter if they drew their weapons. They had already tried that when they were chopping trees earlier. So, they all drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Yunluohe didn't immediately bring out her pets. If the problem wasn't serious, she could handle it herself. It was too hot outside, and she didn't want Wonton and Robao out too early unless absolutely necessary. Soon, a swarm of metallic flying insects appeared in their sight. These flying insects were made entirely of metal, their wings fluttering rapidly, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Their eyes flashed red, and they looked incredibly ferocious. What are these things? Linju asked gravely. Yunluohe shook her head, her face grim, and said, I haven't seen one either. Be careful. She struck one of them with her hunting knife. The blade made a crisp sound as it struck the insect's body, slicing it apart. The insect fell to the ground, its body reduced to scrap metal. This metal could be recycled into iron or in a smelter. Taking down a few of them was useless, as the number of these metal insects was enormous. The slaying of their companions seemed to have taken their cue, and more of them swooped down on them. Linju pulled the pet bag from his backpack and summoned his pet. This was the first time Yunluohe had seen his pet. It was a flamingo. It was bright red, except for its beak and paws, which were black. Its body was covered in beautiful, vibrant red feathers. Its beak was long and pointed, a distinctive black color, with the upper part slightly curved, like a sharp black sickle. It was completely unfazed by the heat. After emerging, it chirped cheerfully, but when it saw flying insects approaching, it wore a displeased expression. Since Linju had already summoned his pets, Yunluohe also released Wonton and Meat Bun. Wonton sprayed silk, entangling the insects, and tightening it to sever them. Meat Bun raised his palm, and slapped them to death. Wonton and Meat Bun worked in perfect harmony, quickly dispatching a swarm of insects. Yunluohe only needed to pick up scrap metal from the ground. However, the metallic insects seemed unfazed. They nimbly dodged the attacks of the silk and meat buns, and continued to advance towards Yunluohe and Linju. They seemed to know their target was humans. The flamingo suddenly charged at the swarm of flying insects, its movements nimble and swift, its head like a precise spear, pecking at the insects with rapidity. After being pecked, the insects fell, turning into a pile of scrap metal. This flamingo was quite vain, each attack seeming like a dance. Its movements were graceful, and it would spin and leap, never forgetting to raise its head as it landed, occasionally barking. In comparison, the wontons and meat buns were much more uncouth. Yunluohe wouldn't let her pets fight alone. She also kept her pace, brandishing her weapons, repelling the approaching insects one by one. Yunluohe also discovered that the insects' weak point was their abdomens, where the metal shielding was relatively weak. So she always found the perfect moment to thrust her weapon into the abdomen of a flying insect, which was more effective. Just as the swarm of flying insects was about to be wiped out, the remaining ones suddenly gathered together, their bodies reorganizing into a giant metallic flying insect. This flying insect was 100 times the size of an ordinary flying insect. The flamingo raised its neck and chirped again, its voice full of defiance. Robao also gnashed his teeth and barked a few times, a little irritated. Because these things were so difficult to deal with and inedible, it was getting irritated. Wonton was not so bad, because he loved to eat the scrap metal that had fallen on the ground. He had just taken a few bites and found it quite tasty. So when the giant flying insect appeared, Wonton seemed quite excited. He sprayed a large ball of spider silk, entangling the giant flying insect's legs, and then his body began to grow. Seeing the enlarged Wonton, the giant metal fly seemed frightened and tried to escape, but it was already trapped in Wonton's spider silk. How could it possibly escape? Wonton opened its maw, clamped the fly with its claws, and then chewed it up, bit by bit, swallowing it whole. The flamingo's eyes widened. It had never witnessed such a ferocious eating method. Robao watched from the side, annoyed. Meow. Meow. It was annoyed that only Wonton was enjoying the feast. But these smelly, hard metal flies were not its favorite. Just now, when it saw Wonton munching on the fly's corpse, it secretly took a bite, and the taste was truly unpleasant. It hadn't expected Wonton to eat so deliciously, and the crunch was so great. Robao had no choice but to go find Yunluohe. Meow. I'm hungry. Linju glanced at Yunluohe, unsure if he could understand Robao's words. Yunluohe pulled a smoked fish from his backpack. Eat it, eat it. The flamingo walked over to Linju, preening its feathers and straightening out the mess it had just made. Soon, Wonton finished the giant flying insect. Satisfied, it returned to its previous size and landed on Yunluohe's shoulder. Hee, I'm full. Yunluohe, I'm glad you're full. Do you want to go in and rest? Wonton nuzzled Yunluohe with a delightful rub. I stay outside with you. Just as they were about to exit the forest, they came upon a forest of metallic trees, with an extremely large metallic tree in the center. A dense jungle of metallic trees surrounded a giant metallic redwood, 30 meters tall. Yunluohe and Linju decided to check out the largest metallic tree and not cut down the others, as it would be a waste of time. But after a long time of searching, they couldn't figure out anything, so they decided to just chop them all down. The two men simultaneously raised their axes and swung them at the giant metal tree. After more than 10 minutes, exhausted and sweating, they finally felled the tree. The trunk of the tree was entirely made of ferrous metal, which could be broken down into hundreds of ferrous metal fragments. Coolant flowed inside, and a container made of high-temperature glass could be used to store it. The roots were also useful, containing cables and wires, which had many uses. The two men planned to divide the supplies first, and then rest for a while. But just as they were picking up the supplies, they discovered an underground cave beneath the giant tree. The cave staircase, formed by the dense intertwining tree roots, wound downward, but it looked fraught with danger. Yunluohe stood at the cave entrance, peering inside with her scanning eye, but couldn't make out anything. It seemed extremely dark down there. She tried to sense anything, but couldn't detect any living creatures. Well, this was a mechanical island, so even if there were any, they would likely be mechanical artifacts. Going down? Linju looked at Yunluohe. Let's restock our supplies and recover our strength first. The obsidian axe had already run out of durability from chopping down that giant tree, and she'd likely need more obsidian tools once she got down. Yunluohe would have to contact Mu Zitong for help making them. She told Linju her idea and said, "We go down in half an hour." Linju checked the time. Okay. He also happened to need to do some shopping. So he took out the cooling tent and asked Yunluohe to come in for shade. With a tent, food and drinks, and their pets around, it felt like camping in the countryside. Although they both looked a little disheveled, their heads dripping with sweat. Linju traded supplies with Yunluohe for food. Eating the seafood salad Yunluohe had made and sipping on an iced drink was truly delicious. Linju couldn't help but ask, "Your cooking skill is level 5, right?" Yunluohe nodded, "Yeah, it just recently." Linju nodded and took out a bunch of supplies to trade for 2 more bottles of iced drinks. He couldn't stop eating. In this weather, he couldn't resist a few more. Chapter 105. During their break, the two carefully examined the supplies they had obtained from the giant metal tree. Coolant, a high-level material used to regulate body temperature, protect equipment, and craft cooling devices and repair various mechanical cores. It must be contained in high-temperature glass. Superconducting cable, a crucial material for creating power networks, used to power equipment, generators, and lightning rods. They each received 10 liters of coolant, and 2 spools of superconducting cable. Although they knew that coolant could be used to craft many advanced equipment, they lacked the blueprints and recipes, so for now, they could only use it for cooling. Lin Ju had someone make 2 obsidian pickaxes and insulated scissors. He happened to know that someone in the association had obtained the blueprints for insulated scissors, and since he had just received superconducting cable, he decided to make a pair of scissors to avoid electrocution. There was a high probability of ore in the underground caves, so the obsidian pickaxe was also prepared for mining. Besides having Mu Zitong help craft a few obsidian tools, Yun Luohe also gave some coolant to Si Qi, asking her to research it quickly and make some cooling equipment. The mechanical island was growing hotter, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could endure. She had just applied some coolant to her clothes and immediately felt much cooler. The coolness emanated from her clothes, making her feel comfortable. If simply applying it to clothes had this effect, wouldn't it be even more effective if it were made into a cooling device? Stepping into the cave, a stifling heat washed over us, as if we were in a giant steamer. The 2 of them followed the main passage marked in green. Numerous white fruits, resembling light bulbs, grew in the pitch-black cave, illuminating the path ahead. Yun Luohe wanted to pick a few, but no matter what he did, the fruits dimmed and lost their glow as soon as he touched them. And they turned into useless stones when he held them in his hands. Yun Luohe had to give up. It wasn't long before they reached the bottom of the cave. It was a vast, empty space, surrounded by various metal boxes and machines. Some of the machines still emitted a faint hum, seemingly still functioning. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that these machines were not connected to anything. Yun Luohe activated her scanning eye and carefully observed the surroundings. These boxes should contain various supplies. As for the machines, I can't tell what they are used for, but they look very old, like they were left over from a long time ago. Lin Ju, let's open the boxes first. The boxes were fixed to the ground and couldn't be picked up, so they had to be opened here. The 2 tried to open the boxes, but found they needed keys. Keys were something they didn't have many of. Yun Luohe had only recently acquired one, a key fragment handed over by the Mutual Aid Association, which she had recycled from a trash can. Lin Ju did have 2 keys. With so many boxes here, 1 or 2 keys definitely wouldn't be enough. They hurried to the trading center and chat to find someone to exchange keys. Yun Luohe hadn't brought much with him this time, so he had to trade his obsidian for someone else's. He asked Mu Zitong for help. I give him supplies when we get back. Mu Zitong is currently in charge of the Tianji Pavilion and the Mutual Aid Association. Tianji Pavilion earns a lot of supplies, which are kept by several members of the management team, and Mu Zitong is also responsible for managing a portion of them. So he still had quite a bit on hand. Yun Luohe also exchanged a key at the trading center. Lin Ju went to the European Emperor Association to find someone to exchange it. To avoid missing any news, they both kept their screens open and monitored the news while opening boxes. Yun Luohe randomly selected 2 boxes. To be honest, she wasn't very confident in her luck, but she couldn't say for sure. Perhaps the contents of these boxes were fixed, unlike opening shells, where chance was the only factor. She opened one first, and found quite a few supplies inside. There were 2 refined copper plates, 1 insulating fiber glove, 2 electronic components, and 5 copper ore. The refined copper plates can be used to craft conductive components and upgrade the durability of tools. The electronic components can be used to craft some household appliances. She glanced at Lin Ju's box. It didn't seem to contain much more. So she moved on to the next one. This box contained fewer items, but they were all good. Quantum Cooling Patch X1, Self-Heating Sleeping Bag X1, Graphene Thermal Blanket X1. Quantum Cooling Patch, made of non-thermoelectric material, can be applied to arteries to absorb heat continuously for 6 hours. Self-Heating Sleeping Bag, Carbon Fiber Heating Layer, can last for 72 hours, maintaining a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Graphene Thermal Blanket, a blanket made of special material that can insulate against -20-degree wind chill and reflect 50% of the body's heat. She counted the boxes. There were 18 in total. If they could all be opened, they would be filled with this kind of supplies. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Yun Luohe was excited. But she waited for half an hour. Mu Zitong only helped her get 2 keys and 3 key fragments. Yun Luohe couldn't help but sigh. If she were on the reef, using the trash can to recycle and upgrade, she might even be able to craft an extra key. However, 2 more keys are better than nothing. She saw that Lin Ju hadn't knocked over much. He already had 2 keys, but he only got 2 in exchange, so like her, he could only open 4 boxes. Yunluohe opened 2 more in a row. Cold light sticks X2, refined copper plate X1, dry ice pack X1, fluorescent paint X2, solar awning X1, smoke bomb X2, flashlight X1, mineral detector X1, survival watch X1, multifunction gas filter mask X1. Several high-end devices among them could be of great help. Solar awning. A sunscreen made of titanium alloy and photovoltaic film. It reflects 95% of UV rays, keeping the shaded area 15 degrees cooler than the outside temperature. Survival watch. Integrated radiation detection, compass, and body temperature monitoring functions. Multifunction gas filter mask. Separates toxic gases, dust, and radioactive particles. The filter cartridge lasts 30 hours, after which it needs to be replaced. I have to say, the supplies on Mechanical Island are truly excellent. High-end and practical. Based on the details of these supplies, I suspect some of them are not only useful in summer, but will also be useful in other disasters. After all, Mechanical Island is an island of 4 seasons. If I have the chance, I will definitely visit Mechanical Island again. To find so many goodies in just one underground cave. Lin Ju also had a great harvest, as his expression showed. The two of them put away their supplies, and searched the trading center again. When they found no keys, they prepared to leave. The remaining boxes will have to be left to the next person who comes here. I don't know when I'll be back on the Mechanical Island again. Just then, Yunluohe discovered a peculiar machine. Its surface was covered in strange symbols and patterns, and there was a humming sound inside. Yunluohe approached and saw a slot on the machine, as if something needed to be inserted to start it. Lin Ju, come and take a look at this. Yunluohe beckoned Lin Ju over. What is this? It looks like it can be started. Yes, but it needs a plug-in, and I can't tell what it is. The two of them studied it for a while, trying various methods, but couldn't get the machine to start. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's keep going. The temperature here was rising. If they hadn't gotten the coolant, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The two of them walked through a long corridor, and saw a medium-sized pool not far ahead. The pool was filled with coolant. The silver coolant rippled slightly in the pool, emitting a cold mist that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding heat. This delighted the two. But their joy was quickly extinguished, because they discovered that the pool was inaccessible. There was an electric current surrounding the pool, and the temperature was extremely low. Anyone who approached the coolant would freeze to death. Yunluohe's survival watch detected that the coolant pool was at minus 40 degrees Celsius. There was no way to extract it directly unless they had advanced cryogenically resistant equipment. Even Yuntan's spider silk would freeze if it entered the coolant pool. Not to mention anything else. The two of them studied it for a long time, but could only sigh at the pool of coolant. It's really frustrating to have something right in front of you, but not be able to take it. After all, coolant is extremely important in the summer, arguably the best resource for dealing with heat waves. Why don't we go ahead and see if there's anything else? A sudden, violent tremor erupted from deep within the cave, and the ground began to shake. Yunluohe's expression changed, sensing something very dangerous ahead. Lin Ju, it looks like something's coming out. It's coming out from underground. Yunluohe quickly drew his weapon and prepared for battle. As the tremors intensified, the ground began to shake, and a silver mechanical monster slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Its body was composed of various metal parts, resembling a giant spider, supported by 8 sturdy mechanical legs. Its eyes glowed red. Ro Bao said to Wonton, meow. This thing looks a lot like you. Wonton, hiss, not like me at all. The mechanical spider locked eyes with Wonton upon seeing him. What is this? Lin Ju asked gravely. Yunluohe shook his head. They might be mechanical monsters from the Mechanical Island. They're dangerous, so be careful. The mechanical spider observed them, its red eyes scanning them. The mechanical spider's order to destroy intruders was to destroy them, so even though it sensed a familiar presence in Wonton, it still charged at them at breakneck speed. Yunluohe quickly dodged to the side, and ordered Wonton and Meat Bun to attack. Wonton sprayed silk, attempting to entangle the mechanical spider's legs, but the spider's shell was so tough that the silk couldn't hurt it at all. Meat Bun suddenly leaped up and attacked the mechanical spider's eyes with its sharp claws, but the spider reacted quickly and easily dodged its attack. Besides, its body was made of steel. Despite its immense strength, Meat Bun couldn't do much damage against a mechanical body. Lin Ju commanded the flamingo to join the battle. The flamingo spread its wings, flew towards the mechanical spider, and pecked at its body with its sharp beak. The mechanical spider swung its mechanical legs and knocked the flamingo down, sending it crashing to the ground. Although the flamingo, despite its tough skin, wasn't injured, it was still furious. The mechanical spider had made it look so dirty that its feathers were stained. Shoo! It flapped its wings and blew a ball of fire at the mechanical spider. Chapter 106. Yunluoha observed from the side, and quickly discovered that the mechanical spider's body wasn't as tough as she imagined. The metal shield around its belly was relatively weak. She immediately targeted this weak spot, and stabbed it with her hunting knife. The knife pierced the mechanical spider's abdomen with a dull thud, but ultimately, it became lodged inside, unable to be extracted. At this critical juncture, Yunluoha could only release the knife, retreat, and switch to a bow and arrow. But even if the arrow struck the mechanical spider, it would do little damage. Ordinary weapons were no match for the mechanical spider. Perhaps a more advanced weapon would be effective. But Yunluoha had no other weapons now. The mechanical spider charged towards the group with such force that the ground shook slightly wherever it passed. The pets, unafraid, met its attack without flinching. Wonton, in particular, arced through the air, its small body spraying thick silk, aiming directly at the mechanical spider's legs, attempting to trap it. However, the mechanical spider's shell was incredibly hard, and the silk only slightly slowed its movement before it broke free in the blink of an eye. The mechanical spider let out a sharp hiss, raised its forelimbs high, and slammed down at Wonton. Wonton reacted quickly, nimbly dodging the fatal blow, but its small body still wobbled. Wonton steadied himself and sprayed silk again, this time wrapping it around the mechanical spider's joints, attempting to hinder its movement. But the mechanical spider was incredibly strong. With a powerful struggle, its silk suddenly snapped. Then, wielding its sharp claws, the mechanical spider launched another round of fierce attacks at Wonton. Wonton dodged left and right, but the claws still grazed his body, leaving a few shallow scars. Clearly, fighting alone, Wonton was gradually losing ground. Just as Wonton was beginning to lose strength, Robao roared and charged. Leaping high, he slashed at the mechanical spider's eyes with his sharp claws. The mechanical spider's attention was immediately diverted. Meow, what are you standing there for? Get out of the way! Robao stood in front of Wonton, his voice urgent. Wonton insisted, I take care of it with you. He didn't want to disappoint Yunluoha, he was determined to defeat this strange spider. Robao didn't have many thoughts. Although he was often jealous of Robao, he would always protect Wonton in the crucial moment. Robao sensed danger and quickly turned, unleashing a full arsenal of attacks on the mechanical spider. The mechanical spider, however, blocked Robao's attacks with its hard shell. Robao's attacks missed several times, and he roared in defiance. Lin Ju's flamingo also spread its dazzling wings, circled in the air, and then rushed towards the mechanical spider like a flash of red lightning. It pecked at the mechanical spider's joints with its long, pointed beak, which were prone to mechanical failure. The mechanical spider repeatedly waved its mechanical legs, trying to repel the flamingo. For a moment, the flamingo could only dodge nimbly in the air, struggling to find an effective attack. Fortunately, Yunluoha and Lin Ju didn't slack off just because their pets were around. They continued to carefully observe the mechanical spider's movements, searching for its weaknesses. She seized the opportunity, and shot arrows at its abdomen and joints. Even if she didn't injure the mechanical spider, she could at least disrupt its attack rhythm. Wonton seized the opportunity, and used all his strength to spray a large amount of spider silk, further restricting the mechanical spider's movements. Under the combined attack, the mechanical spider's movements became increasingly sluggish, and more wounds appeared on its body. A crack appeared in its shell, and its attacks were disconnected. It passively took blow after blow, as the silk entangled its body tightly, and then pulled in all directions, attempting to disintegrate it. As the mechanical spider's wounds increased, they soon discovered a glowing red crystal core within its body. Yunluoha sensed this crystal core, and felt it possessed a powerful energy. Wonton also sensed a unique aura within the crystal core. A glint flashed in its eyes. It rushed forward, biting the mechanical spider's shell. It sprayed silk into its body, enveloping the crystal core, and attempting to pull it from the spider's body. The crystal core, engulfed by the silk, quickly dimmed. Without its core, the mechanical spider instantly lost power. Wonton and Robao launched a final, fierce attack, sending the mechanical spider crashing to the ground, reduced to a pile of metal. Without waiting for them to react, Wonton devoured the crystal core mouthful by mouthful, and its body began to undergo a strange transformation. It grew in size, its shell gradually becoming as hard as steel, its color changing to a cold, metallic sheen. Its once slender legs grew thicker and more powerful. Finally solving this major problem, Yunluohe and Linju breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Wonton devour the crystal core, Yunluohe hurried to check on him. Ro Bao murmured quietly nearby. Why does this thing eat everything? How can it possibly be good? Yunluohe knew Wonton was using his devouring ability to absorb the mechanical spider's abilities, perhaps becoming even stronger. However, Wonton probably wouldn't be able to fight again anytime soon. She quickly placed him back in the pet bag, letting him rest and transform the food he had eaten. Yunluohe and Linju divided the metal fragments on the ground. It was getting late, and they had to get out of here quickly. They had spent quite a bit of time here. They moved quickly along the passage, passing through an industrial wastewater area. The air here was filled with highly toxic gases. Thankfully, they were both prepared. Yunluohe had just opened a box and found a multi-purpose gas filter mask, which was perfect for use. The pet had already been placed in the backpack, so getting through here wasn't a difficult task. The moment they stepped out of the cave, the blazing sun poured down unhindered. The air was filled with a stifling heat, and every breath felt like inhaling and exhaling a scorching flame. Sweat instantly poured from their foreheads and backs, quickly soaking their clothes and clinging to their bodies. It was then that they realized they were deep in a deep, narrow canyon. The canyon walls were steep, and even though it was nearly dusk, the sun was exceptionally scorching the smooth, ironclad walls and reflecting light towards the cave entrance. The entrance became incredibly hot, as if it could ignite at any moment. This location was like a microscope pointing at the sun, its rays refracting through a microscope. The heat was incredibly intense. The coolant they applied to their bodies proved incredibly effective, otherwise, they would have ignited the moment they emerged. They quickly left the area. A little further away, the heat subsided. Yunluohe and Linju entered the canyon. They hadn't gone far when Yunluohe suddenly stopped, activated her scanning eye, and excitedly announced, "There's a copper vein here." Looking in the direction she pointed, they could faintly see veins of blue-green ore on the mountain wall. Linju also showed a look of surprise. After all, they both knew the importance of copper ore. Finding copper ore would allow them to upgrade their reefs. They quickly approached the vein, and Linju took out his obsidian pickaxe and hammered at the ore. Obsidian pickaxes are incredibly efficient at mining. Yunluohe and Linju quickly collected dozens of pieces of ore. However, the high temperature rapidly drained their energy, their breathing became increasingly rapid, and every movement of their tools became an immense struggle. It was simply too hot here. Linju's voice was weary. "How about we find a way to escape the heat first and wait until dark before digging?" Yunluohe, "I think so. Sooner or later, my body will give out." Her throat was practically choking. Yunluohe found a relatively flat spot and unsheathed the solar awning. The two of them took shelter in the shade, feeling much more comfortable. Then they began to replenish their energy and hydration, devouring food and drink. After eating and drinking, they sat and rested for half an hour, waiting for sunset before resuming their mining. With such a large mineral vein here, it seemed they wouldn't have to return tonight. Yunluohe checked the time. It was 5:30 p.m. Wait another hour, the sun will set, and they can resume digging. Based on their mining efficiency, they should be able to obtain at least 100 pieces of copper ore per hour. If they dig all night, by tomorrow morning, it wouldn't be hard to dig up 1,000 pieces. Besides, it wouldn't be so hot at night, so the pace should be even faster. Soon, it was getting dark. A sudden gust of wind swept through the canyon. The wind carried sand and rocks, blinding them. To make matters worse, the wind seemed to carry some unidentified objects, constantly clanging against the mountain walls. As the wind grew stronger, Yunluohe realized that these unidentified objects were actually a swarm of metallic flying insects. Though small, these flying insects were numerous. They flew around Yunluohe and Linju, occasionally attacking and trying to pick at their equipment. Yunluohe took out her insect repellent and sprayed it furiously nearby. It actually worked. These metal flies are also afraid of this. That was surprising. But as long as it worked, it was fine. Yunluohe took out some coolant and smeared some on her body and equipment. Instantly, a cool feeling seeped through her skin, dispelling some of the heat and clearing her mind. When it got dark, she needed light. She took out her fluorite lantern, stuck her arrows into the mountain wall, and hung the lantern on top to illuminate it. This way, she could see clearly at night. Until night completely enveloped the canyon, the darkness continued to haunt them with metal flies. And the whistling sound of the mountain wind as it whistled through the narrow mountain pass. It always made them feel uneasy. But for the sake of the copper ore, the two of them had no intention of retreating. By the dim light of the fluoride lantern, Yunluohe and Lin Ju continued to dig for copper ore. When they were tired, they stopped to rest. When they were thirsty, they drank. Feeling exhausted and sleepy in the second half of the night, Yunluohe took out 2 cups of Ween tea to refresh herself and force herself to persevere. After a full night of digging, and with Robao's help, Yunluohe had a bountiful harvest, unearthing thousands of copper ores and some special metals. For example, superconducting copper ore, magnets, and some bronze gears. With all this, she had almost all the materials needed to build a tidal windmill, lacking only shark skin. Yunluohe was thrilled. Now, not only could she upgrade the reef, but she also had the hope of building a tidal windmill for power generation and irrigation. She couldn't wait to get back. Chapter 107. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when they returned to the reef. Yunluohe's first priority was to organize her upgrade supplies. She had been stockpiling hardwood and iron ore, and after all these days, she had already gathered them. So, as soon as the supplies arrived, she immediately clicked on the upgrade button, fearing that Lin Ju would beat her to the punch. After all, Lin Ju had also mined a few hundred copper ore, but without his pets, so he was slower than Yunluohe, probably 200 less. But perhaps he had more copper ore stored than Yunluohe, so Yunluohe considered him her biggest competitor for this upgrade. The upgrade countdown showed 28 hours. That was quite a long time, and after this upgrade, it was expected that another major change would occur. Yunluohe then went to the chicken coop to check on the rabbits and nightingales she had caught earlier. The nightingale was quite excited to see Yunluohe. It chirped. "So happy you're back." Yunluohe slapped her head. She had almost forgotten about it. "How are you doing here? Are you bored? Didn't you go out?" "No, they're all listening to me sing. They're praising my beautiful singing." Yunluohe looked at the chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Then she was shocked. Why are there so many chickens and duck eggs on the ground? The chickens and ducks were clucking non-stop, looking very happy. Could it be that listening to nightingales makes you feel good and they lay more eggs? It seems nightingales are far more useful than she imagined. As for the rabbits, they were kept in cages with some hay and vegetables. They seemed to have adapted well after not seeing them for a day. They had finished their food and even pooped a lot. Yunluohe put her poop into the biogas tank, then remembered the 5 wild goose eggs she brought back and quickly hatched them. Then she checked on the vegetables growing in the greenhouse. They were all growing well. She had planned to feed the chickens, ducks, rabbits, and fish and then go to sleep, hoping to return to work when she woke up, when a system notification suddenly sounded. Announcement 1. Today is a lucky day. Player stamina points have been increased, allowing them to catch up to 5 shells. The chance of black pearls dropping in each zone has been increased, and 10 colorful pearls will be randomly dropped. Good luck. Announcement 2. Registration for the limited-time Summer Desert Survival event is now open and can begin today. Details have been sent via email. Please check back. Announcement 3. In 3 days, the summer disaster will escalate. Please upgrade your reef as soon as possible. 3 notifications came at once, each one containing a significant amount of information. Yunluohe suddenly perked up, her mind clearing. She quickly opened the email. Summer Limited Event. Summer Desert Survival Challenge. Event Theme. Survive in the scorching desert and complete various tasks, testing players' survival abilities and skill levels. Event Details. 1. Desert Resource Gathering. Players must gather various rare resources, such as cactus fruit and desert minerals, in the desert. Gathering desert resources earns bonus gathering experience and rewards. 2. Desert Survival Competition. Players must search for water sources, dodge sandstorms, and complete tasks in the desert. Scoring criteria include survival time, the number and quality of completed tasks, and the quality of the tasks. 3. Desert Mining Challenge. Players must find a desert mine and mine as much rare ores as possible. Scoring criteria include ore quantity, quality, and mining speed. Participation requirements. Players with a mining skill of level 3 or higher. Event duration. Summer 13th to 20th. Registered players can enter the desert for 4 to 6 hours daily, minimum 4 hours, maximum 6 hours. The final ranking will be determined by the sum of all scores, and the top 10 players will receive rewards. Rewards: desert survival gear, high-level supplies, rare blueprints, etc. Note: survival conditions in the summer desert are harsh, and the environment is extremely difficult. Players should not sign up without preparation. Yun Luoha is definitely going to participate in this event. She spent a whole night mining copper ore on the mechanical island, and her mining skill has reached level 3. The rewards from the last tree planting event were very good. The green and fruit tree saplings have grown considerably, and the reef is now lush and green. Yun Luoha has also planted agave, dragon fruit, sea buckthorn, cactus, and aloe vera in the open space behind her house. Half of them are now ready for harvest. She just checked, and the agave is ripe, ready to be harvested in its entirety. However, this requires specialized tools, and is quite laborious. Older agave can be made into agave fiber, while the younger agave herb can be used medicinally for pain relief and inflammation, as well as for making wine. The rhizomes are steamed over high heat, ground to remove the pulp, and concentrated into a juice that is then fermented in wooden barrels. After aging for a period of time, it becomes wine. Whenever she has time these days, she uses it to make wine. She estimates it be ready for drinking around late autumn or early winter. The weather will definitely get colder by then, and the wine will be very effective. Aloe vera and cactus are also good things, both for food and medicine. The slower growing ones are pitaya and sea buckthorn. The sea buckthorn will probably take another month to bear fruit, but the pitaya has already formed buds. Although they haven't bloomed yet, the buds are already quite large, and they might bloom tonight. The summer events are much more difficult than the spring events, which means the rewards will be better. Similarly, being able to explore the desert every day is actually a good opportunity. After all, she doesn't have many island landing tokens and diving cards, so participating in the event and getting free desert access to collect supplies is also a benefit. However, benefits don't come for free. Entering the desert in this heat would definitely be a pain. If Yun Luoha hadn't obtained so much good equipment on the mechanical island, she might have hesitated for a long time, but now that she has the advantage, she naturally can't miss this opportunity. Yun Luoha opened the registration channel and clicked on the registration button. Then she would be able to enter the desert when the event started in 3 days. It just so happened that she could do more on the reef these past few days. When she woke up, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. She had slept for 6 hours, not a full sleep, but almost enough. Wonton was still asleep. He had been drowsy after eating a large amount of volcanic flies, as it needed time to digest. Yun Luoha wasn't too worried, so she simply checked on him, and found nothing unusual before getting back to work. She first checked the plants in the greenhouse, and then began harvesting them. She had already checked once in the morning, but hadn't examined them thoroughly. Now she needed to carefully check the progress of each plant. Because the planters were vertical, each layer was fully planted, making it difficult to detect any problems at first glance. Soon, she noticed small white spots on several tomato seedlings. Upon closer inspection, she discovered they were infested with aphids. Yun Luoha didn't have any pesticide, so she made a simple insecticide by mixing plant juices with chili pepper spray. Using a sprayer, she carefully sprayed the tomato seedlings, ensuring every leaf was evenly coated. Next, she harvested all the ripe fruits and vegetables. There were potatoes, mint, lettuce, cabbage, cucumbers, soybeans, spinach, strawberries, onions. In addition, winter melon, eggplant, wheat, and cauliflower weren't ripe yet, but they were all growing well. Yun Luoha arrived at the west side of the reef, ready to begin cultivating a lotus pond and planting the lotus flowers. She first measured the land and planned the size and shape of the lotus pond. Because the pond would be built on the edge of the reef, the embankment needed to be well reinforced to prevent it from being washed away by the tide. She watched the waves surge up the shore, pondering to herself. Yun Luoha took out the spider silk she had collected earlier, the silk she had obtained on Spider Island. There was still plenty left, but now with Wonton, she could spin silk at any time, so the silk wasn't very useful anymore. Since Wonton was asleep, she used this instead. The combination of silver web spider silk and golden spider silk was incredibly strong, making it perfect for reinforcing the embankment. She evenly wrapped the silk around the prepared hardwood stakes, then drove the stakes into the ground one by one to support the embankment. Next, she filled the gaps between the stakes with dirt and rocks, then spread a thick layer of spider silk on top, compacting it repeatedly. Under the scorching sun, the lotus pond was ready in just a few hours. Yun Luoha was exhausted and hurried back to the house to rest and make dinner. By then, the sun was setting, and a brilliant sunset glow covered the horizon, each cloud appearing enormous. Yun Luoha couldn't help but think of the disaster the system had predicted would escalate in a few days. It seemed this beautiful scene was also foreshadowing something. Yun Luoha still had many of the ingredients and supplies she had brought back from Lotus Island. She opened the Lotus Island supply box. The box contained lotus flowers, lotus seeds, lotus roots, water chestnuts, and water celery. The refrigerator also contained some processed pheasant, grass carp, rabbit meat, water snakes. 2 bound porcupines, caged and starving all day, looked limp. Perhaps they were too hungry, so seeing Yunluoha, they weren't as aggressive as before. Yunluoha fed them some apples and coconuts. She planned to see if she could keep them on the reef first. Today, she built a barn for them to live in. If they didn't behave, she'd just kill and eat them. Although porcupines are small and difficult to handle, they're still pork. Yunluoha currently has more fish and seafood, not much pork. She already has 2 ovens, but she rarely uses them. Today, she might as well use them to grill fish and chicken. First, clean the fish and chicken, then smear them with salt and honey, and pat them to incorporate the flavor. Then, stuff the fish with scallions and ginger, and the chicken with onions. Wrap them in lotus leaves, and place them in 2 ovens. Next, she needed to process the lotus rhizomes and seeds she brought back, and wash and store the lotus roots. These wouldn't take up space in her backpack, and they spoil quickly if she didn't eat them quickly. So Yunluoha had to prepare them quickly, whether for herself or to sell. There was also some leftover grass carp and water snake meat. Even though we weren't eating them today, we still had to prepare them and make smoked meat. First, clean them, cut them into small pieces, and marinate them with various seasonings. During the marinating process, she stirred them constantly to ensure that each piece of meat was evenly coated with the seasonings. Smoked meat can be preserved longer and has a more unique flavor. Yunluoha also planned to make some lotus seed and yam cakes. She peeled and cored the lotus seeds and steamed them along with the yam. Then, she mashed them into a paste, added honey and glutinous rice flour, and kneaded them into a dough. Next, she divided the dough into small balls, rolled them into rounds, and shaped them into beautiful lotus flowers. She then steamed them in a steamer. Meanwhile, she started making sauerkraut fish soup. First, she washed and sliced the lotus root, and then cleaned and cut the grass carp into sections. Next, she poured a suitable amount of oil into a wok, sautéed ginger slices and scallions, and then added the sauerkraut and stir-fried until fragrant. Next, she added an appropriate amount of water, added the lotus root slices and grass carp, brought to a boil over high heat, then reduced the heat to a simmer. The moment the lotus seed and yam cake emerged from the pot, a sweet aroma filled the air. Congratulations to the player for creating one of the exquisite dishes, lotus seed and yam cake. Reward, 1 pastry mold. This is a set of molds that can be used to make various pastry shapes. The shapes include rabbits, lotus flowers, cat paws, and frogs, all quite adorable. Yunluoha picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The soft, glutinous texture and sweet flavor left her completely satisfied. After a while, the sauerkraut fish soup was ready. Yunluoha poured out a bowl of the steaming hot fish soup, exuding an alluring aroma. She took a sip, and the tender fish and tart sauerkraut instantly restored her strength. With a ding from the oven, the roasted chicken and fish were ready. By then, Yunluoha was already overwhelmed by the aroma. The air was filled with the fragrance of meat, making her mouth water. Meat Bun waited eagerly, meow. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Meow, I'm starving. Yunluoha took out the roasted chicken and fish, tearing off a large piece of each for him. Meat Bun devoured them with a gusto, finishing them in 2 or 3 bites. Just as Yunluoha was about to tell him to eat more slowly, he heard a beep. Ocelot successfully upgraded. Feed the leopard cat its preferred food over 50 times to unlock the gluttony contract. Yunluoha was surprised. Meat Bun had finally upgraded. But then she changed her mind and smiled helplessly. Meat Bun upgraded because of his gluttony, eating a lot. It's amazing. Wonton means devouring. Meat Bun means eating voraciously. So they're a bit similar. Yunluoha opened Meat Bun's information. Ocelot, name, Meat Bun. Appearance, adult leopard cat, large and sturdy, weighing 45 kilograms. Personality, gluttonous, lively. Basic skill, swift attack. Newly added, gluttonous contract. Effect 1, doubles your pet's strength, but doubles its food intake. Effect 2, precision hunting. Automatically captures small animals, tracking their scent. Requires feeding of the corresponding animal's meat. Unlock more effects at higher levels. Chapter 108. In addition to the new skills, there's also a trainable skill, scent tracking. By sniffing, the leopard cat quickly finds its target. The more successful it is, the stronger the skill becomes. Yunluoha thought for a moment, then took out the roasted rabbit meat and cut it into small pieces to use as bait. Yunluoha took Robao to the open space outside. She hid a piece of rabbit meat and said to Robao, "Robao, go find it. If you find it for me, I give you 2 pieces." Robao sniffed and began searching. Soon, it excitedly ran back to Yunluoha. "That's impressive, Robao." Yunluoha happily patted Robao's head and rewarded him with another piece of rabbit meat. It seems that with a few daily training sessions, Robao said tracking skills will quickly become proficient. Finally free, Yunluoha opened the chat and saw that the auction had already concluded. The highest bid was from Mu Zitong. Despite discovering a new use for the nightingale, Yunluoha still planned to give it to Mu Zitong. "I heard that Mu Zitong's parents had built a small ecological farm on his reef and raised a large number of chickens. The nightingale loved the crowds and would probably be happy there." After all, Yunluoha was often away, and since she already had 2 pets, she didn't have many opportunities to spend time with it. Yunluoha accepted the supplies, handed the nightingale to Mu Zitong, and gave him a detailed introduction to its uses. "Sister Yun, why don't you keep this nightingale for yourself? You really want to give me such a beautiful bird?" Mu Zitong spent a large sum of money on the nightingale to entertain his parents, and since he really didn't have a pet, getting one would be a great idea. As it turned out, this nightingale was so powerful that Yunluoha felt embarrassed to accept it if she really wanted to give it to him. "Yunluoha, take it. I already made a deal. I'm giving it to you. Raise it well, and upgrade your taming skills quickly. After the contract is signed, bring it with you to this desert event. It will definitely be very useful. I can find another nightingale later." Yunluoha definitely had to bring Wonton and Meat Bun to the desert event. After all, she had to prioritize training Wonton and Meat Bun. While the nightingale was good, it wasn't as important as these. Furthermore, Yunluoha had a high combat power, and while the nightingale's healing and recovery abilities were good, they weren't very useful to her and generally wouldn't be used. Using it simply to sing to the chickens and ducks and increase egg production would be a bit of a waste. Mu Zitong thought about it and realized he really wanted the nightingale. This time, having benefited from Yunluoha, his gratitude towards her intensified. "All right then, thank you, Sister Yun. I take the contract. I give you some more supplies. Is there anything else you need?" "No, just give me the supplies the association has exchanged these past few days. I take care of them." Yunluoha was on the island the past 2 days, and had no time to collect supplies for garbage disposal. The trash can hadn't been used in ages. Today, she had to spend some time on it. After all, it was her most precious treasure and couldn't sit idle. "Mu Zitong, there's been a lot less trash lately. Everyone's been exchanging for unfinished and broken items. The shell-opening items are getting better, and the luck of our association's players has increased. It's not a big amount, but it shows there's still room for improvement. Well, it doesn't need to be too large. Just like before, it's best to get some parchment scraps and broken blueprints. And please keep an eye out for keys for me, and exchange them if you see any. Oh, I also need shark skin. Please keep an eye out for any news on shark skin, or if any players have seen sharks underwater." This time, Yunluoha only explored a small area of the mechanical island. He planned to go back next time, so he needed to get at least 5 keys before his next trip. Besides, boxes like those on the mechanical island might also be found on other islands. As for the shark skin, Yunluoha needed it to build a tidal windmill. Soon, Mu Zitong sent over 300 supplies. 303 days, the number was indeed much less than before, but it was all good stuff. There were 5 pieces of parchment, a dozen or so torn blueprints, some rubber tires, dried saplings, broken furniture, various animal organs and feathers, and bottles and jars. In addition, there were some saplings and seeds, all collected by Mu Zitong. Yunluoha kept the fragments and blueprints and placed the rest in the supply box, having Robao dispose of them one by one in the trash can for recycling. She had to make some things for the next few days, and she had to check her nets from time to time to see if they had caught any supplies. Today was her lucky day, with 5 shells, so she couldn't waste her chances. She had already caught 2. Based on the probability of catching 1 supply per hour, there were still 5 hours left, so she had to check every hour. First, she crafted the parchment fragments. She had 1 remaining, and with the 5 she got in this time, she could craft 2. Then, she could use the trash can to upgrade and repair the damaged blueprint. Soon, she had a gleaming, intact piece of parchment. Planting Guide, Volume 3. How to deal with plant pests and use fertilizers to address plant diseases. Now that the greenhouse has more and more crops, she will definitely need to continue growing a variety of vegetables in the future. The planting guide is very important to her. Just last time, her tomato seedlings were infested with insects. Yunluo used a homemade chili water solution to treat it, but she wasn't sure how effective it was. It was something she heard someone else recommend, and it was the only solution she knew. If she encountered another problem, she would be at a loss. This guide arrived at the perfect time. She didn't know how many volumes the planting guide set consisted of, but she had already collected 3. This volume also contained the most content. The parchment was densely packed with key points. It was divided into 2 sections, one on key points for dealing with plant pests, divided into physical and biological control. Because the content was so important, Yunluo read it with extreme care. To combat pests, you can manually remove eggs or diseased leaves, place sticky traps, use lights to lure phototactic pests at night, introduce beneficial insects to prey on aphids, and even raise chickens and ducks to peck at ground-dwelling pests. As for making natural insecticides, besides chili water, you can also use tobacco leaf water or soapy water. There are many ways to use fertilizer to treat plant diseases. The corresponding solutions are listed above. The most common methods are nitrogen fertilizer, bone meal, and wood ash to promote plant growth and address nutritional deficiencies. Sulfur powder and rice husk charcoal can also be used to prevent diseases. All of these are readily available. Nitrogen fertilizer is made from composted manure and urea, while bone meal and wood ash can be easily prepared using Yunluo. The plants in the greenhouse are growing well, but the harvest is average, and the vegetables are small. This is likely due to a lack of fertilizer. Yunluo planned to spend some time tomorrow making some nitrogen fertilizer, and wood ash to fertilize the plants in the evening. He also makes some more chili water, and spray it on all the plants that were prone to insects. Growing vegetables is a hassle, but the extra harvest is worth the hassle. The other piece of parchment contained a guide to raising chickens. It was filled with extensive information, primarily about upgrading the coop and utilizing the eggs. Advanced equipment for the coop included a dry-wet manure separator, a fully automatic feeder, an egg collector, a feed machine, and an advanced incubator. The coop could complement the vertical worm farm and the orchard. After the dry-wet manure was separated, the solids could be used to feed the worms, the worm manure could be used to grow fruit trees, and the fruit residue could be processed into a feed machine to make chicken feed. The liquid manure was discarded into biogas, which was used to generate electricity and heat to power the worm farm. After reading this, Yunluo had another idea for upgrading the coop. I had to find a way to get all these supplies. To prepare for the desert, Yunluo needed to stock up on sunscreen and summer supplies. She harvested all the agave on the reef. Besides making sun protective cloaks, agave can also be used to make fiber bandages for treating desert burns, but that would be done by Siki. She also used aloe vera to create a lot of sunscreen gel. The recipe was won in a lottery. All you need is 3x aloe vera juice plus 1x beeswax, and you have a tube of sunscreen gel. It provides protection for 4 hours, reapply after that. If you only apply it to your face and hands, you can use one tube several times. Time flew by, and a few hours slipped by in a flash. The last time Yunluo went out to check her fishing nets, she planted lotus flowers at the bottom of the lotus pond, then filled it with water, some aquatic plants, and frogs. Although it's a bit bare now, it's likely the lotus pond will be beautiful again soon. Just then, the dragon fruit blossoms began to bloom, their pure white petals slowly unfolding, emitting a delicate fragrance. Under the moonlight, they were a breathtaking sight. She gathered all the shells into her supplies, and opened them all in one go. Now that black and iridescent pearls had appeared, Yunluo, even this unlucky little girl, began to dream, wondering if she could get lucky and open a golden pearl. She certainly didn't dare dream of black or iridescent pearls, and her expectations weren't high. A golden pearl would be fine. So, full of anticipation, she opened the shells one by one. The result was a pleasant surprise. There were 3 white pearls, 1 great pearl, and finally, a golden pearl. Yunluo was overjoyed. She then opened all the pearls one by one. White pearl, iron or X5, copper or X2, ferrous metal fragment X1, glass bottle X1, wooden barrel X1, portable water purifier blueprint X1, rotten egg X1, compressed energy bar X1, chocolate X2, black sesame X1, tomato X1, hardwood X10, graphene thermal insulation film recipe X1, garbage bag X1, hand sanitizer X1, parchment fragment X1, Torn Blueprint X1, Thermal Insulation Fabric Recipe X2, Windproof Goggles X1, First Aid Bandage Set X1, Sand Bike Blueprint X1, Gray Pearl, Tires X2, Preserved Egg X1, Table Salt X1, Yeast X1, Moldy Flour X1, Rotten Cabbage Leaf X1, Black Seed X1, Gold Pearl, Advanced Incubator Blueprint X1, Obsidian X10, Crystal X1, Diving Card X1, Ice Compress Recipe X1, Heat-Resistant Ceramic Pot X1, Rabbit Cage X2, Windproof Match X1, Sea Buckthorn Seed X1, Grapevine X1, Kale Seed X1, Nori X1, Snickers Bar X1. Opening 5 shells in one go is quite impressive. Saving the Golden Pearl for last is a real surprise. Yun Luoha took out the blueprints and supplies one by one to examine the details. Sand bike, made with high-temperature resistant rubber tires and high-grade materials, suitable for desert terrain. Materials: high-temperature resistant rubber X8, shark skin X2, copper or X15, refined steel X5, magnet X3, bronze gear X3. First aid bandage set, contains hemostatic gel, antibacterial gauze, and an ice pack. Graphene insulation film, covers building surfaces to reflect 90% of heat. Materials: coolant X1, graphite X5, magnet X2, copper wire X4. Insulation fabric, reflects 60% of UV rays, and can be used to make tents or sunshades. Materials: silver web spider silk X10, aluminum foil coating X2, rubber tree sap X2. Compressed energy bar, each bar increases satiety by 80%, contains electrolytes, and increases stamina by 40 points. Portable water purifier, solar powered, purifies 5 L of water daily. Materials: activated carbon filter X1, ceramic filter X3, copper wire X5 X1, obsidian X2. Windproof goggles, protects against dust and sand, and enhances night vision by 20%. Ice compress, quickly and continuously cools burned areas. Materials: coolant X1, resin X1, aloe vera juice X1, cotton cloth X1. Windproof matches, burns for 3 minutes per match, withstands force 8 winds. Advanced egg incubator, 98% hatching success rate, automatically adjusts temperature and humidity, can incubate 30 eggs at once, and hatches in 10 days. Materials: iron ore X5, copper wire X5, magnet X5, ferrous metal fragments X3, high temperature glass X1, plastic X5. The harvest on Lucky Day is truly delightful. She could craft both of the blueprints directly. There were also plenty of supplies perfect for the desert. Yun Luoha took out the blueprints and recipes and separated them. She could craft an advanced egg incubator and a portable water purifier. Copper wire required copper ore, which she first smelted in a furnace into copper ingots, then made into copper wire using a workbench. Yun Luoha toiled for 2 hours, and she had crafted both items. During this time, she made a dozen ice packs. Although it consumed a lot of coolant, this was more effective than using it directly. She tried it on the mechanical island, and the coolant didn't last long, so the ice packs lasted most of the day. When she went to the desert, if it got too hot, she definitely used one every day. It was getting late, and Yun Luoha was ready to rest. She couldn't keep her workbenches idle. She had to keep crafting more items, so she could trade the extras. Just as she was about to go to bed, she noticed something wasn't right with Yun Tun. Its body was glowing red, its body trembling constantly, its 8 legs trembling, and its joints rubbing against each other with a harsh noise, yet it hadn't yet awakened. Startled, Yun Luoha rushed over to check on it. She called out several times before Yun Tun finally opened his eyes. "Yun Tun, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Yun Tun uttered a faint sound, "Hiss. I can't move." Yun Luoha's face paled as she quickly pulled out her wolf spider encyclopedia, searching for a corresponding case. She frantically read through it, and despite her confusion, she quickly found some useful information. Wolf spiders that consume high-purity metallic mechanical materials can metallize their bodies. Symptoms include unusual rubbing noises in their joints, flashes of red light, and blurred consciousness. At this point, the wolf spider's movements become restricted, its 8 legs becoming rigid and unable to move. Urgent attention is required. Chapter 109. For this situation, the wolf spider encyclopedia has a solution. A mixture of aloe vera gel and magnet powder should be applied to the wolf spider's joints to lubricate and inhibit metal corrosion. To stabilize the wolf spider's consciousness, It is necessary to feed it high-purity energy crystal cores to help restore its brainwaves. Placing magnets around it can also block external interference in its body, helping it stabilize quickly. Yunluohe found the solution and quickly followed it. Luckily, Yunluohe had all the ingredients. After caring for Yuntun according to the instructions in the encyclopedia, she also fed it some crystal core fragments. Yuntun wasn't in good condition and ate slowly, but after eating, she felt much better. Seeing Yuntun's improvement, Yunluohe breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, hee, I'm fine." Yuntun, sensing Yunluohe's emotions, gently comforted her. Yunluohe patted its head. "I know you be fine. I be with you." She took down Wonton's bed and placed it beside her bed, where she could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. She waited until Wonton fell asleep again before she followed suit. On the afternoon of the 11th day of summer, Yunluohe finally heard the system notification chime. Reef had successfully upgraded. Congratulations to the top 3 players, first place, in Area 2 who upgraded their reef to level 7. Rewards: 2 landing tokens, 2 advanced diving coupons, 1 portable backpack, 5 crystals, 1 companion party coupon, 100 obsidian, 1 pet training area blueprint, 2 cows, 2 sheep, 1 mushroom house, 1 mill blueprint, 1 tofu workshop blueprint. Reef level 7. Area, 4,000 square meters. Rating, 242 points. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 high-grade hardwood, 2,000 iron ore, 2,000 copper ore, 400 magnets, and a reef rating of 500. The house on the reef has been transformed into a 3-story, retro-style house with a red brick exterior and a cast-iron balcony. The red roof and white walls complement each other, creating a simple yet elegant atmosphere. The independent courtyard features a lawn courtyard, and within it lies a newly built lotus pond, shimmering in the sunlight. After a night, the newly planted lotus flowers have adapted to their new environment and are now about to bloom. In front of the courtyard, the vast expanse of the ocean stretches majestically, waves gently lapping against the shore, their spray instantly drying on the reefs. The roof is covered with solar tiles and some wooden devices, which appear to generate electricity. The temperature-controlled cellar has also undergone changes, significantly increasing in size, making the once somewhat cramped storage space more spacious. The second floor now features a garden terrace and a small swimming pool. These changes weren't Yunluohe's biggest surprise. The significant increase in the reef's area has transformed the ecological environment. The previously planted area has doubled in size, and a primeval forest and a natural grassland have emerged. Poplars, pine trees, sea buckthorn, red willows, and white poplars are scattered throughout the forest in an orderly fashion. Though they are still immature now, they will surely become a lush forest in time. In time, this forest will not only provide a rich timber resource, but also improve the reef's ecological environment. The tender green grass swayed gently in the breeze, though the high temperature had wilted some of the leaves. Yunluohe hurriedly carried a bucket of water, watering the grass repeatedly. If this development continued, the reef would continue to expand. In addition to the forest and grassland, various landforms and areas would be added, with more plants and perhaps even some wild animals. The rewards for this upgrade were also quite generous. Now that he had 2 cows and 2 sheep, Yunluohe had to quickly build the barn, apply sunscreen, and prepare everything to provide them with a comfortable environment. Yunluohe planned to place the mushroom house in a cool, dark spot. He chose a suitable spot in the forest and set it up. It was not far from the villa, just a few minutes' walk away. For the other 3 building blueprints, Yunluohe planned to build a tofu workshop first, followed by a pet training area. Only one building could be built at a time. There was already a good supply of soybeans, just enough for tofu making. As for the mill, there was no rush, the wheat hadn't been harvested yet, so it could wait until the next day or the day after. 2 days passed quickly. Yunluohe spent most of these 2 days making various tools, planting vegetables, and fertilizing them. The biogas slurry produced by the biogas digester cannot be used directly for irrigation. It needs to be diluted beforehand, otherwise it will burn the roots and harm the crops. So she bottled the biogas slurry and diluted it with fertilizer whenever she needed it. She also built 10 compost bins and used various composting methods, intending to improve the soil throughout the entire plot. The earthworm population in the earthworm cultivation tower had been rapidly increasing, so Yunluohe removed a large number of them and placed them in the ground, allowing them to loosen the soil, improve the initial soil structure, and increase its nutrient content. This process took her most of the day, but the results were remarkable. The power of tens of thousands of earthworms is immense. They can quickly infuse their nutrients into the soil. The abundant harvest of fruits and vegetables gave Yunluoha more ingredients for cooking. She updated a few more recipes and developed several lucky drinks and salads to cool her down. Yunluoha also used the remaining half of her time to prepare for the upcoming desert event. The chat channel was buzzing with activity, with everyone's focus revolving around the upcoming desert event. The details for the desert event are out. Have you seen them? I checked. Just go to the desert every day, and you get rewards. Luckily, I signed up, because the registration process is closed now. This desert event is going to be awesome. Registered players can go to the desert every day. I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff there. Maybe you find a lot of, or after a few visits. Don't get too excited. The desert is full of dangers. Sandworms, quicksand, desert storms, each one of them could be enough to put us in a difficult position. It's best to be cautious. Fortune and fortune are sought in danger. Don't forget that the disaster is about to escalate. If you don't fight, you'll be eliminated again. Everyone, be sure to bring plenty of water and sunscreen. The desert sun is no joke. I almost died hiking in the desert before. The temperature in the game is even higher now. I'm sure you get burned. Yunluoha hadn't noticed the new email before, but when he saw it, he quickly opened it to check. Desert Limited Event. 1. Daily Login Basic Rewards. Reward Pool. Fixed Rewards. Magnet. Freshwater Capsule. Sea Buckthorn Berry. Basic Repair Tools. Random Reward Pool. Choose one of 3. Magnet. Broken Mechanical Core. Oasis Coordinate Fragment. 2. Consecutive Login Rewards. 3-day Consecutive Login Rewards. Lightning Wood Obsidian. 7-day Rewards. Magnetic Storm Core. Sun Protection Equipment. 15-day Rewards. Shark Skin. S-Rank Sandstorm Eye Equipment. 3. Score Bonus Mechanism. 4. Desert Atlas. 5. Individual Battle. Survival Point System. Kills. Exploration. Resource Gathering. Team Battle. Mission Collaboration System. Capture Oasis. Escort Supplies. Defeat Bosses. The email was quite long, and Yunluoha spent a long time reading it. They even set a desert atlas, introducing various desert plants, creatures, and special supplies. Mu Zitong messaged Yunluoha, Sister Yun, how are your preparations going? I signed up too. I saw that we can team up for this event, with solo, duo, and 5-person teams. Sister Yun, do you want to team up? Yunluoha replied, I'm almost ready. I brought a lot of sunscreen and emergency supplies. I'm fine with either, but it seems the rewards for teaming up are better. If we team up, duos are a little easier than 5-person teams. However, this is a region-wide event, so there will definitely be a lot of people in the desert, so 5-person teams might have the advantage. Mu Zitong, do you have any candidates? You and me, 2 more. Shuining is pretty strong now, so we can find 2 more. But they need to be able to work well with us. Their strengths can't be too low, and they need to have their own strengths. Entering the desert would surely be extremely dangerous, and Yunluoha didn't want teammates who would fail. Just then, a deafening sound echoed through the sky. The sky seemed to be ripped open, and dark clouds rolled in. Yunluoha was startled. The disaster had escalated again. The gray clouds in the sky blocked the scorching sun. The scorching sun tried to penetrate the clouds, and the heat made the air burn. Thunder rumbled. The ground was still scorching, but the sudden thunderstorm brought strong winds and lightning. Bolts of lightning ripped through the sky, deafening thunder exploded in his ears, and the wind howled and swept everything away. The lightning flashed down, as if it would hit the reef at any moment. The disaster has escalated. Players must upgrade their reef within 7 days, or face elimination. The lightning struck Yunluoha's reef, immediately sending up a column of black smoke. The ground was scorched black, and the seaweed was burned bare. Fortunately, the house wasn't hit. Yunluoha guessed that the upgraded house might be able to avoid lightning. But for players who hadn't upgraded their reefs, this was undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster. They were at constant risk of being struck by lightning. If their house were hit, it would instantly catch fire in such high temperatures. Yunluoha was startled, not to mention the other players. Yunluoha watched the rolling dark clouds and the occasional lightning strikes, his heart filled with worry. The chat channel was filled with desperate requests for help and angry complaints from players. What should I do? My house was just grazed by lightning and nearly caught fire. Is this awful weather going to kill me? 7 days to upgrade the reef? Easy to say. I can't even gather half the upgrade materials. Isn't this forcing me to be eliminated? I can feel the heat wave outside even from hiding in my house. With this high temperature and thunderstorm combined, there's no way I can go out to find supplies. If this continues, I'd be scorched to death even without the elimination mechanism. Although the escalating disaster had been foreshadowed, its arrival still caught everyone off guard. Especially for novice players, the combination of thunderstorms and high temperatures was a devastating disaster. How could they survive? Many people began to hesitate. Yunluoha turned to look at his reef. Although the lightning had just struck, scorching a patch of ground and burning some seaweed, the overall damage wasn't serious. The upgraded 3-story, retro-style house stood firmly in the strong wind. The solar tiles on the roof glowed faintly under the lightning, giving Yunluoha a growing suspicion that this house might actually have lightning protection. A few saplings in the forest had been struck, but most were still intact. The lawn in the yard was a bit disheveled after being battered by the strong wind, but fortunately, no substantial damage had been sustained. The newly built lotus pond was violently swaying in the strong wind, and some lotus flowers had been blown down. The fish pond had just been struck by lightning, leaving many dead fish floating on the surface. It seemed necessary to build some lightning protection devices. She pulled the superconducting cable she had brought back from the mechanical island from her backpack. Superconducting cable, a crucial material for creating power networks, powering equipment, generators, and lightning rods. She remembered that this material was related to lightning rods. It seemed that the supplies from the mechanical island could be of great use. Just having the materials was useless. We also needed blueprints. Yunluoha quickly contacted Duwantian to see if their European Emperor Association had any drawings of lightning protection materials. Chapter 110. Duwantian quickly replied to Yunluoha. Fortunately, she happened to have the blueprints for a lightning rod. However, the materials required were numerous. She lacked superconducting cables, and Yunluoha was short of lightning-struck wood. These two materials were the main ingredients for making a lightning rod. It just so happened that continuous desert landings would yield lightning-struck wood. However, Yunluoha couldn't pin all her hopes on this. She had to prepare for both scenarios. In addition to lightning rods, there was also a device called a lightning rod, which could attract lightning and store the current into a battery. However, the materials were also more difficult to obtain. Lightning rods were also very useful, but Yunluoha was only interested in making a lightning rod as quickly as possible. She didn't have much superconducting cable, only enough to make one lightning rod, so she couldn't exchange it for Duwantian's lightning wood. She had to go look for it again. Thankfully, with the intelligence provided by the Tianji Pavilion, she quickly learned about the lightning wood. It turns out that when iron birch trees are struck by lightning, they transform into lightning-struck wood. She had previously brought back some iron birch from Bat Island, and had already planted it on a reef, where it had grown into a mature tree. As long as she could find a way to direct the lightning to the iron birch, she could obtain lightning-struck wood. In this case, it seemed she would still need a lightning rod. Yunluoha smiled helplessly. She turned back to contact Duwantian. Duwantian also had the recipe for the lightning rod, copper wire, sulfur powder, and lightning-struck wood. Yunluoha, I have a method for obtaining lightning-struck wood. How about you make the lightning rod first? I borrow it, and return you with more lightning-struck wood later. Duwantian had great faith in Yunluoha. Upon hearing this, he hurried to make the lightning rod. At this moment, thunder roared continuously. The fierce winds brought by the thunderstorm, like angry beasts, whipped up huge waves on the sea, waves more than 10 meters high, crashing violently against the reefs. Some reefs of low-level players were tottering under the impact of the huge waves, easily destroying the island's buildings, and some materials were swept into the sea, disappearing instantly. Most of those who encountered this were novice players. Reefs like Yunluoha's, due to their higher level, only swayed slightly under the impact of the huge waves. The sea continued to surge up, but it was always slightly lower than the reef, unable to overflow it. Faced with this sudden and horrific disaster, the players fell into extreme panic. Some players hid in their simple homes, shivering and praying that the lightning wouldn't strike. Others attempted to build protective walls around their homes using various materials, hoping to ward off the onslaught of lightning. However, these efforts seemed insignificant in the face of the powerful forces of nature. Some advanced players had already begun experimenting with making simple lightning protection devices. Some survival experts were even considering how to exploit these thunderstorms for resources. Several forum posts discussed the pros and cons of thunderstorm disasters. After receiving the lightning rod from Duwantian, Yunluoha immediately set about placing it on the iron birch. After placing it, she quickly jumped down, not daring to waste a moment. Sure enough, as soon as the lightning rod was in place, The lightning bolts seemed to have received a signal and were immediately drawn in. Dark clouds drifted over and settled above Yunluo's reef. A golden bolt of lightning shot out from within, landing directly on the iron birch. The lightning rod absorbed most of the lightning, but a small amount was absorbed by the iron birch. Black smoke billowed from the iron birch, and soon, 2 hard, black pieces of wood fell off. This was lightning-struck wood. The outer skin of lightning-struck wood is a ring of black bark, but with a gentle touch, the outer skin peels off, revealing a golden interior with circles of lightning patterns. A truly beautiful sight. Lightning-struck wood, a high-quality wood struck by lightning, the core material for lightning rods. After being struck by lightning, the iron birch remained intact. The tree was already incredibly strong, and only 2 branches were lost, representing the 2 pieces of lightning-struck wood that had fallen. This way, there was no need to worry about damaging the iron birch. But you can't just grab one tree and pull it apart. Yunluo removed the lightning rod and replaced it with another iron birch. Soon, she obtained 2 more pieces of lightning-struck wood. Repeating this process, she obtained 10 pieces of lightning-struck wood from 5 trees. Not a bad harvest. Yunluo returned the lightning rod to Duruantian and gave her 2 more pieces of lightning-struck wood as payment for the rod. With enough lightning-struck wood, Yunluo could have Duruantian make a lightning rod and a lightning conductor for her. She would provide the materials, and the payment would be separate. With the lightning conductor, at least the chicken coop wouldn't be struck by lightning. Yunluo had seen many people in the chat channel reporting that the chicken coop had caught fire after being struck by lightning, and the chickens they had painstakingly raised had been burned to ashes. Yunluo was also worried about this. The reef was high grade, so the villa should be safe, but if the chicken coop was struck by lightning, it would be troublesome. A lightning rod alone wasn't enough. Yunluo also wanted to install one in the barn, but she didn't have enough superconducting cables, so she had to give up. Busy into the evening, Yunluo discussed the desert activity with everyone in the management trainee group. She planned to form a 5-person team for the desert activity. Mu Zitong was definitely going to be along. It just so happened that he contracted Nightingale, and Nightingale's abilities had increased, so bringing them along would be a great asset. For the other 3 teammates, Yunluo chose Cheng Xuening and Yang Mian. They were both strong fighters and had pets. They were good team members. As for Si Qi, she didn't want to participate in the desert activity, preferring to stay on the reef and conduct research. The others were still a bit underpowered. So Yunluo wanted to recruit a teammate. Yang Mian would focus on blacksmithing, Mu Zitong on mining, Yunluo on cooking, and Cheng Xuening on gathering. Yunluo thought for a moment and decided to invite Qin Sisi. She remembered that Qin Sisi had also learned alchemy skills and had good luck. She had worked with her before, and she had a good impression of Qin Sisi. Besides, participating in such a dangerous activity with people she didn't know at all wouldn't be advisable. Yunluo took the initiative to contact Qin Sisi, asking if she wanted to join. Qin Sisi was also struggling with whether to play solo or team up. The child had also adapted to life on the reef, so the 4-hour journey to the desert shouldn't be a problem. After confirming their teammates, Yunluo created a group and organized a pre-departure discussion for the 5 of them to get to know each other. Everyone began by introducing their skills, specialties, and characteristics. Yunluo then detailed her desert activities and plans to her teammates. They discussed various possible desert scenarios and strategies, then developed a detailed action plan. Once we enter the desert, we must first find a safe base and set up a temporary camp. Yunluo suggested, set up some defensive measures around the camp to prevent attacks from dangerous creatures like sandworms. I'd be responsible for setting traps around the camp to combat the sandworms, Mu Zitong said. Yang Mian, water sources in the desert have a certain pattern in their distribution. We can start by looking for an oasis. After the meeting, Yunluo spent some time making final adjustments and replenishing her equipment and supplies. She made a large amount of sunscreen gel using aloe vera, which effectively shielded her skin from the desert's intense UV rays. She also made a number of sunscreen items using agave fiber, so that everyone on the team would have a set of sunscreen. She gathered materials for graphene insulation film and fabric overnight. Though the quantity wasn't great, it would still be enough to build an effectively insulated shelter. The hemostatic gel, antibacterial gauze, and ice packs in the first aid bandage set were crucial in the event of an injury. She also brought plenty of food, including homemade drinks, salads, sashimi, and soups, as well as some filling meatballs to quickly boost her stamina. The lucky salad and hydrating soup were crucial in critical moments. She also brought compressed energy bars and chocolate, which gave her plenty of stamina points, allowing her to quickly replenish her energy when she was hungry or tired. She also included small items like windproof goggles and matches. The desert-only event has begun. All participating players can teleport to the desert. As soon as she stepped into the desert, a wave of heat washed over her, as if she were inside a giant steamer. The scorching sun shone unimpeded on the sand, reflecting a dazzling light that made it impossible to open your eyes. The sand beneath her feet was scorching hot, and even wearing special shoes, she could still feel the burning sensation. The air seemed to be on fire, and every breath was filled with heat, like inhaling flames. Welcome to the desert. Login reward, 1 magnet. The daily stay time is 4 to 6 hours. You can leave after 4 hours. Consecutive logins will receive additional rewards. Yun Luoha squinted her eyes and trudged forward. She could see her teammates' positions, but they were all far away. She opened the map, but everything was pitch black, with only her location showing color and some terrain. It seems that only areas that must be explored will light up on the map. She opened the desert chat channel, where messages from other players scrolled continuously. This desert is so hot. I can feel my water rapidly draining away. I'm almost finished with all the water I brought. Oh my god, this is a completely unsuitable place for humans. If we keep this up, we get heat stroke in 10 minutes. I just encountered quicksand and nearly got swallowed. Everyone, watch your step. Help. I encountered sandworms. It's terrifying. Thousands of them. Yun Luoha sent a message to the team group. Let's find a meeting point. I marked it on the map in the middle. Everyone, just head towards it. Mu Zitong. Okay, I'm the farthest away, so I might be a little slower. Qin Cici. I have a lot of cacti here. Those who are closer can come to my place. Yun Luoha looked at the location. It wasn't too far from her. But if she went there, she would have to go back the same way, further from the meeting point. So Yun Luoha gave up the idea and decided to go to the meeting point first. The surroundings were all yellow sand, with not a single plant to be seen, which was to be expected. Qin Cici was lucky enough to stumble upon a resource-rich area. The others also posted pictures of their locations to the group chat. Yun Luoha looked around and saw that Yang Mian and Cheng Xuening were also in good locations. Both had some plants to see, such as Populus euphratica, Holoxylon amidendron, and Nitraria sibiricum. All of these plants could be harvested. Nitraria sibiricum's fruit is sweet and sour, rich in vitamins, a rare delicacy in the desert. The roots of Holoxylon amidendron can be used to extract a precious spice that has refreshing properties. All can be collected and brought back. However, for shade, you need to find a tree with a large canopy. These plants aren't suitable. Yun Luoha's pace was slow, as she would sink into the sand after every few steps. Ahead lay an undulating sand dune with a steep slope, making the climb seem extremely difficult. Yun Luoha frowned, knowing that taking a detour would waste even more time. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to try climbing. She took a deep breath, regulated her breathing, and began to climb, step by step. With each step, the sand beneath her feet slid downward, forcing her to press harder to maintain her balance. Halfway up the climb, Yun Luoha felt her strength begin to wane. Sweat drenched her back, and her breathing became rapid. Just as she was about to stop for a rest, a thunderstorm arrived. The thunderstorm's fierce wind swept through, sweeping up clouds of yellow sand. The sudden gusts of wind staggered Yun Luoha, who had been unable to stand. She quickly squatted down, clutching the sand with both hands, barely managing to avoid being blown over. The wind and sand lashed her face, stinging her. She squinted her eyes, struggling to open them a fraction. She simply buried herself in the sand, and waited for more than 10 minutes before the thunderstorm finally ended. She was covered in sand, her face was bruised, and her throat felt like it was burning and being cut by a knife. After finally shaking the sand off, she took a sip of her throat-soothing drink and felt alive again. The next moment, she saw a swarm of gerbils scurry out and attack Yun Luoha. Though small, they were numerous and incredibly ferocious. Yun Luoha drew her bow and arrows and hunting knife, attacking while defending. A dozen gerbils were no match for her, so she quickly dispatched them. After the gerbils were killed, various supplies fell everywhere. Yun Luoha hurriedly collected them. Magnet X2, Rat Skin X15, Desert Fragment X2. Chapter 111. Yun Luoha quickly picked up the supplies on the ground and put them into her backpack. Desert Fragments. Collect 50 fragments to unlock a hidden spring, and collect 200 fragments to unlock the coordinates of an oasis. Rat Fur, a high-quality leather material, can be used to make sunproof and waterproof clothing. Fragments are quite useful. Since killing gerbils yields fragments, hunting other desert creatures also offers the possibility of obtaining fragments. If the team gathers the fragments together, it will unlock the coordinates of springs and oasis faster. Yunluoha took a screenshot of the desert fragment details and sent it to the group chat, encouraging them to kill as many gerbils as possible. At this moment, her throat was still dry and sore. Even after drinking a throat-soothing drink, the burning sensation had not completely dissipated. Everyone in the group chat replied to the message, and on the map, the glowing dots representing the teammates were moving, heading towards the meeting point. After a short rest, Yunluoha continued to climb towards the top of the dune. After considerable effort, she finally reached the top of the dune. Standing atop the dune, she looked out, still surrounded by endless yellow sand. However, in the distance, a dark shadow, resembling a forest, appeared. Yunluoha's heart surged with joy, thinking that perhaps there was an oasis, rich in resources. She slid down the other side of the dune, quickening her pace toward the dark shadow. As she walked, she felt the sand beneath her feet become strange. She immediately sensed danger, realizing she might be trapped in quicksand. Thankfully, she reacted quickly and didn't move. Instead, she lay back down. This would increase the area bearing the force, preventing her from sinking deeper. Because every movement she made would cause her body to sink further, and her feet were already immobilized, she could only slowly lie flat, then stretch her arms and roll sideways. Unexpectedly, the area of the quicksand expanded. She rolled from this side into another patch of quicksand. Yunluoha's face was grim. If only someone had helped at this point, she could have quickly escaped the quicksand. She was alone, with no nearby plants to pull her onto, so she had no choice but to quickly release Wonton from the pet bag. The situation was urgent. The moment Yunluoha saw Wonton, she shouted, "Wonton, run away first, then quickly use the spider silk to pull me out." Yunluoha was afraid Wonton would also be caught in the spider silk. Wonton was light, so as long as she moved away immediately, she would be fine. After Yunluoha's last emergency treatment, Wonton had recovered. His mental strength hadn't fully recovered, but he could still use his skills. Upon hearing this, it immediately spun out spider silk and leaped away, then wrapped Yunluoha in it. Then, it quickly retracted the silk and quickly rescued Yunluoha. Wonton, hee, are you okay? The after effects of Wonton's incomplete recovery were his voice tinged with electronic tones and an involuntary sizzling sound. Yunluoha suspected this was because the mechanical core within his body hadn't been fully digested. It might recover on its own after a while. Yunluoha, I'm fine. Thank you, Wonton baby. I'm glad to have you. But it's too hot here. Do you want to go back inside? The desert temperature was ridiculously high. An egg placed on the sand would be cooked instantly and burnt in seconds. Yunluoha couldn't stay outdoors without sun protection. But Wonton's body was incredibly strong now, especially after becoming mechanized. He could barely feel the heat, so heat or cold didn't matter to him. So Wonton said softly, "No, I want to stay with Hee. I'm not hot at all." Yunluoha smiled. "Okay, then you can stay in my hat." There was a hood on the back of Yunluoha's coat, perfect for Wonton to nestle in. Wonton made a pleasant sound. Yunluoha wanted to let Robao out too, but thinking of how sensitive he was to the heat, she decided against it. It looked like Robao would have to stay on the reef for the next few days. The desert was so hot, with its quicksand and sandstorms, Robao wouldn't be able to handle it. Since there was so much to do at home, he'd be much more useful at home. Yunluoha quickly cleaned off the sand from her clothes, ignoring the sand that had gotten inside, as she couldn't take off her sun protection or she'd get sunburned. By this time, her stamina was nearly depleted. With the flying sand around, it was no time to eat anything else, so she grabbed an energy bar and some chocolate. After consuming both, her stamina points were instantly replenished. The others seemed to be having a much easier time than Yunluoha. Qin Cici's area was full of cacti, which not only provided shade but also provided water from their stems. Qin Cici took out a small knife and carefully cut open the cactus stem. Clear juice immediately flowed out. She quickly took out a container and collected the juice. Although the juice was a bit bitter, it was undoubtedly a life-saving dew in this thirsty desert. After collecting the cactus juice, Qin Cici continued toward the meeting point. She kept an eye on her surroundings, hoping to find other useful resources. Suddenly, she spotted a poplar forest ahead. The poplar trees, with their thick trunks and lush branches, provided a rare patch of green shade in the desert. Qin Cici was delighted, knowing that their bark could be used as medicine, and their leaves could be used to make mosquito repellent. Yang Mian discovered a patch of whitethorn trees. Their fruits were sweet and sour, rich in vitamins, a rare delicacy in the desert. He picked some, intending to take them back and make them into food, either jam or cooked. Cheng Xuening encountered a large forest of haloxylon amodendron trees, whose roots yield a precious spice known to invigorate the mind. She took out her tools and collected over 100 haloxylon amodendron roots before stopping. Yun Luoha hadn't seen anything along the way and hadn't lost any time, so she was actually the fastest moving. And she had Yuntin's help. When they encountered difficult terrain, Yuntin would leap ahead and use his spider silk to pull Yun Luoha up higher. At that moment, Yun Luoha saw someone in the group chat pleading for help. It was Qin Sisi, also caught in the quicksand, not far from Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha hurried over to her. Qin Sisi had been stuck in the quicksand for a while, too afraid to move. She was desperate and had tried many methods, but the quicksand was too vast to climb out. She was beginning to regret coming to the desert. What if they got buried alive, and her child was left alone on the rocks? Thinking of her child, her will to survive rekindled, and she began using the various tools in her backpack to try to climb out. A dozen meters from her, there were several tamarisk trees. She took out a rope, tied a knot, and threw it toward one, intending to loop it over and pull it out. But throwing the rope required exerting force, and her body sank deeper and deeper uncontrollably. Even though Yun Luoha had promised to come when she called for help, the desert was treacherous, and anyone could encounter various dangers. She couldn't guarantee Yun Luoha would make it. That's why she kept trying to save herself. But now, with the quicksand already reaching her chest, Qin Sisi finally gave up hope. She opened her chat and saw Yun Luoha's message. "I'd be there soon. Don't move. I'd be there in a few minutes." Yun Luoha appeared from the distant dunes. Although she moved slowly through the sand, the moment she saw her, Qin Sisi's emotions were like a roller coaster. She suddenly rushed up from the valley floor. Yun Luoha, holding a long rope, ran to the edge of the quicksand. She tied one end securely around her waist and threw the other end toward Qin Sisi, letting Yuntin spit out spider silk to help. Qin Sisi was trapped too deep, and she worried Yuntin alone wouldn't be able to pull her out quickly. The sand was so hot, any longer delay could cause Qin Sisi more harm. "Hold the rope," Yun Luoha shouted. Qin Sisi reached out and grabbed the rope. Yun Luoha pulled back hard, but the quicksand was like an invisible hand. Yun Luoha pushed back, but it held onto Qin Sisi tightly. The rope was about to break, so she finally used Yuntin's spider silk to bind her. With immense effort, Yun Luoha finally pulled Qin Sisi out. "Thank you," Qin Sisi gasped. "If it weren't for you, I might have died here." Qin Sisi's gratitude to Yun Luoha was heartfelt. She, always resilient, showed a vulnerable side at this moment. She couldn't imagine what it would be like for a child on the reef to become an orphan, struggling to survive alone. Thankfully, Yun Luoha had come to her rescue. Qin Sisi climbed to her feet, wanting to give Yun Luoha a thank you gift. After all, it was a life-saving favor, so she pulled out a lot of things from her backpack. "You're welcome, it's my duty." Yun Luoha waved her hand, not accepting any. "We're all teammates, so of course I'm here to help. Hurry and eat something to recover." Qin Sisi had been in the sand for so long, and she was probably exhausted. She needed plenty of water to avoid heat stroke. "Give what you owe." Qin Sisi took out 2 bottles of tracking potions and 50 obsidian. She didn't bring much with her this time in the desert. She made the tracking potion herself. It could be used to track prey, locate objects, and locate people. It was a very practical item. She only had 2 bottles herself, and she gave them all to Yun Luoha. The ingredients were incredibly rare, and if she wanted to make more after returning, she had to go to Strawberry Island and find the mysterious strawberries. "Take this." Qin Sisi immediately initiated the trade with Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha reviewed the tracking potion's details. It was indeed quite good. She only took 1 bottle and left the obsidian behind. After all, when she came to Qin Sisi's rescue, she hadn't considered asking for anything in return. In other words, if she were in danger, others would come to her rescue. After a short rest, the 2 of them headed towards the rendezvous point. It had been over 3 hours since they landed in the desert. Today's goal was to reunite, so they could be together the next time they entered the desert. The first time you enter the desert, you're randomly placed, but subsequent entries will return you to the spot you left last time. When they finally arrived at the rendezvous point, they found Yang Mian and Cheng Xuening already waiting. Mu Zitong hadn't arrived yet. He'd been caught in a small sandstorm and was trapped, but he said he'd be out soon and told them not to worry and just wait for him at the rendezvous point. Seeing Mu Zitong's confidence, Yun Luoha didn't go looking for him. She planned to find a place to set up a temporary camp. She had a reason for choosing this location. Not only was it the center point for everyone, making it close to everyone, but also because this stretch of sand was relatively flat, making it a good place for a temporary campsite. Let's find a safe place to set up camp first, and then go look for resources. Everyone agreed and began searching the surrounding area for a suitable campsite. After searching for a long time, they finally found a relatively flat patch of sand in a sheltered area. Mu Zitong also arrived late. He joined the others and began setting up camp. Mu Zitong brought out a birdcage, filled with ice crystal fragments to keep the temperature down. Nightingale was also brought along by Mu Zitong. Delighted to see so many people, Nightingale burst into song. After forming a contract with Mu Zitong, she sang melodies that he loved, gentle and melodious, like a gentle breeze that caressed them and brought a cool breeze. The nightingale also gained a new skill. Refreshing. Listening to her singing for half an hour can remove 30% of the listener's negative status. Paired with Mu Zitong, it can also stimulate his bloodthirst trait. However, they only just signed a contract, so there's still much room for improvement. Yun Luohe and the others first formed a circle of stones and sandbags as a defensive fortification, then set up a tent inside. They used the sunscreen Yun Luohe had brought with them, so they had a comfortable place to stay. And they wouldn't face so many dangers next time they came in. This meeting was mainly to discuss the team's division of labor. Yun Luohe, Mu Zitong, and Qin Sisi had all met before. Cheng Xuening was her friend, but Yang Mian was relatively unfamiliar. Yang Mian had a buzz cut and looked very capable. Mu Zitong looked a little disheveled. He used to be a handsome young man, but now he's wasted. He must have suffered a lot. Yun Luohe and Cheng Xuening hadn't seen each other for a while, so they sat next to each other and started chatting. However, the discussion was still about reef survival and construction, with only a few casual words exchanged. Cheng Xuening suggested, "How many desert fragments do you have? Why don't we all put them together?" Mu Zitong, "I have 5. Give them to the captain." The captain was undoubtedly Yun Luohe. Everyone agreed, and they all took out their desert fragments and gave them to Yun Luohe for safekeeping. This brought Yun Luohe's total to 28 desert fragments. Cheng Xuening, "What were your login rewards today?" "I got a water purification capsule." "I got an oasis fragment." Qin Sisi pulled a green, puzzle-like object from her backpack. "It seems like after you complete this puzzle, you get an oasis map. High luck is good. My login reward is a magnet." "What about you, Sister Yun?" Mu Zitong didn't want to compare himself to others, so he asked Yun Luohe, knowing her luck was about the same. Yun Luohe smiled, "Same. While it's still light outside, and we still have some time, why don't we explore the area and see if we can find more resources?" Mu Zitong suggested. Yun Luohe, "I think so. It's only half an hour, but with the 5 of us together, we might be able to kill more gerbils." Everyone stood up. Yun Luohe, "Let's go find some resources now. We meet here again tomorrow." Soon, they spotted a dense, dark forest of poplar trees in the distance. The poplar trees have large canopies, providing excellent shade. But the terrain there is hilly, and the distance is long, so it would take a long time to walk there. So, they definitely weren't going there today. Yun Luohe began using a scanning eye to locate the gerbils. Instead of finding any gerbils, they discovered tens of thousands of sandworms swarming beneath the sand, a black mass, thrashing about. Yun Luohe was startled and quickly warned everyone not to leave. A strange noise could be heard from underground. It grew louder, as if some enormous creature was approaching. But Yun Luohe knew it was the noise of a large swarm of sandworms. Everyone drew their weapons, gripping them warily, ready for the next danger. Yun Luohe recounted what he had seen. "The ground is teeming with worms. There are so many of them. We can't kill them all with weapons. How about burning them? It's so hot, and if we light a fire, we suffer. We definitely get heat stroke." After a while, they saw countless sandworms emerging from the sand. Each sandworm was over 10 centimeters long, with a thick, sturdy body covered in sharp spines. Chapter 112. Everyone stared intently at the sandworms emerging from the sand. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. They twisted their thick, spiky bodies, making a creepy rustling sound. Cheng Xuening frowned, her voice tinged with worry. "With so many sandworms, what should we do? A head-on fight won't work." Yun Luohe remained calm, staring at the sandworms, observing them carefully. "Don't panic. There's always a way. Let's observe their patterns of movement first." She activated her scanning eye, trying to find the sandworms' weaknesses or patterns in their movements. Jean Cece's sweat dripped down her forehead, wetting the hair on her cheeks. Suddenly, she said in panic, "Everyone be careful. These sandworms seem to be driven by some signal and are moving rapidly towards us." Yang Mian took out protective gloves and put them on as he said, "Let's form a defensive circle first and try to avoid the sandworms." Jean Cece said, "If fire attacks don't work, what about water? I brought plenty this time." "No." Yun Luoha flatly rejected the idea. "Water resources are extremely precious right now. It's not worth wasting it on these bugs." The group had formed a circle, back to back, weapons facing outward, ready to respond to any sandworm attack. Zheng Xuening suddenly had an idea. "We can use the surrounding terrain. There are some small sand dunes here. We can lure the sandworms closer to them, then try to cause them to collapse, partially burying them." Yun Luoha nodded in agreement. "That's an idea, but sandworms naturally emerge from the sand. Even if they're buried, they'd probably be back out soon. Besides, it's best if we eliminate them. Maybe we can get some resources." After saying that, Yun Luoha looked at Wonton. "Wonton, can you spit out some spider silk with a special scent to attract the sandworms?" Wonton nodded vigorously, his small body moving rapidly, and he exhaled a ball of spider silk that smelled like fresh wood. The sandworms seemed attracted by the scent and changed direction, swarming towards the spider silk. When the sandworms covered the spider silk, Yun Luoha asked everyone to move away and stay away. He took out a torch and threw it over, asking Wonton to catch it with the spider silk. The torch instantly ignited the spider web, forming a wall of fire, burning the sandworms. The sand was immediately covered with the remains of the sandworms and their supplies. "Don't burn it, let me eat it." Wonton suddenly became excited as he looked at the dense swarm of sandworms. Yun Luoha's expression changed. He hadn't expected Wonton to want to devour all these sandworms. "Wonton, why don't you just not eat them?" What if he ate too much and got indigestion again? Every time Wonton ate too much, he would evolve, but there were always some side effects. Wonton was stunned for a moment. "Can't I eat it? There's so much, it looks delicious." "Yun Luoha, but you haven't fully recovered from that thing you ate last time." Wonton looked at Yun Luoha eagerly. "I'm much better now, I really want to eat." Its eyes were filled with longing, as if those sandworms were its favorite food. While Yun Luoha and Wonton were conversing, the others had already begun to deal with the sandworms. Many sandworms emerged from the sand and continued to advance towards the group. Mu Zitong threw a smoke bomb into the sandworms, disrupting their vision. For a moment, the smoke filled the air, disorienting the sandworms and slowing their movements. Under the cover of smoke, everyone was able to catch their breath and begin searching for new strategies. Zheng Xuening suddenly spotted a large rock nearby, and an idea struck her. "We can push this rock into the sandworm swarm and use its weight to crush some of them." She and Jean Cece worked tirelessly together, finally pushing the rock into the sandworm swarm. The massive rock rolled down, crushing a large number of sandworms and causing a brief period of chaos in the swarm. During this time, the nightingale continued to sing, preventing everyone from exhausting themselves from the intense heat. Although still a little uncomfortable, it was bearable. Yun Luoha finally agreed to let Yunton devour the sandworms and released Robao to help. Robao was quite capable, especially against these small reptiles. A single strike of his claws could crush dozens. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yun Luoha also grabbed his multi-purpose engineering shovel and attacked the chaotic sandworms, each strike accurately eliminating several. Yang Mian's weapon was also specially crafted, a massive, devastating axe. It was so powerful that a single strike could rip a massive crater through the sand, leaving the sandworms nowhere to escape. After a fierce battle, the sandworm swarm was finally significantly reduced. Wonton, having devoured countless sandworms, had a swollen belly and lay exhausted on the ground. The remaining sandworms were beginning to grow frightened and gradually retreated. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground. Sweat drenched their clothes, exhaustion written all over their faces. "Finally, they're leaving. My stamina points are almost gone. If Nightingale hadn't been here, I would have fainted." That was truly thrilling. "Sister Yun, your spider is incredible. It must have eaten thousands of sandworms. A lot of supplies have fallen. Let's pick them up quickly. We're running out of time. We'd be automatically teleported back soon." Yun Luoha and the others began to gather supplies from the surrounding area. Where the dead sandworms lay, numerous desert fragments, sandworm glands, and ice crystal fragments appeared. But at this moment, a countdown appeared on the screen. With only 10 seconds left before they were teleported back to the reef, they had been so focused on fighting the sandworms that they hadn't paid any attention to the time. Now it was too late. Fortunately, Yunluohe had a magnetic ring, which absorbed most of the fragments. The others also hurried to collect. Once back on the reef, everyone handed all the reef fragments back to Yunluohe. Yunluohe now had over 80 desert fragments. Collecting 50 desert fragments unlocked a hidden spring, and collecting 200 unlocked the coordinates of an oasis. Yunluohe planned to save more. Since we gotten so many today, we can collect 200 pieces in just 3 days. There's no need to rush to unlock the spring. After all, none of them are short of water right now. The oasis is more important. Back on the reef, leaden clouds were gathering above the sea surface at a visible speed. 100 meters from the reef, a massive wave reaching 10 meters high appeared, a truly spectacular sight. The water elemental crystal core on the elemental warning tower glowed brightly, and it was unknown how long this had been going on. It looks like a thunderstorm warning. There was no reaction during the first thunderstorm, so this one must be even more devastating. The sky was half gray, half a blazing sunset. Waves pounded against the cliffs, and lightning struck the sea. The flash of lightning paralyzed a school of fish, and countless fish and shrimp suddenly appeared on the surface. But no one dared to go into the sea to fish. If it could stun fish and shrimp, it would surely shock humans too. It's best not to touch the seawater. However, the seabed shouldn't be affected, only those too close to the surface would be electrocuted. Yunluohe returned to the house, and let Wonton out to check on him. After eating so many sandworms this time, Yunluohe was worried he'd have another problem. But fortunately, he looked fine, looking satisfied and well fed. He even rubbed against Yunluohe, enjoying himself. Yunluohe breathed a sigh of relief. You're tired too. Go to bed first. Wonton had done a lot today, and eaten so much, so he definitely needed to sleep. Sleeping helps him digest his food faster. She prepared to cook something to reward Robao, and of course, she also eats something herself. Robao, what do you want for dinner? Robao, fat fish, fat shrimp, and rabbit meat. Yunluohe, okay, then go get some supplies first. I call you when they're ready. Robao was very pleased to hear Yunluohe agreed to his request. Even when Yunluohe ordered him to do something, he was very obedient. We brought back quite a lot of supplies from the desert this time. Many of them have special uses. For example, holoxylon amidindrin root powder can be used to make an insulating coating for wires. Rat skin can be used to make high-end clothing, such as waterproof clothing. These are just the uses we discovered so far. There are more to come. You need to obtain the corresponding blueprints to find out which items can use these supplies. So other uses are still to be unlocked. According to the adhesive formula Chung Xuening obtained, the mucus from the sandworm glands mixed with resin can be made into an adhesive to repair metal tools. Jean Cece also obtained a formula for an anti-venom serum, which can be made by mixing sandworm glands with cactus sap. Yunluohe had already asked Mu Zitong to arrange for the association's players to collect desert supplies at the trading center. Many people brought back supplies without knowing their uses, and simply traded them away. Furthermore, most players urgently needed upgrades to their reefs to survive the thunderstorm. Therefore, the trading center's trade orders had reached new highs in the past few days, and everyone's supplies were increasing, and the demand was even greater. Yunluohe also opened the trading center and chat channel to see what others had found in the desert. After all, the desert was vast, rich in all sorts of supplies. What the 5 of them had obtained was only a drop in the bucket. I saw an oasis before I left. Could it be a mirage? Everyone, help me figure it out. I brought back a lot of cacti. What's the use of them? Are they edible? I unlocked a spring. The water is so sweet, it instantly cool you down. Anyone want one? 20 iron ores for a bottle. Why don't you just go grab some? 1 bottle of water for 20 iron ores. That's ridiculous. Just when the thunderstorm hit, the seabed was bustling. I saw a lot of fluorescent jellyfish. Are they poisonous? Are you still in the sea? Can you catch some fluorescent jellyfish? I can trade them for supplies. The more the better. You can see them now when you go down to the sea. Those jellyfish are electrified, so I don't dare catch them. Seeing that it was Wu Jing who needed the fluorescent jellyfish, Yunluohe became interested. She contacted the head of the Tianji Pavilion team to look up information on fluorescent jellyfish. Now she could do the research herself without going through Mu Zitong, which was much more convenient. After explaining her request, she quickly received all the information on the fluorescent jellyfish. The information was scarce, as the fluorescent jellyfish was a newly discovered species. It also only appeared during thunderstorms, but few players had seen it. Even living ones were not captured. A member of the Tianji Pavilion happened to obtain a dead fluorescent jellyfish and learned its characteristics. However, this information wasn't yet S-level intelligence, as few people needed fluorescent jellyfish. According to the information, the dead fluorescent jellyfish's umbrella-shaped body was 1.5 to 2 meters in diameter, with tentacles up to 10 meters long. It was translucent and covered in golden biocircuitry patterns. The corpse was with Chi, who had given it to her for experiments. The experiments revealed that after absorbing lightning energy, the fluorescent jellyfish's tentacles could release high-voltage arcs. Even dead fluorescent jellyfish still retained significant activity. If it were still alive, the effect would likely be even greater. But to capture the fluorescent jellyfish alive, insulation equipment would be essential. However, Wu Jing should have a better understanding of the usefulness of living organisms. She happened to have a few diving cards, so a trip to the sea wouldn't be difficult. Besides, there was a thunderstorm right now, so as long as she wore an insulating diving suit, she should be able to go underwater. She also happened to have some haloxylon amidendrin root powder, which she could make into an insulating coating and apply to her diving suit to block lightning. So Yunluohe sent Wu Jing a message. I heard you're collecting fluorescent jellyfish. What's their special use? Not long after, Wu Jing replied, Haha, Yunluohe, are you interested too? These fluorescent jellyfish have a lot of uses, but I can't reveal too much right now. If you have any, we can discuss a trade. Chapter 113. Yunluohe looked at the reply, her lips curled up slightly. She knew Wu Jing must be holding back. She thought for a moment and replied, I do have a way to get them, but I'd like to know specifically what they can be used for, otherwise I'd be unsure about the deal. Wu Jing was silent for a moment before replying, well, I can tell you some of their uses. The fluorescent protein in fluorescent jellyfish can be used to create special lighting tools, which are particularly effective in dark environments and are also very energy efficient. As for living ones, they're even more useful. If you're willing to cooperate and find me a living one, I can tell you how it works. It will benefit both you and me. Yunluohe smiled faintly. Wu Jing was clearly testing her. I think about it. After all, catching fluorescent jellyfish isn't easy, and they're also electrically charged, so the risk is considerable. After concluding her conversation with Wu Jing, Yunluohe began to think about how to go down to the sea to catch them. First, they had to get the insulating coating. Insulating coatings have many uses, and will surely be put to greater use in the future. We need to collect more haloxylon amidendrin. Yunluohe contacted Chi and gave her some haloxylon amidendrin. Since haloxylon amidendrin can be used to make insulating coatings, it might be helpful for research on fluorescent jellyfish. She also shared her knowledge of fluorescent jellyfish with Chi and asked her to further her research in this area. Chi currently leads a research team. Although it only has 3 people, it's more efficient than she could be alone, and they recently made many breakthroughs. This small team has been researching the uses of various materials. High-end materials like symbiotic crystal nuclei have always been their primary focus, while research on fluorescent jellyfish has been a side project, not a priority. However, after Yunluohe's instructions, Chi began to pay more attention. After chatting with Chi, Yunluohe turned her attention to the trading center. She discovered a wealth of unusual desert goods being traded, and one item, called a desert crystal core, caught her eye. Some players found their desert crystal cores in mines deep within the desert, while others were daily rewards for logging into the desert. The brief introduction to desert crystal cores simply stated that they contained mysterious energies, but their specific uses were unclear. Yunluohe consulted the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence, but found little information. The only suggestion was that these cores might be related to ancient ruins in the desert, presumably from information recorded on a parchment booklet obtained by a player. Yunluohe's intuition told her that this item was unusual, especially the word ruins, which intrigued her. So, Yunluohe decided to purchase some desert crystal cores from the trading center to study. She posted a request for desert crystal cores, offering a relatively high price. Soon, several players contacted her, offering to sell their desert crystal cores. While collecting desert cores, Yunluohe also learned that some people's cores were found in a mysterious desert cave, surrounded by powerful energy fluctuations. Inside, besides the desert cores, there were only a few animal bones and a few desert debris. Players who entered were cautious, fearing they would trigger any dangerous traps. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm intensified. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, the wind howled, and huge waves crashed against the reefs. The water elemental core on the elemental warning tower glowed brighter and brighter. Yun Luoha had already prepared dinner. It was now completely dark, but due to the thunder and lightning, the sky outside was sometimes pitch black, sometimes as bright as day. Yun Luoha and the others hid in the house, closely monitoring the situation outside. They knew that in such inclement weather, any activity outside was extremely dangerous. Ro Bao returned from retrieving supplies, dripping wet. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Meow. The waves were so strong, they almost washed me away. I need to eat more." Yun Luoha looked at Ro Bao's bewildered state and smiled, holding out a clean towel. "Thank you for your hard work. Just wipe yourself and you can eat." Ro Bao shook himself vigorously, and all the water droplets fell off. He also lost a lot of cat hair. "Meow. That's good." Ro Bao jumped over, his eyes fixed on the food. After finishing his meal, Yun Luoha coated his diving suit with insulating coating and planned to go into the sea. This trip wouldn't take long, so a standard diving card would suffice. Plus, those floating fish and shrimp on the surface could be harvested, so why not? She prepared a huge fishing net, intending to catch them all. The fish and shrimp struck by lightning might have been stunned or killed by the lightning. If they were just stunned, they could be brought back and raised. After all, she couldn't eat all that much fish and shrimp in a short time. They could only be made into small dried fish, which would probably end up in Robo's stomach. Yun Luoha told everyone in the group that she was going to the sea. Cheng Xuening and Mu Zitong both tried to dissuade her. They also told her to check the chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel was bustling with activity. Someone had gone underwater to retrieve some fish and shrimp, only to be struck by lightning and instantly pass out. Upon waking, they returned to the reef, but their body was paralyzed. This person shared their story in the chat channel, shocking everyone. Soon, more and more people reported being struck by lightning. After being struck by lightning, their personal status displayed nerve paralysis and skin burns. Their stamina points dropped to 0, and their health points continued to drop. Unless intervention was taken, the player would eventually die. You're actually getting struck by lightning. I wonder who dares to go into the sea again. Does anyone have medicine? I didn't even go into the sea, but I got struck on the reef. Holy crap. This thunderstorm is horrible. The defenses on my reef are almost being washed away by the waves. I don't even dare go out for fear of being struck by lightning. When will this thunderstorm end? High prices for lightning protection medicine. Please. Anything is fine. Help. Hearing this news, Yun Luoha felt a little uneasy. But she didn't just go into the water. She made an insulating diving suit so the seawater wouldn't conduct electricity to her. But with her luck, she might still be unlucky. So Yun Luoha carried a lightning rod with her. That way, she was completely safe. Yun Luoha put on her insulating diving suit, tightened her goggles, took out her diving card, and packed everything she needed into her backpack. She told Ro Bao to continue collecting supplies after eating, and left him a waterproof cloak made of rat skin for him to wear. At the reef's edge, the surging waves rushed towards them like enraged beasts, claws and fangs bared. Yun Luoha checked the effectiveness of her insulated diving suit. When lightning struck the water, she reached into the water to confirm it was clear before leaping beneath the turbulent surface. The water was warm, but not scalding, and it felt very comfortable to soak in. She first used her fishing net to scoop up the fish and shrimp on the surface, and put them into her backpack, then quickly dived down. The lightning would illuminate the surface, but as she descended, the surrounding light gradually faded from dim to pitch black, with only occasional flashes of lightning barely illuminating a small area. Suddenly, a faint green light appeared not far ahead, like twinkling stars in the night sky, or like mysterious spirits dancing on the seabed. Yun Luoha's heart pounded, knowing she had found a fluorescent jellyfish. As she approached, the sight before her was breathtakingly beautiful. Swarms of fluorescent jellyfish swam slowly through the water. Their enormous umbrella-shaped bodies resembled dreamy, transparent skirts, swaying gently in the current. Each jellyfish's tentacles were several meters long, covered in golden biocircuitry patterns. As the jellyfish swam, these patterns shimmered with a captivating light, tinging the surrounding water with a dreamy hue. They intertwined and wove together, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Yun Luoha watched for a long time. Although reluctant to spoil the beauty, she also kept her mission in mind. She approached the swarm cautiously. Before arriving, she had planned a method for catching fluorescent jellyfish, a special fishing net made from wonton spider silk, eliminating the need for accidents. She fixed her eyes on one of the jellyfish, selecting a medium-sized one. Just as she was about to touch it, the jellyfish, as if sensing danger, suddenly tensed its slowly swaying tentacles and swung rapidly in her direction. A powerful arc of high-voltage electricity shot out from the tip of the tentacle, instantly striking Yunluoha. The arc's speed was so swift that even though Yunluoha sensed danger, she had no time to dodge. Despite her insulating wetsuit, the powerful current instantly penetrated Yunluoha's body, paralyzing her entire body. A wave of intense pain shot from her waist to every part of her limbs. The pain ripped her expression from her face, and her body convulsed, instantly losing consciousness. Her body, like a fallen leaf, slowly sank to the seafloor. After an unknown amount of time, Yunluoha felt a cold silver needle pierce her scalp, causing her to regain consciousness. Upgrade your perception skill, and gain the Neural Overload skill. Neural Overload stimulates the hippocampus with electricity, instantly increasing reaction speed, granting immunity to mental damage and control for 5 seconds, and allowing you to perceive everything within a 100-meter radius. Using this skill will cause a brief period of dizziness, but with training, this skill can be further upgraded. Chapter 114. After an unknown amount of time, Yunluoha gradually regained consciousness. When she awoke, the countdown on her diving card was almost over. 10 minutes left, still a chance. But her body felt light, as if lifted by an invisible force. She looked around and found herself suspended above the seabed, everything around her crystal clear. At this moment, she could not only see the subtle lines of each jellyfish, but also sense their next movements. She could even hear the faint sounds of fish and shrimp swimming in the water. She realized that her perception skills had awakened again in this life-or-death moment, becoming even more powerful. A surge of joy surged in Yunluoha's heart. She adjusted her posture, picked up her trap again, and swam towards the school of fluorescent jellyfish. This time, with the help of her powerful perception skills, Yunluoha was able to predict the jellyfish's movements in advance. She observed that when a jellyfish felt threatened, the surrounding ones would instantly form a defensive formation, their tentacles intertwining and collectively releasing arcs of electricity. Moreover, the jellyfish's tentacles were incredibly fast, capable of striking her in an instant. If she couldn't predict their movements, she'd be completely helpless. With only a few minutes remaining, Yunluoha waited patiently on the outskirts of the jellyfish swarm, her eyes fixed on their every move, not missing a single detail. Despite her unhurried demeanor, her heartbeat was racing. Finally, a small jellyfish, straying from the swarm, slowly swam near her. The tentacles of this small jellyfish were shorter than those of the others, and the arcs it released seemed less intense. Yunluoha seized the opportunity, swiftly and deftly extending her catching tool and engulfing the small jellyfish with lightning speed. The jellyfish struggled desperately in the net, unleashing arcs of electricity, but Yunluoha anticipated and dodged them all. Just as she was about to leave, another one approached. Yunluoha, quick-witted and swift-handed, struck again. She moved so quickly that even she hadn't expected to catch another one. Two. Overjoyed, Yunluoha quickly returned to the surface with her captured fluorescent jellyfish, just as her diving card expired. This had been truly thrilling. It seemed she needed to purify the corrupted shark pearl quickly, so she could breathe underwater. Yunluoha opened the chat channel, and saw it was bustling with activity. This thunderstorm is horrific. The defenses on my reef are nearly washed away by the waves. Yeah, I'm afraid to go out, afraid of being struck by lightning. When will this thunderstorm end? Does anyone know what the desert crystal cores are good for? I have a few, and I don't know whether to keep them or sell them. I need lightning strike medicine. Anything will do. Saving a life is worth building a 7-story pagoda. My wife was struck by lightning, and I'm willing to give half my supplies for it. I have information on lightning strike medicine. I just bought it at the Tianji Pavilion. I can give it to you for free. It seems quite a few players have been struck by lightning. The demand for lightning strike medicine is only going to increase. Players struck by lightning essentially lose their ability to survive. Without treatment, they're doomed to die. Switching to her friend chat, Yunluoha quickly saw that Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening had sent several messages asking about her well-being. She quickly replied to let them know she was safe. Mu Zitong sent over 100 supplies. These are the garbage we collected today. Take a look. It was getting late, so Yunluoha didn't rush to check the trash. Instead, she placed the jellyfish in a glass tank. She also needed to make some insulated gloves, otherwise she couldn't touch them at all. After she finished the insulated gloves and the insulated fishing net, she gave one to Si Chi to study. She also asked if there was a recipe for lightning strike medicine. Si Chi, not yet. Quite a few players have died from lightning strikes in the past few days. We're already researching. We only know that cactus sap can alleviate the symptoms of lightning strikes, but it's not a complete solution. Yunluoha, These fluorescent jellyfish also generate electricity. Let's see if we can find a way to exploit them. She keep the remaining one in seawater for now. It definitely be useful later. She go back to the sea another day and catch a few more. Then Yun Luoha sorted the shells Robao had caught. He had caught a total of 5 shells yesterday and today. Yun Luoha planned to open all of them at once. Recently, supplies are scarce. Construction on the reef requires various supplies, and new supplies and blueprints appear every day. So even though Yun Luoha has plenty of supplies, she's always short of something. Furthermore, the supplies dropped from pearls are always up to date, often tailored to player needs. The supplies in spring and summer are completely different. Today's luck was quite good. Among the 5 shells, there was 1 gold pearl, 2 white pearls, and 2 gray pearls. Yun Luoha checked her information and saw that her luck value had increased again, now at 40 points, much better than at the beginning. Open the white pearl to obtain Sand Anchor X2, High Temperature Ceramic Paint X1, Handheld Fan X1, Water Purifier Tablet X1, Freeze Dryer Recipe X1. Open the white pearl to obtain Copper Ore X4, Ferrous Metal Fragment X1, Damaged Blueprint X1, Cooling Patch X1, Electrolyte Water X1, Mint Seed X1, Folding Dining Chair X2. Open the gray pearl to obtain Tofu X1, Fungus X1, Sunscreen X1, Potato Peel X1, Sake Leaves X1, Rotten Tomato X1, Wine Glass X1. Open the gray pearl to obtain Wool X1, Copper Ore X2, Tissue X1, Slippers X1, Sun Hat X1, Moldy Bread X1, Damp Wheat X1. Open the golden pearl to obtain Tofu Workshop Blueprint X1, Preserved Egg Recipe X1, High Temperature Glass Recipe X1, Smoke Bomb X2, Key X1, Obsidian X10, Copper Ore X20, Parchment Fragment X1, Sunscreen Spray X1, Heatstroke First Aid Kit X1, Cold Compress Eye Mask X1. Of the supplies obtained this time, the most important are the Tofu Workshop Blueprint and the High Temperature Glass Recipe. Previously, you had to buy high temperature glass from Doomsday, but now you can make it yourself. With the arrival of summer, obsidian is no longer as scarce. Players can obtain some obsidian every day. Yun Luoha has been collecting obsidian, so her obsidian inventory has remained at over 300. Tofu Workshop. Add soybeans to the workshop's equipment to produce tofu. The daily output is up to 50 kilograms of tofu and 100 L of soy milk, which can be processed into a heat-resistant beverage. Building materials. Sea Stone X100, Desert Crystal Core X1, High Temperature Glass X20, Iron Ore X50, Hardwood X100. Yun Luoha has all the necessary materials, and can produce soy milk and tofu, which is quite necessary, as the greenhouse now harvests soybeans daily. It's not yet the peak soybean season, but when the time comes, I can harvest dozens of pounds of soybeans daily, and make soy products. Later, I can create all sorts of delicious dishes. For example, fermented tofu, dried bean curd sheets, dried tofu, fried tofu, bean curd bubbles, bean curd knots. It will also help improve my cooking skills. With this in mind, Yun Luoha will start making high-temperature glass first and plan to start building the tofu workshop before bed. The site he chose is an open space next to the orchard, not far from the greenhouse. There's no space next to the greenhouse, so perhaps next to it would be even better. Afterwards, Yun Luoha found a piece of ice crystal and ground it into powder. Ice crystal is still very rare, and Yun Luoha still has a dozen or so left, acquired from his last trade with Doomsday. Yun Luoha placed the corrupted shard pearl in Moonlight Lotus Dew to purify it. Before bed, he cover it with ice crystal powder. Tomorrow, he have the sanctified shard pearl. Then Yun Luoha began using the trash can to recycle and upgrade various types of trash. The recent garbages of all kinds, including metal, electronics, and some rotten food and animal remains. Shards of lightning-struck glass, carbonized batteries, charred data cables, charred vines, burnt alloy plates, sandworm slime, rotting canned food, spoiled dairy products, poisonous mosquito carcasses, flat tires. Recycling these things directly wouldn't yield anything good, so why not combine them and see if there's a surprise? Yun Luoha first picked up the lightning-struck glass and carbonized batteries and placed them in the trash can. A moment later, the trash can spit out a small metal cube. Yun Luoha picked up the metal cube. Lithium batteries. They support energy storage, storing renewable energy like solar and wind power, serving as the primary power source for electric vehicles and some electronic devices. Yun Luoha's eyes lit up. What a surprise! This time, the garbage collected contained a lot of this kind of glass shards, but only one carbonized battery. Perhaps a good battery would work too. Next, she tried to recycle the charred data cable and the burnt alloy plate together. This time, Yunluohe found a computer motherboard. Computer motherboard, the main board of a computer, one of the most important components. I don't know what this thing is good for, so I put it away for now. Yunluohe continued to mix spoiled dairy products and rotten canned food into the recycling machine. A pungent smell emanated from the trash can, and Yunluohe frowned. However, a bottle of caustic agent popped out of the trash can. This caustic agent can be used to kill insects or corrode certain materials. She was so immersed in recycling the garbage, finding all kinds of goodies. Before she knew it, an hour had passed. In addition to the items she had just collected, she had also found many useful materials, such as high-temperature insulation and fibers with special toughness. After disposing of the last batch of garbage, Yunluohe stretched and checked the time. It was already late at night. But she didn't rest immediately. Instead, she put the finished high-temperature glass into her backpack and began building the tofu workshop. After preparing all the materials, choosing a location, and clicking build, the prototype of the tofu workshop finally appeared on the open space. Only 5 more hours were needed for the tofu workshop to be completed. Before bed, Yunluohe didn't forget to enter the lottery. Recently, the lottery had given her recipes, and today was no exception. She had won the recipe for the cooling potion. Cooling potion, basic oral administration reduces body temperature by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius for 4 hours. Topical application can relieve lightning burns. Ingredients: Desert Mint X3, Fluorescent Jellyfish Mucus X1, Lotus Seed X1, Lotus Leaf X1. Instructions: Dry and crush the mint in the herbal workshop, mix with the mucus, and ferment for 6 hours. Add the lotus seeds and lotus leaves, mash, and then distill to purify. The recipe is good, but the preparation is a bit complicated. It requires a lot of ingredients, and it must be crafted in the herbal workshop. The herbal workshop, like the tofu workshop, is probably a special building that requires a blueprint to build. She first searched for desert mint in the trading center and quickly found it. She could also obtain fluorescent jellyfish mucus from fluorescent jellyfish, and the lotus seeds and leaves were readily available in the pond. Now all she needed was a workshop blueprint to craft the potion. Yunluohe had originally planned to sleep after winning the prize, but now she felt refreshed. I figured I'd just ask if anyone had the herbal workshop blueprints. If anyone on Siqi's team did, I give her the recipe for the cooling potion and have her make it quickly. The cooling potion has a soothing effect against lightning strikes, and many players are desperately in need right now. Although it's just a basic version, it can be upgraded and improved over time. Siqi hadn't heard of the herbal workshop and, naturally, didn't have the blueprints. Yunluohe simply sent a message in the chat channel. Does anyone have the herbal workshop blueprints? Bring the price. Originally, I was just trying it out. If I couldn't find it, I go to sleep. But soon, I got the news. Seeing Yunluohe searching for the herbal workshop, Chu Ling immediately replied, I have the blueprints, but I just want the lightning potion. She and her sister were on the same reef. While exploring the desert together, her sister, Chu Xiao, had been struck by lightning and was now in critical condition. If she could trade the blueprint for life-saving medicine, it would be worth it. Yunluohe didn't have any lightning strike medicine right now, but she knew that cactus sap could alleviate the symptoms. And with an herbal workshop, she could make a cooling potion, which would be even more effective. So she simply added this person as a friend. I need to build the herbal workshop first before I can produce lightning strike medicine. If you like, I can give you some lightning strike symptom relief right now, along with some cooling drinks and stamina restoring food in exchange for this blueprint. You can also request other ingredients, and I promise to give it to you first once I made the lightning strike medicine. To show her sincerity, Yunluohe sent a screenshot of the cooling potion recipe to Chu Ling. Chu Xiao couldn't hold out much longer, and Chu Ling was anxious. Give me the stuff first, I try it out and see if it works. Yunluohe had plenty of cactus juice, and it wasn't expensive. Chu Ling could have bought it herself at the trading center, but few people knew it was effective against lightning strikes. After Yunluohe sent it over, Chu Ling tried it herself first, then applied a little to Chu Xiao's wound. The effect wasn't noticeable, but the stamina point loss wasn't as severe. Chu Ling and Chu Xiao were both new players, but they knew Yunluohe was a big name in Area 2 and figured he wouldn't lie to her. After a few minutes of hesitation, Chu Ling agreed. Yunluohe sent 10 bottles of cooling drinks and 5 stamina restoring food, plus 20 obsidian, in exchange for the herb workshop. These items were quite valuable, and it wouldn't be difficult to exchange them for a blueprint normally, but Yunluoha thought the herb workshop was more useful. After receiving the herb workshop blueprint, Yunluoha quickly opened it and examined it. Herbal workshop, equipped with high-temperature drying racks, a medicine furnace, and a potion distillation pot, this facility can quickly dry medicinal plants and refine various medicines. Building materials, high-temperature glass X10, iron or X100, hardwood X200, ferrous metal fragment X10, obsidian X20, desert crystal core X2. Chapter 115. One good thing about the herbal medicine workshop is that you don't need to know how to make potions. The workshop also has its own medicine storage racks, drying table, and refining table, so Yunluoha decided to build her own herbal medicine workshop. However, it was too late today, so any work would have to wait until tomorrow. She was exhausted. After a quick wash, she quickly went to bed and set the alarm for 8 a.m. A few hours later, Yunluoha was awakened by the alarm. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. Although she was still a little tired, she thought of the newly built tofu workshop and quickly got up to check it out. The tofu workshop, with its walls made of black sea stone and a mahogany roof, had a retro style. It contained equipment for grinding beans, making tofu, and making soy milk, as well as various containers and wooden boxes for storing beans. Just put the soybeans into the machine, and it started to work automatically, emitting a rhythmic roar. Soon, fresh tofu and soy milk were ready. Yunluoha picked up a piece of tofu and took a gentle bite. The tender, smooth texture was delicious. She sipped the soy milk again, and the rich aroma of soy spread throughout her mouth. Just yesterday, she found a preserved egg while opening a pearl shell, so Yunluoha decided to make preserved egg tofu. This cold dish is appetizing and refreshing, perfect for hot weather. The recipe is simple, but because it lacks some seasoning, Yunluoha made a modified, lighter version. She only added salt, minced garlic, and chili peppers. After chilling it in the refrigerator for 10 minutes, she took it out. The tofu was still trembling, looking fresh and tasting delicious. Congratulations to the player for successfully making one of the summer cooling dishes, century egg and tofu. Reward, soy sauce recipe X1. Soy sauce, a liquid condiment that greatly enhances the flavor of food and stimulates appetite. Instructions: soy beans, black beans, wheat, or bran added to water and salt are brewed. Soy beans can also be used as the main ingredient for soy sauce, making it quite easy. It seems she need to plant more soybeans, as she'd be using a lot later. But there's no time to make soy sauce right now. Yunluoha made a simple salad and a bowl of soup to fill her stomach before she started working on high-temperature glass. She needed to find a site for her herbal medicine workshop before leaving for the desert that afternoon. There were no thunderstorms today, so there was no need to go fishing for fluorescent jellyfish. She made a lot of tofu, and Yunluoha shared some of it with her friends, along with some soy milk. She packed a dozen portions and shared them in the group chat, letting them pick them up. Robao doesn't like tofu, so he eats dried fish for breakfast. Wonton only opened his eyes when Yunluoha woke up, exchanged a few words with him, and then fell back asleep. Presumably still digesting the sandworms, Yunluoha decided not to take him to the desert this afternoon. Let him and Robao stay on the reef. Once Wonton rested, he could do some work. Robao would still be responsible for collecting shells from the fishing nets, and the seaweed on the reef needed harvesting. Afterwards, Yunluoha worked on making high-temperature glass, while tending to other matters on the reef. With the temperature rising, all buildings and facilities needed sun protection. Now, they built a barn and raised cattle, sheep, and pigs, which they need to feed daily. The chicken and duck production has been pretty good these past few days. Every day, I collect at least 8 chicken eggs and 3 duck eggs. The eggs in the incubator were piling up. In a few days, when they all hatched, there would be dozens of chicks. There were also 8 ducks and 5 geese. By then, these chicken coops wouldn't be able to accommodate them anymore. The 2 porcupines she brought back from Lotus Island were dying, and she probably couldn't keep them alive. She planned to kill them and break them down into pork for jerky. The porcupines' quills were sharp and could be used to make weapons. The rabbits were doing well. Yunluoha also discovered that one of them was pregnant. This rabbit wasn't young, so it probably had already given birth, meaning it could have at least 6 or 7 puppies. Yunluoha fed it some extra vegetables and carrots to keep it well fed. While working on the farm, Yunluoha checked the chat. She saw that the players were discussing yesterday's thunderstorm, and sharing their experiences in the desert. Some people went to the desert early in the morning, while others waited until nighttime, when the heat was less intense. The desert isn't hot at night, but it's too dark. The danger is less, but resources are hard to find. I wasted last night. It's better to go in the morning. It's not hot, and there are more bugs. I killed dozens of sandworms, and got a lot of supplies, but they're tough, so fighting them is difficult. Everyone, be careful of the scorpions in the desert. They're incredibly toxic. I got stung yesterday and nearly died. Finally, there are no thunderstorms today, but the weather's getting even hotter. It's been really hot all day. But it feels like a waste if I don't go to the desert. I went there yesterday and came back with a heat stroke. It's not worth it. I might as well stay home and do something else. There wasn't much useful information, so Yunluohe was about to close the page when she suddenly saw this message. Yunluohe's intuition told her that she could trade for more desert cores. So she took some drinks from her box and traded with the other party. She now had 4 desert cores, but she wasn't sure if they were enough. She simply put the more drinks in her refrigerator on the trading platform, asking to trade them for desert cores, desert shards, or ice crystals. There are more and more cooling drinks these days, but the ones Yunluohe offers are different. She's now a professional chef at level 5, so the food she makes is several times more potent than that of non-professional players. 1 glass of her iced mint lemonade increases 30 stamina points and cools down for 2 hours. This powerful drink is always a hot commodity. Yunluohe had been busy lately and had little time to cook, so she saved the little she occasionally made. It had been a while since she posted any food on the trading platform, but her shop still attracted a lot of attention whenever she added new items. 30 bottles of drinks were snapped up in a matter of minutes. In exchange, she received 2 desert crystal cores, 5 desert fragments, and an ice crystal. The high-temperature glass was quickly completed. Yunluohe wandered around the reef for a while, before finally choosing a spot near the villa with good ventilation. The outline of the herbal workshop took shape, but it would take several hours to complete. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She had a quick bite, and asked everyone in the team chat what time they planned to leave today. Everyone said they wait until after 4 o'clock, as the sun was too bright now. According to the current daylight hours, it's light before 9 o'clock, and the temperature between 4 and 10 o'clock is bearable. Since there was still some time, Yunluohe began to pack the supplies she needed for the desert trip, and also made some more drinks and utensils. There were still many blueprints left to be completed, but now that the supplies had increased significantly, there might be more tools that could be crafted. Yunluohe had to take out the blueprints one by one, check them, and recheck the supplies. It was a rather tedious and complicated process. But Yunluohe soon discovered that by placing the supply box next to the tool bench and the blueprints on the bench, she could tell which blueprints were ready for crafting. Blueprints with all the necessary materials would glow, making them very visible. This way, Yunluohe didn't have to look at each one individually. Furthermore, when a blueprint was placed separately for crafting, the corresponding supply box would also glow, making it easy to find the corresponding materials. She hadn't noticed before, but it wasn't too late now. She quickly produced 3 blueprints to build: a refrigeration and air conditioning unit, a seed germination chamber, and an oil production machine. The refrigeration and air conditioning unit hadn't been built before due to a lack of insulation, but they happened to have some among the supplies the association had collected recently. The oil production machine blueprint was simple, primarily made of copper ore. Yunluohe had previously avoided building it to save on copper ore for upgrades, but now that the reef had been upgraded, she had forgotten about it. The seed germination chamber blueprint required materials like high-temperature glass, resin, cryolite, and a hardwood box. Once it's made, simply place the fruit inside, and within a day, you have plant seeds. There's no need for the complicated process of removing the seeds, drying them, soaking them in water, and then sealing them for germination. And with the oil machine, you can make coconut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil. Your cooking will be much tastier, and you can even try making fried foods. Yunluohe said everything was ready, and it was almost time. Based on her experience from her last trip to the desert, Yunluohe planned to bring more self-defense weapons and insecticide this time. To cope with the desert's high temperatures, she filled dozens of cups of the refreshing mint tea she made, added a cooling drink to her condensation kettle, and brought some first aid kits. After arriving in the desert, she quickly saw her other teammates. This second meeting wasn't as awkward as the previous day. Before they arrived, they agreed that their main task today was to find a way to obtain more desert fragments, quickly exchanged them for the oasis coordinates, and aimed to reach it tomorrow. This meant proactively searching for sandworms and gerbils. The Tianji Pavilion had already gathered considerable intelligence on desert life. Sandworms congregated in areas with high numbers of Holoxylon amodendron trees, while gerbils preferred to hang out near red willow trees. In addition to sandworms and gerbils, there were also poisonous scorpions and snakes, and poisonous mosquitoes were also plentiful at night. However, scorpions and snakes typically appeared from among seed buckthorn bushes, while finding poisonous mosquitoes meant a water source was not far away. Yesterday, someone from the European Emperor Association discovered a desert spring and a sandworm nest within it. Springs hold more resources, but also carry greater dangers. So even if they found a spring, few dared to stay there for long. As for the coordinates of the desert spring, naturally no one would reveal them. The Tianji Pavilion offered a high price, but they refused. However, there was more than one spring, and the coordinates could be obtained by exchanging desert fragments. So Yunluohe and the others weren't in a hurry. For now, they should gather the fragments first. Finding the oasis was more important. The first person to find the oasis would definitely get a high score. Don't forget, this desert event is a competition, and the final score will be determined. After a brief exchange, everyone headed deeper into the desert. It was unknown how far they had walked. Finally, they saw the traces of Holoxylon amodendron. Yunluohe and the others quickened their pace, eating something to replenish their energy and water in preparation for the upcoming gathering and battle. As they reached the destination, the ground suddenly shook violently. "Be careful! It's a sandworm!" Yunluohe shouted. A gigantic sandworm emerged from the ground, its maw gaping wide open, charging towards them. This sandworm was noticeably larger than the one from yesterday. Could sandworms also be able to upgrade? Yunluohe was startled. He immediately took out his bow and arrow, drew it, and shot, hitting the target. But even after hitting the target, the sandworm continued to struggle. Yang Mian took a huge axe and chopped down the sandworm with all his might, finally killing it. Mu Zitong, how did this sandworm suddenly grow so large? Yunluohe, I guess the closer you get to the center, the greater the danger. Yang Mian, it means there are only small minions on the periphery, and there are more big ones inside. Maybe the lair is full of these giants. Probably. Yunluohe wasn't sure. After all, this was their first time here. Qin Cici, if we get close to an animal nest, I should be able to sense it. After her animal affinity leveled up, she could detect animal gatherings in advance and approximate their numbers. Yunluohe could also use her scanning eye to observe, providing early warning if she encountered a large number of sandworms. Cheng Xuaning, although the sandworms have grown larger, killing one gives you a desert fragment, which is not bad either. Then let's collect all the Holoxylon amodendrons here and leave. Continuing on, they encountered another group of venomous scorpions. These scorpions were agile, their stingers flashing with a cold light. Yunluohe nimbly dodged the scorpion attacks with her dagger, finding the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. With everyone's combined efforts, the scorpion group was successfully eliminated, and they once again obtained a large number of desert fragments. The fragments were all given to Yunluohe. A little after 7 o'clock, before sunset, everyone stopped to rest. Yunluohe shared her drink with everyone. She also took the opportunity to check her backpack's contents. Holoxylon amodendron X89, Sea Buckthorn X33, Cactus X49, Desert Fragment X54, Sandworm Gland X91, Cryolite Fragment X23, Gerbil Skin X19, Sand Scorpion Toxin X88. Adding the 80-odd fragments from yesterday, I'm still 60 or so short of 200. But I only have a little over 2 hours left in the desert. If I don't get enough fragments in the desert today, it doesn't matter. After returning, Yunluohe can find a way to exchange them for more, and try to head directly to the oasis tomorrow without wasting time. At 8:40 p.m., just as Yunluohe and the others were preparing to leave, Qin Cici made another discovery. There's a large swarm of sandworms not far ahead, underground. Should we go check it out? Yunluohe, how many are there? Qin Cici pondered for a moment and said, definitely no fewer than 500. Mu Zitong, not many. The swarm we encountered yesterday had thousands of sandworms. Yunluohe shook his head. It's different. The size of yesterday's sandworms is nothing compared to today's. They had a much harder time dealing with these sandworms today. Even encountering a swarm of them was a bit overwhelming. 500 giant sandworms is a terrifying number. Yang Mian, but aren't sandworm nests found only under springs? Maybe the spring is right up ahead. Cheng Xuaning, we only have 20 minutes left. We won't get anything. Why not come back tomorrow after we recovered? We still be here after teleporting. Yang Mian, that's fine, but we only have 20 minutes left. It would be a waste to go back directly. Why not go over and take a look? If anything seems amiss, leave immediately. Everyone looked at Yunluohe, hoping she would make a decision. After all, she was the captain. Chapter 116. Yunluohe activated her scanning eye and took a look. The distance was too far, so she couldn't see anything at all. She could only see within about 200 meters. It seemed Qin Cici's animal affinity trait was more sensitive to animals. Yunluohe said, I get closer and take a look. You guys can keep your distance. She walked in the direction Qin Cici had indicated. After about 2 minutes, she could see a dense swarm of giant sandworms underground not far away. The ground was indeed a spring, with fresh water gushing from the ground. The sandworms were burrowing around the spring, very active. However, they didn't approach the spring, but stayed close to it. Amid the swarm of sandworms was a glittering object. Yunluohe took a closer look and saw that it looked a bit like a treasure chest. Even if they were interested in the treasure chest, with so little time left, they couldn't get it. They should go back and make a long-term plan. Yunluohe turned around and explained the situation to the others. In that case, let's go back. Back on the reef, Yunluohe saw the completed herbal medicine workshop. The gleaming new building stood out against the darkness. Yunluohe hurried over. The workshop was primarily green, with a roof made of high-temperature glass that reflected ultraviolet light. Inside, it felt a bit warm, around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. A copper still rested on a stone fireplace. Shelves lined all 4 walls of the workshop. 2 walls featured hardwood grids, displaying dozens of potion bottles. 2 walls contained cabinet-style storage racks. The hanging areas were divided into 3 humidity levels, high, medium, and low, and could be labeled with the names of the medicines. The layers are designed to achieve different drying effects. The bottom layer is a high humidity zone, specifically for succulent herbs like aloe vera and cactus pulp, with a drying time of up to 8 hours. The medium humidity zone can process fibrous plants like mint and sage, taking about 4 hours. The top layer, a low humidity zone, is used for stamens and seeds, such as honeysuckle and sea buckthorn seeds, taking 2 hours. The herbs must be sorted. Some require a distillation process before refining, while others only require drying and can be placed directly on the alchemy table. Different processing methods result in different medicinal effects. Yunluohe immediately began making a basic cooling potion, as she had promised Chu Ling. She prepared the ingredients, and then dried them in different drying zones. Calculating the time, she estimated it should be ready before bed. The next day, Yunluohe and her teammates decided to head to the desert in the morning. Last night, Yunluohe made a killing selling cooling potions, earning dozens of desert fragments. He had just enough to redeem the 200 needed to redeem the oasis coordinates. Plus, they discovered a treasure chest beneath a spring before leaving yesterday, so everyone wanted to get there early, fearing someone else might get there first. A little after 8 in the morning, everyone set out. Arriving at yesterday's location, everyone was thrilled. What do you say? Should we just go straight in, or what? Divide the work. Yang Mian, Mu Zitong, and I will deal with the sandworm swarm. You two will gather supplies from around here, and collect some fresh water from the spring as well. Water resources are currently scarce. The weather is too hot, and even with a seawater filter, water evaporates easily, leaving us with very little fresh water each day. Furthermore, agriculture and animal husbandry consume vast quantities of water, and cooking also requires water. Therefore, since the beginning of summer, water has been in short supply. If they could collect a few hundred liters of fresh water from the spring, it would be enough for them for several days. The spring's fresh water had a faint blue hue, suggesting it was of higher quality than ordinary purified water, perhaps even more effective in quenching thirst. Before arriving, Yunluohe had already devised a plan for dealing with these sandworms. Wonton had also recovered. Having devoured countless sandworms, his body had mutated again. When he entered a circle of sandworms, he wasn't targeted by the worms. Perhaps because he carried their scent, they mistook him for a fellow worm, making it easier for him to use his devouring ability. He spit out spider silk, laced with the mucus of the sandworm's glands, attracting the worm's attention. Then, at breakneck speed, the silk spun into a web, engulfing the worms and ensnaring them all. Yunton's Caliceri pierced them to death. His Caliceri, now mechanized and extremely sharp, made direct destruction of the worms a breeze. With Wonton's drawing most of the sandworm's firepower, Yunluohe, Mu Zitong, and Yang Mian had no trouble dealing with the remaining sandworms. The ground was littered with sandworm glands and desert debris. No one had time to pick them up. They thought they could easily defeat this horde of sandworms. But just as they were about to dig for the treasure chest, Yun Luoha suddenly sensed an unusual aura and immediately warned everyone to be careful. Sure enough, a sudden movement occurred underground. The surface began to tremble, water gushed out from the spring, and a sandstorm erupted on the sand. Limited time mission. Kill the Sandworm Queen. Rewards: 10 desert crystal cores, 10 ice crystals, 5 cooling potion, 1 per team member. Not bad rewards, and everyone in the team has won. But this Sandworm Queen didn't look formidable. Yun Luoha braced herself, her weapon tightly gripped, her gaze fixed on the trembling sand. Her teammates were also on high alert, their nerves tense. A cloud of dust billowed, obscuring everyone's vision. However, they could vaguely make out a sandworm of unimaginable size rising from the ground. Its body, like a moving sand dune, swiftly hurtled towards them. Everyone took a deep breath, slowly retreated, and began to spread out. When the giant sandworm reached them, their expressions darkened. The Sandworm Queen's body was covered in hard, rough scales. In the strong sunlight, its eyes were pure white, gleaming with a terrifying light. Upon seeing the humans, it opened its bloody maw and let out a sharp whistle that seemed to pierce the soul, and everyone felt like covering their ears. The cry was so penetrating and devastating that even Yun Luoha felt a splitting headache, nearly dropping her weapon. Her heartbeat was already erratic. Thankfully, Mu Zitong summoned the nightingale to sing at the crucial moment. The nightingale's song quickly soothed everyone's pain and calmed their nerves, as if nothing had happened. The Sandworm Queen was also startled. She looked at the nightingale, screamed again, and rushed forward, attempting to attack it. How could Mu Zitong allow it to harm his beloved pet? He immediately hid the nightingale and took the initiative to attack the Sandworm Queen. Since they had a mission, they had to kill the Sandworm Queen, so at this moment, everyone worked together. Yun Luoha took a deep breath and quickly formed a strategy. A head-on attack on such a massive Sandworm Queen was definitely not an option. But she still had a trump card. She looked at Yunten beside her. Yunten, you go and attract its attention first, and try to lure it away from the treasure chest. Unhesitatingly, Yunten rushed towards the Sandworm Queen. It nimbly moved across the sand, spitting out strands of silk laced with the mucus of the sandworm's glands. The scent of the mucus successfully attracted the Sandworm Queen's attention. The Sandworm Queen twisted its massive body and pursued Yunten, plowing deep furrows in the sand wherever it passed. While the Sandworm Queen was distracted, Yun Luoha signaled to Mu Zitong and Yang Mian. The three of them formed a triangle, and cautiously surrounded them from behind. However, the Sandworm Queen seemed to sense their intentions, and suddenly spun around, her tail like a thick whip, sweeping towards them. Yun Luoha reacted quickly, rolling on the ground and narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The swirling dust blinded them for a moment. When it cleared, the Sandworm Queen's maw loomed before them. In a panic, Yun Luoha sprayed the Sandworm Queen with insecticide. The pungent smell seemed to irritate her, and she twisted her body and uttered even sharper cries. Taking advantage of the Sandworm Queen's distraction, Yun Luoha commanded Yunten to attack again. It leaped high, landing on top of the Sandworm Queen's head, clinging to her with its silk, and then fiercely stabbed her in the head with its mechanized calicity. At the same time, Yun Luoha immediately drew his bow and arrow, aiming for the Sandworm Queen's eye. The Sandworm Queen, suffering from multiple attacks, thrashed her head wildly, and Yun Luoha's arrow struck the edge of her eye, sending her into a frenzy. This was the perfect opportunity. Yunten firmly grasped the Sandworm Queen's scales, repeatedly attacking its vulnerable areas, like its eyes and tentacles with his claws. Yang Mian and Mu Zitong seized this opportunity, charging at the Sandworm Queen from either side. Yang Mian wielded his axe, slashing fiercely at the queen's abdomen. Mu Zitong stabbed her joints with his long sword. Qin Sisi and Cheng Xuening also bravely came to help. The Sandworm Queen was severely injured and blind, allowing Yun Luoha to engage in close combat. Raising her hunting knife, she struck the queen's head with precise strikes, time and again. The Sandworm Queen roared in pain, her entire body tumbling violently, slamming into the surrounding sand, sending up waves of sand. Everyone, hold on a little longer. She's almost dead, Yun Luoha shouted. Finally, with everyone's concerted efforts, the Sandworm Queen's massive body collapsed to the ground, sending up a huge cloud of dust. Congratulations to the team for successfully killing the Sandworm Queen. Rewards: 10 desert cores, 10 ice crystals, 5 cooling potion, 1 per team member. A system notification chimed in everyone's ears. Yun Luoha thought that completing this mission would probably also help with the evaluation. Without a moment's rest, everyone rushed towards the treasure chest. It was Qin Sisi who found the treasure chest. She carefully cleared the sand around it, revealing a glowing treasure chest. She looked at Yun Luoha and said, "Captain, you open it." Yun Luoha dared not take on such a task and quickly waved his hand. "You go ahead. The one with the best luck will open it." Qin Sisi then remembered that Yun Luoha's luck was quite low. She and Cheng Xuening had the highest luck in the team, and their luck was pretty close, so it was no problem to give it to Qin Sisi. Qin Sisi lived up to expectations, uncovering many goodies. Ice Crystal X10, Desert Crystal Core X10, Sea Buckthorn Antidote X5, Dust Eye Protector X5, Compressed Energy Bar X5, Windproof Goggles X5, High Temperature Rubber Tires X2, Bronze Gears X4, Desert Ruins Map Fragment X1. Most of the supplies were equally split between the 5 of them. The few small items that remained were given to Yun Luoha, who contributed the most. After all, Yun Luoha and Yun Tun were the ones who did most of the fighting against the sandworms, followed by Mu Zitong. Without his Nightingale's help, no one would have been able to withstand the Sandworm Queen's sonic attacks. Yun Luoha first took the high-temperature rubber tires, which could be used to make vehicles, while the other 4 split the bronze gears equally. As for the fragments of the Desert Ruins map, they were shared by everyone. After all, the map obtained after collecting all the fragments was also shared by everyone. Then let's exchange them for the coordinates of the desert oasis and head straight to the oasis. It had only taken less than 2 hours, so there was still time. Yun Luoha immediately combined the desert fragments, and soon a new blueprint appeared in his backpack. After clicking to use it, a star-shaped coordinate appeared on the map, and directions could be found by opening the map. Luckily, the coordinates weren't too far from them, and should be within a half-hour walk. Chapter 117. After receiving the treasure chest, everyone began collecting the spring's fresh water. They took out their pre-prepared containers, and filled them with the glowing blue water. This fresh water seemed to hold the power of life, each drop exuding a refreshing scent. Natural mineral water, rich in various minerals, pure in quality, with a unique taste, it quickly replenishes the body's hydration and also has special effects when used in cooking. As Yun Luoha had expected, the water from this spring was no ordinary water. Yun Luoha specially made several 10L buckets, and filled over 10, before calling it a day. Mainly because they were in a hurry to reach the oasis, Yun Luoha could have stayed here for hours. The group rested briefly, and drank a lot of the spring water. Since they couldn't take it all away, they might as well drink as much as they could. After recovering, they prepared to head towards the oasis. According to the oasis coordinates they had exchanged, they headed north. As time passed, the sun grew hotter, its scorching rays scorching the ground, the sand beneath their feet scorching. As they neared the oasis, they encountered a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes. There weren't many of them, but each one was enormous, with sharp, pointed mouthparts. When Mu Zitong was bitten, his skin quickly became red and swollen, and the pain was intense. Thankfully, Qin Sisi had some pain-relieving and detoxifying medicine, which helped considerably after applying it, though Mu Zitong's leg was still severely swollen. His stamina was also decreasing, but the damage stimulated his bloodthirst trait, increasing his attack damage while losing stamina points. After being bitten, he regarded these poisonous mosquitoes as thorns in his side, turning the pain into strength and swatting dozens of the giant mosquitoes to death. When these poisonous mosquitoes die, they drop useful supplies, like desert debris, grass seeds, and copper ore. The group trudged forward in the scorching heat, expecting to reach their destination in half an hour. Instead, they walked for an hour. Sweat streamed down their foreheads, instantly evaporating in the dry air. Finally, a glimpse of green appeared ahead. Yun Luoha was the first to see it, and couldn't help but shout, "It's an oasis! Are we there yet?" Cheng Xuening was numb. Her physical fitness wasn't as good as the others, but she persevered, not stopping even when her eyes were dazed, not wanting to hold everyone back. The group quickened their pace, rushing towards the oasis. The moment they stepped into the oasis, a fresh breeze filled their faces. The oasis was shaded by verdant trees, a clear lake shimmered, and a variety of rare plants flourished. It formed a stark contrast to the desert behind them. Mu Zitong breathed a sigh of relief. "We're finally here. My feet are burning. Hurry inside. It's definitely cooler inside." Qin Sisi's face was sunburned, and even wearing sunscreen was useless. The oasis was dotted with tall palm trees, their huge fan-shaped fronds spreading out in all directions. These drought-tolerant palm trees created a dense, green shade that enveloped the oasis, like natural parasols, offering maximum sun protection. Although they knew these palm leaves would be very useful back home, the oasis was overflowing with supplies, and no one was interested in these trees. At the edge of the oasis, many date palms grew. The date palms were scattered here and there, and the trees were full of fruit. The orange-red fruits were densely packed and exuded a fragrant aroma. Everyone couldn't help but pick a date to taste. So sweet. I never tasted a date this sweet, like it's been laced with sugar. Mu Zitong devoured several in one go. Dates, sweet and crispy, they provide energy, aid digestion, relieve constipation, and can be fermented to make disinfectants. Everyone was so energetic, not wanting to rest, that they immediately began collecting supplies. Suddenly Qin Cici's expression grew tense. She sensed an animal approaching, and was about to warn when Yun Luoha said, "Be careful, something's coming." Everyone immediately tightened their weapons, their eyes scanning the surroundings. On the sand, several venomous scorpions scurried toward them. Their pincers opened and closed, their tails raised high, a stinger on top, ready to strike. Yun Luoha quickly took out the insecticide and sprayed it at the scorpions. The pungent smell slowed the scorpions' movements. The others had also prepared some insect repellent spray, and upon seeing this, they all took it out and sprayed the scorpions fiercely. Taking advantage of the scorpions' slow reaction, they chopped them down with their weapons. After defeating the scorpions, they also obtained some drop supplies. I think we should divide up the collection of supplies. This will be more efficient, and there should be other things besides the fruits from the trees. Yun Luoha had already discovered a hidden river not far away, which might hold even better supplies. Cici and Xuening will be in charge of picking dates. Mu Zitong and I will go to the hidden river. Yang Mian, you go and look around to see if there are any other goodies. Yun Luoha assigned everyone their tasks, and no one objected. Qin Cici carefully climbed the date palm tree, plucked the dates, and placed them in her bag. Cheng Xuening released her pet tree monkey to pick the fruit. The monkey was more efficient, and Cheng Xuening only had to catch the fruit from below. Yang Mian, carrying his tools, went to the palm trees and cut down some, gathering wood and tree seeds. Qin Cici, with her affinity for animals, observed the surroundings from a distance, alert for any potential dangers. There were also some large ostriches in the oasis. It was breeding season, so they were extremely wary of humans, their sharp eyes fixed on anyone who came near them, as if ready to attack at any moment. If Yun Luoha wanted to expand his diet, ostrich meat would definitely be a good option. After all, ostrich meat is of premium quality. She and Mu Zitong exchanged glances, and whispered, "You attract the ostrich's attention, and I take it down." Mu Zitong gave an okay sign, "No problem." Yun Luoha stepped back a few steps, pretending not to approach, letting the ostriches relax. Melee combat was definitely not an option against these ostriches. Despite their clumsy appearance, ostriches possess both speed and strength, and their claws are incredibly sharp. A kick from one could result in severe rupture of the intestines. So Yun Luoha planned to hunt them with a bow and arrow. But bows and arrows alone wouldn't be enough, she needed Mu Zitong's cooperation, and Yuntin's help. Just as Yun Luoha was about to attack the ostriches, another group approached. They weren't the only team to redeem the coordinates for the oasis. Even if they didn't get enough desert fragments in the desert, they could quickly accumulate 200 by trading with other players at the trading center, as long as they offered the right price. If these people hadn't been injured by a swarm of gerbils along the way, delaying their progress, they might have arrived here sooner than Yun Luoha and the others. "Everyone, come and see! We found the oasis." Baisha excitedly called out to her teammates. They looked in the direction she pointed and saw a sliver of green in the distance, standing out against the yellow desert. The scenery here was completely different from the desert, with lush vegetation and a clear stream flowing. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Baisha excitedly led the team into the oasis. The sand beneath their feet gradually turned to moist soil, and the air around them became fresh and cool. They immediately spotted the tall palm trees and date palms laden with fruit. They immediately dispersed and began to gather supplies. "We should be the first to find the oasis." "Of course we are. Let's hurry and gather supplies. There must be a lot of supplies inside. Let's hurry. We only have 2 hours left." "Don't worry. Now that we found it, we can come back tomorrow. We can gather supplies here for the next few days." These people entered the oasis without noticing Yun Luoha and his group. They were coming from different directions, one from the south and the other from the north. The oasis was quite large, so for a moment, neither side was aware of the other's presence. "Everyone, hurry up and see if there's anything else that might be more useful." As Baisha spoke, she scanned the area for any danger. Meanwhile, Yunluohe was quietly approaching the ostrich herd from another direction. She instructed Yuntan to quickly bind the ostrich's legs and necks with spider silk as soon as she spoke. Mu Zitong circled to one side of the herd and suddenly shouted loudly, waving a branch, attracting the attention of the largest ostrich. He also released a nightingale, using its song to attract the attention of the other ostriches. These ostriches were clever, but the simultaneous noise quickly distracted them. Furthermore, Yunluohe was well hidden, so he remained undetected. Yunluohe seized the opportunity, quickly drawing an arrow to his bow and aiming for the ostrich's abdomen. The sharp arrow whistled out, accurately piercing the ostrich. The ostrich stumbled in pain, but it didn't fall. Instead, it charged towards Yunluohe and his companions with even greater ferocity. Wanton also assisted, nimbly weaving through the flock, spinning silk to trap the others, preventing them from supporting the injured one. Mu Zitong nimbly dodged the ostrich's charge, then struck it hard on the head with his weapon. Soon, the ostrich collapsed to the ground. Yunluohe repeated the same trick, capturing 3 ostriches in a row. After dissecting them on the spot, Yunluohe obtained 38 pieces of high-quality ostrich meat, 30 pieces of feathers, and 3 pieces of ostrich eggs. High-quality ostrich meat, gold-tender, juicy, and chewy, suitable for a variety of cooking methods, making it suitable for high-end cuisine and providing high buffs. Ostrich feathers, bright in color and soft in texture, suitable for crafting high-end equipment or buff accessories. Ostrich eggs, incubated in a specialized incubator. They were preparing to search a different area, continuing along the hidden river. Shortly after, they heard a commotion not far away. Yunluohe and Mu Zitong exchanged glances. Looks like there's someone else. Mu Zitong lowered his voice. Someone else has found this place too. Yunluohe, probably. After all, this isn't a secret place. With the coordinates, we can find it. The two quietly approached the source of the noise. Through the dense foliage, they spotted another team busily gathering supplies. Yunluohe thought for a moment, then called Mu Zitong back to inform everyone of their discovery of the other team. Chapter 118. As soon as Yunluohe left, Baisha and her teammates decided to look around, searching for prey or treasure caves. Soon, they discovered Yunluohe's traces. After all, they had killed several ostriches, leaving behind a trail of blood, scattered feathers, and spider silk. Everywhere proved someone had been there, and had only recently arrived. Baisha's face grimaced, and her teammates beside her also expressed surprise. "Captain, it looks like someone got here before us." "Baisha, maybe not, maybe just arrived. So what should we do? Should we go over and take a look? Let's go back and reunite, and discuss things. If they can hunt ostriches, they must be quite capable." The two teams soon met. The two teams faced off in the oasis, and the atmosphere became tense. Baisha's team was much more assertive. "Who are you? Why are you here? We discovered this oasis first. Leave now, if you know what's good for you." A team member next to Baisha spoke in a hostile tone, raising his weapon. "This oasis isn't yours, so why can't we come?" Mu Zitong responded unyieldingly. Baisha took a step forward and said, "Don't be impulsive. There's no need for conflict. However, we discovered this oasis first, so we have to prioritize first come, first served. Yang Mian, why do you say you were here first? Do you have a screenshot of the time you entered the oasis? We've been here for a long time, so you must have just arrived." Before she finished her words, a hot-tempered member of Baisha's team launched an attack. "What's wrong with that? Let's have a fight, and whoever wins gets this place." Hearing this, Yunluohe smiled and took a step forward. "Okay, how do we fight? One-on-one or all-in?" Baisha's eyes fell on Yunluohe, sensing a threatening aura from her. However, she also wanted to test this team's strength. After all, she didn't want to share the oasis supplies with others. But she also knew that since others had found this place, there might be more people in the future. Occupying the best position first would definitely give you an advantage. And knowing yourself and your enemy allows you to prepare a comprehensive response plan. If this team is weak, they can easily drive them away. If they are strong, perhaps they can even work together to drive away any players who try to enter the oasis later. Time is running out today, so they need to hurry. So, Baisha acquiesced to her teammates' provocation and sent a message in the team chat, directing the strongest player in the team to challenge this team. Someone in Baisha's group suddenly hurled their spear at Mu Zitong. Thankfully, Mu Zitong reacted quickly, dodging to the side, allowing the spear to graze his shoulder and lodged itself in a nearby date palm tree. Yunluo's eyes flashed, and he instantly drew his longbow. The arrow pierced the man like lightning. Unable to dodge, he quickly drew his shield, but his arm was still nicked, and blood immediately flowed onto the ground. Since you're planning a surprise attack, I won't be polite. Yunluo then addressed Mu Zitong and Yang Mian, attack. Cheng Xuening and Qin Sisi, being slightly weaker in combat, stayed back. There was no need for them to help at this moment. If they were injured or controlled by the enemy, they would only cause more trouble than good. Yunluo was confident that he and his pets could handle this group of people. But just to be safe, he set Mu Zitong and Yang Mian to attack together. Although Qin Sisi and Cheng Xuening didn't step forward to assist, they didn't just stand by and watch. Cheng Xuening released a tree monkey, letting it leap up the tree and pelt the men with fruit. The monkey's agility made it impossible to catch them, and its attack was precise, each fruit hitting the men's faces with pinpoint accuracy. This harassed them greatly. Qin Sisi, using her affinity for animals, summoned insects and bees to disrupt their formation. Yunluo didn't even need to release his wontons. With just his hunting knife, he subdued two of Bai Sha's more powerful members. The others were quickly defeated and retreated. Mu Zitong, enraged earlier, now fought with even greater courage. Even though his opponent was already outmatched, his attacks became more fierce and powerful. Bai Sha watched the battle from the side, secretly astonished. She had originally thought her team was strong, but she hadn't expected Yunluo's team to be so incredibly powerful. If this continued, her team would likely suffer heavy losses. Stop! Bai Sha suddenly shouted, stop fighting. We don't have any grudges, there's no need to get to this point. Now that we've found this oasis, why not just work together? There's so much supplies, it's impossible for one team to carry them all off. Yunluo sneered at this. Seeing they couldn't win, they wanted to cooperate. She smiled at Bai Sha, her eyes clear with sarcasm. Isn't it a little late to be saying this now? You guys just fought quite a bit. Bai Sha wiped the sweat from her forehead as she spoke, forcing a smile. Everyone's having a hard time. There's no need to fight to the death. I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Not interested. Bai Sha, far from angry, even lowered her head. We were wrong. I apologize on their behalf, she said sincerely. Continuing the fight won't benefit anyone. Our time is precious. We need to gather supplies for the oasis. Instead of fighting like this, it's better to coexist peacefully and develop together. Yunluo stared at Bai Sha's earnest gaze, her fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of her knife, her mind rapidly weighing the pros and cons. She glanced at the others, they all agreed, leave it to her to decide. The oasis fell into a brief silence, the rustling of palm fronds audible in the breeze. A stalemate wasn't a solution. Even if Yunluo could handle them, what if they had some life-saving tricks or hidden secret weapons? While she could protect herself, her teammates might not. To be on the safe side, it was better not to engage in a violent confrontation here. What if, while the mantis is stalking the cicada, the oriole is behind, and another team takes advantage? Seeing Yunluo still hesitate, Bai Sha continued, our team excels at setting traps and building fortifications, while you're very capable in combat. Working together will complement our strengths. Furthermore, as more and more players discover the oasis's coordinates, it sooner or later become a focal point of contention. If we don't join forces now, we won't be able to obtain much of the resources here. It's getting late today, and we all need to leave. We can arrange a time to meet up tomorrow. Yang Mian gently nudged Yunluo's arm and whispered, she's got a point. We're definitely short on manpower. We haven't thoroughly explored the underground river yet, and we haven't harvested all the dates yet. Yunluo pondered for a moment before finally speaking, we can cooperate, but since you just lost, you must play by my rules. Bai Sha nodded immediately. No problem, go ahead. First, we will prioritize the distribution of supplies near the Oasis River, including the resources within it. The area will be divided by that crooked palm tree. Yunluo pointed to a strangely shaped tree not far away. We will be responsible for the east side, and you will be responsible for the west side. Second, neither party may privately destroy the resources within the agreed area. We must support each other in the event of danger. And lastly, and most importantly, any attempt to steal supplies or attack team members will be considered a violation of the agreement. You can come to me anytime to discuss this. If you discover another team, you must notify me immediately. Bai Sha thought briefly and agreed. Okay, I hope you will follow these rules. After the two sides reached an agreement, the atmosphere noticeably eased. Bai Sha's team members sheathed their weapons, and came over to shake hands with Yun Luoha and the others. Yun Luoha assigned Qin Sisi and Cheng Xuening to continue picking dates, while Yang Mian and Mu Zitong were tasked with searching the underground river for supplies. Bai Sha also assigned her teammates to separate and gather supplies. After everyone had left, Bai Sha called Yun Luoha back and discussed with her what time to arrive at the oasis tomorrow. Their time in the desert was running out, and Bai Sha and the others were about to leave. Yun Luoha planned to arrive early tomorrow morning as well. After all, gathering supplies from such a large oasis would take 2 or 3 days. The underground river was hidden behind dense bushes. The water was crystal clear, and the riverbed was covered with smooth pebbles. Occasionally, a few small silvery white fish could be seen swimming by. Yun Luoha squatted down and scooped up a handful of river water. She discovered that it was different from the fresh water from the spring. It was just ordinary river water. However, this freshwater resource was a crucial summertime resource. If she had time later, she could take some back home. Mu Zitong and Yang Mian set up a few fish and shrimp traps near the shallower riverbanks, waiting to collect them tomorrow. They should have some goodies. Yun Luoha then explored deeper. She noticed the underground river was getting deeper. Following the riverbank, she unexpectedly discovered a cave. The entrance was only wide enough for one person. Yun Luoha pondered, using her scanning eye to sense the area. A faint aura of danger lingered within. After a moment's hesitation, she called for Mu Zitong and Yang Mian. After waiting for a while, no one arrived. It was getting late, so she decided to go in first. As she entered the cave, 2 more groups arrived from the oasis's periphery. They had first run into Bai Sha's teammates. Bai Sha quickly sent someone to find Yun Luoha and the others. Yun Luoha entered the cave, torch in hand, only to find it incredibly bright, requiring no lighting at all. The water inside the cave was a stark contrast to the water outside. It was a bluish-green color, emitting a faint sheen. A closer look revealed a faint blue glow floating on the surface. At the bottom of the river, translucent blue crystals swayed gently with the current. She pulled out a pickaxe and tried to dig a piece of blue crystal from the riverbed. But her pickaxe wouldn't budge. That was odd. Even a steel pickaxe wouldn't work. It seemed an obsidian pickaxe would be necessary. Yun Luoha quickly switched to a different pickaxe, and sure enough, it did. Blue crystal ore, a rare mineral used in crafting advanced weapons and armor. Another high-level ore had been found. After just a few digs, her mining skill leveled up. After reaching level 3, the system gifted her with an advanced ore detector. Yun Luoha was just about to go down to the river to get more blue crystal, or when a huge black shadow suddenly flashed by not far away. It's a shark. A huge, hungry shark swam back and forth in the dark river. Its body was about 4 or 5 meters long, and its sharp teeth gleamed coldly in the sunlight, giving people a chill. There's actually a shark here. Yun Luoha was surprised and delighted. Shark skin was something she desperately needed. Chapter 119. The hungry shark wasn't very large. After all, it lived in rivers, not the ocean. But judging by its 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, it was likely quite lethal. There were black lines on its back, its skin covered in tiny scales, its mouth pointed, and its piercing eyes gleamed with ferocity. Yun Luoha observed it with her scanning eye for a moment, confirming that this was the only hungry shark in the river. It took 5 shark skins to craft a tidal windmill, and there was no telling how much shark skin a single shark could yield. Never mind, she'd just kill it first. The shark was underwater, so a bow and arrow wouldn't cut it. She could only dive in and kill it with her hunting knife. Luckily, she had brought the purified shark pearl with her this time, and she was wearing pearl scale armor. She equipped the shark pearl with it, and then jumped into the water. With the shark pearl, she could breathe underwater, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to deal with this shark. After entering the water, Yun Luoha quickly approached the hungry shark, thinking that with her agility and reflexes, she could quickly dispatch it. The situation turned out to be quite different. The hungry shark's speed was astonishing, like lightning. It had only just appeared a short distance away, and in the next second, it had already swum away. After sensing danger, it swam deeper into the river, its tail lashing wildly like a cleaver, so swift and powerful that it wouldn't let Yun Luoha get close. At first, Yun Luoha thought it was trying to escape. However, when she reached the depths, the shark suddenly stopped, opened its jaws, and bit down fiercely. If she hadn't been such a fast swimmer, and able to move freely underwater, that bite would have ripped her apart. Yun Luoha quickly dived down. She also saw several blue crystal ore deposits at the riverbed, but now was not the time to mine them. She had to kill the hungry shark first. Yun Luoha tumbled nimbly through the water. the shark's teeth barely scraping her clothes. A chill ran down her spine, and streams of bubbles filled her surroundings. This couldn't go on. She had to restrict the shark's movements. An idea flashed through her mind, and she seized the opportunity. She pulled out a rope made of spider silk and swung it, precisely wrapping the end around the shark's tail fin. The hungry shark swung its tail fin wildly, and instantly, like an arrow from a bow, it carried her through the water. She held the silk tightly with both hands, keeping her distance from the shark, and repeatedly struck at its back with her hunting knife. Although she only caused superficial wounds, her goal was to provoke the shark. After all, shark skin is very thick, making it difficult to kill with a hunting knife. The hungry shark quickly turned and pursued her, charging fiercely. Yun Luoha used her upgraded sensory trait to predict and dodge, dodging at the last moment. The shark collided directly with the blue crystal ore at the riverbed. Blue crystal ore is extremely hard, with many sharp edges on its surface. The shark's head was shattered and bleeding. The blood dyed the river red, and the smell of blood further agitated the shark. The blue crystal ore was shattered. Yun Luoha quickly grabbed a piece of blue crystal and dodged the shark's attack just as it lunged again, smashing it hard into its flank. The sharp blue crystal ore was sharper than Yun Luoha's hunting knife, carving a bloody wound in the shark's skin. More and more blood flowed out, and the smell of blood spread through the water. Yun Luoha exerted immense force, shoving the blue crystal ore into the shark's wound. With her other hand, she thrust her hunting knife directly into the shark's gill slits, one of the most vulnerable spots on any fish. The hungry shark twisted its body in agony, lashing out with its massive tail fin. The tail fin struck Yun Luoha in the waist, throwing her back, but she held onto the dagger tightly, stirring it repeatedly against the shark's gills. If she dodged now, the shark might escape. She had to seize this opportunity to kill it. Yun Luoha was slapped hard again, feeling a sharp pain. Her vision went black, and she nearly let go of the hunting knife. But she fought the pain, raised the dagger again, and stabbed the shark's gills repeatedly. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the shark's movements gradually slowed. Its eyes lost their former ferocity, becoming dull and lifeless. Finally, with all her strength, she plunged the dagger deep into the back of the shark's head. Success? Yun Luoha's breathing was heavy, not daring to relax until she heard a dull thud, the sound of a hungry shark slowly sinking to the bottom of the river. She panted heavily, then surfaced with a long sigh of relief. Then, Yun Luoha wiped the blood from her face, and dove again, to collect the supplies the shark had dropped. Shark skin X2, shark teeth X5, shark bone X1, shark meat X20 gene. Congratulations to the player for killing the hungry shark. You receive a special item, Oasis Night Market Pass, valid for a limited time trade event at the Oasis Center in 2 days. This pass grants access to the night market area. I didn't expect such a surprise, but unfortunately, the shark skins were too scarce, so I still couldn't build the tidal windmill. Yun Luoha shook off the water droplets on her body and prepared to carefully examine the pass in her backpack. She suddenly heard Mu Zitong's voice from outside the cave. "Sister Yun, where are you?" "Sister Yun." His voice was urgent. Clearly there was something urgent he needed to find her for. Yun Luoha quickly responded and ran out of the cave. Mu Zitong had sent Yun Luoha numerous messages, but she hadn't replied, so he had no choice but to come find her. What's wrong? What's so urgent? Oh no! 2 new groups have arrived, and they're coming in aggressively. They're already fighting. Yun Luoha put the shark trophy into her backpack. Let's go and take a look. The 2 new groups were from Districts 4 and 6, respectively. Bai Sha's team was from District 3. So, none of the 4 teams were from the same district. Of course, they didn't ask about these matters when they met. Instead, they immediately started fighting. The 2 teams arrived at the oasis almost simultaneously. Initially, they were unaware that others were already inside. They encountered each other outside the oasis and, vying for first entry, engaged in a fierce fight. After Bai Sha and the others emerged, the melee began. When Yun Luoha arrived, the scene was already a mess. Yang Mian was engaged in a fierce battle with a tall individual. Qin Sisi and Cheng Xuaning were also helping, but their combat power was relatively low, so they stayed at a distance, relying on their pets for assistance. Baisha's teammates were all there, but they were also beginning to struggle. Baisha's face was grim, and she kept glancing behind her. Finally, she saw Yun Luoha and Mu Zitong approaching, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Luoha had seen the chaos from afar, and quickly released Yunten to help. Yunten and Yun Luo were on the same page. Without Yun Luo's instructions, they simply spun out spider silk and charged. In a short time, they spun dozens of thick strands of silk, wrapping them around the strangers and restricting their movements. To Yunton, anyone they had never met was a stranger. So, aside from Yunluo's teammates, everyone else, including Bai Sha, had their legs bound by spider silk. Where's the spider silk? I can't cut it no matter how hard I try. Holy crap. What the hell is this? Who is it? Boss. These spider silks are so tough. My weapon's chipped. Yunluo heard the voices from afar, and smiled knowingly. Wonton hadn't let her down. If Robao had been there, it would have been an extra helper, but unfortunately, she had left him on the reef. With Yunton's initial move, Yunluo and Mu Zitong joined the fray and immediately turned the tide. Yunluo rescued Baisha and the others, and together they drove the two groups out of the oasis. One of Baisha's team members was a trap expert, proficient in all kinds of traps. He set animal traps and large snares on the east side of the oasis. They also constructed numerous thorn fences embedded with scorpion stingers to cover the eastern entrance of the oasis. The traps would trigger a warning bell whenever anyone approached. However, by the time Baisha and the others had finished their stay in the desert, they had already reached their limit. They left first, leaving Yunluo and his group with only a dozen minutes left. Yunluo was still concerned about the blue crystal ore in the underground river, but now there was no time to mine it. Besides the blue crystal ore, Yunluo also told everyone about finding and killing a shark in the underground river. She took out the blue crystal ore and showed it to Yang Mian. After all, Yang Mian was a professional blacksmith, and this blue crystal ore was a rare ore, capable of forging high-end weapons. As expected, Yang Mian's expression changed when he took the blue crystal ore. Are you saying there's still plenty of this ore in the underground river? Not much, but some. It requires an obsidian pickaxe to mine. We can go back tomorrow. We don't have time now. Let's clean up the supplies here, and then go back and discuss it. Mu Zitong asked curiously, are the sharks in the underground river big? If I had gone earlier, maybe I could have seen Sister Yun's impressive performance in killing them. Amazing performance, don't even mention it. I almost died in the underground river. If I hadn't had equipment suitable for underwater combat, I don't think I could have dealt with that shark. Yunluo was bruised all over where her tail fin had swept her, and it still hurt. That shark was incredibly fast. A single swing of its tail could crush the blue crystal ore. My armor was almost shattered. The durability of the pearl scale armor had almost completely worn off. She would have to go back and make a new one. As she spoke, she pulled a shark tooth from her backpack and handed it to Yang Mian for inspection. This thing should also be suitable for making a weapon. Take it back and make an arrowhead. It'd definitely be very useful. Yang Mian, wow, this tooth can be used as an arrowhead. It's definitely several times more penetrating than an ordinary arrow. In addition, there was shark bone, which Yunluo planned to save for future armor crafting. The details of the shark bone explained that it was a material for crafting rare armor. There were no schematics available yet, so she could keep it for now. Upon learning that Yunluo was injured, Qin Sisi gave her some topical ointment and told her to take it home. As they spoke, the time had come. Several people transformed into beams of light and vanished across the desert. As night fell, Yunluo had been busy on the reef for a long time. A thunderstorm was breaking out. Blue lightning flashed from the lightning rods and lightning conductors on the reef, but the number of lightning rods was limited, and the lightning still struck the edge of the reef, damaging the reef base. The reef's area was reduced as a result. Yunluo's reef was already in such a state, and the damage to other reefs was even greater. Some players' reefs were repeatedly struck by lightning, and not only were there fires everywhere, but they also lost a small portion of their area, and the buildings on the reef were also damaged. Mu Zitong returned to the reef and found that all the trees planted there were on fire. His parents were frantically trying to put out the fire, saying that a single tree had been struck and burned the others. If the fire had not been put out in time, the house would have burned down. Players rushed in for help, some asking for lightning rods, others for burn medicine and fire extinguishers. In short, the chat channel was a mess. Yunluo was so busy that she felt dizzy. This trip to the desert had yielded quite a few supplies. These included natural spring mineral water, dates, ostrich meat, ostrich feathers, ostrich eggs, blue crystal ore, desert fragments, grass seeds, palm leaves, sandworm glands, mint leaves. A vast array of supplies, capable of making a vast array of other items. The natural mineral water from the spring was highly effective in making ice drinks, not only enhancing the flavor, but also significantly increasing the cooling effect. She also used ostrich meat and red willow wood to create a powerful endurance barbecue that effectively restored stamina. This gold quality, desert-exclusive barbecue continuously restored stamina at 15 points per hour for 3 hours. Just one skewer has this effect, and the effects stack if you eat more. And these skewers offer a 50% chance of preventing heat stroke, making them the most effective food Yunluohe has ever made. As a reward, she received a recipe for portable jerky. Portable jerky. It compresses the meat for easier storage, and its effectiveness is twice that of regular jerky. It's a favorite of desert merchants. A favorite of desert merchants. Yunluohe fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Who are these desert merchants? Yunluohe suddenly thought of the night market pass she received today. Since it's a night market, there must be shops, so maybe they're related to the desert merchants. It seems she need to make more of this portable jerky. Portable jerky can be made with any meat, as long as she knows the cooking method. It's just that different meats produce different colors, effects, and sizes. Yunluohe used 20 fish in one go to make 50 pieces of white fish jerky. High-quality meats like ostrich and crocodile meat made red jerky, which was even more effective and had a very deep color. She thought about it, and used all her crocodile meat to make jerky, hoping it would be put to good use. After returning, Yunluohe opened the shells and found some related blueprints and recipes. For example, a high-end sunscreen cloak and a date palm energy bar. The high-end sunscreen cloak is comfortable and breathable, blocking 90% of UV damage and effectively cooling the body, keeping the body temperature below 38 degrees Celsius. Ingredients: 20 palm leaves, 5 ostrich feathers, 10 reeds, 10 agave plants, 5 aloe vera. The date palm energy bar is sweet, filling, and provides high energy. Consuming it restores 30 points of stamina in 3 seconds and temporarily increases the maximum stamina. Recipe: 10 dates, 1 egg, 1 flour. Yunluohe consulted her teammates, and after gaining their approval, she crafted 5 high-grade sun-protective cloaks using ostrich feathers. As for the other ingredients, they distributed them to Yunluohe with supplies of equal value, and even gave her some extra basic materials as compensation. The recipe for making date energy bars is simple and time-saving, and Yunluohe made 10 in one sitting. 1 egg can make 2, and if she hadn't been reluctant to part with the eggs, she probably could have made more. This item quickly restores stamina and increases the maximum stamina, making it very useful in critical situations. Working late into the night, Yunluohe opened the chat channel. At this hour, most players were still awake, and the thunderstorm hadn't stopped, though its power had been much reduced. She listened to everyone's comments as she walked towards the herbal workshop. A lot of people died in the desert today, and I see the number of surviving players has dropped significantly. Of course. The desert is so hot, and many who signed up regretted it. Once you sign up, you have to go, and you have to stay for at least 4 hours. It's simply asking for trouble. But there are plenty of supplies in the desert. I've seen a lot of new supplies at the trading center lately, all brought back from the desert. What's the point of having more supplies? It depends on whether you're still alive to bring them back. A bottle of cooling potion is so expensive these days, the supplies you spend in the desert might be more expensive than what you bring back. That's right. I need to drink a lot of cold drinks and water in the desert, and I don't have enough water right now. Before bed, she planned to make more cooling potions. The potion she said Chu Ling last time was very useful. Chu Ling had sent her several messages thanking her and wanted more, in exchange for supplies. Yunluohe promised to give it to her that night. Besides trading with Chu Ling, Yunluohe planned to make some items and exchange them for high-end supplies at the trading center. For example, she urgently needed shark skin and some rare materials required for the blueprints she couldn't complete: mother of pearl, fluorescent squid ink sacs, giant jellyfish membranes, elastic seaweed fibers. She didn't know if the research on the fluorescent jellyfish she given Si Chi last time had yielded any results. Yunluohe sent Si Chi a message to inquire. Si Chi, we discovered some things, but we haven't found a way to apply them yet. She sent a screenshot of an experiment log on fluorescent jellyfish. Fluorescent jellyfish have the ability to siphon energy. During thunderstorms, they can use their tentacles to guide lightning, storing the energy in their lightning core cells. This energy can then be transmitted through their biological circuitry. They can also collectively release arcs to repel enemies. To exploit the properties of living jellyfish, there are 2 ways. One is to obtain special high-level blueprints to determine the required materials, and the other is to obtain higher-grade insulating materials to ensure they are not harmed by the strong current of the living fluorescent jellyfish. Yunluohe, what's a more advanced insulating material? Any ideas? Well, I found one, shark skin. Sichi showed her another piece of research. Using sandworm glands and shark skin, you can make a high-grade insulating net. Yunluohe was helpless. Shark skin again. It seemed she really needed to kill a few more sharks. She sent a message to Mu Zitong, asking the Tianji Pavilion to search for more shark clues. Currently, sharks had only appeared in the underground river. I wonder if there's only one shark in each underground river, or if only one spawns each day. We find out tomorrow. Killing one shark today was a real chore. And if we have to kill more, we need to be even more prepared. Chapter 120. Since I still need a few pieces of shark skin to build the tidal windmill, I might as well give one to Sichi for her experiments. However, Yunluohe was worried about the sharks not spawning in the dark river when she went to the oasis tomorrow. So let's just wait until we get back from the desert tomorrow. She and Sichi talked about the herbal workshop again, and she collected some supplies from the trash can. Seeing it was getting late, she laid down to rest. She had to get up early tomorrow morning to head to the desert oasis again. For the next 2 days, Yunluohe stayed in the oasis. The sharks in the dark river did spawn, but only one at a time. As things stood, more and more people would find the oasis, and Yunluohe and her team couldn't keep it to themselves forever. However, there wasn't much blue crystal ore in the dark river, and there was only one shark. So, she and her teammates decided to hold out for 2 more days, collect more blue crystal ore, kill 2 more sharks, and obtain enough shark skin. After 2 days, they would leave the oasis and head elsewhere. The fragments of the desert ruins map I obtained earlier also need to be collected, and I still need to explore other areas. The new weapon Yang Mian made for Yunluohe is quite useful. Made primarily of azurite, with sharp teeth and some refined steel, this hunting knife is far sharper than the previous one. It uses the same blueprints as the Night Stalker's hunting knife, but the finished product's appearance is quite different. The blade gleams a cold blue, the unique color of azurite. The sharp teeth inlaid on the handle serve not only as a decorative element, but also as a powerful weapon, dealing considerable damage. Adding the Night Stalker's hunting knife's inherent offensive power, this knife is now considered a high-level weapon. Yang Mian also gained a significant amount of experience points from crafting this knife. Blacksmithing is considered the most difficult skill to level up, so even though he only just reached level 5, he was the first player in Zone 2 to do so, becoming a professional blacksmith. For this, he was quite grateful to Yunluohe. He didn't charge any fee for helping Yunluohe craft the hunting knife. He used the remaining shark teeth to craft new arrows, which were also quite powerful. After obtaining the weapon she desired, Yunluohe's combat effectiveness increased again. She became even more adept at dealing with sharks. Over the next 2 days, with the help of her teammates, she was able to kill the hungry shark without the struggle she experienced the first time, easily obtaining the shark skin. Furthermore, after her 3rd kill, the shark dropped even more supplies and unlocked a new achievement. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the Shark Hunter achievement. Rewards: 1 shark skin backpack, 10 shark teeth, 1 desert ruins map fragment. Yunluohe, as the primary force in killing sharks, and the one who unlocked the achievement, naturally owns the shark skin backpack. However, her teammates also helped, so the shark teeth were shared equally, no one got 2. The desert ruins map fragment is with Yunluohe. Once all the fragments are collected, they can explore the desert ruins. Based on the size of the fragments, it can be estimated that a total of 5 fragments are needed to complete the entire map. The shark skin backpack is a valuable item, replacing Yunluohe's golden crocodile leather backpack. The shark skin backpack expands her backpack's capacity and provides defensive capabilities, adding 10 points of defense while carrying it. It doesn't feel heavy at all. With 30 internal slots, it's like a carry-on backpack. Her previous crocodile backpack was only useful for storing items, but it couldn't be sorted, making it difficult to find items. With the sharkskin backpack, she basically didn't have to worry about running out of space. But there was one thing. A sharkskin backpack was very conspicuous when carried on her body. Anyone who knew about it could tell it was a valuable item. If it were stolen, the supplies inside would be taken with it, making it less secure than a carry-on backpack. What Yunluohe was most looking forward to was the Oasis night market. After returning, she researched how to use the pass. The Desert Oasis night market is only open at night from the 17th to the 20th day of summer, from 8 p.m. to midnight. During these hours, the pass grants direct access to the night market area. Yunluohe would periodically check the chat channels and forums to see if anyone mentioned the pass or the night market, and she actually came across it. A new player posted a question asking if anyone had received the pass, and someone replied. The post attracted a lot of attention, asking what the pass was, but the poster, presumably unwilling to reveal more, didn't respond. Yunluoha didn't reply, nor did she contact the poster. Until she understood what this night market was all about, Yunluoha didn't want to expose herself. Soon, as night fell, the time for her pass expired. She had already arranged her affairs on the reef, freeing up this time so she could head to the night market without worry. After careful consideration, Yunluoha left the wontons and meat buns on the reef and didn't take them with her. She clicked on the pass, and a glowing passage immediately appeared before her, guiding her inside. Without a second thought, Yunluoha stepped into the passage. A chill soon washed over her, and she felt like she had arrived in a very cool and comfortable place, like she was at a large event, with the air conditioning set to 16 degrees Celsius and still a bit chilly. It's scorching hot here during the day, but surprisingly cool at night. Lights were lit everywhere, and numerous tents were pitched, each a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, and purple. The tents were hung with colorful decorations, the most common being dyed ostrich feathers. There were 5 tents in total. Yunluoha was about to approach when she heard a familiar system voice. Welcome to the Oasis Night Market. The common currency at the night market is sand dollars. All goods at the stalls must be purchased with sand dollars. If you don't have sand dollars, you could exchange them for some at the desert merchant. Desert merchant. Yunluoha's heart skipped a beat. This time, she brought a lot of portable dried meat, which the desert merchant liked. She'd probably be able to exchange them for a good amount of sand dollars. Let's find the desert merchant's tent first. Looking closely, Yunluoha noticed a sign outside each tent. They read, Desert Tool Workshop, Shelter Trading Center, First Aid Resource Tent, Wilderness Kitchen, Information Exchange. It looked like they had quite a comprehensive range of goods. Yunluoha was most interested in the information exchange. But where would the desert merchant be? Yunluoha had no choice but to search one by one. In the tool shop's tent sat an old man, his name above his head. Old Man Wang. Yunluoha clicked to talk to him, and several options appeared. I want to talk to you. I want to buy something. Let's talk first. There's a good chance we get some useful information. As expected, Old Man Wang told her, this isn't some messy place. Private transactions are prohibited. If you're caught, the items you trade will be confiscated and you'll be fined. Yunluoha clicked to chat again, and received another message. If you want to trade with others, I suggest you go to the stall area, or you can go to Lumatsi and get a stall permit. She wanted to ask again, but Old Man Wang stopped talking. So Yunluoha had no choice but to click on the I want to buy something option. Soon, a product panel appeared on the screen. Reinforced fishing net, 80 sand dollars double woven, shark resistant. With enough strength, you can catch any fish. Multifunction hunting knife, 120 sand dollars. The blade can be detached into a saw blade and can opener, making it a versatile and practical survival tool. Sand compass, 50 sand dollars. Built-in thermometer and hygrometer, anti-magnetic interference, very necessary for navigating the desert. Yunluoha looked around, but didn't find anything she wanted. Besides, she didn't have any sand dollars right now. She turned and left, heading for the next tent. At the shelter's trading center, she saw a young woman with short hair, who also shared 2 pieces of information with Yunluoha. If you want to earn a lot of sand dollars quickly, I suggest checking out the event area. There are lots of activities there. Good luck. If you don't find anything interesting, there's an auction after 11 p.m. that you might want to attend. There's quite a bit of supplies for sale here. Yunluoha opened the product panel and took a quick look. Desert camouflage sun protection jacket, 150 sand dollars. Breathable fabric with a cooling effect. Stab-proof vest, 200 sand dollars. Made from shark skin, it protects against attacks from small creatures. Emergency water purification tablets, 30 sand dollars. 10 tablets purifies sewage into drinking water. In the first aid resource tent stood an NPC doctor in a white lab coat and a mask. The tent smelled strongly of disinfectant. After speaking with him, Yunluoha learned that his stamina would decrease by 10 points per hour, and that he would have to pay 100 sand dollars upon leaving, otherwise some of his supplies would be confiscated. Fighting is prohibited in the night market. Violators will be marked red named, and all tent shops will increase their prices by 300%, and sand dollars will be deducted. These 2 pieces of information are very useful. I must keep some sand dollars on me when I leave. And I don't have to worry about my supplies being stolen, which is quite reassuring. The supplies available for purchase here are all first aid items. Trauma Suture Kit, 100 sand dollars contains catgut, hemostat, and alcohol pads, essential for treating external injuries. Antivenom, 300 sand dollars effective against snake and scorpion bites, but requires refrigeration. Ice packs can be purchased separately. Nutrient Supplement, 50 sand dollars after taking, restores 30 stamina points in 5 minutes. If you have enough sand dollars, you can buy more of these things to take away. Next, they head to the wilderness kitchen. As she approached, she could smell the aroma of meat. She'd clearly eaten her fill the night before, yet now she felt an inexplicable pang of hunger. In the tent, there was a teppanyaki grill and a smoker. A man in rough clothing, wearing an apron, was chopping meat with a large knife. Judging from the size and color of the meat, it must be ostrich. Skewers of meat lay on the grill, sizzling with fat dripping into the charcoal. The skewers were sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Yun Luoha couldn't help swallowing, thinking this NPC's food might be even better than hers. But if they sold seasonings, she'd definitely buy them. She couldn't wait to start chatting with the NPC. Perhaps you like to set up your own stall. I suggest selling food. Food has the lowest tax. If you're looking for Lumatsi, I suggest checking the roundabout. He's usually there. This was the second time Yun Luoha had heard the name Lumatsi. It seemed he was the desert merchant. Chapter 121. The only items available for purchase in the wild kitchen are food and seasonings. In addition, there's a processing service. Players bring their own ingredients and have the chef cook them, with only a 20% commission on the finished product. However, the resulting food is highly random, and may not be as good as the commercial items. However, with a bit of luck, you might even get some delicious, premium food. Want to buy anything? The NPC asked, blinking. Yun Luoha didn't trust her luck, so she decided to take a look at the finished products and seasonings. She didn't have any sand coins anyway. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. The screen displayed the available items. Portable broth packets, 70 sand coins / portion quickly replenishes stamina and hydration, restores 30 stamina points in 10 minutes, increases strength by 10 points, and has a shelf life of 30 days. Pasteurized camel milk, 60 sand coins / bottle replenishes nutrients and hydration, reduces the risk of heat stroke, and can be used to make dairy products. Seasoning packet, 15 sand dollars / pack contains various seasonings such as onions, ginger, garlic, chili powder, and cumin powder. Brown sugar, 20 sand dollars / pack 20 kilograms of sugarcane boiled down to 1 kilogram of brown sugar. Long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness. Used in various culinary creations. Yun Luoha was fascinated by these items, but due to his limited financial resources, he was about to leave to search for Lumatsi elsewhere. Suddenly, a man rushed in. When he saw Yun Luoha, his expression changed slightly. He then stood aside, silent, as if waiting for Yun Luoha to finish her conversation with the NPC and leave. Yun Luoha understood and said to the NPC, "I come back for you." She left. After leaving the tent, her attention remained on the wilderness kitchen tent. She had a feeling that the man she had just met was a little different. However, the most urgent thing was to find the turntable. "I have a gift for you." Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard the man in the tent say this. Yun Luoha paused. "How could this be, NPC? Oh, this is a leg of lamb? It looks good. I can't just take your gift for nothing. So, take whatever you like from me." Yun Luoha was stunned for a moment. She had assumed the NPC only had a few fixed lines, but she hadn't expected it to trigger new dialogue under certain circumstances. Giving gifts was indeed a good option. No wonder he had waited until she left before communicating with the NPC. Anyway, Yun Luoha would be back soon, so there was no rush. She still had one purple tent left to visit. It housed the information exchange. She figured the only thing they could buy there was intelligence, and the prices would surely be high. Just as she was thinking, she saw a crowd gathered in front of her. She walked closer, and saw the wheel she was looking for. Rollerboard games are essentially roulette. This place had the most people, all players. Everyone wanted to earn more sand coins at the roulette wheel to exchange for resources. A sign nearby explained the rules of roulette. The wheel was divided into 4 sections: food, tools, weapons, and medicine. Players could bet on supplies to spin the wheel. If the pointer landed on the corresponding section, they would receive sand coins worth twice the supply. For example, if they bet 10 pieces of barbecue, the pointer would only land on the food section to receive the reward. If it landed on any other section, the bet would be forfeited. The 4 areas each have different proportions. Food accounts for 30% of the entire wheel, weapons 40%, tools 20%, and medicine 20%. This game relies entirely on gambling and luck. Winning once or twice isn't difficult, but achieving a winning streak is nearly impossible. This game is also highly addictive, and many players want to keep playing after just 1 or 2 wins. Lucky players, in particular, believe they can consistently win, so they won't stop even after 3 consecutive wins. Yun Luoha had no interest in roulette. Her target was Lu Matzi. Seeing the pockmarked middle-aged man, she hurried over to talk to him. Before she could speak, Lu Matzi's eyes caught her, and he approached. "Are you here to play lucky roulette? Now's the perfect time. Your backpack looks nice. Want to use it as a bet?" "Yun Luoha, I'd like to trade it for some sand dollars." Lu Matzi stroked his goatee. "Well, that depends on what you have. If you're using this backpack, I give you 500 sand dollars." Yun Luoha pulled out the dried meat she had prepared long ago from her backpack. She first showed Lu Matzi 2 pieces. "Would you like this?" Lu Matzi's eyes lit up. "This isn't much of a good thing, but I take it. 20 sand dollars apiece." Yun Luoha remained calm. This Lu Matzi seemed different from the NPCs she had just spoken to. The other NPCs were rather rigid and methodical, meaning they didn't have many tricks. If she hadn't known that portable dried meat was a favorite of desert merchants, she would probably have been fooled by him. "So low. Forget it, maybe I should find someone else to trade with," Yun Luoha said calmly. Lu Matzi hadn't expected anyone to refuse his offer. Those who had approached him before had always agreed outright. At most 30 sand dollars. Yun Luoha glanced around. It was getting late, and she wanted to explore more places. This Lu Matzi was being too unreliable. But she had no other choice. To get sand dollars, it seemed her only option was to trade with him for supplies. So she held out her hand and offered a price. 50 sand dollars apiece for crocodile jerky. In the wilderness kitchen, even a portable meat soup dumpling cost 70 sand dollars. Yun Luoha didn't think the portable meat jerky was worth much less than the meat soup dumpling, and it had a long shelf life. But she figured it was unlikely she'd be able to exchange it for 70 sand dollars. Lu Matzi feigned hesitation, then agreed with a deliberately awkward touch. If he didn't have a name on his head, Yun Luoha would have found it hard to treat him as an NPC. She traded 2 pieces of portable dried meat for 100 sand dollars. The sand dollars filled a small cloth bag, and inside was a bag of special iron pieces about the size of copper coins. Then Yun Luoha pulled 50 pieces of portable dried fish from her backpack and filled a basket. Each piece was golden yellow, beautiful in color and fragrant. "These are portable dried deep-sea saltwater fish. Would you like some? We also have freshwater fish dried meat, and the price is lower." Lu Matzi became excited. "How do you have so much dried meat?" "Yun Luoha, I give you all of them." "How many sand dollars can you give me?" "How many in total?" 50. Yun Luoha counted them twice last night. Lu Matzi's eyes sparkled, and his expression changed as he looked at Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha also sensed that something was wrong with him, as if he was overly excited. "Give me all of them." "How about 2,000 sand dollars? These fish are worth less than crocodile meat, so this price isn't bad." It was higher than Yun Luoha expected. She thought Lu Matzi would bargain down the price, but judging by his excitement, he seemed to be in a good mood. Yun Luoha gave all the dried fish to Lu Matzi. She got 2,100 sand dollars in one go. She also had some portable ostrich jerky in her backpack, which she had been planning to trade, but decided to keep it for now. After the transaction, Yun Luoha saw 2 hearts above Lu Matzi's head. This represented his favorability towards Yun Luoha. It had suddenly increased by 30 points, bringing his favorability to 2 hearts. I don't know what specific benefits an increased NPC's favorability has, but it's definitely better than nothing. Yun Luoha can buy things with sand coins, but she plans to use them as capital to earn more sand coins at the activity center. However, she doesn't plan to play roulette right now. It's purely based on luck, and she has no interest in it. "Wait, I see you're quite skilled. If you want to earn sand coins, you can check out the shooting range. It should suit you. You better skip the roulette." Lu Matzi said this in a low voice, afraid others would overhear. After all, he had just strongly recommended this game. Yun Luoha nodded and gave an okay sign. "Then I give it a try." More and more people were playing the lucky wheel. Most players had very few sand coins. If they wanted to earn some quickly, this seemed like a good option. The night market was gathering more and more people, all players from various districts. This was the first night market, so everyone was new to it. No one knew each other, so for now, no one had any ulterior motives. Everyone was eager to learn the rules of the night market and earn more sand dollars. She made her way through the bustling crowd and found the shooting range in the southwest corner. The NPC at the entrance pointed to a wooden board with the rules of the shooting game written on it. Level 1. Moving Target Mode. For every 5 consecutive hits, the target's speed increases by 20%, stacking up to 3x speed. A single hit earns 10 points, and consecutive hits add an additional bonus. 5 consecutive hits earn 50% bonus, 10 consecutive hits earn 100% bonus. Level 2. Sandstorm Simulation Mode. When visibility drops to 5 meters, the difficulty of hitting doubles, and the points are doubled. One entry costs 50 sand dollars. Bows and arrows are purchased separately. Wooden bows are 20 sand dollars each, and iron arrows are 5 sand dollars each. The NPC held out a sign and extended his hand, indicating payment for an entry ticket. Yun Luoha took out 120 sand coins and exchanged them for a wooden bow and 10 iron arrows. The NPC took them, didn't even count them, and let them pass. Yun Luoha took 2 steps forward when she heard someone calling from behind. Looking back, she saw someone she knew. Yu Qingjin's hair had grown longer, and he wore a gray-white rainy robe. He still held his Zen staff, but around his wrist was a string of obsidian Buddhist beads. His expression was cold, but only after he saw Yun Luoha did a look of surprise flash. "You're here too!" Yun Luoha exclaimed in surprise. Yu Qingjin tried to come over, but was stopped by the NPC. He tried to pay the sand coins to come in, but the NPC said, only one person can enter at a time. Everyone else can only watch from outside. Yun Luoha smiled. "Why don't you go somewhere else and come back later? I meet you at the door when I come out." Yu Qingjin, "I take a look outside. I need to try it out later anyway." Yun Luoha half-jokingly said, "Okay, then I have to show you my skills." With that, she walked into the shooting range. Looking back, she and Yu Qingjin had quite a connection. They already met many times. They could talk later, and see if he had any information about the desert ruins. Yun Luoha could also tell him the coordinates of the oasis and spring she visited. It would be a favor. Yu Qingjin should have other opportunities too. If they exchanged their skills, they would definitely both benefit. Entering, there was an indoor space. There was a white line underfoot. 20 meters beyond it was a row of moving target tracks, making a clicking sound. Yun Luoha drew her bowstring and squinted her eyes, aiming at the first target. The target moved horizontally on a track. Although its speed was slow, it still required prediction to hit the target. One arrow cost 5 sand coins. Missing the target was a waste. However, Yun Luoha had the ability to sense and predict, and her archery skills had been refined through the game, making this speed of shooting child's play. The first arrow hit the bull's eye directly, earning 10 points. The second arrow also hit the target accurately, adding to the bonus points, bringing the total to 15 points. The first 5 arrows had all hit the target. The crowd gathered. The target suddenly accelerated. The spectators outside were discussing whether Yun Luoha could hit the bull's eye again. If she hits it this time, it'd be 100 points. I think 100 points can be exchanged for 300 sand dollars, right? Yeah, that's a steal. I think it's hard to hit at this speed. Indeed, I never seen anyone hit more than 5 times in a row. They usually fail here. I bet she hit the bull's eye. As soon as Yu Qingjin finished speaking, Yun Luoha released his 6th arrow. Chapter 122. After another hit, Yun Luoha couldn't help but smile as she saw her points suddenly increase by 100. Earning these sand coins seemed a bit easy. If she could land 10 consecutive hits, she'd trigger a double bonus. She was a bit excited, her palms warming. But the target's movement had increased again. Now it was twice as fast as before. She quickly used up all 10 arrows. All hit, except for one arrow that was slightly off target, but it still hit the edge of the bull's eye. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Yun Luoha noticed the scoreboard behind the target light up red, and each hit was converted into points in real time. In the first round, she hit all 10 arrows, earning over 500 points, for a total of over 1,000 sand coins. So cool, Yun Luoha shouted to the NPC without hesitation, 20 more iron arrows. The first level was quickly passed. A whistle suddenly blared at the shooting range. Sandstorm mode activated. Get ready. Yun Luoha gripped her longbow tightly as yellow sand surged out, blanketing the shooting range and plummeting visibility. Not only was she unable to see clearly, but the sand also affected her, preventing her from opening her eyes properly. Yun Luoha held her breath, practically shooting blindly. The spectators outside the arena also became excited. How is it possible to hit the target? I can't even see clearly. Is the second level this difficult? That's quite something. Who is this woman? Which zone is she from? Is she that powerful? Let's begin. Stop talking. Yunluoha adjusted her posture and breathing, narrowing her eyes. At this moment, her complete attention was focused on the target not far away. Her perception stretched to its limit. She began to imagine herself standing in the center of a sandstorm, the arrow in her hand slowly aiming at the target, but not immediately releasing it. She didn't release her grip until she finally found the feeling. After completing the second level, Yu Qingjin was waiting for her at the exit. Yunluoha approached, her face beaming. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Not bad. Yu Qingjin smiled faintly. You saw a wonderful archery show. Did you get a lot out of it? Yunluoha, yes, I did. The NPC had just told her that she was the first player to earn over 1,000 sand dollars in a sandstorm. She earned 1,740 in the first level, and even more in the second, earning a total of 2,880 sand dollars. Yunluoha hadn't expected to earn so many sand dollars here, and at such a low cost. It was a shame that she had already completed the level, so she couldn't continue. Seeing how easily she had passed, others rushed to join in, and the line at the shooting range suddenly grew long. Yunluoha planned to use these sand coins for shopping. I hadn't been to the information exchange yet. It was a good time to check it out. If there were any left later, I could consider exchanging them for a stall pass, which I could also exchange with Lu Matzi. Yu Qingjin also wanted to go to the shooting range to earn sand coins, so the two of them separated temporarily. They agreed to meet at the Wilderness Kitchen before 11 o'clock and then go to the auction together. The information exchange was in the purple tint. Yunluoha went inside and received 2 pieces of information. If you want to participate in the auction, you must prepare at least 3,000 sand coins, otherwise you won't be allowed entry. If you have rare items, you can also auction them. After deducting the handling fee, the remaining sand coins will be yours. Purchasable supplies. Oasis coordinates. 2,000 sand dollars. All oases, large and small, in the desert have coordinates, and this is one of them. Dark River Shark Weakness. 500 sand dollars. Even the most ferocious sharks in the Dark River have a fatal weakness. Weather Forecast Service. 50 sand dollars / time 48-hour disaster warning for the reef. Sandworm Queen's lair location. Blue Crystal Mine coordinates. In addition, there are coordinates and recipes for desert supplies, with varying values. Basically, all desert intelligence can be purchased here, but the prices are not cheap. Yunluoha had a lot of sand dollars, but she couldn't spend them carelessly before the auction. The oasis coordinates were so expensive, she couldn't bear to part with them. She might as well buy the spring coordinates, which were only 500 sand dollars and more cost-effective. After wandering around the tents, Yunluoha spent a considerable amount of sand dollars. Seeing that it was almost time, she emerged from the Wilderness Kitchen. Yu Qingjin also arrived on time. An announcement sounded at the night market, informing players that an auction would soon be held in the open space in front of the maze. The night market's finale is about to begin. Players interested in participating in the auction should proceed to the designated area to register. There were entry requirements for the auction. Several NPC men in suits were stationed at the entrance, checking each player's backpack for 3,000 sand coins. Those who didn't meet the requirements were stopped outside and not allowed in. Yunluoha had sufficient assets to allow direct entry after a check. Yu Qingjin had made a considerable fortune at the shooting range, and had over 3,000 sand coins on him. A sign announcing the auction rules was located at the entrance, and a crowd gathered. Auction rules. 1. Participating in the auction requires a deposit of 200 sand coins, which will be refunded if the auction fails and used as a deduction for the closing price. 2. Each bid is limited to 15 seconds. Exceeding the time limit will result in a forfeit. 3. Players who bid over 3,000 sand dollars will receive free protection from an NPC guard for 1 hour until the night market ends. The two entered together at the entrance and found a seat. At 11 o'clock, the auction began promptly. A beautiful woman in a long gauze dress appeared on the stage, looking quite exotic. Hello everyone, I'm today's auctioneer. She held a small gilded hammer, and her vibrant dress, illuminated by the candlelight, caught everyone's attention. In front of the auctioneer was a table, originally empty, but after the auctioneer finished speaking, an ornate wooden box appeared out of thin air. The auctioneer raised her voice, echoing throughout the night market. Everyone, tonight's first lot is Dark River Shark Skin. The wooden box was opened, revealing a whole piece of shark skin. High-quality shark skin, 3 pieces in total, starting price for the package, 500 sand dollars. The price was so low that Yunluohe was tempted. Shark skin is never too much. After all, shark hunting is a hassle. She could only use the shark skin she had for the tidal windmill, but she needed more for high-end insulation. Perhaps there would be other uses for shark skin in the future. But she had been naive. The starting price of 500 sand dollars might seem cheap, but the competition was fierce. The audience erupted in bidding. The starting price was 500 sand dollars, and it quickly reached 800 sand dollars. Yunluohe thought the bidding would be so fierce from the start, and would only get more intense later, but the price soon stopped at 850 sand dollars. Yunluohe suspected everyone wanted to save their sand coins for later, as there were still many good things to come. She called out 860 sand coins. Someone then raised the price to 900 sand coins. Perhaps there would be even better items later, fetching even higher prices, but Yunluohe refrained from raising the price again. The next few items were all good: 2 high-level sunscreen items, a high-level repair potion, and a lightning potion. The prices were high, and there were many bidders. Yunluohe didn't bid. If it were a potion formula, she might have fought for it, but for just a potion, she let it go. Yu Qingjin didn't bid once. Seeing his lack of reaction, he probably didn't see anything he liked. Until the auctioneer brought out the molted skin of a sandworm queen. A complete molted skin from a sandworm queen can be crafted into top-tier armor. Starting price, 1,200. Even before the auctioneer finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly heated up. Several NPCs in black suits pushed out a booth covered with a black velvet curtain. As the auctioneer lifted the curtain, the metallic gleaming molted skin of a sandworm was revealed on the display stand. The entire skin was nearly 2 men tall, its edges still stained with lingering mucus, reflecting a colorful luster in the candlelight. It's said that the sandworm queen sheds her skin only once every 100 years. This intact skin can withstand the sharp teeth of dark river sharks, and is the core material for crafting the sandstorm wing hang glider. 1,500. A gruff male voice rang from the left platform. Yunluohe turned to see a burly, dark-skinned man shouting at the top of his lungs, "I'm determined to get this skin." He looked quite ferocious and intimidating. But few were frightened by him. 1,800? Yunluohe heard another Lolita voice from behind him. Yunluohe turned and saw a tall girl with twin pigtails raise her hand. The bidding continued without stopping, quickly breaking through 2,000. Yunluohe opened his backpack to check his remaining sand coins. Not bad, 5 or 6,000 sand coins left. I used up a little on the previous purchases, but it was definitely enough to buy this skin. There were definitely better things to come. While he was patrolling and hesitating, someone had already bid the highest price of 2,500 sand coins. The person was wearing a bronze mask, so his face couldn't be seen. Yunluohe thought for a moment, then raised her hand and bid 2,600 sand coins. The other party didn't even look at her and continued to raise the price. 2,800 sand coins. It seemed this person was determined to get it, and Yunluohe was about to give up. In the end, he won the molted skin of the sandworm queen. Many players at the scene were whispering about this person's background, but no one knew him. Next up is a special item. A blue crystal lizard from the desert sanctuary. The moment the curtain opened, the entire audience gasped. Curled within the glass display case was a palm-sized creature, its scales a translucent ice blue, its eyes amber, absolutely beautiful. The blue crystal lizard can sense blue crystal, or within a 5-kilometer radius. The auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement. And its saliva can dissolve the desert rock and soil. Blue crystal or can't be found with ordinary detectors, only this creature can accurately locate it. Starting price, 3,000 sand dollars. The room erupted in excitement. Yunluohe heard someone gasp behind her. Yunluohe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't bid any further, otherwise she would have lost her competitive edge in this auction. But before she could even raise her hand, the bidding had already jumped to 4,000. 4,005. A girl stood up loudly, cracking her whip. "Don't argue with me." 5,000. Yunluohe raised her hand. 6,000. The bronze-masked man bid again. Does this man have so many sand coins? Yunluohe frowned. If she bid any higher, she'd run out of sand coins. Was she going to watch this blue crystal lizard be taken away by someone else? Just then, Yu Qingjin handed her a cloth bag. "Here are 4,000 sand coins. Take them." Yunluohe froze, motionless. What? For 1,000 sand coins? How could she accept that? She had no reason to accept Yu Qingjin's sand coins. "Take it. Consider it my investment." When you find the blue crystal mine, leave me a share. That said, but the two of them were not in the same district and couldn't communicate at all. But, don't say buts. If you hesitate any longer, someone else will take the good stuff, and I won't be able to buy anything with these sand coins. Since Yu Qingjin had said so, Yunluo had no reason to hesitate. Opportunities waited for no one. 8,000 sand coins. Yunluo shouted. The whole room fell silent. The bronze-masked man finally looked at Yunluo. The others were silent for a moment, then slowly lowered their hands. The auctioneer's hammer fell. 8,000 for the first time. 8,000 for the third time. The winner of the blue crystal lizard has been determined. The NPC in a black suit placed the blue crystal lizard in a specially ventilated cage and brought it to Yunluo. Everyone's attention was focused on Yunluo. Several men in black surrounded Yunluo, ready to protect her until the auction was over. Yunluo lowered her head to examine the lizard. Its claws clung to the glass, staring at her motionlessly. Its eyes were cold and motionless for a long time, like a specimen. It waited for a long moment before blinking. The next item is the night market passes. There are 50 of them, worth 1,000 sand dollars. No bidding required. Those interested can simply raise their hands. First come, first served, while supplies last. Once the passes are sold out, we begin bidding on the last item of the night. The auctioneer clapped his hands, and someone quickly brought up a tray with many passes. The next night market will open at the same time in a week. There will be a stall market. Only those with a stall permit will be able to set up shop and trade there. The auctioneer gave a brief introduction and then left. The players present had already begun scrambling for the passes. Yunluo was thankful she still had 2,000 sand dollars left. She could buy 2 passes, one for her and one for Yu Qingjin. She was also annoyed. If she had more sand coins, she could have bought a few more passes to take home. There was supposedly one last lot left, but she had no more sand coins. She could only stay and watch the fun. With the black suit protecting her, she wasn't afraid of being robbed. It wouldn't be too late to leave after the auction ended. Yunluo had just put the blue crystal lizard cage into her backpack when she heard a loud shouting behind her. That's them. Trading sand coins in public. A hoarse voice rang out. Yunluo turned and saw a tall, thin player tugging at an NPC's sleeve, pointing at her and Yu Qingjin. The NPC was Lu Matzi, who was responsible for maintaining order during the auction. Yu Qingjin frowned. What's going on? Yunluo shook his head. Following the man was a dark-skinned, burly man bidding on sandworm skins. They looked like they were in the same boat. Lu Matzi approached, shaking a copper whistle, the lantern light illuminating his pockmarked face. Who's reporting this? Tell me clearly. The tall, thin man immediately stepped forward. Me. I'm reporting these two for privately trading sand coins. Just now at the auction, this guy. He pointed at Yu Qingjin. I saw him brazenly hand her a cloth bag. There were at least a few thousand sand coins in it. Isn't private trading prohibited? This is a violation. The surrounding players stopped and whispered. Yunluo raised an eyebrow. Lu Matzi turned to the two men and asked, What's going on? Yu Qingjin said calmly, I'm just borrowing sand dollars for an emergency. Bullshit! The man screamed, A private transaction is a transaction. According to the night market rules, the sand dollars should be confiscated and each person should be fined 2,000. Everyone had heard from Old Man Wang that if caught engaging in a private transaction, the items traded would be confiscated and a fine would be imposed. Wait. Yunluo suddenly spoke up. Who said we were doing a private transaction? Lu Matzi twirled his copper whistle and suddenly grinned at Yunluo. Open your backpack permissions and let me see. Yunluo and Yu Qingjin exchanged a glance and simultaneously opened their backpacks. Lu Matzi looked at the person who reported them. Let me make this clear. If there's no transaction, the reporter will be fined 500 sand dollars for malicious slander. Lu Matzi could see everything they had on them. Items acquired at the desert night market had a unique color. Yu Qingjin's backpack wasn't large, and even less so at the desert night market. There wasn't much to see. Lu Matzi carefully examined Yunluo's backpack, then stroked his beard. I checked it. How was it? Night Market Rules Article 7. Transactions require the exchange of goods. Merely transferring money does not constitute a transaction. There was nothing in their backpacks. They didn't exchange anything at all. I think you're making a false report and slandering others. Fine of 500 yuan. Why? How could that be? We saw it all. You want to cause trouble, huh? Then add another 500 yuan. Lu Matzi lazily produced the ticket. The farce was quickly over, and Yunluohe saw Lu Matzi wink at her. Yunluohe thought, it seems the increased favorability was quite useful. I should bring more dried meat next time. As the auctioneer returned to the stage, a beam of light focused on her. The whispers among the players below gradually faded, and everyone realized the finale of the night was about to begin. Everyone, the auctioneer's voice was deliberately low. The next lot is one of the desert's oldest secrets, and it's also the most valuable item tonight. As she finished her words, a wooden box suddenly appeared before her. The box opened, and everyone's eyes focused on it. Yunluohe saw a yellowed parchment scroll inside, bound with hemp rope. Lines painted in cinnabar could be vaguely seen on it. This is a map of the interior of the desert ruins. The auctioneer's voice suddenly rose. It's located in the true heart of the desert ruins. Rumor has it that it contains the largest blue crystal vein in the entire desert, as well as schematics for stormproof mechanisms, countless equipment and supplies. But it's fraught with danger. Without a map, there's no way to escape safely. She paused, her eyes scanning the audience's suddenly bright eyes. Starting price. 10,000 sand dollars. 10,000 sand dollars. Yunluohe's mood was like a roller coaster, up and down. This was too expensive. She couldn't possibly afford it at a starting price of 10,000. She couldn't believe how many people could afford it. 11,000. I give you 11,015. 12,000. Yunluohe, question mark. Are they all shills? She had just used Yu Qingjin's 4,000 sand coins to bid on the blue crystal lizard and buy 2 passes. She didn't have many sand coins left in her backpack. 10,000 sand coins was a whopping price, almost double the total assets of most people present. How could anyone still be willing to bid? Do they have so many sand coins? Yunluohe earned them at the shooting range. There were only 2 possibilities for others to come up with so many sand coins in such a short time. One was that they brought a lot of high-value items to exchange with Lu Matzi. The other possibility was that they had won a fortune playing roulette. 13,000. The masked man began bidding again. Chapter 123. 13,500. This time it was the girl with the twin ponytails. She gritted her teeth and raised her hand. I'm bidding 13,000. Don't try to compete with me. The bidding jumped in increments of 500, quickly breaking through 15,000. After all, as the bidding progressed, everyone's sand dollars were running low. Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin exchanged a glance and unexpectedly smiled. Guess we just have to watch the show. Even though they didn't have the financial resources to bid, they just have to wait and see who the winner would be. Without the pressure of bidding, it was quite entertaining to watch others frantically bid for something. In the final, heated stage, only 2 bidders remained. It was now a matter of whoever had the most sand dollars to win. Because of Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin's previous reports, everyone knew that giving away sand dollars for free wasn't illegal, so for a moment, bidders began to beg for sand dollars. The scene was chaotic. Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin were also questioned by the girl with the twin ponytails. Do you have any extra sand dollars? Can you give them to me? Yunluohe had a night market pass and could come back next time. Sand dollars are never left over, they can still be used next time. There was no reason to give them away for free. So she shook her head and refused. Handsome man, do you have any left? Can you give me some? Yu Qingjin shook his head calmly. The bidding wouldn't take long, so if they couldn't find 1 or 2 people, there was no hope. The bidding continued when a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the audience. 17,000 sand dollars. The whole place fell silent. Yunluohe looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the mysterious bronze-masked figure slowly rising. The hem of his cloak was stained with dark red sand, as if he had come straight from some bloody battlefield. 17,000 per stroke. The auctioneer's hammer hung in midair, when a clear voice suddenly interrupted it. 18,000 sand dollars. Everyone turned to see a woman in a gray cloak standing in the back row, her hood covering most of her face. It was unknown when she had appeared there, and she hadn't participated in the previous auction. The price of the Desert Ruins map had reached 18,000 sand dollars, an extremely high price. Yunluohe was curious about the backgrounds of these 2 people, and how they had acquired so many sand dollars. However, since no one else would reveal it, Yunluohe had no intention of asking, and simply pondered it. The bronze-masked figure was silent for a moment, then raised his hand and gestured, 19,000. Just as the auctioneer's hammer was about to fall, the hooded woman suddenly, and slowly raised her hand. 22,000. The whole audience gasped. The auctioneer's hammer came down, with a resounding thud. Sold for 22,000 sand dollars. Congratulations to this lady for winning the Desert Ruins map. The hooded woman was very discreet. Even after taking the map, she didn't remove her hood, remaining mysterious. The show was over, and it was getting late. Yun Luoha told Yu Qinjin her coordinates in the desert. If he was nearby, he could come find her. Yu Qinjin was participating in the desert event solo, so there was no need to worry about resource allocation between the two teams. If they were too far away to come, the two could meet here at the next night market. They could then bring any supplies they wanted to trade. Yun Luoha had already decided to get a stall license next time, so even if he did trade, it wouldn't be against the rules. As the two were talking, the countdown to the desert night market began. The shadow of an hourglass appeared on the screen. The last 10 minutes were up, and at that point, players would be automatically teleported back to their respective reefs. The hooded woman suddenly approached. Yun Luoha had a feeling she was coming for them. She whispered to Qinjin, the one who took the photo of the desert ruins map is coming over. Yeah, I saw it too. Maybe something's going on. Maybe they're after the blue crystal lizard. Before Yun Luoha finished her words, the hooded woman had already reached the two of them. Hello, I'm Su Qi. I'd like to invite you to join us in exploring the desert ruins. Are you interested? Exploring the desert ruins? Yun Luoha raised an eyebrow. Why invite me? You spent a fortune on this map. I've seen your shooting record. In the second level sandstorm mode, you used your wind sensing technique to hit the moving bullseye 7 times. You seem to have the ability to predict the target. With your skills, there's no reason not to invite you. Besides, you have the blue crystal lizard. After hearing Su Qi's words, Yun Luoha's expression changed slightly. It seems you've been observing me for quite some time. Su Qi, outstanding people naturally attract attention. I imagine I'm not the only one who's noticed you. Yun Luoha pondered, his expression impassive. How about joining us? My team is full of the best players. Join us in exploring the desert ruins. You're sure to reap great rewards. Sorry, I don't like working with people I don't know well. Yun Luoha had her own team, and could search for supplies on her own. While the other party possessed a map of the desert ruins, Yun Luoha could slowly gather the fragments and use them to search for the desert ruins. Besides, she had no idea who was on the other team or whether they were trustworthy. What if they abandoned her after she'd done her job? What if I invite you two to join? There will be 5 of us on the team, and the supplies will be divided per person. I provide the map and find the treasure chests. You just need to choose the supplies first. If there's high-end equipment, I choose it first, and the rest will be divided equally between you. Su Qi thought she was being sincere, but Yun Luoha still refused. No thanks. Yu Qinjin stood by silent, having no objection. The other party hadn't originally wanted to invite him, and the decision to bring him along seemed to be a sideline move, aimed at getting Yun Luoha on board. Since Yun Luoha had refused, there was nothing else for him to say. Time had come. A shroud of light and shadow enveloped Yun Luoha and the others, and then they all vanished into the desert. After returning to the reef, Yun Luoha immediately built a glass tank for the blue crystal lizard to live in. To make it comfortable, Yun Luoha even consulted in the chat channel, and found a player who had raised lizards before. After asking for some details, they set up a pleasant environment for the blue crystal lizard. Shouldn't have been able to communicate with most animals by now, the blue crystal lizard had never spoken to her, not even a sound. Afterward, Yun Luoha began to sort out the supplies she had brought back from the desert night market. Night market pass. You'll be notified when the next night market opens. Click to use it to teleport to the night market. Blue crystal lizard. Detects blue crystal veins within a 5 kilometers radius. Its saliva can dissolve rock formations. Reinforced fishing net, double woven, shark resistant. There's only 1 of each. I also bought 2 suture kits, 5 nutrient supplements, 10 seasoning packets, 5 brown sugar packets, and 10 pasteurized camel milk packets. I also bought the coordinates of a spring at the information exchange. This provides a constant source of pure water. Once I obtain the coordinates, they're marked on the desert map. The weather forecast service is very cheap, and Yun Luoha bought it twice. It can predict extreme weather conditions such as sandstorms and thunderstorms within 48 hours on the reef. After deducting the auction, I only have a little over 800 sand dollars left. Yun Luoha gave Su Qi the blue crystal ore and blue crystal lizard saliva for her research. After thinking for a moment, he took out a piece of shark skin and gave it to her, asking her to use it to make insulating gloves and study fluorescent jellyfish. Su Qi's research has recently made some new progress. For example, fluorescent protein can be extracted from fluorescent jellyfish and used to create a portable lamp with exceptional lighting effects, capable of replacing torches and even flashlights. She was worried about how to extract this fluorescent protein in large quantities. Fortunately, Yunluoha sent her shark skin, which solved her immediate problem. "Si Chi, I send you the portable lamp once it's finished. Also, we made some breakthroughs in our research on symbiotic crystals. Yunluoha, show me." Si Chi sent over experimental results from several research projects. 1. Embedding symbiotic crystal fragments in buildings can absorb lightning and even prevent it from striking. 2. Placing the powdered symbiotic crystal fragments into the earthworm breeding tower will stimulate the secretion of growth hormone in the earthworms, causing them to grow faster and larger. We already obtained many mutant earthworms larger than giant earthworms. The earthworm castings and liquid produced daily can be made into high-quality organic fertilizer. This organic fertilizer is very beneficial to plants, and can also be used to make high-quality growth hormone. 3. If a large number of symbiotic crystal fragments are placed together, they can form a crystal energy field, which has an impact on all plants and animals. After reading this, Yunluoha felt a little regretful that he hadn't visited Swamp Island more often in the spring. Symbiotic crystals are so powerful, but their quantity is so small. Beyond Swamp Island, no trace of parasitic vines has been found elsewhere. However, just because they're not there now doesn't mean they won't be found in the future. One can only keep an eye out. Yunluoha gave some of his remaining symbiotic crystals to Si Chi, asking her to create 2 crystal energy field devices. She planned to place one in the greenhouse, and the other next to the chicken coop and barn. Next, Yunluoha began to build the tidal windmill. This thing should have been made a long time ago, but I only gathered the materials yesterday. She pulled the blueprints from the supply box. Tidal windmill captures the potential energy of deep-sea waves and converts it into electricity from the surface ocean's kinetic energy, achieving both power generation and irrigation. Materials: bronze gears X4, shark skin X5, iron birch X2, cement X10, obsidian X5, magnet X2. First, choose a location for the tidal windmill. It can only be placed on the edge of the reef. Late at night, the reef was pitch black. Yunluoha used a light to select the location for a while before finally settling on it. It wasn't far from where she salvaged the supplies, and it wasn't far from the greenhouse and the house. It would take 3 hours to build. With the tidal windmill generating electricity, she needed to find a way to get more wires. She previously found some cables and wires from the giant metal tree on Mechanical Island, which would come in handy. But those were only enough to connect the house. To connect the greenhouse, the chicken coop, and the workshop, she needed more wires. For now, they were only known to exist on Mechanical Island, and to build them, she'd probably need advanced blueprints. But then, a flash of inspiration struck her: the trash can. She could use the trash can to recycle some electronic waste, perhaps yielding some wires. That evening, Mu Zitong had just given her a lot of trash, including some electronic waste. Without further delay, Yunluoha immediately began using the trash can to convert it. It was already 2 in the morning, and she needed about another hour to work, and then she'd have to go to bed. Fortunately, while she was away, Yunten helped her feed the chickens, ducks, and rabbits, and harvested the vegetables. After digesting the sandworms, Yunten felt like a shot of chicken blood, bursting with energy and scrambling to work the farmland. Now that it was growing larger, it could use its claws to dig the soil, not only digging irrigation ditches, but also water storage pits. Even more impressive was its venom, which could kill pests in the soil and weeds, and it could also use its claws to clear obstacles. So, all the land outside the greenhouse was managed by Yunten, and it was meticulously organized. And Yunten could climb easily, so it could gather fruit from high places and easily pick plants from the top of the greenhouse's planting racks. It was even more efficient than Yunluo, and the greenhouse work could now be delegated to it. Robal wasn't idle either, collecting shells and clearing seaweed from the reef. It was all hard work, as seaweed cleaning is a pain. With their help, Yunluoha no longer had to worry about these trivial matters on the reef, otherwise she would have been too busy. Yunluoha tossed the discarded CD into the trash can. Recycling successful, turning waste into treasure, record X1. Then the broken speaker. Recycling successful, turning waste into treasure, loudspeaker X1. Old cell phone successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure, micro battery X1. Burnout of induction cooker successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure, copper coil X1. Robot arm wreckage successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure, cable X1. Drone wreckage successfully recycled, turning waste into treasure, carbon fiber frame X1. After some work, Yunluoha actually got a few cables. The other items were also quite valuable. Copper coil connects to the reef power grid. Lithium battery pack powers small devices. Carbon fiber frame can be used to assemble hang gliders. The amount of this kind of electronic waste has been increasing recently, and Yunluoha has even found a few from shells. The game supplies are constantly being updated, and the number of craftable items has also increased. In the management trainee group's group chat, everyone shares newly acquired blueprints daily. A few of these items have caught Yunluoha's attention, and she's already provided them with materials and rewards to help build them. For example, a cheese maker, an ice cream maker, a soup pot. She also exchanged a sonic prospector and a portable water purifier from Duwantian. The cheese maker's main ingredients are copper or in high-quality hardwood planks. Using it is simple. Just add milk, and after a while you get cheese. The milk can be milked once the family's 2 cows have grown. For now, they're just calves. Yunluoha currently has some milk in her supply box, which she can use first. With cheese, she can unlock some new recipes. The ice cream machine requires a key, obsidian, and black metal fragments to craft. You can put milk or juice in the ice cream machine. Putting milk in will create milk ice cream. Putting juice and ice cubes in will create the corresponding popsicle. For example, putting mango and ice cubes will create mango popsicles, and you can also make strawberry popsicles. Both ice cream and popsicles can quickly quench thirst and cool down. Yunluoha plans to make more to sell. When she goes to the desert night market, she can prepare hundreds of them and sell them to other players. She's sure to make a killing. Chapter 124. For the next few days, Yunluoha would leave for the desert in the mornings and return to work as soon as her schedule was up. To quickly complete the area-wide power supply for the tidal windmills and reef structures, she urgently needed more cables and wires. Recycling electronic waste was quite efficient. So Yunluoha had been trading old cell phones, robotic arm wreckage, and drone parts at the trading center. If she was lucky, she might even get some larger, broken appliances, such as broken TVs and computers. Interestingly, Yunluoha had obtained a broken alarm. After recycling and upgrading it, it became a beeping device that could be attached to a detector. It would emit a loud sound whenever it detected supplies. Before, they had to observe the color changes on the detector, but now they would stop as soon as they heard the sound. It turned out that there were many supplies hidden in the desert, and they could dig them up with just a shovel. Every day, at dawn, she and her team would set out. After walking about a few dozen meters, they would hear the detector's alarm. With more use, she became increasingly adept at using this modified alarm. Plus, her own scanning eye could detect objects, so simply by hearing a sound, she could quickly identify the exact location of supplies, without having to dig through the desert sand. She could usually pinpoint a specific spot. The team members watched her precisely stop and dig with her shovel, always finding a treasure, and they were envious. Everyone managed to buy a similar detector. Although it lacked an alarm, and wasn't as effective as Yunluoha's, it was still much better than nothing. Day 21 of survival. The weather couldn't get any hotter. But a sandstorm had begun to form in the desert. Before setting off, Yunluoha had checked the weather forecast to confirm that there wouldn't be any this morning, so he felt safe leading everyone on their explorations. The morning sun was blazing, and waves of heat washed over the desert. As they walked through the desert, Yunluoha's detector suddenly began to beep rapidly. The sound was so loud that it could be heard from dozens of meters away. Yunluoha was delighted, knowing this was probably a large artifact. The team members gathered around upon hearing the noise. Sister Yun, isn't there a robot hidden down there? Is there a possibility there's some structure beneath the desert? Really? Could it be a desert ruin? Yunluoha shook her head. It's not that easy to find a desert ruin. I just looked, and it's a rectangular object, about the height of a person. It might be some kind of large cabinet. It's quite large, not bad. Let's dig it out. Everyone grabbed their shovels and began digging together. As the sand was gradually shoveled away, a black object with uneven textures on its surface emerged. As the excavation deepened, a large, damaged refrigerator gradually emerged. Wow, it's a refrigerator! Mu Ziton lifted the refrigerator and straightened it. Yunluoha examined the refrigerator carefully. Although it was severely damaged, she knew it must contain many usable parts. It could be disassembled or taken back to the trash can for recycling and upgrading. If it could be recycled and upgraded into a working refrigerator, that would be great too. After all, her refrigerator was already filled with food, and it was a very necessary item for her. No, there seems to be something underneath. Yun Luoha's expression lit up. She had just glimpsed a piece of metal peeking out from beneath the sand at the bottom of the refrigerator. She quickly squatted down, pushed the refrigerator open, and continued digging with her shovel. Sure enough, another metal box was revealed. Just as everyone excitedly moved forward to remove the box for inspection, Yun Luoha's expression suddenly changed. Back off. She suddenly grabbed Chung Xuening, who was closest to her, and quickly dodged. The sand beneath the metal box surged and sank rapidly. A giant claw covered in spikes, its nails over 10 centimeters long, broke through the ground. Soon, everyone saw a massive desert lizard, covered in hard scales, its eyes gleaming with a fierce gleam. It had the metal box under its feet, ready to attack at any moment. Yun Luoha quickly drew her bow and arrow, ready to shoot, and the others followed suit with their weapons. The desert lizard opened its maw, bearing sharp teeth, and stared at each of them, as if searching for who to strike first. Yun Luoha's arrow, however, was faster than it, piercing its eye. With everyone working together, the lizards were dispatched without much effort. The lizards dropped lizard skins, a streak of desert debris, and some ore. But none of this piqued their interest. Their focus was on the metal box. It seems you need a key to open it. Does anyone have a key? Yun Luoha pulled a key from his backpack. I have one here. Cici, you open it. Opening boxes was always Qin Cici's job. Qin Cici took the key and quickly opened the chest. Opening the treasure chest, she found copper coil X1, batteries X2, wires X2, bat glider blueprint X1, desert crystal cores X10, insulated glove blueprint X1. It was filled with high-quality supplies. This bat glider blueprint, in particular, allows you to craft a glider from bat wings, significantly increasing your movement speed. They had to explore such a vast desert, and with gliders, they would be much more efficient. Simply walking wouldn't allow them to cover much distance each day. Yun Luoha had plenty of bat wings, so he could probably make a glider for everyone. However, in addition to the wings, he also needed a skeleton. Yun Luoha had been recycling electronic waste these past few days, and had already obtained 3 drone skeletons. He still needed 2 more, so he could go back and think of a solution. There's actually a treasure chest in the desert. Guess we really need to dig more in the future. Yeah, it's hidden under the refrigerator. If we weren't careful, we have missed it. Thank goodness Sister Yun has good eyesight. It's getting late. Let's keep going, and see if we can reach the spring today. Their goal was to reach the spring coordinates Yun Luoha had obtained. She had also shared the coordinates with Yu Qinjin, and he should be heading there too. Perhaps they run into him there. After replenishing their energy and drinking water, they continued on their journey. However, their luck was a bit off. They encountered a swarm of sandworms along the way, and it took quite a while to kill them all. 6 hours had already passed. They returned to the reef without reaching the spring. At the end of the day, in addition to the supplies he found in the refrigerator and treasure chests, Yun Luoha also found 2 electrical wires, 21 copper or 2 lithium batteries, 3 copper coils, 1 old cell phone, 1 pair of headphones, 1 MP3 player, 1 radio, 1 mouse, 2 chargers, and 2 sockets. Almost all of it was electronic gadgets. But that's normal. The detector will only react if it detects something like this. Although everyone speculated that there might be other supplies hidden in the desert, there was no way to scan and detect them right now, nor was it possible to dig up the entire desert with a shovel. Being able to dig up these electronic gadgets was already quite impressive. These items were materials for making advanced electronic devices. Yun Luoha took them back and stored them all in his supply box, ready for use when he had the blueprints. In less than 2 days after obtaining the shark skin, Cici led the team to another technological breakthrough. She extracted a large amount of protein from fluorescent jellyfish and created several fluorescent protein lamps. The first batch was distributed to Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha gave 1 to each of her teammates. Now all they had to do was get more fluorescent jellyfish, both dead and alive, so that Cici could refine the extraction technology. In addition, Cici had developed a rock-dissolving agent using blue crystal lizard saliva that could quickly dissolve rock and even ore. Rock melted almost instantly, while ore required a large amount of solvent and a long wait before it dissolved slowly. I've been busy exploring the desert lately, and haven't had time to visit islands, so I could only occasionally venture into the sea to search for supplies. With the arrival of summer, players have discovered a wealth of supplies on the seafloor, including copper, or cryolite, and obsidian. These high-level minerals all have veins on the seafloor, but they're relatively rare. And these veins are rare. I came across one today, but next time I tried to find them, I couldn't find them. The supplies on the seafloor spawn randomly. Aside from the fixed locations of underwater ruins, you miss them elsewhere. Furthermore, players' dives into the ocean were all randomized. Although they all landed near their own reefs, the underwater landscape remained largely the same, sometimes even resembling the same place. Without a good sense of direction or a clear memory, returning to the same spot would be difficult. Thus, even after so long, few had found the underwater ruins. Yunluo's advantage over other players was that she could explore the seabed at night, breathe freely, and even hear the sounds of intelligent marine creatures. Coupled with her pearl scales, which accelerated her underwater, her chances of finding an underwater ruin were extremely high. She had already found ruins twice. She ventured into the ocean twice in 3 days, and on the second dive, she found another underwater ruin. Late at night, following a school of luminescent fish, she came upon a giant coral arch. It was engraved with fluorescent runes, and the knocker featured twin mermaid statues. The left mermaid held a trident, the right a giant pearl. Entering the arch, she saw another giant clam. It seems the giant clam is the hallmark of underwater ruins. Presumably, every underwater ruin has a giant clam, undoubtedly holding valuable treasures. However, based on previous experience, she wouldn't approach rashly. Generally, dangerous marine life is found near giant clams. She wondered what it might be this time. Yunluo activated her scanning eye and observed carefully. The area was full of coral reefs, colorful aquatic plants, and schools of various fish roamed around. However, many marine creatures are camouflaged, changing their skin color to match the surrounding environment. At night, they were difficult to detect with the naked eye. But Yunluo's scanning eyes grew stronger, able to detect even the slightest nuance. But after observing for a long time, she found no dangerous creatures. Although she felt a vague sense of unease, waiting any longer was no solution. Yunluo slowly approached the giant clam. The surroundings were quiet. She cautiously approached the giant clam, her heart in her throat. Just as she was about to touch the giant clam, she suddenly felt a strong current of water coming from behind. Yunluo turned immediately, without a second's hesitation. Thankfully, she reacted quickly, otherwise the giant shark that suddenly appeared behind her would have bitten her. She dodged and hid behind the giant clam. The shark changed direction and swam towards her again. A shark this big couldn't have been here just now, otherwise how could she have missed it? Yunluo was startled and didn't have time to think too much, but she was certain that the shark must have come through some other means. She didn't know if there were other sharks. But for now, she had to quickly dispatch this one. The shark came with great force and speed. After all, the seabed was its home turf, so Yunluo could only dodge. She knew she couldn't fight it head-on. This shark was much larger than the hungry shark in the dark river. It was 3 times the size of the hungry shark. Even though she could move freely underwater, she still wasn't as agile as she was on land, especially with the resistance of the water. She couldn't use a bow and arrow, only a knife. But getting close to this shark and injuring it was no easy task. Chapter 125. Yunluo took a deep breath, calming herself as quickly as possible. Her mind raced, her eyes scanning the shark and the surroundings, trying to identify its weaknesses and any environmental factors she could exploit. Keeping her scanning eye open for too long would drain her energy. She had to hurry. Although the shark was enormous, it swam with remarkable agility, each swish of its tail creating a powerful current. Its attack relied primarily on its powerful impact and sharp teeth. Perhaps she should try to evade it first, waiting for it to sap its strength before striking back. Otherwise, a head-on confrontation underwater would easily injure her. Even dodging was dangerous, and she narrowly escaped being hit by the shark several times, and her own strength was rapidly depleting. Finally seizing an opportunity, she quickly hid behind a coral reef. As Yunluo calmed her breathing, she looked around and spotted a cave nearby. The entrance was narrow, making it difficult for the shark to enter. She swam quickly toward the cave, her slender figure allowing her to slip inside without incident. The shark followed closely behind her, and the moment she ducked inside, she turned back and saw its teeth. Yunluo watched it circle the cave several times, attempting to break in, but the narrow entrance prevented its entry. After a while, the shark didn't leave, circling and making noises. Realizing that Yunluo couldn't emerge, the shark began pounding the coral, trying to crush it with its body. The scene was truly terrifying. But Yunluo remained calm, constantly observing the shark. As the shark continued to pound, she took out her hunting knife, found a crack in the coral, and drilled a hole through it. Just as the shark was about to charge, she thrust the knife forward. The shark collided directly with the knife, and with a loud puff, the knife pierced the shark's body. The shark thrashed wildly in pain, and the surrounding water instantly dyed red with its blood. Yunluohe seized the opportunity to quickly swim out from behind the coral reef. The entire reef had been shattered by the violent impact, and hiding inside was no longer effective. However, the knife didn't cause fatal damage to the shark. It quickly recovered and lunged at her with even greater ferocity. Yunluohe knew she had to end this fight quickly. She wasn't going to last much longer. While dodging the shark's attacks, she pondered her next move. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She swam toward the giant clam, and the shark, thinking she was fleeing, followed closely behind. When Yunluohe reached the giant clam, she suddenly stopped, gripping its edge with both hands. The shark hadn't anticipated her sudden stop, and due to inertia, it charged straight toward the giant clam. Just as the shark was about to collide with the giant clam, Yunluohe gave a powerful push, leveraging the shark's own momentum to slam its body into the giant clam. The shark's head was struck so hard that it felt dizzy and tumbled in the water. The surrounding seawater was churned, dragging Yunluohe along with it. It was difficult for her to steady herself, and she felt dizzy and nauseous. But Yunluohe didn't give the shark a chance to breathe. She endured the discomfort and swam quickly to its side. She grasped her hunting knife with both hands and, with all her might, plunged it into the shark's head. Then, she yanked it out and stabbed it again. The shark struggled a few times, and Yunluohe was thrown back against the coral by a powerful force. But this was the shark's final, dying struggle. Although Yunluohe was also injured, she was thankful to have finished the shark off. Watching the shark sink, Yunluohe breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to dismember it. Gains: Shark Teeth X2, Shark Skin X5, Shark Organs X5, Shark Meat X40, Shark Bone X1. By now, her body was nearly exhausted. She needed to surface quickly to restock before descending. If she hadn't still needed to explore the underwater ruins, she would have wanted to return directly to the reef. She used her last bit of energy to surface, where she drank a dose of nutrient solution and a bottle of natural mineral water. After a brief rest, once her body had recovered, she quickly dived back down. It was already approaching midnight. Yunluohe once again reached the giant clam. This time, she encountered no obstacles, and she even discovered some strange seaweed growing on the clam. She hadn't noticed it at first because the seaweed was transparent. If she hadn't been so close, it would have been completely invisible. Yunluohe used a tool to remove some. Elastic Seaweed Fiber X2. Isn't this the material for repairing wave flippers? She quickly swept away all the transparent seaweed from the giant clam. She obtained a total of 23 elastic seaweed fibers. Not much, but more than enough. Next, she opened the giant clam. There was no passage or treasure chest inside, just a few items. Yunluohe took them out one by one and examined them. Treasure Map Fragments X2. Treasure Map Fragments. Collecting 5 unlocks the map to any island's treasure cave. Mother of Pearl X5. Mother of Pearl. A high-quality underwater resource, a shellfish cultivated only by mermaids. It can be used to repair equipment and enhance tools. This is a crucial material for repairing the mermaid's shimmering crown. Unfortunately, there were only 5. The quantity was too small. Broken Thunder Vortex Trident. Star Pearl. Yunluohe hadn't had time to carefully examine the details of these 2 special items. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the player for successfully unlocking 3 underwater ruins. Rewards: 1 golden seahorse, 1 symbiotic crystal, 1 undersea obsidian vein map. Quest: unlock 3 out of 10 of all undersea ruins. Reward: 2 golden equipment blueprints. Golden seahorse: chance to spawn in corals near underwater ruins. Such a generous reward made Yunluohe overjoyed. She hadn't expected there to be 10 underwater ruins, and she had only unlocked 3 so far. She held the Broken Thunder Vortex Trident, and suddenly remembered that it was the same one she had seen in the picture on the archway. And this star pearl, like the one the mermaid held, was enormous. The trident staff was covered in lines of lightning, and its color was very dim, making it feel very heavy. The Broken Thunder Vortex Trident, repairing it unlocks hidden areas of underwater ruins, providing guidance for finding them. Repair materials: Thunderstone X5, Kyanite X5, Symbiotic Crystal X1. Star Pearl, a pearl produced by the Golden Mother of Pearl, capable of healing wounds. Yunluohe was overjoyed. This was a bountiful harvest. Every item she obtained was a treasure. After returning to the reef, she sorted through her supplies and worked a bit more. It was already 1 in the morning when she lay down. But Yun Luoha wasn't sleepy at all. Instead, she felt very alert. This was because she had just found a golden seahorse at a bargain at the trading center. The details of this golden seahorse were so brief that it was hard to understand its purpose. But Yun Luoha had obtained it along with the symbiotic crystal ruins obsidian mine map. So even if she didn't know its function, she could still tell it was definitely a rare item. And the less clearly explained its function, the more unexpected benefits it might offer. When she was searching for supplies at the trading center earlier, she had just searched for the golden seahorse on a whim and hadn't expected to find one. The other party must have been unaware of the item's purpose and value, actually offering a golden seahorse in exchange for 20 obsidians. And yet, no one had taken it yet. When Yun Luoha saw it, her eyes widened. She was afraid she'd seen it wrong or was too slow. She quickly grabbed it with a trembling hand. After receiving it, she compared it with the golden seahorse she had in her hand, confirming it was an exact match. Only then did she feel reassured. She also bought 2 mother-of-pearl oysters. 20 were needed to repair the tiara, and there were still quite a few left, so she had to collect them later. As for the thunderstorm stones needed to repair the thunder vortex trident, she had no idea where to find them. The next day, Yun Luoha woke up early, planning to make some more food that morning. The cheesecakes, ice cream, and fruit popsicles she'd been making these days were all very popular. Cheesecake was the food that gave the most stamina points in the game. Yun Luoha was the first to make it. A whole cheesecake, if continuously cooked for half an hour, could add 80 stamina points, and it also had a chance to increase strength. So even though Yun Luoha sold it at a slightly higher price, one cheesecake cost 20 iron ore. There were still many people rushing to buy it, and the supply was even outstripping demand. Yun Luoha also spread jam on her ice cream, which gave it a richer texture and doubled its stamina-boosting effect. Jam ice cream came in many flavors, including mango, strawberry, and grape. It was also much cheaper than cheesecake. While it didn't add as many stamina points, it had a chance to increase your shell level. For players, it was truly a premium food. Other ice creams don't have this effect, only Yun Luoha's do. After eating it, players can open their personal profiles and see a notification appear next to their character information. The 20 new ice creams released yesterday were snapped up instantly, and players are urging her to stock up. Yun Luoha saw constant chat messages asking her to stock up on ice cream, so she took some time to gather some milk and make some more. She also posted a message in the chat, announcing that the ice cream would be limited to 50 pieces that evening. So, all the players in Area 2 flocked to Yun Luoha's shop to catch the new ice cream. Tens of thousands of people were vying for 50 of these, and getting one required not only hand speed but also luck. So, those who managed to snag one would post pictures in the chat to show off. Yun Luoha tried it herself, but it had no effect. Later, someone said that it only worked for players with a luck score of 50 or above. It wouldn't help for those with a low luck score. Yun Luoha thought that was probably true, because she ate one every day, and it didn't help much. Thanks to these new items, she earned enough iron ore and high-grade hardwood for upgrades just by selling food. She still needed magnetite and copper ore. Currently, she obtained them primarily from recycling, killing desert creatures, and digging for treasure in the desert. Logging in to the desert daily rewards her with magnetite. She's been logging in for over a week now, and has obtained a magnetic storm core and high-grade sun protection gear. Magnetic storm cores are very useful, not only for lightning protection, but also as the driving core for electrical devices. Yun Luoha placed it on the tidal windmill, and the entire reef now had a stable power supply. Currently, she only had 100 magnets, and she had accumulated over 1,000 copper ore. She wanted to upgrade before the end of summer, ideally around the 25th day. This would give her priority upgrades and allow her to prepare for the arrival of autumn. Before leaving for the desert, Yun Luoha checked the reef's information. Reef level, level 7. Area, 4,000 square meters. Rating, 329 points. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 high-grade hardwood, 2,000 iron ore, 2,000 copper ore, 400 magnets, and a reef rating of 500. It seemed she would need to find more swarms, and kill more of them in the next few days, to obtain more magnets. However, she couldn't delay her treasure hunt, so she planned to bring both wontons and meat buns with her today. She would try to obtain enough magnets within 3 days, and then work hard to improve her rating. Chapter 126. Welcome to the desert, login reward, freshwater capsule X1. Upon arrival, Yun Luoha looked around to confirm she was teleporting to the same location she had left. After confirming this, she explored the area, waiting for her teammates to appear. She took out her detector and scanned the sand to see if anything had spawned. A day had already passed, and supplies in the desert should have spawned, but there definitely wouldn't be any supplies in the areas I dug yesterday. It's possible that there were none yesterday, but suddenly there are today. But today was different from usual. A thunderstorm had begun to hit the desert. Lightning ripped through the sky, and the constant thunder was terrifying. The system had issued a warning to players that morning, so many players were hesitant to venture into the desert. However, some still didn't want to break their login streak. After all, they needed to log in for 15 consecutive days to receive the final login reward. Yunluoha's team still chose to head to the desert. Everyone carried lightning rods to avoid being struck by lightning. But they still had to be extremely careful and avoid walking under trees or near sand plants to avoid being harmed. It was a thunderstorm, and the temperature was still high. Also, all the animals in the desert had taken refuge. Yunluoha had originally planned to kill more sandworms and gerbils over the next 2 days to obtain more magnetite. But because of the thunderstorm, none of them came out. Luckily, she had brought the wontons and meat buns with her. But it wasn't all for nothing. They were almost at the spring. Looking at the map, it would take about 10 minutes to walk. At least, she could get a good supply of fresh water today. If that didn't work out, Yunluoha planned to trade her other resources for magnetite at a high price at the trading center. This would require her to consume a large amount of supplies. But there was no other way. Upgrading was urgent. She had taken first place twice before. She didn't want to fall behind this time. When they reached the spring, Yunluoha and the others noticed someone was already there. The man was fully clothed, wearing a sunscreen suit. Only when Yunluoha got closer did she recognize him as Yu Qingjin. Every time she'd seen him before, he always been holding a Zen staff. It had become his signature item. Now, without it, Yunluoha felt a little uncomfortable. But seeing him, Yunluoha was quite happy. Last time at the night market, if it hadn't been for Yu Qingjin's generous sponsorship, she wouldn't have been able to get the blue crystal lizard. The blue crystal lizard was doing well at home now. Although it wasn't very sociable, the solvents made from its saliva were of some use. Yunluoha, how long have you been here? Yu Qingjin, I found this place yesterday and just arrived today. I've been here for a while now. I thought you already left, so I plan to leave this afternoon. Yunluoha had exchanged the coordinates for the spring herself at the night market, so sharing them with Yu Qingjin wouldn't harm the team's interests. She also shared this with everyone. Since she had told her teammates ahead of time that a friend from another district might be coming, they weren't too surprised to see him. Yunluoha briefly introduced them to each other, and everyone quickly began collecting supplies near the spring. The most important resource here is the pale blue mineral water from the spring. Of course, Yunluoha also needs to use her scanning eye to locate a treasure chest near the spring. After all, there's a treasure chest and a sandworm nest beneath the previous spring. The others took out their long-prepared buckets and pipes and used the pipes to pipe water directly into the spring's buckets. This time, everyone brought their own water-collecting equipment and wouldn't leave without filling up several hundred liters. But the thunder and lightning in the desert always made people feel uneasy. If nothing else, everyone would have wanted to leave within 4 hours. Just as Yunluoha was using her scanning eye, a bolt of lightning exploded above her head, then burst forth in a blaze of light, striking down. Everyone was terrified. Yu Qingjin grabbed Yunluoha's hand and pulled her toward him. At that moment, the lightning split in two, flashing straight down towards them. Fortunately, the lightning rod was still somewhat effective. Just before it struck Yunluoha and Yu Qingjin, it tilted slightly to the side. Yunluoha dodged just in time, so the bolt only struck their feet. She looked down and saw a large black stone appear out of nowhere on the sand beneath her feet, gleaming with a strange light in the sunlight. She squatted down and examined the stone carefully, discovering that its surface was covered with fine lines, as if struck by lightning, with a faint blue glow emanating from the lines. Could this be the Thunderstone? Yunluoha's heart surged with excitement, and she reached out to touch the stone. However, just as her finger was about to touch the stone, a weak electric current radiated from its surface, causing her to quickly withdraw her hand. She tried to put it in her backpack, but it wouldn't fit. She could only stare at the stone, seemingly unable to touch or remove it. What could she do? Yunluoha stared at the glowing Thunderstone. The tingling sensation on her fingertips reminded her that it was dangerous, but then she remembered that the damaged Thunder Vortex Trident needed the Thunderstone to repair. She had to think of a way. She suddenly realized that if she had electricity, wearing insulated gloves might help. Luckily, Siqi had insulated gloves made of shark skin. Yunluoha quickly sent Siqi a message. Sichi was conducting experiments. She had been very busy lately. As the research team leader, she had several important projects on hand. Although she had other people working under her and could delegate projects, she cared deeply about each one and personally participated in almost every step of the experiment, ensuring she was fully aware of every detail. To the point that she had little time for anything else each day. If she hadn't contracted a pet to help her with some tasks, she wouldn't even have time to eat. Upon receiving Yunluo's message, Sichi immediately paused her work. She didn't have the insulating gloves. They were with another member of the research group, being used to extract the mucus from the fluorescent jellyfish. Sichi quickly contacted her contacts, requested the insulating gloves, and sent them to Yunluo. Yunluo received the gloves, but didn't immediately touch the thunderbolt stone. After all, no one knew if the gloves could completely block the current. It seemed the thunderbolt stone was even more powerful than the fluorescent jellyfish. She carefully touched the edge of the thunderbolt stone with her fingertips. A faint current flowed through it, but it didn't hurt. Apparently it worked. Yunluo breathed a sigh of relief, reached out, and placed her hand on the thunderstone, then picked it up. But she could only pick it up, not put it in her backpack. Thankfully, she could now view the details. Lightning stone, a very rare and special resource, only produced during thunderstorms, and extremely difficult to obtain. So this wasn't thunderstone, but it was definitely related to it. But she couldn't keep holding on to it forever. Yunluo was a little worried. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, what is this thing? Chung Xuaning, the electric current on it looks scary. Yunluo read the entire description of the thunderstone to them. I can't put it in my backpack. I don't know how to get it back. I can't keep holding on to it forever. Yuqin Jin, how about trying to chisel it open with some tool? That's fine. Yunluo took out her mining tools from her backpack. The iron pickaxe didn't work, so she switched to an obsidian pickaxe. Finally, the chiseling started, but it was incredibly slow, and each chisel consumed 10 points of stamina. It was incredibly exhausting, and Yunluo had to stop mid-chisel to eat before continuing. Thankfully, she finally cracked the thunderstorm stone. The stone contained 2 blue thunderstorm stones. The outer shell had transformed into high-grade thunderstone, or useful for crafting weapons. I didn't expect nearly getting struck by lightning could have any benefits. Yunluo was at a loss for words. There were only 2 thunderstorm stones and a thunderstorm stone, but repairing the trident required 5. It seemed this trident wasn't that easy to repair. However, the thunderstorm stones could be carried in a backpack, solving the problem of being unable to carry it with them. I wondered if there were any other stones. Yunluo planned to research it after returning to see if she could buy more raw stones at the trading center. Everyone continued to work. Yunluo quickly used her scanning eye to locate the treasure chest beneath the spring. But this time, there was no nest around the treasure chest, but rather a quicksand trap. Her scan revealed the quicksand trap as if alive, constantly moving, and the treasure chest was nestled in its center. Anyone approaching would be trapped. Digging away the sand around the treasure, the quicksand trap appeared before everyone's eyes. It resembled a large mouth, with a sand tongue at its center, its tip pressing against the treasure chest, constantly surging. Yunluo threw something over, and it vanished instantly upon hitting the sand. If anyone tried to reach for the treasure chest, they would undoubtedly be swallowed by the quicksand. Thankfully, Yunluo brought Yuntan with her this time. What humans couldn't do, Yuntan could easily accomplish. Yuntan spun out 2 incredibly thick strands of spider silk, like 2 giant, flexible chopsticks. They reached over the quicksand trap and clamped onto the treasure chest, completely ignoring the sand beneath. Yuntan's spider silk could now change not only in length and thickness, but also in form. It could be as hard as steel or as flexible as a rope. Getting the treasure chest was as easy as taking something from a bag. It quickly clamped it in front of Yunluo. Everyone praised Yuntan. Excellent. Amazing. Such an easy job. I thought it would take a lot of effort. Yuntan ignored the other's words and immediately jumped into Yunluo's arms, rubbing his head against her. It was now so large that Yunluo was completely slammed into him. He lifted it up with both hands and praised it with satisfaction. You're such a good baby. I reward you when we get back. Yuntan exclaimed excitedly. Yunluo was worried it would get too hot, so he put it back in the pet bag. After obtaining the treasure chest, things would be easier. Qin Sisi would open it. The others waited nearby. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they stared at the treasure chest, hoping to find some rare items. Desert Crystal Cores X10, Desert Ruins Map Fragment X1, Advanced Cable Fabrication Blueprint X1, Sandworm Queen Treasure Cave Map X1, Magnets X20, Crystals X2, Bronze Gears X5. After seeing the details of all the items, everyone became excited. Mu Zitong. Nice, there's so much good stuff this time. Yang Mian. Another fragment of the ruins map. Looks like we'd be able to complete it soon. Yun Luoha didn't have high hopes for the ruins. After all, someone already had the complete map. It's been a few days since the night market ended, and they still haven't found all the fragments. They're moving too slowly. By the time they find the ruins, it might have been thoroughly explored. By then, the best stuff will surely have been taken. Besides, there's no rush. Yun Luoha believes that what's yours is yours. If it's not, forcing it is counterproductive. In the game, only by constantly upgrading and improving your reefs can you ensure your survival. Survival is paramount. The desert ruins are fraught with danger. In their team, only 3 members have high combat power. Chung Xuening and Qin Cici's combat power is average, and they're not necessarily suited to exploring the desert ruins. If they can gather the map, then go check it out. If not, get more supplies and upgrade quickly. She took the advanced cable crafting blueprint and began studying it. This blueprint was very useful to her. Advanced cable connects power supply equipment, transmitting stable power to various buildings. Crafting materials: sandworm glands X5, resin X1, copper or X1, spider silk X1. Crafted at an advanced workbench. All the materials are complete, and there's an advanced workbench too, so she can make it when she gets home. And she has plenty of materials, so she can make a lot more. It just so happens that Yun Luoha killed some sharks yesterday and got some shark skin, and today she got some bronze gears, so she can make another tidal windmill. A tidal windmill is as valuable as a greenhouse. If it were sold with the advanced cable, it would probably fetch a very high price. Probably only the lucky ones could afford it. Maybe they could buy enough magnets and high-end furniture to increase their reef score. Another very important resource is the blueprint for the Sandworm Queen's treasure cave. Since it's a treasure cave, it must contain a lot of goodies. They definitely had to explore it. The treasure chest was obtained thanks to Yun Luoha's scanning eye and Yuntin's help, so the others didn't feel comfortable sharing the contents. Yun Luoha didn't keep all of it for herself, but gave the crystal cores and crystal stones to a few teammates. As for the treasure cave, she planned to take Yu Qingjin with her, giving him a share of the treasure cave supplies as a way of repaying the favor he given her for the mini sand coins at the night market. The others naturally had no objections. With some time left, they decided to stop at the spring for half an hour to fill up on mineral water before heading to the treasure cave. Chapter 127. Yun Luoha clutched the thunderstorm stone in her hand and looked up at the sky. The thunderstorm continued to rage, lightning streaking through the gloomy clouds like silver snakes. Many lightning bolts struck the rolling sand dunes of the desert. Not far away, fresh water from a spring flowed steadily into buckets, and the others were loading their filled containers into their backpacks. At this moment, Yun Luoha suddenly thought, since thunderstorms can produce thunderstorm stone, could this area, struck repeatedly by lightning, hold other hidden resources? She pulled out her detector again and began carefully scanning the surrounding sand. She focused particularly on the areas struck by lightning she had just seen. The lightning was directed to these locations precisely because there were supplies buried nearby. Yun Luoha had memorized a few locations. She planned to search carefully in these areas, and indeed, she found quite a few new supplies. After her teammates had collected the mineral water, Yun Luoha collected these items: 2 desert rose stones, 1 dry river agate, 1 amber, 1 solar panel, and 3 bronze gears. Given their haul, there was no rush to return. While thunderstorms were dangerous, they also brought with them opportunities to find more high-quality supplies. They continued their journey towards the treasure cave's coordinates, exploring with their detectors along the way. However, before they found the cave, it was time to leave. Back at the reef, Yun Luoha had no time to rest. He first used his workbench to craft a new tidal windmill and electrical cables, then sorted out the supplies he had brought back from the desert. All this took only half an hour. She ate a quick bite of the prepared food, rested for a moment, and then got back to work. First, she figured out how to repair the Thunder Vortex Trident. Yun Luoha took out the Thunderstone and Trident, placing the Thunderstone on the damaged part of the Trident. A flash of blue light flashed, and the Thunderstone gradually merged into the Trident, slowly repairing the damaged area. However, halfway through the repair, the blue light suddenly vanished, and the Thunderstone lost its luster. Yun Luoha checked the condition of the Trident. 3 more Thunderstones were needed to fully repair it. However, the Trident's color had changed slightly, and the damage had become less severe. The next tasks were to open shells, recycle supplies in the trash can, and sort the fruits and vegetables harvested today in the greenhouse. The several beehives she had previously built had all perished in the heat outside, so they were moved inside. Now, many vegetables in the greenhouse were blooming, and the bees were beginning to stir. The beehives had finally yielded a harvest. That night, Yunting collected 2 bottles of honey in the greenhouse. Honey can be used to make a variety of foods. Yunluo planned to make some honey cheese cookies. This should restore a lot of stamina. It's also a new food. Ever since becoming a professional cooking master, she hasn't been able to level up. The experience points required are simply too high. Even though she cooks every day and gains a lot of cooking experience points, her experience bar still isn't full. She probably needs to develop more new dishes. In addition to honey, mushrooms have also started growing in the mushroom house. There are quite a few of them. Because Yunluo had placed the mushroom house in the forest, a bit far from her house, she hadn't visited it in a while, and she was so busy. Today, I suddenly remembered and went to take a look. The moment I entered, I was stunned. The entire mushroom house was filled with mushrooms, so densely packed they were dazzling. Thankfully, with Yuntin's help, the harvest was quick. In just a few hours, we harvested over 300 kilograms of mushrooms, filling 3 large buckets and 4 baskets. Yunluo definitely couldn't make so many mushroom dishes on her own in such a short time. She planned to dry half of them and store them, keep some of the other half fresh, and give the rest to Mu Zitong to exchange with members of the Mutual Aid Association. Drying the mushrooms wasn't a big deal. There were already dryers available. All we had to do was wash them, slice them thinly, and put them in the dryer. Once dried, they would keep for a long time. When we were ready to eat them, we just soaked them in water to expand their size, making them delicious in stews and stir-fries. Fresh mushrooms can be canned or fried. They're all delicious. Yunluo built an oil-producing machine the day before yesterday. Just put soybeans or corn into the machine, and after a day, you have cooking oil. Now she has no shortage of cooking oil, and she can make fried mushrooms whenever she has time. What Yunluo lacks most right now isn't supplies, but time. On her way to the mushroom house, she took a stroll through the forest. Over the past few days, the forest has changed dramatically. Many of the small trees she planted have grown into mature trees. The spring tree planting activities have brought her many benefits, and they are all showing now. The reef boasts extensive greenery. Entering the forest, one feels a sense of lush greenery. The heat isn't even that intense under the shade of the trees. In this ecological environment, wildflowers and grasses flourish, insects crawl along the ground, and even birds and cicadas chirp. Although they are rare and the sounds are pitifully quiet, this also demonstrates that the reef's ecological environment will naturally enrich itself. It just takes more time. Yunluo returned not too late today. Robao had been helping her collect shells all afternoon, and they were lucky enough to use up their allotment of 3 shells. Yunluo also opened a golden pearl. The remaining 2 are white and gray. Although she still didn't get the black pearl, she was already very satisfied with the golden one. Opening the gray pearl yields Firefly X1, Mosquito Repellent Coil X1, Flashlight X1, Worn Out Wardrobe X1, Simple Wooden Table X1. Opening the white pearl yields Black Metal Fragment X2, Copper or X20, Shoe Storage Cabinet X1, Toast X1, Empty Sunscreen Bottle X1, Glowing Krill Bait X1, Silkworm X10, Summer Themed Furniture Blueprint X1. Opening the gold pearl yields Key X2, Obsidian X50, Cryospar X10, Kitten Tinsel Pajamas X1, Summer Cool Cat Bed X1, Pet Bowl X1, Bathtub X1, Tropical Fish Tank Blueprint X1, Rabbit Villa X1, Motorboat Blueprint X1. This wave of shell openings touched Yunluo's heart. The white and gold pearls contained everything she loved. And surprisingly, she got a lot of pet supplies and a motorboat blueprint. With a motorboat, she could go fishing. She had plenty of fish at home, but she loved motorboats. Yunluo took out some supplies and examined their details. Luminous Krill Bait, Summer Limited Time Bait, usable only on thunderstorm nights, with an 85% chance of catching a lightning sailfish. Summer Themed Furniture Blueprint, Coral and Shell Dressing Table, increases reef score by 20 points. Crafting Materials, 20 corals, 100 shells, 50 high-grade hardwoods. After finishing her work, it was already late. Yunluo checked the time. I didn't realize it's so late. I checked the trading center and chat for a while, then go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow. Although she hadn't found the treasure cave, it wasn't far away. She better get going early and try to get there as soon as possible. There was only 1 week left in summer. She felt like she still had a lot of things to do. For example, she hadn't gathered enough supplies for the reef upgrade, she hadn't found the desert ruins yet, and she didn't have time to search for the remaining mermaid ruins yet. She probably had to wait until autumn. The second desert night market should be opening soon. After all, if it doesn't, the desert event will be over soon. She thought as she opened the chat channel. The players were discussing thunderstorm stones. Besides Yunluo, several other players had also found thunderstorm stones. Some players were seriously injured by the stones, while others brought them home. While no one knew exactly what these stones did, they could guess that a rare stone like thunderstorm stone would be quite useful, and wouldn't be traded easily. But if you gave enough, you could still get one. Yunluo posted a message directly in the chat channel. Looking to buy thunderstorm Oregon trade for 10 ice creams, 20 L of mineral water, and a lightning rod. If you'd like to exchange for something else, we can discuss. Yunluo was offering too much. Players who had been reluctant to part with their thunderstorm, or were now tempted. But some, seeing Yunluo's offer, felt even more valuable and decided to keep it, perhaps trading it for something better later. However, since more than 1 or 2 people had thunderstorm, or Yunluo wasn't too eager. There would be more thunderstorms in the next few days, and the number of thunderstorm, or would only increase. In addition to thunderstorm, or Yunluo was also collecting shark skins, golden seahorses, mother of pearl, and some furniture ornaments. She searched for keywords for these items in the trading center every day. Currently, building her reef on her own was too slow to quickly increase her reef score. She still needed to rely on decorative items. She had learned from Du Ruentian's experience beforehand that there would definitely be another rating before the end of summer. Even if it wasn't for leveling up, she had to urgently sprint to a reef rating. Searching for furniture and furnishings required many keywords, such as lamp, painting, table, carpet, curtain, vase. After spending half an hour at the trading center, Yunluo had already bought a ton of stuff. She spent 500 iron ore and a ton of materials. She bought a wide variety of supplies. Firefly glass lamp, crafted from captured fireflies, it glows at night, providing a vibrant atmosphere. It can increase your reef rating by 8 points. Sand painting carpet, painted with colored sand, the pattern automatically returns to its original shape when stepped on. Increases reef score by 10 points. Starfish wall hanging, decorates the wall with a small chance of attracting rare marine life. Increases reef score by 20 points. Tidal crystal ball, built-in wave simulator, you can hear the sound of the tide when you get close. Increases reef score by 10 points. She bought everything she couldn't find at home. She even managed to snag a golden seahorse at a bargain. Yunluo was overjoyed. Now she had 3 golden seahorses. Yunluo had already gone to bed, temporarily stowing her new purchases in her backpack. She planned to put the 3 golden seahorses together tomorrow, and store the other 2 in a separate special item box. Before going to bed, several people contacted her privately about trading thunderstorm stones. Yunluo replied a few times, and went to sleep, hoping to discuss the matter tomorrow. These people were just asking questions, but they weren't sure if they would actually trade. The 24th day of summer. Wake up early this morning to discover the rabbits have given birth to many baby rabbits, and the cows are pregnant. To keep these animals happy, Yunluo regularly feeds them fresh vegetables and new varieties of feed. Each animal has its own favorite food, but they all eat hay. If Yuntin is the one feeding the animals, Yunluo lets them eat hay directly. Cows can be milked as they grow older, and now that they're pregnant, their milk production has increased. They used to be small, only 300 milliliters cans, but now they can produce 500 milliliters bottles. Yunluo milks them with a milking bucket, which is easy to do, just needing the right angle. When the sheep's wool grows longer, it can be sheared with scissors. The wool can be made into cloth, but it requires a loom. Yunluo plans to save this cotton. She's not in need of clothes right now, but maybe she can make it into higher-end bedding or decorative fabrics later. Today, we continue our journey to the desert. But Yunluo noticed that the night market pass was reacting. It looked like the second night market would be held tonight. Chapter 128. A countdown timer appeared on the night market pass. It still starts at 8 p.m. Looks like I have to go and come back quickly today and get ready. The tidal windmill was already built. Yunluo packed it up with wires and cables and hung it up at the trading center with a price tag. The exchange price was 100 magnets for 100 copper ore and 2 high-end furniture pieces. At first glance, the price seemed ridiculously high, But a closer look at the tidal windmill's details revealed it was a truly fair price. It was a tidal windmill that could generate electricity and power the entire reef. With it, you wouldn't have to worry about the reef being too dark, and it could even power air conditioners and refrigerators. In short, the tidal windmill could greatly improve players' lives on the reef. At first, it seemed expensive. But after seeing it more clearly, everyone just lamented their own limited supplies and their inability to afford it. Furthermore, for players with more ample supplies, the tidal windmill, at this critical juncture of upgrading, requires a significant amount of upgrade materials, and even high-level players will hesitate. The season is about to change, and upgrading quickly is necessary. It's truly difficult to come up with so many upgrade materials. Otherwise, Yunluohe wouldn't have priced it this way. She also considered that if she wanted more, she probably wouldn't be able to sell it. Otherwise, she would just want to replenish the supplies she's missing. The chat channel has already sparked heated discussion. Holy crap! Did I see that right? Yunluohe has a tidal windmill. 100 magnets, 400 copper ore, and 2 high-end furniture pieces? Why not just go grab it? The person above knows nothing. I calculated that relying solely on solar panels to generate electricity by autumn would kill us, and it wouldn't even be enough. There are more and more buildings on the reef now, and this windmill can generate 800 kilowatt hours of electricity a day, enough to power an air conditioner and refrigerator 24 hours a day. If I had so many supplies, I would definitely replace it directly, but unfortunately I'm broke. Alas, I don't think it's expensive because it's not worth it. It's simply because I don't have the ability. Can we group up and buy it? 10 people can form a team and buy it together, then store the power generated by the tidal windmill in the battery and split it among us. That's wishful thinking. It's impossible to do. If we buy it together, who will store the tidal windmill? What if there's a problem with the battery? After putting the tidal windmill on the shelf, Yunluohe took out 3 golden seahorses and placed them together. The golden seahorses immediately reacted miraculously. The 3 golden seahorses floated up and drifted in the air. Golden light converged into a beam, projecting a diagram with some words written on it. Lucky Seahorse Necklace. Increases luck by 5. Wearing the necklace grants you the favor of the sea god, increasing the chance of upgrading common items collected or caught while exploring the sea to rare quality. Crafting requirements: 3 golden seahorses, 1 star pearl, 10 star sands. No way. Yunluohe was shocked. This item was too good to be true. It was completely unexpected. I had the golden seahorse and the star pearl. All I needed was the star sand. Yunluohe was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to find the star sand and craft the lucky seahorse necklace. However, after searching the entire trading center, she couldn't find the star sand. She even contacted members of the Tianji Pavilion to gather information on it. Finally, a clue emerged. Someone had seen glowing gravel on Lizard Island, but it was difficult to obtain, so they hadn't been able to bring it back. Their specific name and function were unknown. Lizard Island is one of the summer resource islands. If Yunluohe wanted to go, she could still go, but she definitely couldn't go today. Her main goal now was to find the Sandworm Queen's treasure cave, and then trade for resources at the night market that evening. Even if she wanted to go, she would have to make time the next day, or the day after tomorrow. She resisted the urge to head to Lizard Island immediately. By then, her teammates had messaged her in the group chat, asking when they would leave. Everyone was ready. Yunluohe quickly replied, "See you in the desert in 10 minutes." Everyone responded with a yes. Just then, Duruantian suddenly sent a message. "Duruantian, Luohe, can you use less magnetite and copper, or? As for the furniture, I can trade you 2 moonlight jellyfish lamps and a starfish fountain. They're both very effective, so you can take a look." She then sent detailed descriptions of the moonlight jellyfish lamps and starfish fountain. Yes, both are excellent. Yunluohe's eyes lit up. Moonlight jellyfish lamps, a high-end lighting fixture. Its illumination range is expanded to a 20-meter radius and increases your reef score by 15 points. Special effect: using 5 moonlight jellyfish lamps will attract swarms of fluorescent krill at night. Starfish fountain, a high-end outdoor structure. The fountain's water flow increases humidity and cools the environment, increasing your reef score by 25 points. Special effect: after a certain period of use, it attracts tidal starfish. The score increase isn't significant, but their special effects are what's important. How much less do you want? The jellyfish lamp and fountain both have good stats, but the reef rating is too low. Duruantian, how about 20 less magnets and 50 less copper, or? Duruantian didn't want to bargain, mainly because she was in a hurry to level up, and high-level players were collecting magnets and copper ore everywhere these days. Yunluohe, no, that's too little. Then should I build a golden coral candlestick? Du Ruantian immediately sent a supplementary proposal. This candlestick is great, and it increased the rating by 20 points. Besides Du Ruantian, people kept adding her as a friend, asking her to trade for the tidal windmill. So, if she was willing to wait, she might be able to find a better buyer. However, she and Du Ruantian had a good relationship, so if the difference wasn't too big, she still preferred to trade with Du Ruantian. She thought again, do you have a thunderstorm stone? If I can trade it for a thunderstorm stone, I can get less magnets and copper ore. I happen to have one. Du Ruantian wants to keep this item, even though she has no use for it right now. Add a thunderstorm stone. I don't want the golden coral candlestick anymore. We trade it if we can. After a long pause, Du Ruantian replied, let me think about it. As soon as the time came, Yunluohe immediately set off for the desert. She arrived just in time, and everyone else was already there. Everyone's here, let's go. Yu Qingjin was also present. What time did you arrive? Yunluohe took the initiative to ask him. Half an hour ago. The appointment yesterday was between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. It was exactly 9 o'clock now. There's a night market tonight. Did you know? The pass has responded. Yeah, I saw it too. The group began heading towards the treasure cave. According to the map of the Sandworm Queen's treasure cave, the cave was located in the northeastern part of the desert, approximately 5 kilometers from their current location. Traveling in the desert was extremely difficult. Even after the thunderstorm subsided, the temperature remained high, the sand scorched, and every step required considerable energy. Thankfully, everyone had brought plenty of fresh water and food to replenish their energy. On the way, they occasionally encountered small desert creatures such as gerbils and sand snakes, but they were easily dealt with. An hour and a half passed before they reached the treasure cave. It was a cave at the base of a dune, its entrance partially buried by sand. Without the map, it would have been difficult to find. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook. The dune suddenly rose, and yellow sand cascaded down, revealing tens of thousands of sandworms at the cave's entrance. Everyone was well prepared, using various tactics to deal with the sandworms. With the help of their pets, half an hour later, a field of sandworm carcasses and a large amount of supplies appeared. In addition to desert fragments and desert cores, there was also a large amount of magnetite and copper ore. Shall we go in now? Yes, but be careful. The quicksand around the cave entrance is problematic. Yunluohe appeared inside with a flashlight, and a green glow illuminated the sand around the cave entrance. The group then discovered that beneath the seemingly calm sand surface lay numerous cello vortices, well hidden. If anyone accidentally stepped in, the trap would be triggered, preventing escape. Yunluohe carefully observed the direction of the sand's flow. Everyone, follow me closely. Every step must be taken where I walk. The crowd followed Yunluohe cautiously, as if walking a tightrope. The cave twisted and turned, extending deep into darkness. The air was filled with a damp scent, a stark contrast to the dryness of the desert. Yunluohe could sense the presence of numerous sandworms. Qin Cici, everyone, be careful. There might be traps or monsters in the cave. Yunluohe, I sensed it too, but there aren't any powerful creatures. She paused, turned back, and said to Mu Zitong, Mu Zitong, you walk ahead with me. Use the detector to scan the road ahead for any special resources. Yang Mian, you cover the rear and stay alert. Mu Zitong immediately responded, squeezing over to her side. Yu Qingjin, who had been walking beside Yunluohe, was pushed aside. Yu Qingjin, let me do it. He also pulled out a high-level detector from his backpack. It looked very similar to the one Yunluohe was using. It was unclear whether he had made it himself or had bought it from someone after returning to Area 1. Yunluohe thought his detector was superior, so she nodded in agreement. She guessed that Yu Qingjin felt embarrassed to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and wanted to contribute more. Okay, then you come with me. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, what about me? He wasn't unhappy about having his task taken away, but he gave Yu Qingjin a few more, a slightly strange look. Yunluohe immediately assigned him another task. Then you and Yang Mian will follow behind, scanning the walls with the detector. And so, Yunluohe and Yu Qingjin walked in front, Cheng Xuening and Qin Cici followed closely behind, with Yang Mian and Mu Zitong trailing behind them. The cave gradually widened, with occasional ancient murals visible on the walls. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a massive stone door suddenly appeared in front of them, carved with the image of the Sandworm Queen. There were several grooves on the stone door, as if something needed to be placed in order to open it. Yunluo was about to go through first, but Yu Changjin was quicker than her. Gripping his Zen staff, with a serious expression, he approached the stone door and carefully examined the grooves. Yu Changjin, it looks like they need crystal cores. Yunluo, there are 4 grooves in total. I don't know which crystal cores are needed, whether they're the same type or different. The others followed to look. Cheng Xuaning, there seems to be a clue here. She spotted something on the nearby wall. There was a mural on the stone wall, with some strange patterns and characters painted on it. Yunluo raised her lantern and looked closer. This one should be a bat, perhaps requiring a blood crystal core. This one is a parasitic vine, corresponding to the symbiotic crystal. The patterns on each one corresponded to certain details. There were 4 murals in total, each requiring a blood crystal, a symbiotic crystal, a desert crystal core, and a volcanic crystal core. Yunluo didn't have all that much on him, so he had to quickly find someone. Siqi had the symbiotic crystal core, and Lin Ju could get the blood crystal. As for the desert crystal core and volcanic crystal core, they could buy them directly at the trading center. They quickly gathered all the items, and placed them one by one into the slots. Instantly, the stone door shone with a dazzling light, rapidly swirling, forming a massive vortex. The stone door slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the queen's lair on the lower level. A powerful airflow surged from the lair, carrying with it the rich smell of sand, dust, and rotting flesh. As everyone entered the nest, the sight before them was astonishing. It was a vast sand altar, with the phantom of the Sandworm Queen suspended in its center. Surrounding it were a number of transparent worm eggs, all engulfed in sand vortices, each shimmering with an alluring light. The walls surrounding the altar were inlaid with countless glowing crystals, illuminating the entire nest. Behind the altar stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a golden treasure chest. Pass through the altar to reach the platform and retrieve the treasure chest. Be careful. Those vortices are traps, Yu Changjin warned. Everyone had already noticed that within each vortex lay tiny sandworm larvae, awaiting their prey. As if sensing someone's presence, the egg stirred, becoming restless. The phantom in the center also shifted. The Sandworm Queen's phantom suddenly opened its eyes, and the sand patterns on the altar floor suddenly glowed, forming intricate totems. The phantom seemed to be able to see them, and immediately let out a shrill scream. At the sound, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the transparent eggs. Yunluo's eardrums ached intensely. He guessed this was also a sonic attack. And the eggs would also be affected by the sound waves. Each grain of sand on the altar floor glowed a dark red, like dried blood. Thinking this was an altar, Yunluo's face suddenly changed. Perhaps this was a trap. They were lured here just to be used as sacrifices. Whether they were sacrificed to the Sandworm Queen or used as nutrients for the eggs, they would die. Yunluo shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat to the stone gate." The stone gate had already closed. Almost at the same time, the nearest sand vortex suddenly exploded, sending hundreds of sandworm larvae pouring down like a black rain. Their bodies glowed with a strange sheen, clearly poisonous. Yunluo quickly called for everyone to eliminate the Zhejiang sandworm larvae first. Both water and fire were effective against the sandworms, as they had already tried. If it weren't for the magnetite and copper, or that the worms dropped, Yunluo would have let Yuntun devour them all in one gulp. Of course, she had to be careful about Yuntun's health if he ate so many sandworms. In short, everyone tried various methods. The larvae hissed shrilly before dying. Those burned by the fire were reduced to charred remains, while those doused by the water drowned, falling to the ground in a pool of goo. But more vortices began to stir, and the suspended eggs burst open, revealing the curled larvae within. Chapter 129. Sandworm larvae surged like a tide, countless larvae crawling over them. Although they had little lethality, their toxins could cause considerable trouble if left untreated. Yunluo's pupils suddenly constricted. She quickly pulled her homemade device from her backpack. Orange-red flames instantly licked the front row of larvae, and the smell of burning and decaying flesh filled her face. Yu Changjin swung his staff, modified with some mysterious substance. A crystal core within it unleashed a razor-sharp wind, sweeping the incoming swarm into the air and shredding it. The others also wielded their weapons, smashing the insect eggs into a green goo. Yunluo suddenly shouted, "Oh no! This goo is emitting poisonous gas. Put on your gas masks." The others then realized that the ruptured insect eggs were emitting a pale purple mist that caused redness and swelling when it touched their skin. "Look over there!" Mu Zitong suddenly shouted. The pale purple mist solidified into a solid form, right where the phantom had appeared. There, unexpectedly, appeared the curled-up form of a giant larva. What is this? It looks like the true form of the Sandworm Queen. Jean Cece, I sense this altar can absorb our life force. The Sandworm Queen can be resurrected through this larva. Yun Luoha then noticed the dark red lines on the ground, following the footprints of the crowd, each pulsating like tiny blood vessels. She decisively drew her hunting knife and smashed it hard against the altar, hoping to destroy it. Alas, it was useless. Yu Qingjin also raised his Zen staff and smashed it down, but it only cracked the altar, failing to disrupt the formation at all. Dark red lines glowed, and a strong stench filled the cave. The sandworms they had slain seemed to tremble, as if they were about to revive. What should I do? It seems the Sandworm Queen is about to revive. Yun Luoha had only one thought in her mind. She had to destroy this altar quickly. She thought of the trident, which hadn't been fully repaired yet. She might as well try it. After all, it was her best weapon. Although it wasn't fully repaired, it had absorbed the energy of a thunderstone. Perhaps it would be useful. Running out of options, Yun Luoha immediately pulled the trident from her golden sharkskin backpack. She raised the trident, aimed it at the crack Yu Qingjin had created with his staff, and struck again fiercely. Mu Zitong rushed to help, shouting, "Everyone, attack!" The moment the trident struck the altar, lightning exploded. The force of the thunder sent sparks flying through the altar, and the crack widened. The others also raised their weapons and attacked. Finally, the Sandworm Queen's body atop the altar began to destabilize, constantly shifting between illusion and reality, and the suspended eggs trembled with it. At this critical moment, Yang Mian suddenly pointed at the illusion and exclaimed, "Oh no! It looks like it's about to grow again, almost becoming human." It. Referring to the Sandworm Queen. Yun Luoha accelerated her attack. To prevent her ritual from being disrupted by these people, the Sandworm Queen even used energy to accelerate the transformation process. But this would also greatly weaken her strength. Yun Luoha could sense the danger, and knew that she must not allow the Sandworm Queen to truly revive. The one they had encountered at the spring was likely just a clone, or perhaps not the real Sandworm Queen. She gritted her teeth, and suddenly came up with a plan. Hurry, attack the stone gate and knock down the crystals on top. Although the stone gate was already closed, destroying it would still dislodge the crystals and cores. After all, Yun Luoha had felt the grooves were quite loose when she placed them. Leaving only Yun Luoha and Yu Qingjin to attack the altar, the others attacked the stone gate. After the Sandworm Queen's accelerated reincarnation, her body transformed into a half-human, half-insect form, ugly and bizarre. Its upper body resembled a human, but its lower limbs were covered in insect limbs. Its head, neither human nor insect-like, had a head of hair like dry grass. She quickly gained the ability to move freely, and could control the resurrection of the sandworms. Under her command, the strength of the small sandworms increased dramatically. She looked at Yun Luoha and Yu Qingjin, probably realizing they were the strongest, and directed all the sandworms to attack them. Luckily, Yun Luoha had Yunten and Robao to help fend them off, otherwise, she would have been completely helpless. Countless sandworms continuously released poisonous mist, and even with their gas masks, they gradually began to feel the effects of the poison. After killing the sandworms, the green slime splattered on the gas masks, making a corrosive sound. Yun Luoha realized that the Sandworm Queen had sent these sandworms rushing to their deaths like moths to a flame, precisely so that their slime could corrode the gas masks. It seemed the Sandworm Queen was extremely intelligent. They were in great danger this time. Yun Luoha's sweat trickled down the back of her neck and into her collar. She suddenly remembered the paintings on the stone walls she had seen when she entered the cave. Some of them had been difficult to understand then, but now she understood them. Those twisted worm-like patterns and chaotic symbols. Perhaps the entire cave is the resurrection vessel for the Sandworm Queen, and the crystals at the stone door are both a seal and a power source. Yun Luoha used those crystals to open the stone door, also helping the Sandworm Queen revive. This was indeed a treasure cave, and the treasure chest was real, but they might not be able to take it, or leave. The poisonous fog has seeped in. Jean Cece's voice was weak. At some point, the lavender mist had condensed into a liquid, seeping through the gaps in their masks, and into everyone's collars. Yang Mian stumbled and fell, the redness and swelling on his arm rapidly becoming one. He tore off his mask to breathe, but the thick smoke choked him, and he coughed violently. Just when Yun Luoha thought they were truly doomed, the sound of others talking could be heard from outside. Someone else coming? Everyone looked at each other in surprise, having never expected such a turn of events. If the person outside could open the stone door, they could escape. But things weren't that simple. The Sandworm Queen had no intention of letting anyone in right now. At least she had to wait until she had devoured everyone inside. The illusion she created prevented anyone outside from hearing anything happening inside. The lightning from the trident clashed fiercely with the dark red lines of the altar, sending up tiny sparks. Yun Luoha pressed harder and harder, for the altar was nearly crumbling, and she needed to push harder. The Sandworm Queen's half-human, half-worm form flickered in the smoke. She didn't even need to personally attack these humans, she only needed to command her people. However, Yun Luoha felt a bloody nose. Her body was growing weaker and weaker, and she was slowly losing strength. Even her breathing became short and labored. If this continued, her consciousness would fade, and she would soon faint. Fortunately, Yu Qingjin, standing next to her, seemed to be in good condition. Yun Luoha remembered that his body was different from others. His speciality was physical enhancement. After so much time had passed, perhaps he had encountered some opportunity, making his body even stronger. Yun Luoha quickly handed him the trident in her hand and whispered, "Here, you must destroy the altar." In fact, she wasn't sure if destroying the altar would be of any use now. After all, the Sandworm Queen had resurrected. But she had no better solution. Furthermore, her intuition told her that the altar couldn't be left alone. The Sandworm Queen relied on it to resurrect. If it wasn't destroyed, it would continue to resurrect. Yu Qingjin took the trident, holding the staff in his left hand, and the trident in his right, alternating between striking the altar, finally breaking it in two. The Sandworm Queen let out a long, piercing cry, her limbs scraping sparks on the ground. The sound actually penetrated, even being heard by those outside. It worked. Yun Luoha was so surprised she pinched herself hard to keep from falling asleep. The upper half of the Sandworm Queen's body had now completely transformed into a human form, with only faint, wriggling worm-like patterns visible beneath her skin. But after the altar was destroyed, her form became unstable. The entire stone cave barrier had vanished. Those outside could hear the noise and see the stone door. They first discovered several rare stones on the stone door, and someone approached and greedily removed them. Instantly, an earthquake erupted within the cave. The Sandworm Queen's body once again transformed into a phantom. At the same time, the entire lair began to shake violently, and sand and rocks from the roof fell like a torrential rain, crashing down upon everyone. But this was a glimmer of hope. Even if they were hit on the head, everyone was happy. After a brief tremor, the sand on the right gave way, revealing a massive pit and a tunnel. The others were already deeply poisoned, and Yun Luoha forced himself to urge them to retreat. Yu Qingjin grabbed Yun Luoha's wrist. "Let's leave. This place is about to collapse." But Yun Luoha's eyes were fixed on the treasure chest. Yun Luoha looked at Yun Tun, and without her even saying a word, Yun Tun understood what she meant. Several thick spider threads flew towards the treasure chest at breakneck speed. As soon as Yun Tun's threads wrapped around the treasure chest, the ground suddenly cracked open with hideous fissures. Dark red energy erupted like magma, as if trying to keep these people here. Countless sandworms caught up again, forming a wall with their bodies, trying to block their escape. Thankfully, Yun Tun was fast enough, or he would have been stopped. Yu Qingjin first pushed the weakened Yun Luoha into the tunnel, sweeping his staff across, stirring up a cloud of fine sand, and knocking down all the sandworms. He then leaped into the tunnel himself. 3 seconds later, the cave roof collapsed with a bang. Everyone was exhausted, and could only take antidotes in the tunnel and eat and drink to replenish their energy. They had just desperately smashed the altar and the door, depleting their stamina. Even if they hadn't been poisoned, they couldn't move any further. They took a moment to adjust before continuing forward, but after only a few minutes, they found a dead end. Just as they were about to dig upwards with tools to see if they could dig their way out, they would have to wait until their time in the desert was up before returning to the reef. But in that case, as long as they entered the desert, they should still be back here. If all else failed, they could just wait. Everyone was in a good mood. After all, at least they wouldn't be trapped here forever. At worst, they could just give up the desert activities and not come back. But just then, the system's voice rang out. Use 10 desert cores to teleport out of the Sandworm Queen's treasure cave. Shocked, everyone took out their desert cores and teleported away. I hadn't expected desert cores to have such a use. Fortunately, they had collected quite a few during their time in the desert, so everyone had enough. A flash of white light, and everyone returned to the sand. They had already spent over 5 hours in the desert. They could either go back or stay and explore for the remaining hour. How about we open the treasure chest and then head back? Everyone had escaped death and was completely exhausted from exploring. Even if they needed to eat to replenish their energy, they needed to take a break. Besides, There was nothing else to do if they stayed. Yun Luoha was also in a hurry to get back to prepare, as he had to go to the night market later. Mu Zitong, okay, I think it's okay. He was truly exhausted. Yeah, I have no objection. But this treasure chest was taken by Wonton again, so why don't we just not split it? Qin Cici knew that without Yun Luoha, they wouldn't be able to get out, and they almost all got killed this time. Yun Luoha, let's split it up. If the treasure chest hadn't revealed the coordinates to this treasure cave, we wouldn't have come, so I'm also responsible. Cheng Xuaning, you can't just assume it's like that. We get the benefits, but we have to share the losses. Let's open the treasure chest, and see what happens. As usual, I choose first, and then we divide it. She had a feeling this treasure chest would contain something good. Qin Cici picked up the treasure chest with both hands. You need a key to open it. She then took out a key and opened it. The others wanted to take the key, but she was quicker. However, Qin Cici didn't say she had to take more items just because she had given the key. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the treasure chest. Sandworm Queen's Shedding Skin X5, Magnetic Storm or Core X1, Symbiotic Crystal X3, Thunderstorm Stone X1, Desert Ruins Map Fragment X1, Ancient Civilization Tablet X1. Sandworm Queen's Shedding Skin can be crafted into top-tier armor, a crucial ingredient for Desert Wings. Magnetic Storm or Core refines 500 magnetite. After a certain period of time in the mining field, it can generate a permanent or vein. Ancient Civilization Tablet records the story of the connection between the desert and the underwater ruins. Yun Luoha was grinning from ear to ear after reviewing these supplies. Luckily, she had let Yun Tun take the treasure chest. Otherwise, she would have missed out on so many great things. Chapter 130. By the time she returned to the reef base, it was already dark. Although it wasn't dark at 7 o'clock, the sun had already vanished. Yun Luoha rested for only 10 minutes, ate a simple seafood fried rice, and then got back to work. She pulled the Magnetic Storm Vein Core and the Thunderstorm Stone from her backpack. She chose these two items from the treasure chest. Although she also wanted the Symbiotic Crystal and the Sandworm Queen's Shedding Skin, she couldn't have her cake and eat it too. After weighing the pros and cons, she also chose the two items that would be most helpful to her at the moment. The Magnetic Storm Vein Core could produce 500 magnetite, and there was a chance it could generate a new vein later, making it the most valuable item in the treasure chest. She chose the Thunderstorm Stone to repair the trident. The remaining items in the treasure chest were divided among the others. The Ancient Civilization Slate was taken by Yu Qinjin, who didn't want anything else. Refining magnetite requires a smelting furnace. Refining all 500 magnetite pieces would take at least 2 days and 2 nights. However, Yun Luoha only needs a little over 100 magnetite pieces. If he starts refining now, he have enough for the upgrade by tomorrow. Yun Luoha placed another Thunderstone into the trident. But even after using this Thunderstone, he still needs 2 more to fully repair the trident. Yun Luoha opened the chat and saw the message from Du Wantian. She had already agreed to Yun Luoha's request and was planning to trade with her. It just so happened that Yun Luoha no longer needed so many magnetite pieces, so he could renegotiate terms with Du Wantian, preferably asking for more items that would increase the reef score. She was even more concerned about the countdown to her night market pass. In 4 hours, the market would open. Yun Luoha replied to Du Wantian's message while preparing to make supplies for the night market. She had been exchanging milk at the trading center for the past few days, and had already stockpiled over 100 containers. Today, she could use the ice cream machine to make hundreds of ice creams, and even more fruit juice popsicles. At the same time, all the equipment on Yun Luoha's reef was running. Cheese machine, jam barrels, pickle barrels, ice cream machine, oil machine. Yun Luoha was determined to bring as much as she could, hoping to make a fortune at the night market. She took out the ingredients and baked a box of honey cheese cookies in the oven. She also had Wonton wash 100 pounds of mushrooms for her, planning to make 50 pounds of fried mushrooms and another 50 pounds of mushroom meat sauce. The entire reef was filled with the aroma of food. Robao was always nearby, wanting to help, but in fact, he wanted Yun Luoha to give him something delicious. While Yun Luoha was frying mushrooms, she also fried a plate of dried fish for him, instructing him to first use his net to collect shellfish. Once they were done, they could start eating. Robao happily obeyed. 2 hours later, Yun Luoha's table was filled with a variety of delicacies. She gazed at the fruits of her labor with satisfaction. This should be enough to sell. The oven made a ding sound. Another plate of honey and cheese cookies was ready. Cooking skill upgrade. Level 6. Unlock Advanced Cooking Station. Advanced Cooking Station comes with its own cooking recipes. Open the cooking station to see a simple menu of over 20 special effects. Place the required ingredients and create the corresponding dish. Finally, his cooking skills had been upgraded again. Yun Luoha was very curious about the cooking station and immediately placed it in the kitchen, then opened it to examine it. The menu was clear at a glance, featuring 25 dishes. They were mashed potato salad, lobster risotto, mushroom soup, banana puffs, mapo tofu, beef potatoes, chicken burgers. Mashed potato salad accelerates stamina regeneration, increases stamina points by 2 per second, lasts 2 minutes. Ingredients: potato, lettuce, lemon, egg, corn. Lobster risotto boosts combat ability and armor defense, lasts 1 hour. Ingredients: lobster, rice, soy sauce, milk, cheese. Mushroom soup increases movement speed and stamina regeneration, increases movement speed by 10, lasts 5 minutes, increases stamina points by 3 per second, lasts 1 minute. Each dish was powerful. If it weren't for time constraints, Yun Luoha would have wanted to make at least 50 servings of each dish right then and there. Less than 2 hours left. She planned to bring some simple dishes with easy-to-collect ingredients, since she could only cook one at a time using the cooking station, and she had to select ingredients from her backpack each time. She could put all the ingredients for a few dishes in her backpack first, and then focus on making a few at a time, which would be more efficient. Even if she couldn't sell all the food, she could still eat it herself. Yun Luoha didn't think these high-end dishes wouldn't sell. She was just afraid everyone would rush to buy them. She was probably struggling with how to price these things. It would be best to write it down first to avoid confusion. If she ran a stall and the prices weren't consistent, it would be a hassle. After a while of further fussing, Yun Luoha checked the time. Du Ruantian was even more delighted to learn that Yun Luoha could reduce the number of magnets traded and instead trade furniture. She immediately and generously agreed to trade 10 pieces of furniture instead of magnets. Yun Luoha was also very satisfied. After the transaction was completed, Yun Luoha gave her a bottle of homemade mushroom pâté. Try this. After receiving the thunderstorm stone, Yun Luoha hurriedly continued repairing the trident. Now, the trident only needed one more thunderstorm stone to be fully repaired. The lighting patterns and electrical currents on it had become magnificent, and it felt heavy in the hand. The texture of the weapon had also taken on a completely different feel. It was hard to imagine what it would look like once fully repaired, but one thing was certain: its power would be extraordinary. It was too late. Time for some final cleanup. First, I had to clear out the supplies in my backpack, clearing out any unused items or storing them in my crocodile leather backpack. The sharkskin backpack held the food he was bringing to sell, while his backpack contained weapons, trading tools, and 2 pet bags. Everything was ready, and Yun Luoha held the night market pass in his hand. Let's go! As night fell, Yun Luoha arrived at the night market entrance on time. The place had changed dramatically again. Unlike his last visit, there were no colorful tents, but a street adorned with lights. Countless lanterns floated in the air, a beautiful and dreamy sight. The NPCs who had been in the tents had all set up their stalls, prominently located at the front of the street. In addition to the usual vendors selling food, medicine, intelligence, equipment, and protective gear, there were several more NPCs selling clothing, furniture, and animals. Lu Matzi also set up a stall, which looked like a night market management and service center. There were also several special stalls. 1. Shoot balloons for 200 sand dollars, hit 80% and receive 400 sand dollars. Hit 90% and receive 800 sand dollars. Hit 100% and receive 1200 sand dollars. 2. Astrology divination, using tortoise shells for fortune telling. 500 sand dollars per session. Yun Luoha didn't rush to set up her stall, but instead took a stroll. It was quite interesting. But when she saw more and more people arriving, she worried she'd be late and wouldn't have a good spot, so she quickly went to Lu Matzi to inquire about setting up her stall. Thanks to the good impression he made last time, Lu Matzi still remembered her. He actually greeted her when he saw her. "Oh, you again. I knew we'd see each other again." Yun Luoha smiled politely, as if he were saying the same thing to everyone. "Yes, I'd like to ask about setting up a stall. I have a stall permit here." "Lu Matzi, it's easy. Take the permit and use it on an empty stall, and you have your own exclusive stall. Remember, you need to list your items first so that passersby can see them. This is quite smart. If you just put your items out there, they could be stolen or even stolen. But the system lists the items and sets up a stall, so passers-by can see them, and there's no need to worry about safety. By the way, you can go buy a hawker from Old Wang first. It increase your chances of closing a sale. Lu Matzi offered a friendly reminder. Old Wang, that must be Old Wang. Yunluohe still remembered him. It was the old man selling tools. She quickly chose a stall closest to the entrance, and put a few items on the shelves. Then she ran to the tool stall, and bought a hawker for 100 sand coins. She also bought a sign, and a hidden conversation device. The sign listed the main items sold at the stall, and the supplies the stall owner needed. If players didn't have enough sand coins, they could trade for other supplies. Placing the hidden conversation device next to the stall would shield the seller from others, while they were transacting with one of the buyers. After all, some supplies were rare and private, so having this device would ensure greater privacy. But it was very expensive, costing 400 sand coins per device. Fortunately, Yunluohe still had some sand coins on hand. Just now, she had only put up fried mushrooms, mushroom pate, and cheesecake. Now, she would continue to put up the other items. The street entrance was already crowded with players, most of whom would first check out the NPC stalls. Yunluohe pressed the horn, her clear voice instantly drowning out the surrounding noise. Secretly fried mushrooms, mushroom pate, honey cheese cookies, and exclusive ice cream. The horn played on a loop, attracting many players. Some people stared at the glistening fried mushrooms on the stall, drooling. Why do they smell so good? Has the owner mastered cooking? To sell something, one must showcase one's strengths. Yunluohe, cooking skill level 6. That simple statement excited the onlookers. How much? Everyone's eyes were fixed. Open the item list to see the prices. Yunluohe continued, fried mushrooms are 30 sand coins each, and mushroom pate is 81 bottles. Yunluohe pointed to the sign. You can also trade with copper or magnets, but the price is lower. We also buy ingredients and special items. Just as he finished speaking, a girl with twin pigtails squeezed into the crowd. How about fresh water? 3 liters for 3 fried mushrooms. Yunluohe didn't lack fresh water. She came here to exchange it for what she needed. If you want fresh water, you can do so at the Area 2 Trading Center. She shook her head. Hardwood? Iron ore? I have sunscreen here. How about exchanging it? More and more questions were coming in. For some reason, many players didn't want to trade with copper or magnets, and not many had sand coins. Yunluohe simply wrote down what she needed on the sign. I only listed a few before, but now I just list a bunch. Thunderstone, star sand, mother of pearl, copper or magnets, various food ingredients, electronic parts, keys. The twin-tailed girl was stunned when she saw all this stuff, then smiled dimples. Sister, I have star sand. Yunluohe's expression changed. She hadn't expected to find the star sand she'd been searching for so long here. How much do you have? About a pound. How much food can I exchange for it? In fact, the twin-tailed girl didn't know the value of star sand. The details only said it was a special kind of gravel with extremely low production. It didn't say what it was used for at all. She brought it out this time, hoping she could find someone to ask about its use. 2 bottles of mushroom pate, and 1 ice cream. Yunluohe offered her desired price. She didn't know what price was right, but the star sand was very important to her. With the star sand, she could craft the lucky seahorse necklace. No matter what, she had to get it. The girl with the twin tails hesitated. Can you give me a little more? She felt that since the other party needed this item, it might be a very important resource. The other players couldn't hear the entire conversation as they discussed the transaction. 1 fried mushroom at most. Yunluohe couldn't just give in. After all, there were many people looking to buy. Yunluohe, the quantity is limited. If you like it, you can buy it directly. Just then, a short, stocky man trotted over. I heard you have high-end culinary products. Yes, you can check and buy them yourself. I take care of whatever you have. Such a bold statement instantly silenced the crowd. Yunluohe, why don't you take a look at what I have here first? My high-quality culinary products are quite expensive. I take them all, no matter how much. The girl with the twin ponytails got anxious and said quickly, I agree to what we just agreed on. I got here first, so I have to trade first. Chapter 131. Yunluohe smiled. This wasn't a hired hand, but in a sense, it did help her facilitate the deal. She finished her transaction with the girl with twin ponytails first, then tallied up the prices of all her food and quoted a total. The short, stocky man was shocked. So expensive. Yunluohe smiled and said, it's indeed not cheap. You can reconsider, or you can buy less for now. If you don't have enough sand coins, you can always use other supplies. It's all written here. She brought a considerable amount of food this time. If she exchanged it all for sand coins, it would cost at least 30,000. Even using other supplies would still be a considerable sum. Are you going to buy it or not? If not, let me buy it. I've been waiting for ages. The player in line behind her urged impatiently. The short, stocky man turned and glared at the man. Of course I am. He sorted through the supplies he had brought and opened Yunluo's list to carefully select the items. After about 5 minutes, he finally finished his shopping. Although he didn't buy all the food as he initially promised, he still took a third. Yunluo made a killing. She received 8,000 sand coins, 200 copper ores, and 100 magnets. And this person loved the honey cheese cookies the most, buying up all 30 boxes. Yunluo quickly grabbed her loudspeaker and revised her advertising slogan, removing the honey cheese cookies. Seeing one person buy so much, the players behind her also became enthusiastic shoppers. More and more people gathered around Yunluo's stall. There was always a line, and passers-by would stop by to take a look. Plus, she used her loudspeaker, so her stall was the busiest in the entire night market. Even the NPC stalls were less crowded. After selling over a dozen orders in a row, Yunluo finally received another big client. Yunluo still remembered this person as the mysterious female player who had previously purchased the Desert Ruins map. Su Qi was stunned when she saw Yunluo. She recognized her as the person who had previously declined her invitation. However, after waiting in line for a long time, her turn finally arrived. She didn't waste any time, but opened the shopping list and quickly selected the supplies she wanted. An hour had passed since the night market opened, and most of the food had sold out, leaving only a few more expensive haute cuisine dishes. These were 13 mashed potato salads, 18 lobster risottos, and 21 mushroom soups. Salad, $200 sand per portion. Risotto, $400 sand per portion. Mushroom soup, $250 sand per portion. Su Qi bought everything without blinking. These supplies cost 15,000 sand dollars. She paid over 8,000 sand dollars, and used some electronic materials and upgrade materials to make up the rest. After the transaction was successful, Yunluo watched as her sand dollar balance continued to increase, the numbers fluctuating for a full minute before stopping. After Su Qi finished buying the dishes, she took a fancy to the other supplies Yunluo had brought. This time, Yunluo also brought some unique equipment, such as a dryer, a jam bucket, a pickle bucket, various potions, summer supplies, a bat glider, a lightning arrestor. But she requested higher-end furniture or furnishings. Su Qi studied them for a moment, then took out 2 tableware and ornaments in exchange for the 2 jam buckets, and then a beautiful potted plant in exchange for several bottles of potions. Yunluo was very pleased with what she had brought, and was considering doing more business with her. After all, Yunluo needed more furniture and ornaments. Her reef rating was still a long way off the upgrade. She planned to upgrade right away when she got back. She still had some goodies in her backpack that she hadn't yet put on the trading board. While Su Qi was still there, she quickly pulled a few more items from her backpack, set their prices, and listed them in one go. Then, smiling, she said to Su Qi, "I just added a few more items. Would you like to take a look?" Su Qi's deep eyes sparkled as she surveyed the supplies she had brought out, but she hesitated again. "Can I trade them for something else?" The pearl scale armor Yunluo had brought out was truly rare. While its defense wasn't particularly high as armor, the increased movement speed underwater was hard to pass up. She also had the Night Stalker hunting knife, a weapon with a nice special effect. It would be a good choice for self-defense. Although she didn't usually use a hunting knife, it was compact and portable, and she immediately liked it. The Night Stalker hunting knife Yunluo brought out was the first one she discarded. She later replaced it with a new one crafted from azurite. She put the old one away, but it was a good opportunity to bring it out this time. If it could be traded for supplies, it wouldn't be a bad deal. But she was asking for Thunderstone. That's why Su Qi hesitated. Su Qi had a rare blueprint that required Thunderstone, and she was looking for more. She couldn't bear to part with it, so she asked Yunluo if she could trade it for something else. From her tone, Yunluo guessed she probably had Thunderstone, so she shook her head and declined. She was determined to get the Thunderstone. She only needed one to repair the trident. If someone was willing to trade for Thunderstorm stones, she was willing to trade pearl scale armor and the Night Stalker's hunting knife. 2 pieces of equipment for 1 Thunderstorm stone. No loss at all. Yunluo, no, pearl scale armor, and the hunting knife for thunderstorm stones. If you don't want to trade, then I wait and see if anyone else is willing. A long line had already formed in front of Yunluoha's stall. If Suchi didn't decide now, she'd have to queue up again if she wanted to buy later. By then, she didn't know when she'd be able to get in, and someone else might have already gotten there. She couldn't guarantee she was the only one with thunderstorm stones. Of course, she needed them herself, and if someone else had them, the supplies she could offer might not be as good as Yunluoha's. Suchi sighed, thinking what a shame. But the rare blueprint she was working on was more important, so she had to give up. Suchi's reluctance left Yunluoha a little disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't force a sale. She already made a good profit, anyway. Once she sold all her stuff, she could use the sand coins to go shopping. She now had tens of thousands of sand coins, which she could use to go on a shopping spree later. Just thinking about it was pretty cool. An hour passed. All the food and utensils Yunluoha had brought were sold out. She planned to check out other players' stalls. There were still more than 2 hours left in the night market, so she had plenty of time. But as she was about to close her stall, the players in line were unhappy. "I'm so sorry. I've been waiting here for so long, almost half an hour, and you're not selling anymore." Yunluoha said helplessly, "Sorry, we're sold out." "Then why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Yeah, why didn't you tell us? You made us wait so long." Yunluoha, the hawker's loudspeaker, gave the warning a long time ago. The food had long since sold out, and Yunluoha's hawker's loudspeaker had since switched to exchanging furniture, blueprints, and high-end items like Thunderstone. After serving customers for half an hour, she still hadn't exchanged any Thunderstones. She was ready to close her stall after selling out all the items listed. She hadn't expected so many people to still be around. But after so long, she had very little left in her backpack to trade, so there was no point in continuing. More and more players gathered around her, refusing to let her go. Yunluoha thought she was in trouble, but Lumatzi quickly approached. "Whoever is causing trouble here will be expelled from the night market," Lumatzi shouted from his loudspeaker. The few players who had been shouting immediately shut up, glared at Yunluoha, and left with a look of resentment on their faces. They had indeed heard the hawker's announcement, but they all figured they were already in line. With so many people buying, there must be good stuff, and maybe there would still be some by their turn. And with so many people lining up, the stall owner wouldn't want to close, so they stayed put. But Yunluoha had actually sold out and left immediately. Yunluoha looked at Lumatzi gratefully, took out some dried meat from her backpack, and handed it to him. "This is a gift for you." "Why are you being so polite?" "Yunluoha, it's my duty. Thank you for your help last time." She was referring to the last time someone had troubled her, and Lumatzi had come to her rescue. And this time, Lumatzi had helped her again. "You helped me again today, so please accept it. Someone just came to see me and asked me to come over." Lumatzi pointed at Yuchinjin, who was not far away. "You came with him last time, right?" Yunluoha understood the situation the moment she saw Yuchinjin. He'd probably seen her in trouble, and gone to Lumatzi for help. Yuchinjin was quite clever. Regardless, Lumatzi accepted Yunluoha's thank you gift, his face wrinkled, and a wide grin spread across his face. Just as she was about to leave, she looked up and saw a new heart on Lumatzi's head, his favorability rating rising again. "By the way, there's something I need your help with." "Yunluoha, what is it?" "I have a younger brother who's on his adventures. I received word from him that he's coming to the desert soon, probably in a few days. If you see him, I hope you can give this to him." Lumatzi rummaged through his pocket and pulled something out, handing it to Yunluoha. Yunluoha stared at the bronze pendant in her palm. It was wrapped with silver wire, and at the end was a piece of amber the size of a pecan. Just as her fingertips touched the edge of the pendant, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Hidden mission triggered. Desert Traveler's Token. Mission: deliver Lumatzi's token to his brother Lu Xiaoluo. Mission reward: unknown. This mission didn't seem difficult, but whether or not she meet Lu Xiaoluo was still uncertain, and the unknown reward was a bit odd. She nodded in agreement, carefully placing the pendant in her backpack. Since it was a mission, she couldn't refuse. Completing it was one thing, but accepting it was still necessary. Yunluoha quickly made her way through the bustling stalls and approached Yuchinjin. "So, after all this time, what have you gained?" "Yuchinjin, I earned 1,200 sand dollars from the balloon shooting game, but I could only play once. I used it for divination, and the rest I used to buy some supplies." "Yunluoha, sounds good, but 1,200 isn't much. I made a lot of sand dollars this time." What else do you want to buy? I buy it for you. Yu-Chin-Jin, no need. We can't do this privately. Yun Luoha had already thought about it. That's easy. I set up the stall later, and you can just trade some of the unnecessary items in your backpack with me. Although it was a loophole in the system, since it was allowed, it was permitted. Yu-Chin-Jin had helped her many times, and she had made a lot of money today. It wasn't too much to give him something. Hearing this, Yu-Chin-Jin suddenly smiled. Let's take a look first. You could also try a fortune teller. It's quite accurate. What did you ask? Yu-Chin-Jin, I asked about pets. Yun Luoha also became curious. What did the fortune teller say? Yu-Chin-Jin, something about me getting a tarantula pet. Yun Luoha's eyes lit up. That's really accurate. 500 sand coins a time, not bad. Yun Luoha was intrigued. But she wasn't in a rush to get the fortune teller. She decided to go buy something first, lest she run out of time. There were so many NPC stalls, it would take her half a day to browse through them all. She'd go to the food stall first to see if there were any seasonings or special ingredients she could use. The NPC stalls were all named. The one selling food was called the Happy Snack Stall. Yun Luoha waited in line for 5 minutes before opening the trading panel. Dozens of items were displayed. You also see a floating ad. Spend 1,000 sand dollars or more and receive 10 free grilled sandworm skewers. Get a 10% discount on purchases over 500 sand dollars. There are other promotions too. Interesting. Items. Cactus jelly, 20 sand dollars, cools down. Saxol preserved fruit, 20 sand dollars, increases stamina. Sea buckthorn juice, 30 sand dollars, increases strength. Roasted sandworm skewers, 30 sand dollars, anti-radiation. Following the instructions, Yun Luoha noticed the special effect of roasted sandworm skewers. Anti-radiation. She had never seen anything with this effect before. Her intuition told her that this might be useful in the future, so she bought 50 skewers at once. After buying them, she thought about it and decided it wasn't enough, so she added another 20. But I don't think this stuff will taste very good when it's roasted. Because it was a snack stall, there were no seasonings. Yun Luoha still bought a lot of preserved fruits and various sweets, spending over 2,000 sand dollars before leaving. She then went to the medicine stall, where she bought antidotes, serums, immunity pills, and a bunch of other herbs whose effects she didn't know what they were. After all, she could take them back to see Chi for research. They would definitely be useful. Yun Luoha then paused for a long time at the clothing stalls. But she didn't buy anything here. The items were simply too expensive. They were all high-end, rare clothing. Some were incredibly fancy and flamboyant, looking impressive, but the prices were also quite impressive, often reaching 10,000 sand dollars. Some were truly stunning, but they were impossible to get without 20,000 sand dollars. Yun Luoha browsed for a long time, settling on several pieces, but she couldn't bring herself to buy any. Luminous capes, radiation-resistant cloaks, desert traveler hats, sharkskin diving suits, mermaid star-patterned robes, thermal gauntlets, and the stealth jacket. Each one captivated her. The stealth jacket was practically tailor-made for her. At 30,000 sand dollars, it was a bargain compared to the other items, so she gritted her teeth and bought it. The stealth jacket. It can conceal its presence based on the terrain, making it difficult to detect for a short period of time. It is also waterproof, fireproof, and lightning-proof. The most expensive item was a mermaid star-patterned robe, valued at 120,000 sand dollars. This item was likely related to the mermaid ruins, but she couldn't afford it, so she could only look at it. After making her purchase, she quickly headed to the furniture stall, where she found exactly what she needed. The line at the furniture stall was quite long, and it took her 15 minutes. With time running out, Yun Luoha thought to herself, I can't spend as much time looking at things as I did at the clothing stall. I need to act quickly. Chapter 132. Everyone wanted to buy furniture. After all, furniture was crucial to improving the living environment on the reef, and increasing their reef rating was something all players needed to do right now. The Oasis furniture stall also had a promotion. Buy 3, get 1 free, and spend 5,000 sand dollars to get a free succulent potted plant. The succulent potted plants were also among the items, worth 200 sand dollars, and could increase the reef rating by 3 points, and could be stacked up to 10. When it was Yun Luoha's turn, she bought 20 succulent potted plants in one go. Each one was a random variety, with a different color, crystal clear, and chubby, very cute. These succulents would increase her reef rating by 30 points, making it a great deal. She bought 20, so she could give 10 to Yu-Chin-Jin. She would trade them with him when she was done with the work later, at the end of the stall. There were quite a few potted plants, and the other items were equally varied. Yun Luoha had her eye on the leather sofa, crystal chandelier, wind chimes made of shells, glass, and feathers, and a beautiful dream catcher. However, her sand dollars were running low. She just spent most of them on a coat. She had to take her time with her purchases, as she still had a few stalls to visit. The leather sofa was too expensive. It would be better to swap it for a more cost-effective fabric sofa. The score would increase by the same amount, but the leather sofa looked more luxurious and upscale, but wasn't necessarily much more comfortable, and the price per piece was more than double. In total, she needed at least 3 decorative pieces and 2 functional pieces to raise her score to the upgrade level. Finally, she settled on a rattan fabric sofa, 2 shell bedside tables, a chandelier, a dream catcher, and finally a tied wall clock. This cost 10,000 sand dollars. The tidal wall clock tells precise time. Although the time can be seen on the screen at any time, the clock's hourly reminders improve her work efficiency. For example, if a tool on her workbench takes 1 hour to make, and she's busy doing other things outside and can't keep track of the time, the clock's ringing tells her it's time to replace the materials and start over. In addition, the furniture stalls also have some very expensive furniture with special features that Yun Luoha can't afford. For example, rattan starry sky hammock, 50,000 sand dollars. Use, warm in winter, cool in summer, extremely comfortable. Using the entire starry sky furniture set increases the chance of a meteor shower by 30%. Shell fresh keeping locker, 20,000 sand dollars. Use, a locker made of giant clam shells and pearl oysters. It stores supplies to prevent radiation and spoilage. It has a capacity of 200 slots. Next, Yun Luoha arrived at the animal stall. Just now, I thought I probably wouldn't buy anything. As soon as she arrived at the stall and saw the long line, Yun Luoha began to wonder. Could it be that there are a lot of good stuff here again? It felt like there were a lot of good things at this night market. Compared to the last auction, it was easier to buy these clearly priced items. After waiting in line for 20 minutes, it was finally Yun Luoha's turn. Generally, each player had 1 minute to shop at the stall, but Yun Luoha always spent half an hour, probably because of the system settings. But she had just heard that someone who took too long, exceeding 35 minutes, would be prompted by the stall owner to finish their purchase quickly. Yun Luoha opened the product list. Instantly, her eyes lit up. No wonder there are so many people here. And everyone looks so satisfied after buying. Items. 1. Sand lizard larva, 5,000 sand dollars. When grown up, it can detect underground water sources and mark hidden mineral veins within a 50-meter radius. Raising instructions. Requires daily feeding of 1 sandworm meat. It will mature in 15 days. 2. Fluorescent octopus larva, 5,000 sand dollars. When grown up, it can be used for underwater illumination and deterring enemies. Raising instructions. Requires a 100L saltwater tank and daily feeding of eggs. 3. Lava turtle hatchling, rare species, 20,000 sand dollars. It can release high-temperature flames and enter molten lava to retrieve objects. Raising instructions. Requires a contract and provides a high-temperature living environment. 4. Albatross hatchling, 10,000 sand dollars. When grown up, it can transport supplies, transmit messages, and survey terrain from the air. Raising instructions. Requires a contract and a high-altitude birdhouse. There were over 10 species of animals in total. Some required contracts, but most didn't, so they were easy to buy and raise without any burden. In addition to some specialized animals, there were also suitable domesticated livestock and poultry, such as various breeds of chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and rabbits. But they weren't cheap, even more expensive than the specialized creatures. The cheapest chicks cost 2,000 sand coins. Not worth it. She better go back and use an incubator. Yun Luoha spent a long time researching, spending the longest time there. In the end, she spent almost all her sand coins on a sand lizard larva and a swarm of bioluminescent jellyfish. These bioluminescent jellyfish had different functions from fluorescent jellyfish. The detailed information said they were very difficult to keep, requiring a large, temperature-controlled aquarium. They were also difficult to transport and could only be used on reefs. However, these things could purify radiation, and Yun Luoha, considering she had already bought some radiation-blocking supplies, decided to buy them as well. Although she was also tempted by the lava turtle, believing it would be a great help to bring to Volcano Island, she was running low on sand dollars and didn't want to sign a contract with the lava turtle, so she gave up. She had 500 sand dollars left to use for divination, but Yun Luoha still had a few stalls to visit, so she decided to go to the shooting stalls and try her luck, hoping to make at least 1,200 sand dollars. Within the last half hour, Yun Luoha finally arrived at the divination stall. The fortune teller was a long-haired woman in a purple robe. Upon seeing Yun Luoha, she placed the crystal ball in front of her. Yun Luoha was about to ask where else she could obtain the thunderstorm stone, but then she thought, considering this was a rare opportunity, she decided to ask something more practical. She paid the sand dollars and asked, "I want to know what disasters will happen in the coming autumn and winter." The fortune teller's expression changed, and she placed her hands on the crystal ball. The once clear crystal ball was instantly shrouded in a thick black mist. The fortune teller whispered, "This question seems to be disturbed by a powerful force. Then can there still be an answer?" Yun Luoha's face grew solemn. "I try again." Yun Luoha stared intently at the crystal ball, but she could see nothing but a thick fog. A long moment passed, and just when Yun Luoha thought she was losing all hope due to the system's influence, the fortune teller said, "In autumn, a black sun will envelop the earth, and the wind will bring a shadow that devours everything." Yun Luoha was confused. What did this mean? She didn't understand a word. The fortune teller continued, "In winter, everything freezes, the wind and frost become sharp blades, and giant beasts become the rulers of the world." That's understandable. Obviously, winter's disasters are severe cold and behemoths. But what about autumn? Yun Luoha wanted to ask more, but the fortune teller frowned and shook his head. "I already answered your question. You can leave." Yun Luoha, Okay. The clue is the black sun, its all-consuming shadow. She better go back and ask everyone, pool their wisdom, than just guessing on her own. Yun Luoha left the fortune-telling booth and set up her own. She made a deal with Yu Qinjin, giving him 10 pots of succulents, along with some food and drinks, all reserved for him. Unexpectedly, Yu Qinjin also brought her something. "Receive the supplies said by Yu Qinjin. 20 lemons, 30 corns, 8 watermelons, 20 cucumbers, 10 cabbages, 10 potatoes, 9 bananas, 10 puddings, 10 cheeses, 18 milks, 20 apples, 3 flaming peppers, 2 cereals, 2 spicy noodles, 5 instant noodles, 1 moisturizing spray, 10 hydrating and repairing mask, 1 hand cream, 1 body lotion, 1 lavender essential oil, 1 magnolia seed. Oh, and this." Yu Qinjin pulled out a small paper bag and handed it to Yun Luoha. "This is for you. I made this candy." The bag was tied with dried palm leaves. Inside was red fructose wrapped in shredded coconut, gleaming faintly in the nightlight. "Try it." "Yun Luoha, why are you giving me so much? Most of them are ingredients. They'd be more useful to you." Yu Qinjin had just bought a lot of ingredients from a player stall. Since they weren't very useful to him, he gave them all to Yun Luoha. The rest were items he thought Yun Luoha might need. They were also newly purchased and not expensive, but together they had almost used up all his sand coins. Yun Luoha suddenly felt like he hadn't given Yu Qinjin enough. "You're too polite, but I don't have anything else to give you. How about I give you some magnets? I already have enough for my upgrade." "Yu Qinjin, it's okay. We still have time. You can trade your magnets for something else." He knew Yun Luoha hadn't had time to visit other players' stalls, so she must have wanted to buy something else. "Yun Luoha, then I bring it to you tomorrow when we meet in the desert." "Yu Qinjin, I almost finished looking at the player stalls. I can take you to whatever you want." "Yun Luoha, I'm not looking at the basics. I'm looking to trade for some special supplies or modifiable electronics." "Yu Qinjin, there's a stall that might have what you're looking for, but the owner has some special requirements. He only wants things he likes. If you want something, you choose a few and trade them with him. If he likes it, he trade it. If not, he let you go." "Yun Luoha, sounds interesting. Let's go check it out." The two of them quickly arrived at the player stall area. The night market only had half an hour left. Yun Luoha's previously primed stall had already been taken. The names of several of the stalls particularly caught Yun Luoha's eye. The professional blacksmith stall, the rare or trading stall, the pet stall. It's full of stalls for professional skill trainers. This is a great place to browse. No wonder there are so many people. And these people arrived late, probably visiting the NPC stalls first before setting up their stalls, completely missing her. She only had half an hour left, so she had to hurry. She and Yu Qinjin split up, she to the blacksmith stall, Yu Qinjin to the ore stall. Finally, they went together to check out the pet stall. Yun Luoha spotted a pair of bows and arrows at the blacksmith stall, all with shark teeth as their tips. It just so happened that Yunluohe already had a few of the same kind, so she decided to buy them. Arrows are sometimes lost and wear out, so having a few on hand is always helpful, and shark teeth aren't easy to come by. The stall owner wanted to trade them for magnets, and Yunluohe had plenty of them, so she bargained down and got them straight away. Besides that, the only other items she had were some toolboxes that were practical. She didn't care for any of the other weapons. She already had better weapons, and Yang Mian was also a professional blacksmith, so there was no need to buy more from others. When she arrived at the pet stall, Yu Qingjin had also arrived. He had bought some rare ores. They were quite expensive, but he didn't know what they would be used for yet, so he just bought them for now. The pet stall sells only pet snacks. Feeding them increases your pet's intimacy and helps them level up. However, not all pets eat the same kind. For example, there are photosynthetic cookies for plant-based pets. Photosynthetic cookies, made with gel extracted from jungle plants and fresh flower petals. Benefit: increases intimacy by 15 points, accelerates sunlight absorption and upgrades, and long-term consumption has a 10% chance of triggering the vine entanglement skill. There are also dewdrops. Made from dew collected between 5 and 6 a.m. and mixed with various mosses, they reduce water loss in plants and increase intimacy. Long-term consumption has a chance of unlocking the healing skill. There are also snacks for bird pets, nut crackers and mixed dried fruits. Yunluohe wanted to buy snacks for cats and insects. These require upgrade materials, with a minimum of 20 upgrade materials required for one snack, and the most expensive requiring 50. Yunluohe bought 5 of each, 10 of each. They were salmon fish sticks, mint meatballs, bone calcium teething sticks, queen bee pheromone syrup, and resin amber candy. It was a bit painful to buy so much, but there was no choice. I give these to the meat buns and wontons, and they'd be so good for them. The two of them then made their way to the innermost part. The further they got, the fewer players there were. This is it. Yu Qingjin stopped in front of a stall owned by a man wearing a straw hat. Yunluohe wanted to open the product list to check, but the man said, "Don't look. They're not on the shelves. There's too much stuff. They're all here." He pulled up a cloth bag from under the stall. It was filled with rusty circuit boards, chipped electronic watches, half-broken solar panels, broken radio parts, and a few copper pipes. Yunluohe was stunned. "Why so much?" The man spread his hands. "I'm lucky. I found all this stuff when I opened shells and dug for treasure." Chapter 133. Yunluohe smiled. "That's called good luck," she thought, perhaps self-deprecatingly. But these were all things she wanted. "How do I trade?" "Show me something. I trade it with you if I need it." Yunluohe carefully searched through her backpack and surprisingly found something the man wanted. After the two of them confirmed the trade, the man listed the items and began the exchange. After spending 10 minutes here, Yunluohe had acquired a miscellaneous collection of spare parts and electronic junk. The man even pulled out a metal box from his backpack, filled with resistors, capacitors, diodes, and a few blue crystals she had never seen before. If Yunluohe's backpack wasn't so empty, she would have taken them all. In the end, she only bought a few blue crystals, a broken solar panel, a damaged radio, a drone mount. The bell suddenly rang, signaling the end of the night market. All the two players disappeared, returning to their respective reefs. Yunluohe returned to the reef only to realize she hadn't even had time to say goodbye to Yu Qingjin. But they see each other again tomorrow, so it didn't matter. She looked up at the sky. There were no stars tonight, and the clouds, like a crumpled gray sheet, obscured most of the moon. She couldn't help but think of the fortune-teller's words. Black sun. A shadow that devours everything. She posted these 2 sentences to the team chat and the management trainee program group, asking everyone to think about them and offer their own ideas. What do you think? Could the black sun be a sandstorm? Mu Zitong speculated. The sand kicked up by desert storms can obscure the sky. Yunluohe thought, that's possible. After all, it's a disaster, and sandstorms are also devastating, but combining them with the characteristics of autumn doesn't seem to mesh well. And what is the shadow that devours everything? Yunluohe didn't stare at the screen chatting because back at the reef, she still had a lot to do. First, she had to raise the reef's rating, then quickly upgrade. Since returning, she's been arranging the new furniture, ornaments, and potted plants she just acquired. By the time she put everything away, the reef's rating had just reached the upgrade requirement. Then she placed all the upgrade materials in her backpack and clicked upgrade. The countdown was 24 hours. It was getting a bit long. It was almost 1 in the morning, and Yunluoha couldn't rest yet. She first took out the materials for crafting the lucky seahorse necklace and clicked craft. A golden seahorse necklace appeared in her hand. A thin, pure gold chain held a seahorse pendant, also made of pure gold. 3 tiny sapphires dotted its belly, gleaming brilliantly in the night. The seahorse's scales were as lifelike as life itself, its tail fin slightly curled, as if it would spring to life in a split second. As Yunluoha put the necklace on, her luck instantly increased. And her character profile displayed a special buff, favored by the sea god. Great, Yunluoha was a little excited. If it weren't so late, she really liked to go searching the sea for resources. She'd surely reap a bounty. But she still had to quickly organize the supplies she brought back from the night market today, and find time to search the seabed tomorrow. Excluding the supplies she used for shopping, she had 292 copper ore and 331 magnetite. Tableware X1, potted plant X1, hidden coat X1, grilled sandworm skewers X70, cactus jelly, Elaeagnus angustifolia, sea buckthorn juice and other sweets, antidote, serum, immunity pills, several herbs of unknown use, bronze pendant given by Lu Motzi, succulent potted plants X20, rattan fabric sofa X1, shell bedside tables X2, crystal chandelier X1, dreamcatcher X1, tidal wall clock X1, sand lizard larva X1, glowing jellyfish swarm X1, salmon fish sticks X10, peppermint meatballs X10, bone, calcium teething stick X10, queen bee pheromone syrup X10, resin amber candy X10, blue crystals X3, broken solar panel X1, broken radio X1, drone bracket X1, resistors X2, capacitors X1, diodes X4. There were also supplies donated by Yuqingjin: 20 lemons, 30 corns, 8 watermelons, 20 cucumbers, 10 cabbages, 10 potatoes, 9 bananas, 10 puddings, 10 cheeses, 18 milks, 3 flaming peppers, 2 spicy strips, 1 moisturizing spray, 10 hydrating and repairing mask, 1 hand cream, 1 body lotion, 1 lavender essential oil, 1 white magnolia seed. Yunluoha sorted and put away all the supplies, then placed everything she needed to deal with tomorrow in a supply box. Ro Bao also put the shells he found aside, to be opened tomorrow. I was so busy yesterday that I didn't use the trash can, so I didn't have time to enter the lottery. It was a bit of a loss. From now on, I have Ro Bao throw some trash in there every day to at least create some lucky draw opportunities. Then she entered the lottery when she's free. After lying down, Yunluoha opened the chat to see what everyone was talking about. Both the Desert Squad group and the Management Trainee group were buzzing with discussion. After all, it was crucial for everyone to know about the potential disasters in the fall and winter. It concerned everyone's stockpiling of supplies, and how to effectively defend the reefs. So everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. The winter disasters were clearly foreshadowed and relatively far off, so everyone was still focused on the autumn disasters. The opinions in the Management Trainee Program group were more novel than those in the Desert Squad group, as there were more people in the group. Except for Qin Cici, the Desert Squad members were all members of the association. Cici floated a new idea. Could the black sun be a total solar eclipse? It would be completely dark, with no daylight. But this possibility was quickly dismissed by others. If it's all night, then where do the shadows come from? Don't just think of it as an astronomical phenomenon. It could be a pollution disaster. The black sun could be a severe pollution phenomenon, like a black fog covering the sun. Yes, you all seen that movie about the fog, right? It's very likely that the all-devouring shadows are the shadows of the monsters in the fog. I still think a sandstorm is more likely. The prophecy says, the wind will bring shadows that devour everything. If the black sun is a sandstorm, could the shadows refer to the sandstorm itself, carried by the wind? Like a living monster? The swirling sand columns do look like some kind of twisted black shadow. Chi. Actually, from an ecosystem perspective, autumn is a period of biological migration. If the black sun causes abnormal temperatures, it could trigger an insect exodus. Like a locust swarm? They do look like moving shadows when they're overwhelming, and they devour all plant life. An insect plague? This speculation caused a few seconds of silence in the group chat. Yunluoha suddenly imagined the scene. Yesterday, she bought a lot of sandworm skewers at the desert night market, which have special radiation protection properties. Thinking of radiation, perhaps the autumn disaster was related to radiation. She had also raised this hypothesis in the group chat last night, but opinions were divided. Some believed it, while others held their own views. If it was a radiation disaster, then the sunlight projected by the black sun was radiation. Everyone knows the effects of radiation on humans. I think the black sun represents a high possibility of radiation contamination. See, if that's the case, the radiation will contaminate the seawater and soil around the reef, making it impossible for ordinary crops to grow. Only radiation-resistant crops will survive. If that's the case, I'd rather it be a sandstorm. It's not your choice. I think everyone should make multiple preparations. After all, when disaster strikes, life is insignificant. Mu Zitong suddenly asked, should we publicize the news? Yun Luohe, of course. We use the name of the Tianji Pavilion to announce the disaster predictions. We sell this information at a low price, capitalizing on the opportunity and allowing more players in the association to level up. Summer is almost over, so everyone should hurry up and level up. Yun Luohe had just leveled up, and the others were probably still a long way off. But time waits for no one. When a disaster strikes, the higher the level of the reef, the higher the chance of survival. Even if the reef survives initially, the new disaster will cause significant damage to the reef. Mu Zitong, however, if we sell the information at a low price, players will definitely spread the word, and it probably won't sell for long. Yun Luohe, yes, it's a limited time sale, and you have to sign an agreement. You can't leak the information for 2 days, just like before. Otherwise, you'd be blacklisted. Mu Zitong, okay, I do it right away. Or we can sell it to the European Emperor Association and let them pay a high price. They have plenty of European Emperor supplies anyway. Yun Luohe smiled knowingly. That's fine. Midnight. The European Emperor Association's group chat was bustling with activity. No one was asleep. Midnight, all the players in the group were discussing the newly purchased autumn disaster intelligence. Someone also bought the winter disaster forecast, but there wasn't much to discuss. Everyone in the group had already bought the autumn disaster intelligence, so there was no leak. Everyone was free to discuss it internally. I thought of another possibility. The fallout from a real-world nuclear explosion would cause massive pollution. Could it be that this nuclear pollution formed the Black Sun? This is a game world. Have you ever played a game called Fallout? The discussion gradually split into two camps. One believed the disaster was related to climate anomalies, while the other firmly believed it was a biological crisis. But some people took a different approach. Lin Ju, do you think the shadows are some kind of shadow creatures? Like the Blackett monsters in the game? It's very likely that the Black Sun's influence caused biological mutations, transforming various creatures into aggressive shadow monsters. As the conversation progressed, the speculation grew increasingly terrifying, but it also garnered everyone's attention. Most of these lucky players weren't very strong in combat. If the autumn disaster was as dire as they imagined, even the best of luck might still lead them to disaster. More preparations are still needed, and the most important thing is to improve your military power. Late into the night, when most players had gone to sleep, a few people in the group chat were still discussing the winter disaster prophecy. But the debate about this issue had become much less intense. There will probably be an ultra-low temperature cold wave. Everything freezing should mean the entire world will be covered in ice, and the behemoth might be caused by the cold forcing giant creatures from the deep sea or underground to migrate to the surface. Could it be a monster like Godzilla? Yes, Godzilla lives underground and feeds on nuclear energy. The next day, Yun Luohe woke up early, intending to do more, but just as he got out of bed, he heard the system alarm. A desert ruin suddenly exploded, tragically killing more than a dozen players exploring the ruins and forcing the desert passage to close. Furthermore, due to this sudden incident, the desert dungeon needs to be closed for adjustments and will reopen in 3 days. From now until 8 a.m. on the 28th day of summer, all players are prohibited from logging into the desert, and player points are on cooldown. Due to the inconvenience, the system will be distributing maintenance packages. Please check for them. The countdown to the summer season is 5 days away, and autumn is approaching. In 5 days, the limited edition summer plants will wither, so please pay attention to your crop planting schedule. The limited edition summer event will end on the last night of summer, and the results will be settled on the first day of autumn. Please continue your efforts. The 25th and 28th days of summer are lucky days, during which a large number of island landing tokens and diving cards will be distributed, increasing the number of shell harvests and the maximum stamina. Summer disasters will escalate in the final 3 days. Please take precautions. After 3 days, veteran players who have not reached level 8 will be eliminated, and new players who have not reached level 7 will be eliminated. The emergency notice contained a lot of information, and Yun Luohe read it carefully again after listening to it. The desert ruins had unexpectedly exploded. She and her teammates hadn't yet gathered the fragments of the desert ruins map, and she didn't know if this was a good thing or what had happened. She had thought she'd see Yuchun in the desert today and was planning to bring him some more supplies, but then this unexpected event occurred. She had to wait 3 days. There were only 5 days left in summer, and Yunluo had already leveled up, temporarily out of danger of being eliminated. She leveled up late this time, and she didn't know if anyone had gotten there before her. She sat on the edge of the bed, thinking a lot. She first listed the things she needed to do today in her mind, sorting out her thoughts before completing them one by one. She added a lot of new furniture and decorations yesterday, bringing a lot of life to the reef. She looked at the lovely succulents on the windowsill and felt very happy. The sand lizard larvae she brought back yesterday were kept in a glass box, and now they were scratching at the glass, making noises. Yunluo had guessed it was hungry, so she quickly found some sandworm meat and threw it in. Sure enough, the sand lizard gobbled it up voraciously. Such a small creature has quite an appetite, Yunluo sighed, feeding it 2 more pieces. Fortunately, she had plenty of sandworm meat. Thinking of the sandworm skewers she bought at the desert night market, she decided to try making some herself. Perhaps they would have the same effect. Afterward, Yunluo went to see the bioluminescent jellyfish. They were housed in a large glass tank. They looked lifeless, and she had no idea what was causing them. Yunluo thought about it and decided to send it to Si-Chi, asking her to study it and see if the environment was suitable. There were also many herbs she had brought back yesterday. Si-Chi now had an herbal workshop, so Yunluo wanted her to try making some anti-radiation potions. She had a feeling these herbs might be useful. Today she would stay on the reef, working while waiting for it to be upgraded and preparing some supplies for tomorrow's island landing. Since the desert wasn't an option, it was time to explore the islands. Tomorrow she could visit a random island. Summer was almost over, and she hadn't visited many of the summer limited resource islands yet. She might find some special supplies there. She could wait for the 4-season islands later, but if she didn't go to the summer limited islands now, she might not have the chance again. She had 3 island landing passes already, and it was time to use one. The temperature was a bit too high today. If Yunluo hadn't upgraded her sun protection gear, she wouldn't have been able to work outdoors. The animals in the chicken coop and barn couldn't go out, so feed consumption was high. Plus, the number of animals was increasing, and they were eating hundreds of pounds of food every day. Yunluo planned to make more feed today. Wonton was left to collect the crops that could be harvested in the greenhouse, while Yunluo went to make breakfast first. She planned to use the advanced cooking station to batch make some high-end food. It wasn't primarily for eating, but after selling most of her food at the night market yesterday, she needed to make more. Also, there weren't many dishes that could be made using the advanced cooking station at the moment. She planned to list the recipes that only needed 1 or 2 ingredients and collect them. Otherwise, out of 25 recipes, only a few would be too few. She opened the advanced cooking station and started with the lobster risotto and mushroom soup she made yesterday. Then she looked through the recipes and checked off 4 food items. They were, first aid pudding, instantly restores 30% health. Only 1 can be consumed per day. Ingredients, royal jelly, hemostatic grass, sugar gel. Blueberry puffs, increases gathering speed by 25%, increases the chance of obtaining rare resources by 8%. Ingredients, blueberries, flour, sugar, milk. Miner's pancakes, increases mineral mining by 20%, reduces tool durability by 30%. Ingredients, buckwheat, salt, lard, pine nuts, eggs, sausage. Coconut milk clear cooler, increases stamina by 30, increases heat resistance by 10. Ingredients, coconut milk, sugar water, smoothie, pomelo pulp, lotus seeds. She only needed 1 or 2 of these ingredients to make them. For example, hemostatic grass, blueberries, buckwheat, pomelo pulp. She first sent them to Muzitong, asking him to collect them for her, then sent a message in the chat channel, requesting the ingredients. Anyone who brought the corresponding ingredients could exchange them for upgrade materials at her shop. After putting out the ad, she figured she'd soon be able to gather the ingredients she needed. Then she could mass-produce these 4 foods. These foods increase health, gathering, mining, stamina, and heat resistance, respectively. They're very practical buff foods, perfect for personal use, giving to others, or trading. The more she makes, the better. In addition to these foods, she also plans to research more radiation-resistant foods. Before autumn arrives, she stockpile enough radiation-resistant foods to avoid the effects of radiation being too severe to leave her home. After working at the cooking station until noon, Yunluoha felt a bit sore in the back. She went to the living room to rest, and laid down on the sofa, instantly feeling much better. The new sofa she bought was incredibly comfortable, and she really wanted to relax. She might as well just relax and open some shells while she did. Yunluoha placed her lunch on the coffee table, planning to eat there. Since she was eating alone, she could do whatever was most convenient. She pulled a glass of iced juice from her backpack and a bowl of her new dish, radish and pork meatball stew. This was a new recipe she developed, using freshly harvested white radish, pork meatballs, and a few greens. The results were average, only increasing stamina points, with no other benefits. Recipes from the advanced cooking station generally have two effects. But this stew tasted pretty good. Perhaps it was lacking a few seasonings, so it was only purple, not gold. It needed some refinement. She'd try adding 2 more spices next time. Maybe it needs some white pepper, oyster sauce, or chicken broth. Yunluoha already had an idea, but she wasn't planning on cooking right now. Meat Bun had just fished out another shell. Now that her luck had improved a bit, she wanted to test her luck. Open the white pearl and get Brewing Barrel Recipe X1, Copper or X10, High-Grade Hardwood X20, Plastic Bucket X1, Chicken Burger X1, Tree Fertilizer X1, Watermelon Seeds, Last Year's Calendar X1. Open the white pearl and get Grinder Blueprint X1, Duck Egg X2, Clay Pot X2, Pasture Fence Blueprint X1, Grass Seed X5, Bone Meal X2, Earthworm Slime X1, Glass Bottle X2, Broken Leather Ball X1. Open the gold pearl and get Automatic Milking Machine Blueprint X1, Ice Crystal Stone X1, Landing Card X1, Pet Bag X1, Bronze Gear X2, Fire, Mountain Ash X5, Batteries X10, Ostrich Hang Glider Blueprint X1, Sunflower X10, Goose Liver X1, Deer Antler X1, Loquat Tree X1, Fig Tree X1. Open the black pearl to obtain Ancient Civilization Slate X1, Sharp Pearl X1, Treasure Map Fragment X1, Mutant Plant Petri Dish X1, Cable X2, Maltos Formula, Advanced Diving Suit X1, Fruit Seed Blind Box X3, Mother of Pearl X2, Crystal X1, Obsidian X10, Rice X10, Tofu X1, Salmon Sashimi X2. After opening all the shells, Yunluoha was ecstatic. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a Black Pearl X1 for the first time. Reward, Lucky Sachet X1. This was her first time opening a black pearl, and right after opening a gold pearl, she opened a black one. Her luck was simply overwhelming. She was speechless with joy, completely overwhelmed with excitement. It must be because today was her lucky day, and since she had never caught a black pearl, her luck had increased, so she finally got one. Thinking of several more shell-catching opportunities today, Yunluoha became even more excited. Lucky Sachet, this is a lucky little gift. Open it to randomly draw items from the gift pool. There's a question mark on the Lucky Sachet. Click it to see everything in the gift pool. It contains hundreds of items, each with 100 items. More than half have already been taken. This means that many players have already opened black pearls before Yunluoha. Yunluoha's happiness didn't diminish at all. After all, with her luck, getting a black pearl and not being the last one to do so was already a great feat. She guessed that Mu Zitong hadn't even gotten one yet. After all, very few players in the association had ever gotten a black pearl. There were over 1,000 members in the association, but only a handful had managed to do so. Yunluoha could now be considered one of those lucky ones. Yunluoha quickly opened the Lucky Sachet. Gain, Strawberry Lollipop X1. Strawberry Lollipop. A lollipop made with strawberry juice, sweet and fragrant, it tastes like happiness. Benefit, speed increased by 20, doubling the amount of supplies collected within 3 hours. Yunluoha's surprises were piling up. This strawberry lollipop is so good. This was Yunluoha's first time opening a shell, and she was so happy. I wonder if those lucky people who get super good stuff every day have become numb to it. She only wished she could have this kind of joy every now and then. Yunluoha took out the special items and blueprints from the supplies she had just opened and examined their details. Grinding mill. Grinds grains into powder. Can be used with corn, wheat, sugar cane, and other crops to produce corresponding agricultural and sideline products. Crafting materials. Iron ingot X5, copper ingot X3, hardwood X10, wire X2, obsidian X2. Pasture fence blueprint. Contains free-range livestock to prevent them from escaping. Allows them to be raised outside the barn. Free-range livestock can increase their egg and milk production efficiency. Crafting materials. Wood planks X20, nails X15, vines X8. Automatic milking machine blueprint. Automatically collects cow/goat milk daily. Materials. Stainless steel X8, hoses X3, batteries X2, rubber pads X5. Ostrich hang glider blueprint. Glides over obstacles from high altitudes, with a maximum flight distance of 300 meters. Materials. Lightweight alloy X6, ostrich feathers X10, carbon fiber frame X1. Advanced diving suit. Advanced deep sea equipment, with a pressure resistance of 300 meters, equipped with an oxygen regeneration system, and a flight time of 6 hours. Inlaid with mother of pearl X2 for enhanced night vision. Salmon sashimi. Pet snack, increases satiety by 50. Feeding a pet increases intimacy, and grants a 15% dodge rate bonus for 1 hour. The shark pearl she obtained was clean, unlike the corrupted shark pearl she had previously obtained. It did not require purification to craft a water-repellent pearl. Yun Luoha had one, and he could make one to give to a friend. After all, water-repellent beads are extremely useful for surviving at sea. The ancient civilization stone tablet had been found in the desert before, but he gave it to Yu Qingjin. Yun Luoha hadn't expected it to be the first item he found in the Black Pearl. It seemed this item was truly precious. Yun Luoha studied it carefully. The details were the same as the one he'd seen in the desert before. Ancient civilization stone tablet records the story of the desert and undersea ruins. But the text and pattern on the tablet were different. Yun Luoha examined the pattern carefully, and a hypothesis suddenly occurred to him. Could this be the material for a teleportation array? Although the text was incomprehensible, the pattern depicted a person in the middle of a glowing beam of light, quickly transported to another location. If that were the case, this item would be incredibly valuable, but he didn't know the recipe for the teleportation array, nor how many pieces were needed. Guess he'd have to keep an eye out for it. From the detailed description alone, one wouldn't have guessed its purpose, as it looked like a medium for recording a story. But even something as miraculous as the golden seahorse has very simple details, making it difficult to discern its purpose. Perhaps top-tier precious materials are simply so understated, their true purpose hidden from view. Chapter 134. Yun Luoha contacted Mu Zitong and told him about the ancient civilization stone tablet, asking him to have the Tianji Pavilion keep an eye on matters related to the teleportation array. Mu Zitong quickly found information about the teleportation array. Recently, someone had approached the Tianji Pavilion to purchase information about the teleportation array, and a member of the Tianji Pavilion had just obtained an illustrated guide to the teleportation array. The guide provided a very detailed description of the teleportation array. 1. The teleportation array allows for rapid inter-regional travel, covering 6 core areas, 4 islands, for Seasons Island, a desert oasis, and underwater ruins. 2. Each teleportation requires energy items, and is limited to 1 person per trip. Pets are allowed. 3. Different teleportation arrays in different areas use different teleportation items. Different areas require different materials for constructing teleportation arrays, and corresponding teleportation array blueprints are also required. All materials are as follows: ancient civilization stone tablet, used to locate coordinates and activate spatial teleportation energy. Crystal, connects spaces, enabling point-to-point teleportation. Obsidian, builds the teleportation base. Advanced mutated resin, adhesive material, preventing the teleportation array's structural collapse. Shark pearl, stabilizes underwater spatial energy, preventing deep-sea pressure from damaging the array's core. Sandworm queen's molt, stabilizes the desert teleportation array's core. Luminous jellyfish tentacles, provides illumination and guidance for the teleportation array. The items required for teleportation in the 6 major areas are primarily local specialties, and players can collect them within the area. Yun Luoha fell into deep thought after reading this. If she could truly achieve free teleportation between the 6 major areas, allowing her to come and go freely, then she wouldn't have to worry about resources at all. For Seasons Island has all the resources she needs, and the desert oasis and underwater ruins contain countless high-quality supplies. Unfortunately, building all 6 teleportation arrays is a very difficult task. It won't happen overnight. Let's just keep it in mind and prepare slowly. Yun Luoha called Robao over and took out the pet snacks she brought back yesterday. Be sure to go shellfishing today. This is your reward. She took out the pet snacks for cats and handed them to Robao. Eating the salmon strips increases intimacy by 20 points. Robao meowed in delight, and his eyes looked at Yun Luoha even more affectionately. Naturally, Yunluohe didn't forget Wonton and fed him some resin amber candy. This has a chance of increasing his physical strength, making his shell harder, and also increasing intimacy by 10 points. Wonton swallowed it in one gulp, not even chewing. Is it delicious? Yunluohe asked. The wonton thought for a moment and uttered a soft, I didn't taste it, but it seemed sweet. Yunluohe smiled and opened the wonton's properties. I added a little firmness. As long as it works. Next, Yunluohe began crafting the few blueprints she had just obtained. First, she made a grinder and an automatic milking machine. These two items were urgently needed. With a grinder, she could grind the harvested wheat into flour. While crafting the tools at the workbench, Yunluohe opened the trading center and saw that many of the supplies she had posted had already been traded away. In return, she received some supplies she needed. For example, hemostatic herb, blueberries, and buckwheat. She traded for 89 pieces of hemostatic herb, 3 large baskets of blueberries, and 10 kilograms of buckwheat. But no one had any grapefruit. However, with these things, Yunluohe could start making the corresponding foods. And with blueberries, Yunluohe could also obtain blueberry seeds. Just like the method for obtaining strawberry and tomato seeds, extract them from the fruit and plant them after a while. I had thought the hemostatic grass was a high-level medicinal herb, but after getting it, Yunluohe took a closer look and found that it was actually a very common weed, also known as dragon's tooth grass. However, it must be collected on specific islands. Many players had them, so Yunluohe quickly acquired a large number of them. For an entire afternoon, Yunluohe cooked all the ingredients she had obtained, making hundreds of meals. Half of this food was traded, and she kept some for herself, and some was exchanged for members of the Mutual Aid Association. Lately, Yunluohe and Mu Zitong had been busy exploring the desert, so she asked Mu Zitong not to send her the daily supplies that the members had to exchange, and she hadn't given Mu Zitong anything to exchange. Now, she sent him a large amount of things all at once. Mu Zitong, Sister Yun, why are you sending me so many goodies? These foods are so effective. Yunluohe, it's been ages since I've given you anything. The association members probably don't have anything to exchange, so I just happened to make a lot of food and gave it to them. Mu Zitong, crazy. I sent it out, and everyone will probably go crazy. A lot of people have been asking me why I haven't updated the redeemable supplies, and I just been busy and told them to wait a few days. Yunluohe, but the redemption supplies can't all be junk. Just exchange according to the requirements I sent you. For broken items, just blueprints or electronic parts are fine. Mu Zitong, I know. This kind of high-quality food can't be exchanged casually. I pass it on. Yunluohe felt quite relieved to leave these tasks to Mu Zitong. Mu Zitong, by the way, those ingredients you just mentioned are used to make these dishes. I collected some, but it's not much, so I haven't given them to you yet. I send them to you later, after everyone has exchanged them. Yunluohe, no problem. I plan to land on the island tomorrow. Please compile a copy of the Summer Island Intelligence and send it to me. She planned to use the random landing card, but she still needed to get a general overview of Summer Island so that she could handle any island she landed on. Getting the intelligence sooner was better than waiting for it after arriving at the island. If Mu Zitong was busy and didn't see the message, she wouldn't have the time to wait. Mu Zitong was also very efficient. Yunluohe had just posted the food at the trading center and marked the price when he sent the information. She actually has an atlas of the Summer Islands, but she's only been to Lotus Island. The limited access main islands of the Summer Islands are Thunder Island and Coral Island. The limited access resource islands are Lotus Island, Watermelon Island, Firefly Island, Oasis Island, Strawberry Island, Wasteland Island, Dense Forest Island, and Lizard Island. If she could go, Yunluohe would prefer the main islands. They have more resources, are larger, and with all her gear, she can even stay overnight. Now, she no longer has to worry about the dangers of staying overnight on the islands. The probability of landing on the main island is higher, so the information on the main island is more detailed. Thunder Island. Thunder and lightning strike throughout the day, making the risk high. Without lightning protection, the chance of being struck by lightning is extremely high, and there's a chance of finding thunderstorm stones. There are 3 main areas: thunderstorm field. Metal objects automatically levitate, preventing the use of lightning protection devices. Thunderstruck wood forest. This forest is entirely covered in lightning-struck wood. Find and chop down century-old lightning-struck wood to obtain lightning pattern steel. There's a chance of finding superconducting cables underground. Coolant pool. Located in the heart of Thunder Island, it's extremely difficult to find, and is surrounded by mutant crocodiles and lightning rays. Coral Island, an island covered by water at high tide, possibly home to a mermaid tribe. There are 4 main areas: fluorescent shoals, a beach only visible at low tide, home to coral formations that glow at night. At low tide, shellfish are abundant, and pearls are abundant, with a chance of finding mother of pearl. Nearby is a ring of mangroves, plagued by mosquitoes and muddy ground, making it impossible to traverse except by walking or using a flying vehicle. Giant Clam Reef, a circular reef composed of giant clams, surrounded by numerous sharks. Giant clams may contain treasure chests. Whirlpool Trench, a spiral trench hundreds of meters deep, with a strong suction vortex at its bottom. Mermaid Ruins, an abandoned mermaid palace, inaccessible. Both main islands hold items Yun Luoha desires: Thunderbolt Stone and Mother of Pearl. Of course, the Thunderbolt Stone is more appealing. However, the Mermaid Ruins are located on the Coral Island. Although the intel states it's inaccessible, Yun Luoha suspects it requires a specific method. There's also a treasure chest on the Giant Clam Reef, though the sharks are more difficult to deal with. The main islands are quite tempting. The Resource Islands also offer some good items. After reviewing all the intel on the Resource Islands, Yun Luoha concluded that Strawberry Island is well worth a visit. Strawberry Island has a strawberry field where you can find giant strawberries, which can be used to make strawberry lollipops. Yun Luoha just got a strawberry lollipop. Strawberry lollipop, a lollipop made with strawberry juice, sweet and fragrant. It tastes like happiness. Benefit: speed plus 20, doubles the amount of supplies collected within 3 hours. This is an incredibly good top-tier food. But there are also many dangers. In addition to the plant maze, there's also the thorny swamp, where you encounter giant venomous bees, often found near giant strawberries. Giant strawberries can detoxify venomous bees, and killing giant venomous bees yields golden royal jelly, a rare and precious ingredient that, when consumed, increases your maximum stamina. On Strawberry Island, you can find the ancient tree altar, which offers quests, and completing them also yields rewards. In short, Strawberry Island is overflowing with high-level resources, and Yun Luoha longs for it. However, the probability of landing on Strawberry Island is extremely low, and those who do return safely are rare. This information is also S-level, acquired by the Tianji Pavilion in exchange for a large amount of supplies from the European Emperor Association. I wonder if anyone in the European Emperor Association has been to Strawberry Island. I bet they reaped quite a lot. The more Yun Luoha read about it, the more she wanted to go to Strawberry Island. However, the risk factor is too high. And if she uses a designated island landing card, it would be a waste for her to go alone. She better invite someone to go with her. She could also use the strawberry lollipop to double her supplies for 3 hours. Going on a strawberry picking spree on Strawberry Island would be absolutely amazing. Since the desert activities are suspended for 3 days, she could keep going non-stop, using a random island landing card tomorrow and a designated island landing card the day after tomorrow. That's not impossible. She first asks if anyone has a companion card and find a reliable teammate to go with her. She's not going to Strawberry Island the day after tomorrow anyway. After reading the intel, it was already getting late. The tide clock chimed punctually, its sound echoing throughout the reef. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the nights were getting later and later, yet it was still light at this hour. The temperature was also incredibly high, the seawater scorching many players' reefs. Many mutated seaweeds were impossible to remove without a high-level sickle. Since the system announcement yesterday, the reef's edges have suddenly become overrun with mutated barnacles, which are not only inedible but also devour the reef. If Robao hadn't discovered these while collecting shells this morning and removed them with his claws, the reef would have shrunk by several square meters in half a day. Many players were slow to realize these things, only noticing them until the system notification that the reef area had shrunk by more than 5 square meters that evening. Yun Luoha had been busy all day and planned to have dinner and rest. Tonight, he has something delicious: whole lobster risotto with spicy stir-fried octopus. The lobster risotto was already prepared. All that was left was to cook the octopus. She planned to try a new cooking method. As Yun Luoha went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, the chat channel erupted in excitement over the food she had put on sale. Look! Who bought the food Yun Luoha put on sale? Ha ha ha. As soon as the message was sent, it was instantly lost in the constantly refreshing chat log. The effects of the high-end food Yun Luoha had put on sale were simply too tempting. Whether it was increasing stamina, boosting speed, or enhancing defense, it was something players desperately needed. Currently, she was the only person in Zone 2 whose cooking skill had reached level 6. So these foods were truly one of a kind. When the items were first released, the chat room exploded with activity. Many players wanted to buy them, but couldn't find them because Yunluohe's requirements were too demanding. They tried to gather items, but when they finally managed to find them, they were sold out. Players who managed to buy them not only had to be quick, but also had to have a deep inventory. After all, Yunluohe only had a few dozen items available, and with over 100,000 people, getting one was no easy feat. I snagged a stamina-restoring food. One lucky winner excitedly boasted in the chat room, followed by a stream of envious replies. Damn! I spent ages gathering supplies, and when I check again, they're gone. Yunluohe, can you put more items on the shelves? I can't get any. I can use ice crystals to buy food. Anyone willing to sell, please private message me. The trading channel instantly became a chaotic mess, with requests for purchases, boasts, and complaints flooding the screen. The effects of these foods are incredible. Her cooking skill must have surpassed level 5. Going from level 5 to level 6 is a huge amount of skill experience points. I don't know how she did it. There aren't many level 5 cooks in our district. Hey, you can exchange these foods in our Mutual Aid Association's internal group. Someone in the Mutual Aid Association posted a screenshot of the internal resource exchange. No way, so cool. It just happens to be these foods. Is Yunluohe related to your Mutual Aid Association? She's a member of the Mutual Aid Association? The Mutual Aid Association is related to the Tianji Pavilion. So what's the relationship between the Tianji Pavilion and Yunluohe? A flurry of discussion ensued. Yunluohe was concentrating on cooking spicy stir-fried octopus in the kitchen. The hot oil sizzled in the wok. She added the sliced octopus and quickly stir-fried it, adding various seasonings. A rich aroma instantly filled the air. In just over 10 minutes, Yunluohe had a delicious dinner. She opened the chat channel to see what was new, but the screen scrolled by so quickly she couldn't keep up. However, when someone mentioned her name, she took a closer look. It turned out they were discussing this very thing. There wasn't anything useful, so she simply checked the forum. It had been a while since she checked the forum. Some of the popular posts did interest her. Mechanical Island Exploration Sharing. Livestream of the Lizard Island Adventure. My shopping spree at the mysterious desert night market. Seeking like-minded players to meet and explore the island together. Chapter 135. Do you think islands are just plants and beasts? You're totally wrong. I went to the Mechanical Island this time, and it's absolutely amazing. Next, I live-streamed what I saw and heard there. It's sure to open your eyes. The post was very detailed, with several photos of the actual scene. There were countless replies below, and Yunluohe had looked through all the pictures, including some places she hadn't visited. But the poster didn't find the tree hole Yunluohe had discovered, perhaps because they hadn't posted it. She definitely wanted to visit the Mechanical Island again. On a whim, she left a comment below to share some of her experiences there. For example, where to obtain important resources and how to deal with danger. Then she closed the post and opened another one. Fully action-packed. I take you straight to the life or death adventure of Lizard Island. The poster of this post had posted only videos, making it even more vivid. The video shows swarms of giant lizards. Their skin is turquoise, and their eyes are all vertical pupils, making them look extremely creepy, and each one is extremely aggressive. Yunluohe watched with great interest, but the video is incomplete, so many players left comments urging for updates. The content of the night market post isn't particularly special for patrollers, but players who haven't been there are very interested. Many people left messages asking how to get to the night market. As for the last popular post, it was originally from a player with a group card looking for a survival partner to go to the island together and chat, but it turned into a large-scale dating post. It's too lonely to go to the island alone. Come team up with me and embark on a joyful adventure. I'm from Northeast China, an extrovert, and a bit of a chatterbox. I'm looking for someone like me. Yunluohe quickly exited the chat channel. She opened the chat channel and sent a message recruiting teammates. Use the designated landing card to travel to Summer Island the day after tomorrow. Players with companion cards and reliable skills, please chat privately to explore for high-level resources together. As soon as the message was sent, many players responded. I have a companion card. I have gathering and mining skills. I'm the first to sign up. Holy crap. Is that Yunluohe? Yunluohe is also openly looking for a partner. Boss, I can do it. My trade has a healing effect, which can protect you and give you health. I also have a team card. Then, various friend requests continued to pour in. Dazzled by the options, Yunluoha only selected a few people she thought had the strongest overall skills to add as friends. Some of her friends also privately messaged her. Wu Jing, Lin Zhu, and Bai Yuemian all said they had companion cards. This time, Yunluoha's destination was Strawberry Island, a place filled with mazes, thorny swamps, and giant poisonous bees. The danger level was high, and she needed a teammate with strong combat skills, at least to ensure they wouldn't be a drag. Of course, luck was also important. After all, getting more supplies depended on it. Wu Jing's luck was high, but his combat skills were low, and his trait, speed, was rather useless. Yunluoha didn't want to take him with her. Lin Zhu, with whom she had worked several times, was actually a good partner. But this time, he said he wanted to bring someone else and asked her which island to go to. Yunluoha was reluctant. She was determined to get many of the supplies on Strawberry Island, such as the giant strawberries, golden royal jelly, and the treasure chest at the ancient tree altar. She wanted them all, and the more people who went, the more people would share. In fact, she thought it would be best for her to lead the distribution of supplies on the island. She could find a helper, provide the supplies they needed, and in exchange for their help, she would have priority in allocating the island's gains. Unfortunately, no one in the association had a team-up card. These things needed to be discussed before departure. After rejecting Lin Zhu, Yunluoha chose between Bai Yuemian and another girl. During their conversation, Bai Yuemian was much more proactive than the other girl. "I really want to team up with you. Please consider me, please." She even offered to forego the island's supplies in exchange for 20 high-quality food items, the kind she had listed at the trading center today. Secondly, Bai Yuemian shared her character profile with her, almost without reservation. She was indeed quite good, with above-average strength and a luck score of over 80. Most importantly, her traits are exceptional. After awakening the resolute trait, a new skill is added. When hunger and thirst are severe, both speed and strength increase. When her stamina drops below 20, all resource gathering speed is reduced by 3, and stamina remains unchanged for 5 hours. This means that once her stamina drops below 20, instead of replenishing, a buff will be triggered, triggering a 5-hour cooldown. During this time, she can consume unlimited stamina without losing stamina. However, the side effect is significant. After 5 hours, she will fall into a 24-hour coma. Therefore, Bai Yuemian generally wouldn't use this skill. She'd simply replenish her stamina if it dropped below 20, or never let it drop below 20. However, if she landed on an island, the resource gathering speed x3 would be extremely useful. For example, Strawberry Island had an entire strawberry farm, and with this skill, she could gather a large quantity of berries in a short period of time. In the end, Yunluoha chose to go with Bai Yuemian, and agreed to depart at 8 a.m. the next day. She sent her some information about Strawberry Island, so she could prepare in advance. Bai Yuemian was thrilled. "Okay, don't worry. I make sure everything is prepared. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." Bai Yuemian was a small fan of Yunluoha. She had always quietly followed her. Although she had added Yunluoha as a friend, she didn't dare disturb her unless it was necessary. This time, Yunluoha was looking for teammates, and she happened to have a team-up card, so she mustered up the courage to send a message. She figured since she already taken this step, she might as well go for it. To her surprise, it actually worked. Bai Yuemian, "I'm so lucky." She immediately shared the good news with her gaming friends. Before the end of the day, Yunluoha would recycle and upgrade the large amount of supplies he had collected using the trash can. The high-end food had caused a stir in the Mutual Aid Association. Word had spread throughout the group that Yunluoha was the organization's founder. Although some in the chat channel had speculated, no one had come forward to confirm it, and Yunluoha himself wouldn't say anything, so everyone remained speculative. For association members, obtaining high-end food was much easier than for other players. They simply had to exchange it for designated items. The value was low, and it was all items they collected daily, as they had done many times before. Soon, all the food was exchanged, and Yunluoha also received hundreds of supplies. Aside from some common junk she gave to Robao to dispose of, she handled the remaining electronic waste and broken blueprints herself. She also held a daily lottery. Today, she drew a blueprint. Incubator Blueprint X1. Incubator accelerates egg hatching, increasing chick survival rate by 30%. Materials: high-grade hardwood X20, insulation pads X6, temperature control chip X1, battery packs X2. The shells hadn't finished opening yet, and it was already late at night. The reef's upgrade notification sounded. Hearing the sound, Yunluoha immediately stopped what she was doing. The reef had been successfully upgraded. Congratulations to the top 3 players, first place, in Zone 2 who upgraded their reef to level 8. Rewards: 3 rare furniture blind boxes, 1 advanced barn blueprint, 1 complete advanced planting guide, 1 fishing encyclopedia, 1 silo blueprint, 1 mutant plant cultivation base, 1 reef base robot butler blueprint. Great! First place again. This is what Yunluoha cares about most. The rewards may not be numerous, but they are all top-notch. Reef level, level 8. Area, 10,000 square meters. Rating, 505 points. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 high-grade hardwood, 5,000 iron ore, 5,000 copper ore, 100 kyanite, 100 earth crystal, 100 ruby, and a reef rating of 1,000. Yunluoha had wanted to leave the room to check what had happened outside, but it was pitch black. Even with the light, she couldn't see anything, but she was still shocked. While the level 7 reef was also large and already had a vibrant ecosystem, the level 8 reef had now become a small island. She was in the very center of the reef, and from a distance, she could see a small beach dotted with coconut trees that Yunluoha had planted. The spot where she had previously salvaged shells had become a high cliff, with the surging waves below. Beside the cliff was a saline alkali land covered in mutated seaweed. The sea buckthorn and red willows she had planted in the forest had grown considerably, with many saplings sprouting. Every aloe vera and cactus plant could be harvested. The greenhouse and barn remained unchanged, but the forest had visibly widened, a feature that would be more obvious during the day. The villa's exterior had also changed significantly, becoming a luxurious European-style villa, its courtyard and garden overflowing with plants. The distant view would likely only be visible tomorrow morning. The tidal generators hummed, and lights were ablaze around the villa, each workshop operating continuously as long as materials were added. The chicken coop and barn were quiet, the animals were all asleep. Although the sea breeze was hot, the rustling of the treetops, combined with the crash of the waves, gave people a sense of peace and tranquility. At level 8, it's already like this. Who knows what it will ultimately become? However, the requirements for the next upgrade have increased exponentially. Level 8 reefs. Some areas are unaffected by the disaster, allowing for the free cultivation of seasonal plants, animal husbandry, and fish farming. The system suddenly prompted a message. Yunluoha was startled, and after a quick search, he quickly found the so-called unaffected area mentioned by the system. It was a weed-covered vacant lot, approximately several hundred square meters. There were a lot of rocks on the ground that needed clearing, but the grass was lush and the soil was moist, unlike the sun-dried, cracked soil elsewhere. It seemed like there was room for planting and breeding here. Yunluoha returned to the villa. The changes inside were not as significant as those outside, but there had been improvements in many areas. With some modern furniture and appliances and a little sprucing up, it would probably be comparable to the homes of the richest people in the real world. What pleased her most was the cantilevered glass balcony in the bedroom, facing the beach and offering a stunning view. Yunluoha prepared to take a look at the rewards. The rewards looked very high-end, so she opened them one by one to examine the details. Rare furniture blind box. Contains a random rare piece of furniture, increases the reef score by 50 points per piece, and does not require crafting. It is obtained directly upon opening. Advanced barn blueprint. Allows breeding of advanced animals, increasing production, and a chance of yielding gold materials. Crafting materials. 200 high-grade hardwood, 100 iron ore, 10 crystals, 30 high-grade resin. Complete advanced planting guide. 4 volumes in total. The first 3 cover planting methods, seed cultivation, pest control, and other techniques. The 4th volume unlocks methods for growing rare plants. Fishing encyclopedia, a professional guide covering various fishing techniques, advanced fish habits, fishing locations, and more. It's a must-have for fishing enthusiasts. Silo blueprint, automated feed storage with a storage capacity of up to 5,000 slots. Automatically refills feed bowls within a 10-meter radius. Crafting materials, 500 iron plates, 200 copper wire, 50 crystals, 20 obsidian. Mutant plant cultivation base. Players can cultivate mutant plants in this base. The base's environment accelerates the chance of plant mutation, allowing for hybrids. Crafting materials, glass X300, crystal X50, mutant resin X100, sandworm skin X100. Reef base robot butler blueprint. An intelligent AI butler that automates planting, farming, and defense management, and can monitor various reef conditions, such as harvestable crops, animal hunger levels, animal favorability, and building repair status. Crafting materials: electronic parts X200, superconducting cable X10, nanoalloy X5, crystal core X3, AI chipset X1, kyanite X20, biocell X10. All of these are high-end items, especially the robot butler. It's easy to imagine that with its assistance, Yunluohe will be able to significantly reduce her management burden, especially now that the reef is so large and there are more and more buildings and animals. There's so much she needs to do that even with the help of Robao and Wonton, she can't possibly handle everything. It's just that gathering the materials doesn't seem easy. Yunluohe opened the blind box of rare furniture first. There were 3 blind boxes in total, each revealing 3 pieces of furniture. The first was a wicker starry sky hammock. Isn't this the one she's seen at the night market before but didn't buy? Yunluohe was instantly ecstatic. This was too good to be true. This was a pricey piece of furniture, priced at 50,000 sand dollars. The details were slightly different from those sold at the desert night market though. But it also increased the chance of a meteor shower. Besides, it was late at night, so the hammock had a special effect. Fireflies fluttered and flickered around it, creating a truly dreamy and beautiful scene. The other 2 items are a windproof observation pavilion and a volcanic rock fireplace. One can be used to observe the weather, but requires a high-level telescope, making it somewhat useless at the moment. The volcanic rock fireplace, on the other hand, is clearly unsuitable for current weather, and will likely only be used in winter. As for the fishing encyclopedia, Yunluohe spent a considerable amount of time researching it. The first few pages introduced fishing methods, and several types of fishing rods. It turns out Yunluohe's fishing rod is just a basic one. Catching ordinary fish is no problem, but catching rare species requires considerable skill. Strength is one aspect, but so is skill. Fishing isn't about brute force, it requires mastery of technique. Of course, a high-level fishing rod can save players a lot of trouble. A super golden fishing rod can easily catch sharks, but with an ordinary rod, sharks will never bite. There's a lot of information on fishing rods, but Yunluohe currently only has a standard one. Forget the golden rod, I need to find a way to get a high-level one first. The following section was filled with introductions to various high-level fish, such as yellowfin tuna, giant humphead wrasse, and so on. Many of these were new to Yunluohe. She had never seen a single one of these fish before, either fishing or using a net. 8 of them were rare deep-sea species, 4 were seasonal, 6 were large, high-level species, and 2 were highly endangered. Some were even freshwater fish, not marine fish, and could only be found on certain islands. Each fish required a different bait, requiring specialized bait to catch the corresponding species. It seemed there was more to explore in the game than she had imagined. Fishing might offer a lot of fun. Fish is a great ingredient, and these special fish can be made into various high-end dishes, which will definitely be useful for Yunluohe's cooking skills. Yunluohe remembered the high-end bait she had obtained earlier. Luminous krill bait, a limited-time summer bait, usable only on thunderstorm nights, with an 85% chance of catching lightning marlin. So she searched the fishing guide for information on lightning marlin. Lightning marlin, found in shallow ocean waters during summer. Fishing conditions: during thunderstorms, use luminous krill bait as bait. Features: 3 meters long, with lightning triggering on the dorsal fin after a bite. Effect: raw fish increases movement speed by 30% for 1 hour, and can be used to create the golden dish, lightning sashimi platter. Fishing can be combined with cooking, which is perfect for her. It just so happens that there's thunder and lightning tonight, a typical thunderstorm, so she might give it a try. However, fishing requires a boat. This fish can't be caught from shore. Yunluohe saw it wasn't too late, and since night fishing offered a better chance of success, she sailed to a spot 100 meters from shore. She gripped her fishing rod and sat on the luminescent krill bait, its pale blue phosphorescence standing out against the darkness. As the waves rose and fell, the light flickered as she waited for the bait to hit the surface. After a moment's wait, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, striking directly down, landing in the waters near Yunluohe. Yunluohe's sharp eyes caught the bait's movement. She could also sense something approaching, a large fish. Soon, the pull from the water caused the fishing rod to sink. Yunluohe quickly grabbed hold of it, but the terrifying force bent it. Yunluohe leaned down to steady herself, a silver figure piercing the water like lightning. A 3-meter-long fish, its body crackling with electricity, soared into the air. Its dorsal fin shone, and every flick of its tail sent a splash through the surface, a powerful electric current. The tug-of-war between man and fish lasted a full 20 minutes. Yunluohe felt the sailfish was constantly swerving her, not her fishing. It was probably because her fishing rod was so rubbish. Thankfully, she read the fishing manuals that taught her not to pull too hard. Whenever the fish strained, she should release it, and wait until it relaxed and rested before pulling again. So, even with the failing rod, the fish never got off the hook. Both man and fish were waiting for the other to run out of stamina, but Yunluohe was cheating. With one hand, she held onto the rod while with the other, she pulled food from her backpack and ate. Her stamina, which had been nearly depleted, quickly returned to full strength. She also ate strength-boosting food, which made her even more powerful. It all depended on how long this lightning marlin could hold her back. Finally, after a total of 40 minutes, she finally landed the lightning marlin. Yunluohe placed it directly into her backpack. Congratulations to the player for successfully unlocking the lightning marlin encyclopedia. A full encyclopedia message appeared before her, with the lightning marlin icon lit up. The remaining 19 fish icons remained black. She wondered what benefits would come from lighting them all up. This gameplay fascinated Yunluohe, and she desperately wanted to collect all the fish. She had already decided on her next target. The Thunder Catfish. Thunder Catfish. Area: underground river in the Lightning-Wood Forest. Fishing condition: thunderstorms, using a sand scorpion tail as bait. Characteristics: electricity storing physique, releasing 100,000 volts upon hook bite. Benefit: fish bones can be used to craft weapons with lightning effects, and the fish meat can be used to make a golden dish, Thunder Fish Ball Soup. If you have the chance to visit Thunder Island, go directly to the Lightning-Wood Forest to find the Thunder Catfish. If it weren't so late today, Yunluohe would still have to research the golden swordfish dish. However, considering she had to get up early the next day, she quickly washed up and went to bed. She would get up early tomorrow to check the reef's changes and make a swordfish dish. It was 6:30 in the morning of the 26th day of summer. Yunluohe hadn't slept long, but she was in high spirits. She had many things on her mind, so she got up early. Opening the curtains, she could see the white sandy beach in the distance. Tall, large coconut trees, already laden with coconuts. She hurried downstairs and discovered that the flowers and plants growing in the yard below the villa were completely unaffected by the scorching sun. Although they were just wildflowers and grasses with little practical value, they were still pleasing to the eye. The forest was vast and dense, and even numerous insects, flies, butterflies, cicadas, beetles, and so on, were everywhere. In the distance, low hillsides appeared. Perhaps in the future, this place would become a towering mountain. Chapter 136. Yunluohe researched and prepared a golden swordfish dish based on the instructions in the fishing encyclopedia. It listed the golden swordfish dish as a sashimi platter, so Yunluohe focused his research on that topic. After much experimentation, and after trying several different recipes, he finally succeeded, using lemon juice, sashimi soy sauce, and mint leaves. Not only did he gain a significant amount of experience, but he also received a special reward. Congratulations to the player for successfully preparing a golden dish. Lightning Sashimi Platter. Reward: Wasabi Soy Sauce X1. Lightning Sashimi Platter, a premium golden dish. Upon consumption, speed increases by 50% for 10 seconds. Attacks also have a paralysis effect, with a 10% chance of immobilizing enemies upon impact. This effect can only occur twice per serving of the sashimi platter. This dish is truly amazing. Eating it instantly boosts combat power. A 50% speed increase is a truly terrifying stat for Yunluohe. It might not be a big deal for anyone else, but Yunluohe has the perception trait, giving her naturally fast reflexes. With her speed increased dramatically, that means she can deal incredibly high damage in those 10 seconds, making it impossible for the enemy to even touch her. She must make more of this dish, and keep doing it. Yunluohe was excited. It seemed that collecting all the high-level fish in the encyclopedia would be of great benefit to her. After completing her preparations, Yunluohe took out her island landing card. This time, she was landing on a random island, and she didn't know where she would go, but she was prepared. No matter which island she landed on, she would be sure to have everything she needed. If things got tough, she could always buy some at the trading center. Yunluohe soon arrived at the island she had just arrived at. Welcome to Thunder Island. As she had expected, it was indeed one of the two main islands. She had memorized almost everything about Thunder Island. Thunder Island was rife with thunder and lightning, its clouds shimmering purple-black. The island's surface was covered in minerals, and there was also a thunderstorm magnetic field. Metal objects would automatically float within its range, rendering electronic equipment inoperable. Thus, equipment like metal detectors were unusable. From afar, Thunder Island seemed shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. The sky above the island was gray, covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed sporadically, and the rumble of thunder was incessant. The entire island was covered in a vast forest of lightning-struck trees, their trees twisted and deformed, their surfaces covered in the scars of lightning. It was very similar to the lightning-struck trees Yunluoha had seen before, but with subtle differences. The beach on Thunder Island was pitifully small. She walked along a path strewn with gravel and dead branches, deep into the island's forest. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the occasional rumble of thunder to be heard. From her time on the boat, she had noticed the island's rugged terrain, with peaks towering into the clouds. Presumably, the mountains held a richer supply of resources. Thunder Island is divided into 3 areas: the Thunderstorm Field, the Lightningwood Forest, and the Coolant Pool. The Thunderstorm Field is located on the island's periphery. Stepping into it would cause any metal equipment to levitate uncontrollably. Yunluoha deliberately sheathed all her weapons, using only a wooden stick for self-defense. The lightning in the sky seemed to be drawn by some force, striking frequently. The ground was dotted with craters of varying depths, emitting a pungent odor of sulfur. She even discovered some strange energy vortexes. Anyone approaching them would be pulled by a powerful suction. Yunluoha suspected there might be a wealth of ore beneath the ground, but she didn't have the tools to dig. However, she quickly came up with a solution: ask Yun Tun for help. Yun Tun's limbs had gradually become mechanical, becoming incredibly hard, but they weren't metal, so they weren't affected by magnetic fields. So Yunluoha released Yun Tun and had him dig up all the dirt. Once there was ore, mining became easy. Obsidian wasn't considered a metal, so using an obsidian pickaxe to mine it had no effect. The ore beneath the ground wasn't iron or copper, but rather magnetite. Magnetite was a valuable resource, essential for leveling between level 7 and 8. Almost all players who hadn't leveled up were doing so due to a lack of magnetite. Yunluoha began digging furiously. She was sure to bring back hundreds of magnetite, which would surely yield a substantial profit if traded. However, only about 30 magnetite could be found in a single vortex area. With Wonton and Robao helping, digging was quick. In half an hour, Yunluoha had dug over 10 vortexes in the thunderstorm magnetic field and obtained over 400 magnetites, a bountiful harvest. She planned to dig for another hour before leaving. The thunderstorm magnetic field was vast, encompassing almost the entire outer perimeter of the island. However, if she continued digging there, she would be unable to penetrate deeper into the island, as the interior lacked a magnetic field. While Yunluoha was sweating profusely in the thunderstorm magnetic field, several more groups of people arrived on the island. Thunder Island had been seeing a surge of visitors lately. Since the desert activity had been temporarily suspended due to issues, many players, like Yunluoha, had begun arriving on the island. Yunluoha arrived relatively early, but some had already arrived yesterday. Some, figuring they'd be spending the night on the island anyway, decided to finish their work on the reef before noon and then head back. Hearing the clamor of voices and footsteps nearby, Yunluoha's expression changed slightly. She put away her tools, gathered all the magnets, retrieved the food, replenished her energy, and returned Wonton and Robao to their pet packs. The thunderstorm's magnetic field didn't support large plants or tall trees, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Yunluoha didn't intend to run, it was too late. She simply glanced warily in the direction of the sound. Soon, she spotted 3 players approaching together. They were fully equipped with sun protection gear, and their weapons, made of obsidian instead of metal, were unaffected by the magnetic field. They held their weapons, gleaming with a cold light. The leader was a burly man with a sharp gaze, looking Yunluoha up and down. "Hey, someone's mining here alone." Yunluoha looked at them calmly. Another man with medium-length hair asked, "Hey, what did you find?" The shortest and thinnest man said, "Look, there are quite a few pits nearby. It looks like she's already taken away quite a bit." Yunluoha remained remarkably calm under their scrutiny. This surprised all 3 of them, but they felt that with only Yunluoha among the 3 of them, they were in control. "How about you give us half of what you dug? We traded with you for supplies, so you don't lose out." Yunluoha suddenly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" "I just think what you said is amusing." Yunluoha's tone and eyes were slightly sarcastic, which made them very uncomfortable. "Humph, stop pretending. Just hand over as much magnetite as you dug up, and we won't make things difficult for you, and we'll let you go." These people had come to Thunder Island using designated landing passes, so they had prepared a plan beforehand. They already knew there were many magnetites underground in thunderstorm magnetic fields, so when they saw Yunluoha digging up a lot of magnetite, they were already tempted. Yunluoha, hand it over? Why? Stop talking nonsense. The burly man waved his hand impatiently. If you don't blame us for being rude. As he spoke, the two men behind him also adopted a hostile attitude. Then if you want to steal it, you have to see if you have the guts to do it. Yunluoha quickly pulled a sashimi platter from her backpack and devoured it without hesitation. The three of them looked at her with surprise, quizzical eyes. They were probably all wondering why this guy was suddenly eating and sashimi. However, they weren't stupid. They realized Yunluoha was probably trying to replenish his energy. Haha, thinking about replenishing his stamina now? You're alone, so what if I asked you to restore your stamina? Actually, it's not a good idea to bully a girl. I told you, let's just trade. Hand over the magnetite, and we give you something in exchange. We just want the magnetite. The three of them had paid a fortune for designated island landing passes and group membership cards just for the magnetite. They also prepared some tools that wouldn't be affected by the thunderstorm's magnetic field to dig for it. But seeing dozens of pits on the ground, they only thought of Yunluoha, who had dug up so many magnets by herself. They must not let her get away like that. Instantly, a surge of electricity-like power coursed through her body, instantly increasing her speed by 50%, making her feel incredibly light. At that moment, Yunluoha suddenly rushed towards the medium-haired man closest to her like a flash of lightning. Before he could react, Yunluoha's wooden stick had already struck him hard on the shoulder. The medium-haired man screamed and flew uncontrollably. The paralysis effect of Yunluoha's attack took effect, and he fell to the ground, his limbs twitching, unable to move. Seeing this, the other two men, weapons raised, rushed towards Yunluoha. Yunluoha, with her immense speed, darted between them, her wooden stick occasionally striking their vital points. Each attack had a chance of paralyzing the enemy, giving her the upper hand in the fight. However, the lightning sashimi platter's effect only lasted 10 seconds. A short moment passed, and Yunluoha's speed gradually returned to normal. But the three men, already bloodied and battered by Yunluoha's wooden stick, clutched their heads and begged for mercy. Yunluoha waved the stick in his hand. How about you give me some money, and I let you go? These men had never imagined Yunluoha would be such a tough nut to crack. It was like hitting a brick wall. However, as they were taking out the supplies, the thin man's eyes flashed. He suddenly pulled out a hidden weapon, pointed it at Yunluoha's face, and flicked the switch. Several thin stone needles shot out. If Yunluoha hadn't dodged in time, he might have been hit in the face. One of the stone needles merely grazed Yunluoha's hair, and seeing it melt instantly, Yunluoha realized it was laced with a deadly poison. Yunluoha stared at the slender man crumpled to the ground with a hawk-like gaze. He twirled the wooden stick in his palm and struck the man on the head. Blood streamed down his face, and the man pleaded for mercy, repeatedly pulling supplies from his backpack and handing them to Yunluoha. The supplies were quite a bit of good stuff. The supplies these people requested included 1 obsidian dagger, 1 anti-electric leather armor, 1 bone-eroding syringe, 5 anti-electric potions, 10 compressed nutrient pastes, 1 portable insulated tent, and a hand-drawn map of Thunder Island. The potion could be used to resist low-voltage currents and ensure safety when entering the coolant pool. The nutrient paste could quickly restore 50 points of health. The tent could provide a temporary safe haven for nighttime thunderstorms. These people had indeed made thorough preparations before arriving, and all the supplies were suitable for use on Thunder Island. Each of them also had a short sword and leather armor, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The short, thin man's poison needles were a perfect sneak attack weapon. Most importantly, the hand-drawn map of Thunder Island marked not only the terrain, but also areas rich in magnetite. This was right here. They had headed straight for the magnetite. You let us go after you take the things, right? Perhaps worried Yunluoha would kill them to silence them, the three of them asked timidly. The tall, seemingly most muscular man was the most frightened. Yunluoha gathered all his supplies, and was about to speak when suddenly, a startling number of white worms emerged from the dug pits. Yunluoha's pupils constricted. The white worms glowed with an eerie blue luster. They swarmed densely from the magnetite pit. The burly man in the lead shouted in terror, "Thunder worms! Burn them!" Before he finished his words, several worms shot out and crawled in front of them, their tails flashing with tiny arcs of electricity. Yunluoha instantly drew out the obsidian dagger he had just taken from the men. The blade struck the nearest worm with precision, sending up a shower of sparks. The worm shells were incredibly hard. Even obsidian couldn't pierce them. They're afraid of heat. Use fire. The man with medium-length hair, shaking his hands, pulled out a torch and quickly ignited the swarm. Amidst shrill screams, the worms' bodies slowly melted into a pool of blood. But the dark swarm continued to crawl out. Yunluoha pulled some torches from her backpack and dropped them precisely into several nearby pits. If all these pits were filled with worms, there was no way to eliminate them all. Besides, the worm she had just killed didn't seem to have dropped any supplies, so there was no point in wasting her energy. So, she made a quick decision and decided to leave. It was time to check out the thunderstruck wood forest. Yunluoha quickly left the thunderstorm's magnetic field and soon entered the thunderstruck wood forest. As for whether the 3 people had survived, that was not Yunluoha's concern. The thunderstruck wood forest was a gloomy place. The twisted and deformed trees looked like savage monsters, and lightning would occasionally strike them, sending up showers of sparks. A pungent smell of burning filled the air, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. Yunluoha walked on the ground, making a rustling sound. She observed her surroundings warily, her stick tightly gripped. Lightning continuously struck the trees, creating a glint of lightning everywhere, a dangerous atmosphere. Even with several lightning protection devices, Yunluoha couldn't rest easy, and she continued forward with a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, she heard a low roar from deep within the forest. Startled, Yunluoha listened carefully and, sure enough, heard several voices again. It seemed someone had encountered a wild beast in the Thunderwood forest. However, a beast capable of surviving in such an environment must be exceptional, and would likely be difficult to deal with. Yunluoha decided to go over and take a look. Slowly approaching the direction of the sound, she peered through the gaps in the trees to see a massive thunder bear. 6 people surrounded it, helpless. The thunder bear was nearly 2 men tall, covered in black fur that flickered with blue lightning. Its eyes were red and furious, and it was smacking the nearby trees with its massive paws, easily breaking even the hardest lightning-struck wood. This bear's strength was terrifying. No wonder several people were trapped here. This thunderstorm bear was indeed formidable. However, since such a large bear was here, and these people refused to leave and continued to fight it, there must be something valuable here. Or perhaps there would be a generous reward for killing it. She thought of the lightning sashimi platter she had made. Was bear meat also a top-notch ingredient? Yunluoha swallowed, as if she had another vision of a golden dish. Bear paws could be stewed, and bear meat could be made into a high-quality barbecue. Yunluoha squatted down and pulled the hand-drawn map of Thunder Island from her backpack. Somewhere in the Thunderbolt Forest area, a small bear paw mark was indeed circled in red, with the words Thunderbolt Crystal scribbled next to it. This must be the location. A small note was written on the edge of the map. The core crystal guarded by the Thunderbolt bear can be used to upgrade equipment, and is a rare ingredient for making top-quality dishes. The roaring in the forest grew closer, shaking the ground. The Thunderbolt bear pounced on the Thunderbolt wood, knocking it down. Then, it grabbed a few pieces of wood and devoured them with huge mouthfuls. Yunluoha looked closely, and saw that it was actually absorbing the lightning power from the Thunderbolt wood. It even lifted the Thunderbolt wood to attract the lightning, then absorbed it with its body. What a powerful bear. This is no way to keep wasting time. A man with glasses shouted, his obsidian spear just broken by a bear claw. Who else has large traps? Or hidden weapons? He was answered by a scream. The girl on his left was struck by a palm strike from the thunder bear, collided with lightning-struck wood, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Be careful, don't get close. It's electrified. A short-haired woman shouted. What should we do? We can't possibly do anything to it. How about we just run away? It won't chase us. It's been guarding this place the whole time. But just leave like that. How can we accept that? Are we going to die here? Hearing the disagreement among these people, Yunluoha hesitated about whether to leave. Should she cooperate with these people, or wait until they left and then devour the bear alone? The former seemed safer, but Yunluoha wanted to wait a little longer. Taking the bear alone was definitely not an option for her, but she had 2 pets to help her, and most importantly, she had some lightning sashimi in her backpack. The effects of lightning sashimi were astonishing. While it would be difficult to deal with the bear, if she seized the opportunity and utilized every advantage, she might still succeed. Sharing a bear with 6 people probably wouldn't yield much. Besides, there probably weren't many thunderstorm crystals marked on the map. It would be better to do it alone. She waited quietly not far away, watching the group finally decide to leave after arguing for a while, and then she slowly walked out. Chapter 137. When Yunluoha emerged from behind the tree, the thunder bear had calmed down. It was now nibbling on a piece of lightning-struck wood, its fur gleaming with blue lightning. But just as Yun Luoha approached, the thunder bear suddenly raised its head and locked onto her. It was always unceremonious with uninvited guests, who trespassed on its territory. The thunder bear lunged forward, stomping its forepaws hard on the ground, intending to overthrow Yun Luoha with a single leap. Fortunately, Yun Luoha had prepared beforehand, having eaten the lightning sashimi platter. She had also arranged for wonton and meat bun to wait in the dark. To deal with this ferocious beast, she had to maximize her speed and coordinate with her two pets. After finishing the lightning sashimi platter, Yun Luoha was filled with an electric current-like power. Her figure nimbly moved around, becoming a blurry afterimage. She dodged to the left just before the thunder bear swung its paw. With a loud bang, the bear's claws slammed down on the spot where she had been standing. The hard, lightning-struck tree trunk cracked, sending lightning blazing and spraying with chips strong enough to injure a person. Yun Luoha seized the opportunity to circle around the bear's side and rear, her hunting knife ready. Yun Luoha thrust with all her might at its hind leg, the only part of the bear's body with relatively sparse fur that her scanning eye had observed. However, the blade struck the bear's skin like metal armor. It barely made a cut, not a deep wound at all. The thunder bear roared in pain, completely enraged. It lashed out with its tail, and Yun Luoha, leveraging her 50% speed bonus, rolled almost flat on the ground to avoid the blow. The 10-second limit was about to expire. Thankfully, Wonton had finished weaving his web, and Robao was ready. A massive spider web descended from the sky. This incredibly strong, non-conductive web completely enveloped the thunder bear. Robao rushed out, clawing at the thunder bear's eyes with his claws, then opened his mouth and bit into it with his sharp teeth. Wonton also extended his claws, intending to inject poison into the thunder bear's body. The spider web restricted the thunder bear's movement, so even though Robao was much smaller than the thunder bear, he still managed to tear into its face, leaving a bloody mark on its nose. Yun Luoha seized the opportunity and, a second before the speed effect wore off, stuffed a portion of lightning sashimi into his mouth. New energy continued to flow in. But her timing was wrong, and she ran into the thunder bear, in its fury. After being injured, its strength suddenly increased. Yun Luoha had already approached it, but it flung her back, crashing into a lightning-struck tree. Yun Luoha felt a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood welled up, which she vomited uncontrollably. Her entire body was in excruciating pain, but she couldn't lie still. She had to endure the pain and get up. With only a few seconds left, the effect of the lightning stab would wear off. Yun Luoha gritted her teeth and was about to rise. Unexpectedly, Yunton and Robao, seeing Yun Luoha injured, went berserk. Desperate to protect their master, they recklessly pounced on the thunder bear. Yunton rapidly grew larger, becoming 2 or 3 times larger than the thunder bear. With a sharp cry, it moved swiftly, quickly reaching the thunder bear. The spider web was barely able to contain the thunder bear. Despite Yunton's size, its strength was insufficient. Fortunately, with Robao's help, the two little ones attacked the thunder bear frantically. Under Robao's ferocious attack, the thunder bear failed to notice Yunton spitting out a thin, long spider silk thread. The silk thread was so thin and flexible that it actually penetrated the thunder bear's ear. But the instant it penetrated, it transformed into an incredibly hard thorn, piercing through the ear and out the other side. The next second, a roar of pain echoed throughout the thunderwood forest. Almost everyone in the forest could hear the thunder bear's heart-wrenching screams. Yun Luoha also stood up and rushed forward like an arrow, piercing the thunder bear's eyes with his hunting knife. The subsequent attack was much simpler. Within a few minutes, the thunder bear completely lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. But Yun Luoha did not hesitate. He focused his weapon on the wound he had just stabbed and stirred frantically until the thunder bear was completely breathless and motionless. Congratulations to player Yun Luoha for successfully killing the thunder bear. Rewards: Thunderstruck Forest Map X1, Thunderstorm Crystal X1, Thunderstorm Stone X1. Yun Luoha panted, a smile crossing her face. Although the journey had been thrilling and she had suffered serious injuries, it had all been worth it. She had actually obtained a Thunderstorm Stone, one of the supplies she needed most right now. With this Thunderstorm Stone, she could return and repair the trident. She didn't bother to check the other rewards and immediately dissected the Thunderstorm bear's body. She also obtained 50 portions of golden bear meat, bear gall, and a complete bear hide. Golden bear meat is a high-quality and rare ingredient, and bear gall can be used as medicine. While its specific effects are still unknown, it's definitely not ordinary. The bear hide was clearly made from high-quality armor. All in all, this time the harvest was great, so a few injuries were worth it. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the woods. Yun Luoha clenched her hunting knife tightly, and looked toward the source with vigilance. She saw the 6 players, who had just left, had returned. They had heard the sound of the thunder bear, and returned. The bespectacled man in the lead held a bow, the arrow flashing with a cold gleam. The thunder bear is gone. That sound we heard was definitely the thunder bear. Did you kill it? The man's voice was tinged with disbelief. Although Yun Luoha had already put all her supplies into her backpack, the bloodstains and signs of a fierce battle at the scene proved to be a real struggle. Since she was alone there, even a fool could tell what had happened. But these people simply couldn't believe Yun Luoha could have killed the thunder bear. Their expressions varied, their eyes flickering, their thoughts unsettling. No way, she's alone. If we hadn't just been fighting this bear for ages, exhausting its stamina, how could she have killed it? I told you not to leave. Yeah, now someone else has taken advantage. We've been spending ages too. Are we going to watch her take everything? I say, strike right after we leave. We've been spending ages fighting the thunder bear, so you should at least give us half of the stuff. Their eyes were filled with greed. Yun Luoha sneered inwardly. These people were quite calculating. Half? She said calmly, then pulled a potion from her backpack. It would effectively replenish her stamina. She used up half of it fighting the thunder bear earlier. Feeling her strength slowly returning, she sneered at the men. You must have run away just now, didn't you? Now that I killed the bear, you're coming back to pick up the spoils? Stop talking nonsense. A burly man waved his axe impatiently. There are 6 of us, and you're alone. If you know what's good for you, hand it over now, or else. What else? Yun Luoha interrupted him, gripping the hilt of her hunting knife. Even if she was injured, she wouldn't be unable to deal with this rabble. But wasting time on them wouldn't be worth it. Yun Luoha narrowed her eyes, and glanced at the wontons and meat buns beside her. She and her pets had a telepathic connection, they understood her thoughts without words. Or else, the 6 of us will knock you down, and the things will be ours. The man with glasses drew the bowstring, the arrow pointed directly at Yun Luoha's forehead. Young lady, a wise man knows when to act. Don't force us to take action. If we do, we won't just take half, all your supplies will belong to us. Stop talking nonsense. I think she's just stalling for time. Maybe she has companions. Yun Luoha saw that they seemed quite familiar with each other. They didn't seem like a casual group, they probably came together. She was a little curious about why so many people had come to the island together. However, she didn't intend to ask. Yun Tan manipulated the spider web she had used to attack the thunder bear, stretching and expanding it, and lowering it from above. Having a ready-made web meant she didn't have to spin silk from scratch, which made things easier. The web was about to fall, and the tall man in the front swung his axe, but the web split into thinner threads that instantly wrapped around his wrist, immobilizing him. The man screamed, the axe in his hand clanging to the ground, his arm already paralyzed by the poison. Help! The bespectacled man roared, then aimed his bow at Yun Luoha and shot an arrow. But Yun Luoha was prepared, ducking sideways behind a lightning-struck tree. The group of people were completely engulfed in the spider web, which was extremely sticky. The moment it touched them, they were completely entangled, making it impossible to break free. In fact, the more they struggled, the tighter the web tightened. If they attacked the web with weapons, trying to cut it open, they would be entangled in the broken web like the man, and even poisoned. Ro Bao and Yun Tun, working together, swiftly rushed over and pounced on the people, extending their front claws to grab them fiercely. They were hit and scratched, suffering greatly, and had no chance to fight back. Yun Luoha laughed at this. You can't even defeat my pet, and yet you still want to threaten me. The men's faces turned grim, realizing the difference between themselves and Yun Luoha. They looked at Wonton and Robao, assuming Yun Luoha must have been able to successfully kill the thunder bear thanks to these 2 powerful pets. But their pets were no match for Wonton or Robao. Until they met Yun Luoha here today, they hadn't realized the importance of pets. Yun Luoha slowly stepped forward and pressed his hunting knife to the throat of the bespectacled man in the lead. Okay, now it's my turn to negotiate. What do you mean? Didn't you just threaten me to hand over the supplies? Yun Luoha's voice was icy, the hunting knife drawing a bloody mark on the man's neck. Now it's my turn to speak to you. If you want to leave alive, everyone has to hand over half of their supplies, or else. Yun Luoha had no intention of killing anyone, he was just threatening them with a few harsh words to scare them. These men were so timid, they definitely believe it. As expected, they looked at each other, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their weapons. You're too greedy for just the basic supplies for so many of us, one girl said reluctantly. Really? Then how about I be even more greedy and take all the supplies? Or do you think half of the supplies in exchange for your lives isn't worth it? Yunluo's tone was almost icy, and she struck even harder. The man's neck bled profusely. I give it to you. Put the knife away. The knife was at his neck. Others could bargain, but he didn't dare. He immediately took the supplies from his backpack and dumped them on the ground, leaving Yunluo to pick them up. After all, he was only throwing away half of his supplies. Most of his belongings were still on the rocks. Saving his life was paramount. With the first person taking the lead, the others followed suit. Yunluo inspected everyone's supplies. Although he knew they wouldn't give him anything honestly, as long as Yunluo was satisfied with what they gave, he considered it a pass. The man with glasses had only offered a few scraps of junk to fill the gap, so Yunluo gave him a stern lesson, letting Yuntan perform an invincible spin with his spider silk, leaving him with a blue face. Because he was dishonest, Yunluo demanded more from the man with glasses before letting him go. Go away! Don't let me see you again. Only after receiving Yunluo's permission did Yuntan retract the spider web. The men fled like stray dogs, quickly disappearing into the forest. After everyone had left, Yunluo used her scanning eye to check they weren't hiding nearby. Yunluo breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't fully recovered from the injuries she sustained when the Thunder Bear flung her. She could handle these people without any problem, but if they fought her to the death, she wouldn't be in any trouble. After resting for a while, Yunluo began chopping trees. The trees in the lightning-wood forest were all lightning wood, and you could even find century-old lightning wood. Their wood was incredibly hard, and chopping them down yielded lightning steel, a feat Yunluo naturally wouldn't miss. However, chopping trees was extremely stamina-consuming. If Yunluo hadn't been well prepared for food, she wouldn't have had to worry about running out of stamina points. But eating constantly wasn't working either. She was practically starving. She chopped for an hour, consuming 3 servings of food and 2 drinks. She finally stopped when she couldn't eat any more. She'd gotten quite a good harvest. She obtained over 100 lightning wood pieces, and a few pieces of lightning steel. After a short rest, Yunluo opened the map of the lightning wood forest she just obtained. This map was even more detailed than the one Yunluo had gotten from another player. It even listed the location of the Thunderwood Forest's underground river. You know, you can catch thunder catfish in the underground river. She followed the map, heading deeper into the Thunderwood Forest. The fog grew thicker the deeper she went. Half an hour later, she stopped before a mossy depression. A faint sound of water flowed beneath the moss, and the air was filled with the smell of damp rust. Found it. She used a shovel to dig through the moss, revealing a crevice barely wide enough for one person to pass. Below the crevice was bottomless darkness. Listening closely, she could faintly hear the sound of water splashing. She dropped a stone into the crevice, and waited a long time before she heard it hit the ground. It seemed like it was quite deep down there. She needed Yuntan's help to get down. Yuntan spun spider silk to create a ladder, and Yunluo climbed down first, while Robao put Robao into the pet bag to be released later. About 20 meters down, the view suddenly opened up. She held up her flashlight, illuminating the scene below. At the bottom, she saw a subterranean river, about 5 meters wide. The water was an eerie blue, and the surface was remarkably calm. The temperature down there was even hotter than outside, making it stiflingly hot. She wondered if the river water was also hot in these conditions. Yunluo soon had the answer. The water in the subterranean river was even hotter than hot spring water. This thunder catfish, able to survive in such an environment, was no wonder it was an extraordinary species. Chapter 138. Yunluo carefully surveyed the underground river with her flashlight. The water was as blue as a frozen gemstone, its surface unruffled. Only the occasional drop of water dripping from the rock face broke the calm, stirring up circles of pale blue ripples. She reached out to test the water temperature, quickly withdrawing her fingertips as soon as they touched the surface. The water was incredibly hot, at least 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. The catfish must have had a tough skin and flesh to survive in such an environment. Ordinary cooking methods might be ineffective against it. Yunluo pulled her fishing rod from her backpack. Fortunately, she had a fishing guide that mentioned using sand scorpion tails as bait for catfish fishing, so she had prepared this before setting out. Besides, catfish release an electric current when they bite, so Yunluo had put on insulating gloves in advance. If she had gone fishing unprepared, a 100,000-volt current would have instantly knocked her unconscious. She cut the sand scorpion's tail into small pieces, attached them to the hook, and cast it into the river. After a moment's wait, she saw a silver-gray figure suddenly emerge from the water's surface. The fishing line immediately tugged. Perhaps a catfish had caught the scent. Yunluo gripped the rod tightly and felt the spool suddenly sink. A bite. The electric current sizzled as it flowed through the water to the rod, causing Yunluo's heart to tighten. Thankfully, Yunluo was wearing insulating gloves. She had gathered her strength beforehand and gripped the rod tightly. A powerful force raced through the line, nearly knocking her off balance. Yunluo pulled back with both hands. The line stretched straight and the rod bent. Waves surged on the surface, scalding water splashed up, and Yunluo vaguely saw the head of a catfish suddenly break the surface. The thunder catfish was over a meter long, its surface gleaming with silvery lightning. Its mouth gaped, revealing sharp teeth. A dip net was needed, but Yunluo had to hold the fishing rod firmly with both hands, otherwise the thunder catfish would drag it away. Besides, the river water was too hot, and if the fish escaped, there would be no way to catch it. But fortunately, Yunluo had help. "Wonton, help me!" Yunluo shouted. Wonton had been waiting obediently nearby. Upon hearing Yunluo's words, he immediately spun out spider silk. The silk transformed into a web, indistinguishable from a dip net. Draw it into the river, enveloping the thunder catfish, which was entangled in the fishing line. Yunluo and Wonton worked together to pull the thunder catfish towards shore. With perfect coordination, they finally pulled the thunder catfish back to shore, its strength exhausted. The system notified her that she had successfully unlocked the thunder catfish encyclopedia. Seeing the lightning catfish icon light up in the illustrated guide, Yunluo felt a surge of accomplishment. Yunluo immediately dissected it. She quickly obtained a set of fish bones and 10 portions of lightning catfish meat. Thunder catfish bones, a high-level material, useful for crafting lightning-attributed weapons with lightning effects. Thunder catfish meat, a golden ingredient, containing cold resistance, with different effects when eaten raw and cooked, making it suitable for golden dishes. All good stuff. This fish meat is cold resistant, and might be very useful come winter. Judging from the river, there were still quite a few lightning catfish in this underground river. Yunluo had brought a lot of sand scorpion tails, so she might as well catch a few more. She pulled a folding chair from her backpack and sat down, then grabbed an egg burrito. Before she finished the burrito, another fish took a bite. But this time, there was more than one fish. The sound of bubbles grew louder beneath the surface. The noise was too loud, something seemed off. She used her scanning eye to check, only to see dozens of lightning catfish gathered together. Yunluo thought something was wrong. The next second, the lightning flashes on the catfish's heads merged, forming a blue ball of electricity on the surface. Oh no! It looked like they were about to attack again. Looked like they were about to unleash their ultimate attack. Yunluo's face changed drastically, and she quickly dodged, running back more than 10 meters. The ball of electricity suddenly exploded, countless bolts of lightning shooting out in all directions like a spider web. Smoke billowed from the surrounding rock walls where it was struck, and gravel fell. Water from the underground river splashed everywhere. The scalding water and the electricity burst together, and if it had landed on a person, it would have been devastating. Yunluo leaned against a nearby rock wall, her heart pounding. What a close call. Luckily she ran in time. It seemed that the smooth first catch was just a coincidence. These fish hadn't reacted yet. Yunluo rested for a few minutes, waiting for the school of catfish to calm down a bit before taking out the sand scorpion tail and hooking it. This time, she learned her lesson. She had Yunton use spider silk to suspend the fishing rod in midair while she hid in a recess in the rock face, and controlled it remotely. As expected, as soon as the bait entered the water, several more catfish rushed to the surface. This time, Yunluo didn't force the line, but instead let it out according to their strength. Once the fish were sufficiently tired, Yunton used spider silk to wrap around their mouths and haul them up. After repeating this several times, she easily hooked 3 catfish. Even if they gathered together and used a powerful attack, she wouldn't have to worry about being hit. This time, Yunluo didn't cut up the catfish directly. Instead, she put on gloves and dissected them herself with her hunting knife. Because after decomposition, only the fish meat and bones remained, not the internal organs. In fact, fish organs are also valuable. Fish offal can be used as food, and fish intestines are excellent compost material. Yunluo didn't want to waste good things just to save trouble. However, killing the fish herself was indeed troublesome. First, she had to scrape off the scales, then cut open the belly and remove the inedible internal organs. These could be composted. As for the fish intestines, fish roe, and fish liver. They could be stir-fried or cooked into a bowl of fish offal noodles, all delicious. After processing 3 fish, her backpack suddenly had a lot more goodies. Yunluo happily continued fishing. After mastering the technique, this fish seemed easy to catch. But after 2 more hours, she only hooked 2 fish. The other fish had stopped biting. There seemed to be nothing else in the underground river except the catfish. Yunluo was just considering whether to return the same way when she noticed a whirlpool in the water not far away. The whirlpool was so small, it would be invisible without careful observation. She'd been so focused on fishing that she hadn't noticed it before, but now, after carefully examining the underground river before leaving, she noticed it. It was such a small whirlpool, and she didn't know what lay beneath it. Yunluo was curious, but the water was so hot. She'd probably get burned if she went in. Is there any way she could get into the water safely? A sudden idea struck Yunluo. The flesh of the thunder catfish contains cold-resistant factors that have different effects when eaten raw and cooked. Since the thunder catfish could survive the underground river and wasn't afraid of the high temperature, perhaps eating it raw would protect it from the cold, and cooking it would help it withstand the heat. And the fishing encyclopedia mentioned that thunder catfish could be used to make a golden dish, thunder fish ball soup. Why not try it here? Although she didn't have all the ingredients with her, she could buy some at the trading center. And she happened to have a cooking pot and a campfire with her this time. So she got to work. Yunluo started by making fish balls. Since the conditions weren't great, she had to make do. She cut the fish into small pieces and minced it with the back of a knife. Then, she added a small amount of ginger soaked in water to make a fish paste. She bought some starch and added a little bit to make the fish balls more elastic. After tossing the paste between her hands for over 10 minutes, she finally managed to get it to a springy consistency. That was almost it. However, just hearing the names made it hard to tell what other ingredients were needed. Yunluo could only try one at a time. She tried tomatoes, cucumbers, spinach, bok choy. None of them worked, they all turned out purple. Yunluo fiddled with it for over an hour, and was about to give up. But after all this time, if she just gave up, wouldn't all her efforts be wasted? Who knew what lay beneath the underground river? She decided to try again. Yunluo checked the time. He wasn't planning on going home tonight anyway, and it was only 5 p.m., so he still had time. Finally, when he tried tofu and eggs, he finally succeeded. Congratulations to the player for successfully making a golden dish. Lei fish ball soup. Reward, black truffle X1. Lei fish ball soup. The smooth texture of the tofu contrasts with the chewy fish balls, and paired with a whipped egg, it's nutritious and delicious. Congratulations to the player for successfully making a golden dish in the wild, and unlocking the Wild Gourmet title. Cooking skill points plus 20, reward, picnic recipe X1. Another surprise, Yunluo's hand held a thin cookbook. It had only 10 pages. Each page contained a recipe description with pictures and text. Picnic recipes, a complete guide to outdoor vegetable picnic recipes, using only common edible wild plants to create delicious meals. The effects are comparable to those of fine cuisine, and each recipe you create adds 200 cooking skill points. Yunluo quickly flipped through the recipes. The menu items were dandelion vegetable salad, shepherd's purse and pheasant egg pancakes, wild onion mashed potato balls, purslane vegetable soup, pine needle tea rice balls, wild mint cold brew tea. All of them were made with wild vegetables, and these vegetables were seasonal. The first few used spring ingredients, such as shepherd's purse and wild onions. Even though Yunluo had found these items before in the spring, she had already used them up. After all, these fresh vegetables would spoil if not stored in her backpack. She hadn't known she would need them later, and wondered if she could buy them at the trading center. However, this was also a way to increase her cooking skill points. Each recipe added 200 points, and with so many points, she had to find a way to increase them. If spring vegetables are readily available, you can make some other options, like pine needle tea flavored rice balls, and wild mint cold brew tea, both of which are readily available this season. Yunluo put away her cookbook and picked up the freshly prepared Lei fish ball soup. Lei fish ball soup, a premium golden dish. After consumption, it increases stamina by 20 and strength by 10. It also creates a heat barrier, making you immune to temperatures below 70 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. Side effect: after the heat barrier disappears, your body temperature will briefly rise to 39 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes. This condition can be reversed by eating raw Lei catfish sashimi. Sure enough, it was just as she expected. Now, There was a way to enter the underground river and investigate. Yun Luoha breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, she'd been a little nervous before, worried that she wasted hours here. Now it was all right. She put the wontons into her pet bag, changed into a diving suit, gulped down a bowl of thunderfish ball soup, and jumped into the underground river. There were a few thunder catfish in the river. Seeing someone enter the water, they seemed surprised and watched from a distance without approaching. Yun Luoha headed straight for the whirlpool she'd seen before. The whirlpool had disappeared. She frowned and searched for a while, but found nothing. Just as she was about to swim to shore, the whirlpool reappeared. Yun Luoha checked the time. Exactly 20 minutes had passed since she entered the water. Could it be that this whirlpool had a timed appearance and wasn't always there? As she approached the whirlpool, she quickly felt a strong suction. Looking closely, she saw a bottomless hole beneath the whirlpool, and there seemed to be a glow on the other side. She could even sense a chill. Yun Luoha couldn't see anything with her scanning eye, but her instincts told her to go in and take a look. She gripped her hunting knife tightly, took a deep breath, and jumped in. Sucked into a swirling current, Yun Luoha felt dizzy. But she quickly regained consciousness, and opened her eyes to find herself in a pool emitting a faint blue light. The water here was incredibly cold, a stark contrast to the dark river water she'd been in. Yun Luoha's teeth chattered with cold as she hurried upstream. Fortunately, she wasn't far from the shore. Gathering all her strength, she quickly swam to shore and climbed aboard. Shivering all over, she endured the intense discomfort and took out a portion of catfish meat to eat as sashimi. The thunder catfish's effect was truly astonishing. Her body temperature quickly returned to normal. She frowned, observing her surroundings. The liquid in the pool was a deep blue, with a thin layer of mist floating on the surface. The water grew darker and more fluorescent towards the center. Yun Luoha instantly realized that this was the coolant pool on Thunder Island. No wonder the intelligence claimed the coolant pool was located deep in the heart of Thunder Island, making it extremely difficult to find. It was hidden within a whirlpool in the underground river. If she hadn't first found the underground river in search of the thunder catfish, and then stumbled upon the whirlpool by chance, she might not have reached it. But there might be another passage. After all, this place couldn't be a one-way street, there must be another exit. The ground around the pool was covered in a layer of ice, and dots of blue light flickered on the ice. Through the clear, deep blue water, Yun Luoha could see a lush, aquatic plant growing on the bottom. Some moss clung to the rocks at the edge of the pool like gel. Moss is generally useful, like the scarlet moss and oil moss she had collected earlier. This moss was different. It felt soft and elastic, not cold at all. Ice crystal moss, a resource unique to Thunder Island. Grinded into a powder and mixed with special radiation-resistant plants, it can be made into an anti-radiation potion. It can resist radiation. Yun Luoha's eyes lit up. I need to get more of this back. It seems that the autumn disaster is almost certainly related to radiation. Autumn is not long away, so I need to stock up on some radiation-resistant supplies. Yun Luoha quickly took out her tools and carefully collected the moss. Suddenly, ripples rippled through the pool, and Yun Luoha felt a strong sense of danger. She rarely felt this way, and her whole body tensed up. She stopped what she was doing and drew her weapon. Soon, a massive figure emerged from the bottom of the pool. It was a crocodile covered in blue scales, its scales fringed with frost. Its small, slightly protruding eyes stared intently at Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha gasped. This crocodile was enormous. It was a full 5 meters long, its scales looking incredibly hard, and its eyes, icy cold, gave her a powerful sense of oppression as it stared at her. Yun Luoha held her breath. There was no time to retrieve her bow and arrow from her backpack. The crocodile was moving quickly, already on the shore, crawling towards her. There wasn't much space here, so escape was out of the question. Yun Luoha had to quickly enter combat mode. She dodged the crocodile's bite with a side roll. When the crocodile was almost at her feet, Yun Luoha leaped behind it and, before it could turn, struck it with a blow. The hunting knife pierced the crocodile's scales with a sound, leaving only a scratch, causing no harm at all. Yun Luoha frowned. Was her weapon too weak? The crocodile immediately struck back. Yun Luoha barely dodged it, her heart racing. She quickly took the opportunity to eat a portion of lightning swordfish sashimi. With a 10-second speed boost, she unleashed dozens of consecutive blows on the crocodile. But this only infuriated the crocodile further. This crocodile's hide was too thick. Yun Luoha was speechless. 10 seconds passed, and she didn't continue her attack. Until she found its weakness, attacking it recklessly wasted her energy and the durability of her weapon. Her hunting knife was practically broken, but the crocodile was fine. Yun Luoha felt a little sorry for the knife. It was a high-level weapon, but using it against the crocodile was like scratching its itch. It was truly amazing. However, the crocodile was so large that its movements were slow, and each attack took time to charge. As long as Yun Luoha avoided it, and stayed out of harm's way, she wouldn't be hurt. But this wasn't a solution. She had to kill it to get the coolant, and she hadn't collected much moss. Yun Luoha quickly retrieved the Thunder Vortex Trident, which hadn't been fully repaired yet. Fortunately, she had brought the trident with her and placed it in her backpack. Yun Luoha raised the trident and thrust it hard at the crocodile. A flash of lightning struck the crocodile, emitting a dazzling light. The crocodile trembled, as if stunned. Yun Luoha quickly pressed on, striking it several times. The crocodile's eyes were dazzled. Its eyes, fierce just a moment ago, were now dull. Yun Luoha was overjoyed. But she noticed that the damage to her unrepaired Thunderbolt Trident had worsened after continuous use. She quickly stopped. Oh no! I mustn't ruin my trident just trying to kill this crocodile, or I should repair it before using it again. The more you use an unrepaired weapon, the faster it will break. I had planned to repair it at a workbench when I got back, but now it seemed I had no choice but to ask for help. The Thunderbolt Stone was already there, I just needed a workbench. While the crocodile wasn't fully recovered, Yun Luoha urgently contacted Mu Zitong and Cheng Xuening. She was thinking of asking whichever of them responded first for help. In the game, these two were the people Yun Luoha trusted most. Anyone else might have been tempted by the detailed description of the Thunder Vortex Trident. After all, simply being able to guide players to the underwater ruins was already quite alluring. Cheng Xuening replied first. Yun Luoha quickly informed her of the situation. Cheng Xuening, no problem, send it to me. I'm free. Yun Luoha breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sent the trident and thunderstorm stone. The crocodile's eyes had regained clarity by then. Although it looked much weaker, and its gaze towards her was filled with fear, it quickly realized that Yun Luoha didn't possess the weapon it feared, and attacked her again. This time, it seemed to be desperate, its speed increasing considerably, frantically attempting to bite Yun Luoha. Yun Luoha dodged repeatedly. Having already devoured the lightning swordfish sashimi, she couldn't speed up, so she could only use her hunting knife to block, but was still struck by the crocodile's tail. Pain raged through her body, and her armor cracked, its durability reduced by half. Yun Luoha's face paled. Cheng Xuening should be almost there. She just needed to hold on a little longer to kill the crocodile. She released Wonton, letting it use its spider silk to help control the crocodile and restrict its movements. She didn't dare release Robao either. Robao was a power pet, and if he couldn't defeat the crocodile and got bit, it would be disastrous. She let Wonton out to provide assistance, not letting him get too close. Yun Luoha activated her scanning eye, carefully observing the crocodile's weak spots. Found it. The crocodile's body was covered in hard scales, only its eyes and tail were vulnerable. Yun Luoha gritted her teeth, leaped behind the crocodile, and thrust her hunting knife down hard at its tail. This time, it finally penetrated its body. The crocodile let out a deep, chilling roar. Yun Luoha sensed something was wrong and quickly let go, not even having time to grab her hunting knife. She ran as fast as she could. Just a second after she left, the crocodile launched a death roll. Usually, crocodiles roll after locking onto their prey, but the wound to its tail, and the intense pain, had caused it to roll directly. If Yun Luoha hadn't moved, or had tried to retrieve her hunting knife and run, she would have been struck by its tail. Just as she was still trembling with fear, Cheng Xuening handed her the repaired trident. The fully repaired trident was completely transformed. The blue blade of the trident was streaked with dark purple lines. Touching it with a finger sent an electric current, and the blade split into a three-pronged spiral structure, a truly impressive sight. The handle was adorned with 3 miniature thunderstones, gleaming brightly. Without time to check the stats, Yun Luoha fixed her gaze on the crocodile, and struck it in the head. The crocodile's eyes flashed with fear at the sight of the trident. Yun Luoha could see it was trying to escape, but how could she let it go? It hadn't run just now, but now it wanted to. Too late. Yun Luoha leaped up, thrusting the trident straight down into its head, surprisingly penetrating it. Lightning flashed above the crocodile's head, the tip of the trident unleashing a crackling current, a blue-purple glow coursing through it. The crocodile didn't even have time to make a sound before it completely died. After the crocodile died, Yun Luoha disintegrated. The sight of the supplies scattered on the ground made her laugh. Blue Scale Armor X8, Mutated Crocodile Eyeballs X2, Mutated Crocodile Meat X30. Mutated crocodile eyeballs, high-grade material, used to craft night vision goggles, increasing dark vision by 80%. Blue scale armor, high-grade material, can be crafted into high-grade armor with extremely high defense. Mutated crocodile meat, golden ingredient, can be used to cook high-grade power food. Great! Yunluoha sat on the ground, panting. She just used up all her energy fighting the crocodile, and she'd been holding on. Now that she was out of danger, she quickly retrieved some food to replenish her energy. After finishing her meal, Yunluoha immediately picked up the Thunder Vortex Trident and examined its details. She was grinning from ear to ear after reading it. Thunder Vortex Trident, part of the Deep Sea set, it increases attack damage by 85, increases armor penetration by 30%, and has a unique skill, Vortex Piercing, which deals an additional 200 damage to aquatic creatures and adds a lightning stun effect. Special effect. It unlocks hidden areas in underwater ruins, providing guidance for finding them. Pearl Scale Armor is part of the Deep Sea set, and surprisingly, the Thunder Vortex Trident is also one. This way, she now has both Deep Sea sets. If she could get the full set, the power would surely be multiplied. Chapter 139. It was already midnight when Yunluoha emerged from the coolant pool. He collected a lot of moss by the pool and found a type of waterweed in the pool, the leaves of which could be used to extract antifreeze serum. He also encountered a lightning ray. But with the Thunder Vortex Trident, dealing with underwater creatures was a piece of cake, easily dispatching them. He also obtained the ray's electric shock gland, which could be attached to his weapon to provide a long-term paralyzing effect. Remembering that he had to go to Strawberry Island after dawn, Yunluoha returned to the reef overnight, hoping to quickly sort through the supplies he had obtained on Thunder Island and get another 3 hours of sleep. This time, the harvest was very rich. In addition to the supplies he had collected himself, there were also those he had seized from others. Just sorting and organizing them took quite a while. Lightning Wood X182, Lightning Steel X5, Thunderstorm Crystal X1, Thunderstorm Stone X1, used, Golden Bear Meat X50, Bear Bile X1, Whole Bear Hide X1, Thunder Catfish Meat X52, Fish Bones X6, Fish Offal X16, Ice Crystal Moss X38, Ice Edge Water Grass X15, Blue Scale Armor X8, Crocodile Eyeball X2, Mutated Crocodile Meat X30, Picnic Recipe X1, Lightning Ray Shock Gland X1, Ray Meat X20. Also, there's a whole bunch of supplies I got from others. It's a miscellany, a mix of everything, mostly survival gear. Obsidian Dagger, Bone-Eating Syringe, Insulated Slingshot, Thunder Lizard Poison Arrows, Bee's Trap, Sonic Oscillator, Poison Ivy Whip, Electric Resistant Leather Armor, Insulated Cloak, Miner's Helmet, Gas Mask, Adaptive Temperature Regulating Clothing, Reflective Camouflage Uniform, Anti-Electric Potion, Stamina Restoring Nutrient Paste, Nerve Numbing Poison, Radiation Resistant Potion, Adrenaline Injector, Hallucinogenic Smoke Bomb, Antitoxin Serum, Invisibility Potion, Antifreeze Gel, Portable Insulated Tent, Magnetic Compass, Foldable Water Purifier, Geothermal Cooking Pot, Multi-Purpose Mining Pick, Sonar Detector, Moisture-Proof Sleeping Bag, Climbing Hook, First Aid Suture Kit, Hand-Drawn Map of Thunder Island. In addition to these tools and supplies, there was also a large amount of food. Yunluoha's crocodile backpack and golden sharkskin backpack were completely filled. She picked and chose, keeping what she wanted and giving the rest to Mu Zitong, who then placed them in the association's redemption store. The store had just been created and could be found in the trading center. Besides Yunluoha, other high-level players in the association also contributed some supplies. But only association members could redeem them. It was the 27th day of summer. Yunluoha promptly messaged by Yuemian, telling her to get ready and depart for Strawberry Island immediately. Before leaving, Bai Yuemian sent Yunluoha a companion group card, telling her to use it upon arrival. Yunluoha thought for a moment, and decided to send Bai Yuemian a copy of the Strawberry Island intelligence information. Let her take a look beforehand, so she could raise any questions. Strawberry Island was quite dangerous. If Bai Yuemian decided not to go after learning more about it, she still had a chance to change her mind and avoid any accidents once she arrived. Besides, the information wasn't given to her for free. Bai Yuemian's greater understanding of Strawberry Island would save Yunluoha a lot of trouble and worry. There would be no need to explain everything to her later. After all, they had agreed before departure that upon arrival on the island, Yunluoha would have to follow their lead. The information wasn't long, so Bai Yuemian quickly reviewed it. Bai Yuemian, no problem, I'm ready too. So shall we leave now? Yunluoha, okay, wait for my news. Yunluoha only brought Wonton with him this time, leaving Robao to work at home. Yesterday, there was no one on the reef, and much had gone unfinished. Robao had to stay behind today. After explaining a few things, Yunluoha clicked on the Use Island landing card to confirm his departure for Strawberry Island. From the boat, Strawberry Island, viewed from afar, possesses an irregular shape resembling both a heart and a strawberry. As soon as one approaches, one can almost smell a rich, sweet aroma. Welcome to Strawberry Island. Yunluoha saw a white sandy beach, waves crashing against white rocks, layers of waves crashing against it, creating a cascade of tiny sprays. What a beautiful view. As soon as Yunluoha arrived on the island, she felt a sense of peace and joy. She used her companion group card to invite Bai Yuemian over. According to intelligence, Strawberry Island is divided into 3 main areas: the strawberry field, the plant maze, and the thorn swamp. From the air, the island is covered in lush green vegetation, and the iconic strawberry field, like a giant red gem, sits at the center. To reach the strawberry field, one must first traverse the plant maze. However, the plant maze offers no danger, though exiting is difficult. As for the ancient tree altar, hidden deep within the island, few have yet found it, and its precise location remains unknown. Yunluoha could only try to find them, her main target still being the berries in the strawberry fields. It was strawberry harvest season, and she was ready to spend the entire morning picking them. Bai Yuemian had short hair. Before entering the game, her hair was even shorter. A few days ago, she disliked it getting in her eyes, and had it cut short with scissors, leaving her with what looked like dog-eaten bangs. Seeing that the other person was so lovely, she smiled and greeted her. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to your guidance. Hello, hello. Bai Yuemian reached out and shook her hand, her expression slightly excited. Finally meeting you in person. You're so beautiful. Yunluoha wasn't used to such direct and enthusiastic compliments, and a rare shy expression appeared. We need to first navigate the plant maze outside the island. This will take a while, so I have my pet scout ahead. If you have any better ideas, feel free to suggest them. Bai Yuemian, okay, I take your word for it. My pet is primarily a combat-oriented one, so it's not well suited for this. It's rather clumsy. Bai Yuemian's pet is a small black bear. It's incredibly strong and obedient, with a simple personality and simple ideas. It always follows Bai Yuemian's instructions. Okay. Yunluoha released Yunton. Bai Yuemian had never expected Yunluoha's pet to be a spider. She wasn't afraid of spiders, but she found it quite novel. Furthermore, this spider's appearance was quite unique, with its various colors, seemingly possessing many attributes. Most of the plants in the plant maze were tall and large, and there were also some mutant plants. Their branches were twisted and tangled, and their leaves were sharp as knives, giving off an eerie, oppressive feeling. The maze's interior was a complex web of paths. Although sunlight barely penetrated the dense vegetation, walking through it was incredibly hot and stuffy. The air was thick with steam, like a sauna, and after only a few steps, I was sweating all over. The maze also lurked in various dangers, such as insect-catching plants that suddenly opened, and snakes hiding in the grass or on tree trunks. The snakes' colors blended seamlessly into the surroundings, making them difficult to spot with the naked eye. Advancing in the heat and cramped conditions was unpleasant, and my stamina points dropped even faster. Bai Yuemian, normally a talkative person, kept her mouth shut in this situation, saving some energy. How long have we been walking? Half an hour. Yunluoha paused, called back Wonton, and pulled out 2 portable folding chairs. Let's take a break and hydrate. She herself was fine, but Bai Yuemian looked a little exhausted. She could easily get heat stroke if she kept walking like this. The island's temperature was too high. The temperature in the dense vegetation even reached over 65 degrees Celsius. Even with some cooling gear, it wouldn't be enough. Bai Yuemian sat down to catch her breath. Thank goodness summer is almost over. This weather is unbearable. Whatever disasters fall brings, at least it will feel better. Yunluoha smiled without saying anything. Summer is indeed hot, but with adequate cooling supplies, there's no danger to life. But radiation is different. The two of them took a brief rest and chatted about their plans for the future. We split up the harvesting in the strawberry fields. I give you half of the regular strawberries we harvest, but I can only give you 1 giant strawberry at most. No problem. You already given me the benefits of coming here. You can do whatever you want with the harvest on the island. Yunluoha nodded, feeling more reassured by Bai Yuemian's words. Soon, the two entered the depths of the plant maze. The vegetation here was even more lush, and some aggressive plants appeared, but they were easily defeated. Yunluoha suddenly said, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Yunluoha's harvesting skill has the effect of plant resonance, which allows her to clearly sense harvestable plants. As long as there are harvestable plants nearby, she can quickly identify them. There's a lot of wild mudwort here. I'd pick some and take it back. Yunluoha saw a large patch of mudwort to the right, taller than a person, and with a rich, fragrant aroma. There are many varieties of mudwort, and this one is the most versatile and common. Aside from being taller, and having larger leaves than any she's seen before, it was identical in every way. Yunluoha gathered a large amount, and Bai Yuemian joined her. She also pulled up a lot, by the roots, intending to take some back to plant. Mudwort, it can be used medicinally, edible, and used to repel mosquitoes and insects. It can be used medicinally to treat colds, joint pain, and other conditions. It can be made into snacks, or used in cold dishes and stir-fries. Besides mudwort, Yunluoha also found some useful herbs. For example, perilla, sage, and thyme. Perilla has a rich aroma, and is perfect for cooking foods with a fishy smell. For example, adding some to fish soup can enhance the flavor and remove the fishy smell, and a decoction can also be used to treat colds. As for sage and thyme, they're both spices that can be used to marinate meat, and thyme can even be made into essential oil. These things are precious to Yunluoha. She takes everything she sees back home, so she walks very slowly, not wanting to miss anything useful. After walking in the maze for an hour and a half, their clothes are soaking wet. Since they're both girls, there's no need to be too discreet. They took out their tent and changed inside. Finally, Wonton made a sound from high above, alerting Yunluoha that it had sighted the strawberry field. This meant they would soon be able to exit. At the exit of the botanical maze, they saw a massive peach tree. This peach tree, however, was entangled with vines. Each peach was the size of a fist, a vibrant purple red, and precariously teetering on the branches. It looked like it was of high quality. It would be a great choice for making peach jam or canned peaches. The peaches from the peach tree she planted on the reef were far inferior to this one, just the most ordinary blue quality. They must be a different variety. And this tree had at least 100 peaches. Even though she could see the strawberry field in the distance, she couldn't just leave these peaches here. Chapter 140. Yunluoha stared at the peach tree, her heart fluttering. These peaches look so sweet. Bai Yuemian leaned over. Should we pick some? Yunluoha nodded. Yes, I plan to pick the peaches first before heading to the strawberry field. How about you go out first, and I pick the peaches and come back later? Let's go together. I can help. Yunluoha took out a multi-purpose engineering shovel. Be careful with these vines. Let's cut a few first. She swung the shovel at the vines wrapped around the tree trunk. The vines suddenly oozed dark green sap and, as if in a stress response, suddenly twitched wildly in the air. The vines, numerous and long, immediately flew towards Yunluoha. If she hadn't been afraid of damaging the peach tree, she would have used her trident. However, the tree had grown so large, and it would have been too much to pick its peaches and then damage it. Unless absolutely necessary, Yunluoha simply wanted to get rid of the vines and safely harvest the peaches. She dodged and cut the attacking vines with her shovel. Seeing this, Bai Yuemian released her pet black bear. The black bear's first reaction was to play with Bai Yuemian, but Bai Yuemian grabbed her and said, "Heizi, stop playing and help me pull these vines apart." The black bear took a moment to react, then turned and looked at the peach tree. The sight of the bright red peaches made his mouth water. "Tao Tao." "Yes. Tao Tao. Pull these off first, and I give you some peaches." Bai Yuemian coaxed the little black bear softly. The little black bear nodded, and immediately did as he was told. There was a rustling sound, and the little black bear grabbed the vines and, with a casual tug, tore them apart. "Wow, that's great. Keep it up, that's it." Bai Yuemian cheered it on. The little black bear grew excited and worked even harder. Seeing this, Yunton immediately joined in, spinning spider silk to wrap around several vines and pulling hard. "Hee, leave it to me. Let me do it." Yunton stopped Yunluoha and told her to rest. Yunluoha laughed. It seemed Yunton wasn't going to be outdone. Seeing other pets helping their owners, he wanted to show off his skills, too. It wasn't long before the tree was cleared of vines. The ground was littered with broken branches and rotten leaves. Then, the little black bear hugged the peach tree and began shaking it, trying to shake all the peaches off. The trunk of the tree swayed, the branches trembled, and the peaches fell to the ground. Yunluoha and Bai Yuemian hurriedly caught and picked up the peaches. Royal blood peach, Gold, the aristocrat of peaches, this variety boasts large, thick, and juicy fruits. The skin and flesh are blood red, offering a rich, sweet flavor, and even the juice is blood red. It's incredibly nutritious. Due to the unique soil and environment in which it's grown, this variety is extremely rare, with a long growing cycle and low yield. It's truly a premium variety. Yun Luohe was even more satisfied. I had thought I'd take it home and grow it myself, but according to the introduction, royal blood peach isn't something you can grow everywhere. Besides, there's only one peach tree nearby, and the number is small. I have to save some and eat it slowly. Wonton also climbed up and down, plucking the peaches from the top and bringing them to Yun Luohe. But Yun Luohe was also frantically picking peaches herself, chopping down trees in the wild, gathering wild fruits and plants, all of which increased her gathering experience. Her gathering skill had been stuck at level 4 for some time. If only I could upgrade to a professional forager this time. I'm still a few hundred experience points short. She opened her character profile. Just now, she gained over 100 experience points from picking peaches. That's because I only picked gold quality fruit. Hopefully, picking strawberries later will give me a few more. It took the two of them, and their pets an hour to not only deal with those annoying vines, but also pick all the peaches, for a total of 132, all gold quality. Although she had previously agreed to keep all the harvest on the island, since Little Black Bear and Bayuemian had both contributed significantly, she still gave Bayuemian some of the blood peaches. Little Black Bear's mouth watered at the sight of the peaches. It was obvious he loved them. And he was incredibly well behaved. He hadn't stolen any of the peaches while she was picking them. Bayuemian didn't hesitate. She smiled and said thank you, put the peaches in her backpack, and then handed one to Little Black Bear. Heizi, I give you one. Yun Luohe, your pet is so well behaved. Bayuemian, yes, a little clumsy, but very obedient. Wonton rubbed his head against Yun Luohe's shoulder. Yun Luohe, you're also very well behaved. You did a great job just now. I reward you nicely when we get back. Wonton hissed, shrunken down to a tiny size, and lay on Yun Luohe, exceptionally docile. Leaving the plant maze, the rich aroma of strawberries filled the air, making one salivate. The strawberry fields not far away were filled with strawberries. The strawberry plants here were half a person's height, their broad leaves emerald green. Bright red berries clung to the vines, gleaming enticingly in the sunlight. From a distance, she didn't see the supposedly giant strawberries. Perhaps they weren't as big as she imagined, hidden among the leaves, and could only be seen up close. But this place is also home to giant poisonous bees. Their nest is hidden in the trees next to the strawberry field. If anyone approaches, swarms of them will burst out, emitting a piercing buzz. Even before entering the strawberry field, Yun Luohe could already see the bees, and their calls were incredibly piercing. The stingers on their tails glowed a faint blue. Intelligence reports indicate that a sting by this bee causes temporary paralysis and excruciating itching. However, Yun Luohe wasn't worried at all. Bees are on the spider's food menu. Yunton has a voracious appetite, either avoiding them or devouring them en masse. These bees should be a nourishing food for them. The silverback wolf spider's illustrated guide also states that consuming poisonous foods can enhance its various attributes. For example, feeding poisonous flowers can enhance the venom's effectiveness. Reaching a certain number of them increases the venom's paralysis duration and adds a continuous corrosive effect. Feeding mutated poisonous insects can enhance the carapace's corrosive ability. After feeding a certain number, a new skill is learned, allowing a thin layer of corrosive material to form on the carapace's surface. Also, poisonous fruits can enhance the wolf spider's venom's effects, such as paralysis and slowing. This is why Yun Luohe had to bring Wonton to Strawberry Island this time. These venomous bees were the food she planned to feed Wonton. However, letting Wonton eat on his own was too inefficient, so she had to help. Yun Luohe squatted down and pulled out a small piece of meat dipped in honey from her backpack. This type of venomous bee would probably like honey, and the meat had a bloody smell. The poisonous bee's interest in this item wasn't based on information specific to Strawberry Island, but rather on information related to other islands. However, she reasoned that since they were all poisonous bees, they must share a commonality. Sure enough, as the sweet, fishy scent filled the air, several circling poisonous bees in the distance immediately changed direction, buzzing towards the bait. Wonton, watch out. She tossed the piece of meat into the open space at the edge of the strawberry field. Wonton immediately reared up on all 8 legs, its jet-black carapace gleaming metallically in the sunlight, its eyes locked onto its target. Having not eaten a large amount in a while, the sight of so many poisonous bees instantly excited it. 3 poisonous bees flew over simultaneously, spotting their prey and swooping down, their stingers flashing blue. Before they could touch the meat, Wonton entangled them in spider silk. This silk, specially designed to catch poisonous bees, was incredibly sticky, enveloping them once it touched them, leaving them no room to struggle. Several strands of spider silk shot out simultaneously, engulfing all 3 venomous bees. Then, Yunton abruptly retracted the silk and used its chelicerae to precisely clamp down on the abdomen of one venomous bee, followed by the other 2. Like skewers of meat, it stacked the 3 on a single chelicerae. Then, with its sharp mouthparts, it pierced their bodies and devoured them in one gulp, making a crunching sound. Watching Yunton devour them with relish, Yunluoha asked curiously, "Do you like this?" Wonton said in a childish voice, delicious." Bai Yuemian and Little Black Bear, standing by, stared in amazement. Little Black Bear said gruffly, "Is this delicious?" It felt a bit tempting to try it, too. Bai Yuemian hugged Little Black Bear, patted its head, and said, "This isn't for you. You should eat the peach." The Little Black Bear continued to stare at Wonton, a look of deep curiosity. It licked its lips. The peaches had lost their fragrance. But those venomous bees looked strange and smelled unpleasant. It didn't understand why Wonton was devouring them so enthusiastically. There are a lot of venomous bees over there, and they seem to be coming over. Bai Yuemian peered out from the bushes. Before she finished her words, a loud buzzing sound suddenly emanated from deep within the strawberry field. Wonton had just devoured a few venomous bees when the others seemed to have heard the noise. Perhaps the 3 venomous bees had sent a signal. Hundreds of venomous bees rose from the branches and leaves, a dark mass like a black cloud, their stingers gleaming, swarming towards them. Yunluoha, far from panicking, curled her lips. She said to Wonton, "Wonton, are you ready?" "Wonton, hiss!" It couldn't wait any longer. Wonton suddenly straightened up and spun out a large amount of spider silk, forming a vast web. The silvery silk spread out, forming a dense web over 10 meters long, encircling the strawberry field. Yunluoha took out several bottles of honey and sprinkled them on the web, immediately coating the web with sweet honey. The venomous bees, sensing the scent, flew even faster. Wonton manipulated the web and slowly enveloped the swarm of venomous bees. Soon, the venomous bees' wings became entangled in the silk, leaving many of them immobilized. Some that fell took flight again, attempting to change direction, only to collide with the web on the other side. Hundreds, even thousands, of venomous bees were trapped in the web. Wonton initially ate slowly, extending his claws to pick up the bees one by one. Seeing how slowly it was eating, Yunluoha urged it to speed up. Wonton then folded up the web, enlarged its body, and devoured the massive web in a few bites, along with all the poisonous bees on it. Wow! Awesome! The Little Black Bear was stunned. Bai Yuemian now understood why Yunluoha had contracted a spider as a pet. Spiders are not only natural predators of many insects, but they can also spin silk and weave webs, making them both offensive and defensive, and capable of a wide range of tasks. It's truly a must-have pet for home, travel, and battle. Wonton's one-sided hunt lasted nearly half an hour. The poisonous bees around the strawberry field no longer dared to attack. After devouring thousands of poisonous bees, Wonton's shell had become a shiny black, with a faint purple sheen even emanating from its tail. Yunluoha opened Wonton's pet information and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wonton had unlocked a new skill, Stinger Shell. A corrosive layer of poison formed on its carapace, protecting it from physical attacks and deflecting a small amount of toxins. Furthermore, the venom in its silk was infused with poison from venomous bees, adding paralysis and swelling properties. Great! She couldn't help but pet Yunton's head. It hissed in pleasure, tapping its 8 legs back and forth, looking incredibly adorable. Although Bai Yuemian couldn't understand the spider's language, she could guess it was flirting with its owner. The more she looked at it, the less scary it seemed, and even more docile. "I've been wanting a pet spider. Is she a female? Can she have babies?" Yunluoha smiled. "Her baby has already been reserved for another friend of mine." With the venomous bees dealt with, the strawberry field finally quieted down. Finally, it was time to pick strawberries. Yunluoha pulled a strawberry lollipop from her backpack. Strawberry lollipop, speed plus 20, double the supplies collected within 3 hours. She saved this strawberry lollipop specifically for this moment. 3 hours should be enough. Yunluoha checked the time and ate some other food to replenish her energy and water. Once she was back to her best, she popped the strawberry lollipop into her mouth. The sweetness spread throughout her mouth, bringing a genuine sense of happiness and a wonderfully uplifting mood. The lollipop also smelled of strawberries, so comforting. Let's get to work. With the added speed, Yunluo's pace was like taking flight, her steps light, and her movements swift. She dashed through the strawberry fields, picking a basketful in no time. The doubling effect was incredible. Pick one, and two would appear in the basket. And no one would notice the doubling. Once the basket was full, she put it in her backpack. Before coming here, she bought hundreds of bamboo baskets at the trading center, just to carry the strawberries. I thought it would be enough, but it was full in just an hour. There were 100 baskets of strawberries in my backpack, each containing about 20 or 30. Each strawberry was the size of an egg, some even as big as a baby's fist, so a basket couldn't hold many. Yunluo ate one while picking them. The flesh was delicate and juicy, sweet with a hint of sourness. The juice burst in my mouth, like a sip of concentrated strawberry juice, refreshing my throat. Although sweet, it was very thirst-quenching and appetizing. If made into a strawberry smoothie or strawberry tea, it would be amazing. Gathering skill upgrade. LV 5. Reward 1 portable preservation ring. Congratulations on becoming a professional gatherer. Please choose a career path. 1. Botanist. Increase the chance of gold quality of collected common wild plants, fruits, herbs, and vegetables by 25%. 2. Explorer. Movement speed increased by 20%, only effective on resource islands. Yunluo thought for a moment, and decided that the botanist was more practical. After making her choice, Yunluo opened her profile. Professional skills. Cooking level. Level 6 professional chef, 5841/10,000. Level 5 skill effect. Fire control. Never burn food. Portable grill. Cook outdoors anytime, anywhere gourmet. Cooking effects increased by 30%. Gathering level. Level 5, 2104/5000. Skill effect. Plant resonance. Displays nearby harvestable plants. Poison identification. Quickly identifies poisonous plants. Botanist. Beast taming level. Level 3, 332/500. Mining level. Level 3, for 85/500. Beast taming levels were increasing slowly. She hadn't been training her pet properly, and besides feeding it, she didn't seem to do much else. After returning to the reef, she could consult a professional animal trainer, or seek intel from the Tianji Pavilion on how to quickly upgrade her animal training skills. Mining skills could be upgraded soon though. But there was no rush. Upgrading her gathering skills would be even better. Gathering and cooking skills complement each other, and becoming a professional forager would help her improve her cooking skills even more. This upgrade also gave her a portable fresh-keeping ring. Yunluo opened it, looked at the details, and immediately put it on. It's called a ring, but it's actually a portable refrigerator, divided into 3 sections: refrigerator, freezer, and variable temperature zone. It can not only preserve fresh food, but also freeze it. Amazing! The refrigerator section has 30 compartments, the freezer 20, and the variable temperature zone also has 20. The only drawback is that it can only hold food, not hot items. But it's a must-have for Yunluo. She can carry all her food with her in the ring. If she needs hot food, she can keep it warm in her backpack or simply heat it over a campfire. She had already picked over 100 baskets of regular strawberries, but she kept an eye out for the giant strawberries mentioned in the intelligence. They should exist, but why hadn't she seen any in all this time? They were giant, so they should be bigger and more conspicuous than regular strawberries. After eating the strawberry lollipop, her movement speed had skyrocketed, so she always missed something. Since she already picked so many, she might as well slow down and search. She scanned the layers of green leaves, trying to find the larger strawberries in the gaps. Instead of strawberries, she spotted a giant venomous bee. The intelligence said giant venomous bees usually appeared around giant strawberries. Killing a giant venomous bee would yield golden royal jelly, which, when consumed, would increase your maximum stamina.